Chapter 165. Let us join forces to besiege him. A wave of sorrow and murderous intent permeated among the crowd. At that moment, a harsh, metallic cackle echoed unexpectedly across the silent capital. Everyone looked up abruptly to behold a shadow, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, slowly materializing in midair. The figure's face was obscured by an expressionless metallic mask, revealing only a pair of murky eyes. "Welcome, everyone, to the demon's nest." His voice, laced with mockery and cruelty, filtered through the mask as his emaciated hand waved casually. Suddenly, like a torrential downpour of darkness, countless figures surged from the void, densely packed like locusts in flight. These figures moved stiffly, their eyes vacant, unmistakably the puppets of alchemical creation. Most were at the mid-stage of Jindan, and to the horror of the onlookers, familiar faces emerged among them. "Zhao Xian? No, that's Wang Shirshu. Little Shimmy. How could this be?" Gasps and anguished roars erupted, as many of these puppets were disciples and elders from various sects who had long been missing or confirmed dead. Now, twisted in form, they exuded an aura of death and malice, attacking their former comrades and friends. "It's the old demon Qianji," Xianxia shouted angrily, rising into the air without hesitation, a long sword flowing with blazing crimson flames appearing in his hand, its light tearing through the darkened sky, aimed directly at Qianji Daoran. "Humph." Qianji Daoran scoffed coldly, remaining unflinching. The space behind him twisted abruptly, and a towering puppet materialized, raising its arms to conjure a heavy, solid yellow light shield in front of it. Clang! Xiaoqingyan's unparalleled sword light struck the shield, erupting in a dazzling brilliance and a violent shockwave. The shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. "Xian Wang's new weapon?" Li Fushi's pupils constricted. She recognized the iconic defensive technique, her senior brother Wang Pan's ultimate skill. A chill of murderous intent surged from her, and her spiritual sword was unsheathed in an instant. In a moment, two radiant sword energies, like blooming lotus flowers, swirled around her, shooting forth, instantly shredding several approaching Jindan puppets. At the same time, she pushed off the ground with her toes, transforming into a sharp beam of sword light, following closely behind Xiaoqingyan to strike at Qianji Daoran. The Bagua formation beneath Lin Xiaoju's feet suddenly radiated blinding light as she surveyed the chaotic battlefield, solemnly declaring, "I sense the presence of two other Yuanying deep within the imperial tomb." No sooner had she spoken than the entire secret realm trembled violently, without warning. A blinding pure white light erupted from the sky and ground alike. "It's a random teleportation array. Be careful." Lin Xiaoju's urgent voice reached them just before the light engulfed everything. Zhang Xian felt a sense of foreboding the moment the light ignited. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Fushi resolutely charging toward Qianji. He activated a wind talisman, leaving behind an afterimage, as if teleporting to her side. Just before the light completely consumed them, he wrapped his arm around Li Fushi's slender waist. "What are you doing?" Li Fushi's surprised and angry voice rang out. In the next moment, the world spun. Zhang Xian and Li Fushi found themselves in a vast plaza, surrounded by the towering ruins of grand palaces. Before them, atop a soaring palace, Qianji Daoran stood with his hands clasped behind him, his icy gaze locking onto them like a venomous snake. Ah, such deep feelings indeed. Qianji Daoran emitted a piercing cackle, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xian and Li Fushi before finally resting on Li Fushi. With a hint of greed, he said, "You must be the lad that Baizun has marked for death. And as for this little girl beside you." He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with a sinister light beneath the metallic mask. "TSK, such a pure, dual spirit root. If I could transform you into a puppet to serve me day and night, wouldn't that be delightful?" No sooner had he finished speaking than two formidable presences shot toward them like meteors from the distance. It was Xiaoqingyan and Jin. "Old demon, prepare to meet your end," Xiaoqingyan shouted, his voice preceding his arrival, as the crimson long sword in his hand erupted with scorching sword light once more. Qianji Daoran observed Ji Yin's approach with a flicker of surprise in his emerald eyes. This puppet has actually broken through to the Yuanying stage? How curious. A puppet's body surpassing its master's realm. I would not believe it had I not seen it with my own eyes. Ji Yin's expression remained impassive, her cold gaze fixed upon Qianji Daoran. "You are the one who disassembled Jin Air, aren't you?" Qianji Daoran chuckled strangely. "Indeed, that puppet is rather intriguing. Its core structure is quite unique. I never expected such skillful puppetry to arise from a small place like the Southern Domain. If given the chance, I would truly like to exchange ideas with you." to turn the living into puppets and treat fellow cultivators as mere materials. There is nothing to discuss with you. Why waste words on him? Xianxia could no longer restrain himself. Let us join forces to besiege him. I still need to assist my Xiaozhu. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, his blazing sword charging toward Qianji. A flash of cold light flickered in Li Fushi's eyes as she followed suit, unleashing a sword energy honed to perfection directly at Qianji. Zhang Xian, undeterred, released several talismans, attacking from the flank. Facing the trio's assault, Qianji Daoran remained unfazed, even letting out a contemptuous sneer. Oomph. Are you trying to bully me with sheer numbers? Little ones, you seem to have forgotten my name. He suddenly spread his arms wide. The space warped. Several figures radiating powerful auras appeared before him. One, a middle-aged man with a resolute face, wielding an iron spear, stepped forward, his spear like a dragon, accurately deflecting Xianxia's fiery sword strike, his might overwhelming, carrying the aura of bloodshed from the battlefield. It was General Han Lai of the Great Xia dynasty. Another figure, an elderly man in a simple robe with a youthful face and white hair, floated backward, forming hand seals. The ground beneath him lit up with intricate star maps, countless starry runes rising, weaving into a massive net of light that enveloped the entire plaza, a powerful suppressive force descending instantly. Li Fushi's heart sank. This elder was none other than the previous head of Tianke Peak, known for his expertise in divination and formations, Xingyin. Suddenly, both Li Fushi and Zhang Xian felt a deadly intent locking onto them. They saw a figure swiftly approaching, each hand projecting a finely condensed golden ray aimed at their foreheads. The pressure emanating from those rays was unmistakably at the Yuanying level, though the figure's movements appeared somewhat stiff and awkward. Upon recognizing the figure's face, Li Fushi trembled, her grip on the sword tightening. The face belonged to her revered mentor, Wang Chuanjinren. Simultaneously, the towering puppet beside Qianji Daoran moved, its palms spreading wide. A heavy, yellowish light radiated from it, expanding outward from its center, instantly enveloping Qianji and all his puppets in a layer of solid yellow light shields. Chapter 166. Little junior sister, you have grown stronger. As the master of the 1,000 mechanisms spoke, several formidable puppets took their positions beside him, his laughter resonating with pride and mockery. Alone, he was as powerful as 1,000 troops, controlling countless puppets and executing myriad techniques. A single individual could rival the strength of an entire sect. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what the true art of puppetry entails. Li Fushi fixed her gaze intently on the puppet of Wang Chuanjinren, exuding a nascent soul aura, yet moving with a hint of rigidity. Alongside the towering figure of Wang Pan, who was unleashing the Xianhuang Yupan. A surge of murderous intent brewed violently within her. Zhang Xian sensed the potent energy emanating from her, silently praising her. Her master had ascended to the dual celestial roots, breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core, and had undergone a complete transformation. He glanced toward Jiyin, who was surveying the battlefield with a calm and assured demeanor. The Qing Shi and Long Ji from the Ling Su sword sect had successfully breached the outer formation of the Imperial Mausoleum and were mounting a vigorous assault on the core. His Majesty the Summer Emperor and Lin Xiao Zhu from Zhongzhou were orchestrating the overall strategy. Securely stationed at the center, there was no cause for concern, and we need only focus on the immediate task at hand. As her words fell, her figure subtly shifted, instantly manifesting 13 identical puppet avatars, except for her true self. Ji, Yin, Yi, the others from heir to Shur, were all at the pinnacle of the Golden Core. The 14 figures dispersed in an instant, each locking onto their targets. An invisible force of puppetry control enveloping the area. The puppet battle was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, the towering Wang Pan puppet slowly spoke, its voice deep and indistinct yet imbued with an eerie sense of familiarity. Little junior sister, you have grown stronger. Upon hearing this voice, Li Fushi's form abruptly stiffened. Shortly thereafter, the nascent soul-level Wang Chuan puppet turned its head, its hollow gaze seemingly directed at Li Fushi, uttering in a halting manner, "You are quite impressive." Master Jin cautioned, "Do not lose focus, they have long perished. This is merely the old demon of the 1,000 mechanisms manipulating the residual memories to sow discord within your mind." Li Fushi inhaled deeply. Her voice as frigid as glacial ice. "I understand." The master of the 1,000 mechanisms emitted an even more jarring sound. "Manipulation? I disdain such base tactics. Preserving their memories and combat instincts serves only to enhance their capabilities and render this game more engaging. His gaze swept over the Wang Chuan puppet, a hint of regret in his tone. It is a pity about this fine material. This swordsman's soul seems to have suffered severe damage. Incomplete and unable to wield the full prowess of their swordsmanship in life. Otherwise, they would have made an excellent tool. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and began to strategize for battle. That nascent soul puppet was crafted from the core of the puppet I had previously abandoned. It had yet to be fully refined. The towering puppet and that one, leave them to me and my master. He turned his gaze towards Xian and Xianxia. The body of the 1,000 mechanisms and his golden core puppet shall be entrusted to you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Xianxia replied, brimming with battle fervor. The crimson flame sword pointed directly at the 1,000 mechanisms, ready to face death. Li Fuxi slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all hesitation, pain, and struggle had vanished from her icy gaze, leaving only pure intent to kill and resolute determination. This was the purpose of my arrival. With that thought, she transformed into a streak of sword-like brilliance, charging fiercely toward Wang Chuan with an unstoppable momentum. Zhang Xian followed closely, his wind spirit roots swirling, matching Li Fuxi's speed without a hint of lag. Almost simultaneously, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the battlefield of Xian and Xianxia, chaos igniting in an instant. To the left, Xian's 13 puppets moved in perfect unison, yet with subtle variations, skillfully ensnaring the dozens of golden core peak puppets controlled by Qinji Daoist. Qinji's puppet cluster was formidable, some wielding massive shields, others employing bizarre movements, while a few gathered spells for long-range bombardment. In an instant, the plaza was illuminated with dazzling light, the sounds of spell explosions ringing out, creating a mesmerizing storm of puppets. To the right, Xianxia and Xian charged directly toward the corporeal form of Qinji Daoist. Although Qinji was not adept at direct confrontations, his foundation as a third-layer nascent soul cultivator was profound. He flitted about like smoke, swiftly navigating the ruins of the plaza, evading the onslaught of Xianxia and Xian. Simultaneously, he multitasked, commanding several powerful puppets to continuously harass and restrain them. The puppet Hanlai unleashed a grand display of spear techniques, each thrust overwhelming, forcing the duo to divert their attention. Meanwhile, the puppet Xing Yin laid down a starlight formation, hindering their movements and sapping their spiritual power. Despite Xianxia's ferocious assault, he found it challenging to break through these layers of obstruction, engaging in fierce clashes with Qinji's corporeal form, their energies colliding like two entwined streams of light, resonating with thunderous booms. In the central battlefield, Li Fuxi thrust her dual spirit swords directly at the brow of Wang Chuan, her gaze as frigid as frost. Without a shred of hesitation, the full force of her twin spirit roots erupted, the water spirit root bestowing an extreme chill upon her sword's momentum, while the gold spirit root sharpened her lethality. Wang Chuan's movements appeared somewhat stiff, yet his combat instincts remained intact. Though he wielded no sword, his fingers formed a blade, and a remarkably condensed golden sword aura was unleashed in an instant. It was his renowned technique, the Tianke Qingyun sword. Clang! The icy blue sword light collided fiercely with the golden sword aura. Li Fuxi's form swayed slightly, yet she did not retreat a single step. Her sword momentum shifted once more, subtly merging the intricate fluidity of a Yunmiao sword sutra with the majestic might of the Tianke Qingyun sword, creating a sword light that surged like a tumultuous sea of clouds, seamlessly transitioning into an unstoppable celestial sword. The power of her strikes multiplied, flawless and harmonious in execution. Zhang Xian had worried that Li Fuxi might falter before the puppets of her mentor and senior brother, unable to unleash her full potential. Yet at this moment, Li Fuxi unleashed an unprecedented strength. Her sword intent was pure and resolute, empowered by the terrifying augmentation of her twin spirit roots and the finesse of her integrated swordsmanship. She faced Wang Chuan's puppets at the nascent soul level head-on, matching them in strength despite her peak golden core cultivation. My master has truly grown. A wave of gratification surged within Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's gaze subsequently fixated on Wang Pan's puppet. However, it seemed that Wang Pan had learned his lesson. Unlike the previous encounter where he braved the onslaught, he adopted a cunningly evasive strategy. As soon as Zhang Xian's spiritual treasure drew near, Wang Pan would immediately retreat, maintaining a safe distance. Zhang Xian's repeated attempts to close the gap were thwarted by Wang Pan's tactic of advancing and retreating, leaving him exceedingly frustrated. When he pursued, Wang Pan fled, and when he halted, Wang Pan would hurl Xianhuang Jinyue Pan from afar to disrupt him or shield Wang Chuan from Li Fushi's fierce strikes. Even more exasperating for Zhang Xian was that not only Wang Pan, but also the entity of Qianji, entangled with Xia Qingyan and Wang Chuan, closely monitored by Li Fushi, instinctively distanced themselves upon sensing Zhang Xian's approach. Damn, these rascals! Zhang Xian clenched his teeth in anger. He possessed an array of spiritual treasures and self-detonation tactics. Yet found himself powerless. He could only watch helplessly as others engaged in fervent combat, while he resembled a disregarded outsider, awkwardly chasing after Wang Pan on the battlefield. Just then, Li Fushi seized upon a minuscule flaw in Wang Chuan's defenses. Her spiritual sword transformed into a beam of frigid light, aimed directly at its vital point. Wang Pan's support arrived instantaneously, as a heavy, earthy yellow light shield materialized before Wang Chuan. The spiritual sword struck fiercely against the shield, sending shards of ice scattering. The shield trembled violently, its surface quickly adorned with a web of cracks. A chilling gleam ignited in Li Fushi's eyes as her spiritual energy surged unreservedly into the sword's body, and at the tip, an overwhelming radiance erupted. With a crack, the shield finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into pieces. Wang Chuan countered with a finger sword against Li Fushi's sword light, and the puppet's rigid visage seemed to struggle to twitch a smile, its throat producing a hoarse, indistinct sound. Well done, Sierra. You have worked hard over the years. This voice carried a trace of familiarity, reminiscent of the gentle tone of the true Wang Chuan. Li Fushi's hand, gripping the sword, trembled violently. Deep within her icy gaze surged a tempest of desecrated fury. Rather than withdrawing her blade, she poured all her might into this strike. Surrounding the sword, the air coalesced into countless ice crystals. Even more astonishingly, as her emotions surged and her dual spiritual roots reached their zenith, the leaden-gray clouds above the square were stirred by an invisible force, and threads of icy rain began to fall, unannounced. At the same time, deep within the ruins of the Imperial Mausoleum at the other end of the secret realm, the two nascent soul cultivators from the Lingshu sword sect, Qing Shi and Long Ji, joined forces to shatter the final barrier of the mausoleum with absolute power. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in black robes and obscured by a pitch-black mask sat calmly at a fractured stone table, seemingly having awaited this moment for a long time. They have arrived. His voice, emanating through the mask, was calm, yet chillingly ominous. From a distance, Xianxia, stationed centrally and overseeing the situation, furrowed his brow sharply upon recognizing this individual. He sensed an exceedingly faint aura of imperial presence emanating from the figure before him, though shrouded by a dense, malevolent energy. Xianxia, as an emperor, was particularly attuned to such sensations. It was him. In an instant, Xianxia realized that the individual standing before him was none other than the old emperor who had, for the sake of power, sacrificed an entire dynasty during the fateful encounter with the suspended fleet. Qing Shi, perceiving the overwhelming and inescapable malevolence surrounding the figure, felt a surge of fury in his eyes as he bellowed, "You demon, have you slaughtered all the beings within this secret realm?" The figure clad in black slowly rose, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. "Slaughter? Oof. They're all my subjects. To offer their very essence for the grand ambitions of their sovereign is their supreme honor." Xiaoxuanin's voice cut through the air like ice, reverberating with authority. "If I am not mistaken, this secret realm is not the only domain you have claimed. The vast world beyond was once your kingdom as well, was it not? For the sake of this grotesque power, you have sacrificed an entire nation and billions of souls. Within the imperial city, countless descendants of your bloodline still remain. Do you possess even a fragment of humanity? Humanity?" The Black Sovereign seemed to find this notion laughable, his voice rising in fervor, tinged with a mad obsession. "You, Emperor of the Great Xia, have disappointed me greatly. As an emperor, how can you exhibit such feminine compassion? If granted a few more centuries, when I reign supreme, not just the southern domain, but the entire realm of cultivation shall grovel at my feet. Mere mortals, insignificant as ants, are expendable. Their sacrifices are but dust on the path to unparalleled dominance." Long Ji, dismissive of engaging in further discourse with this fiend, raised her delicate hand and with a sharp command, unleashed a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a barrel, cleaving through the gloomy sky towards the black robe. The figure did not flinch or evade. Instead, he thrust out his right hand, summoning a swirling mass of darkness to grasp the lightning with a deafening crackle. The clash of black mist and electric light creating a tumultuous spectacle. In the next moment, the black sovereign exerted his strength through his 5 fingers. Crack! The violent lightning was crushed in his grasp, dissipating into the wind. Longji's eyes were icy as she exchanged a glance with Xianxia, both charging towards the black robe with unwavering determination, ready for battle without further words. Xiaxianin and Lin Xiaozhu did not immediately join the fray. Xiaxianin surveyed the chaotic battlefield. The minions of the demon exceeded his expectations. In addition to the puppets forged by Qinji Daoren, there were numerous cultivators like Jian Shun, who had been corrupted by desire and willingly turned to the dark side. Among them were several notorious peak golden core demons, the true backbone of the demon nest. He observed Lin Yinin wielding a resplendent spirit sword, fiercely battling an elder adept in toxic arts, the swordplay fluid and resilient. He witnessed Wang Yezhenren unleashing a torrent of sword energy that suppressed several wicked cultivators engulfed in bloodlight. He noted Yun Wanqing, surrounded by defensive spirit treasures, brandishing a scarlet feather fan, unleashing a storm of fiery feathers as she engaged 2 late-stage golden core demons. Thanks to Zhang Xian, Xiaxianin mused internally. Were it not for Zhang Xian's foresight in pinpointing the location of the demon nest and providing ample resources to arm a coalition, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. The expansion of the demon nest's influence had far exceeded all expectations. In a fleeting moment that he surveyed the entire situation, an unforeseen anomaly arose. A treacherously sinister azure sword light, without warning, shot forth from a void behind Yun Wanqing, targeting the vital point at her back with ruthless precision. Be careful. Xiaxianin reacted with utmost swiftness, unleashing the formidable might of an emperor. Without moving his form, he pointed towards the blue light, and a meticulously refined golden sword energy surged forth, precisely cleaving through the azure light, which shattered upon impact. Xiaxuanin's movements did not cease. With his left hand, he splayed his fingers and forcefully grasped at the void, commanding, "Come forth." It was as if an invisible mirror had been shattered, causing the space to warp violently. A figure clad in a white mask was forcibly extracted from the distorted realm. It was Baizun. Only then did Yun Wanqing realize the peril, abruptly turning around. Upon recognizing the figure and the lingering essence of the familiar Yun Miao sword classic, she was struck as if by lightning, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Could it truly be Xianzhou, the father of Zhenair? How could he possibly wish to harm her? Baizun, having failed his ambush, bore a gaze that was icy and piercing beneath his mask, tinged with a hint of fury. He no longer regarded Yun Wanqing. With a flicker of his form, he melded back into the shadows. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrists, unleashing several equally sinister azure sword lights aimed directly at Lin Yinin, who was engaged in battle with an adversary in the distance. Despicable, roared the real man Wang Ya, as he deflected his opponent with a sword, sending his weapon flying like a magnificent rainbow, instantly obliterating the sword lights targeting Lin Yinin. Taoist Lin Xiaozhu, this place is entrusted to you. Xiaxuanin's voice was laced with uncontainable fury. With the 3 major Yuan-Ing fiends now present, he felt no hesitation. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear at the edge of the shadows where Baizun had vanished. His formidable consciousness swept through the void like a tide, swiftly capturing a faint spatial fluctuation. With a flourish of his sleeve, he forcefully tore open a rift in space, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiaxianin stepped into it. Chapter 168. Slaying a wife to prove the path? Regaining her senses from the tremendous impact, Yun Wanqing found the last vestige of hope extinguished. Gripping the Qiyu fan tightly, her voice trembled yet remained resolute. "We shall go as well." Real man Wang Ya nodded, and the two swiftly followed, stepping into the rift in space. As the spatial transition occurred, the pair emerged in a pastoral expanse. Not far ahead, Xiaxianin was in fierce pursuit of a rapidly fleeing figure clad in black robes. Xiaxuanin's speed was evidently superior. He continuously hurled golden, shimmering, scepter-like artifacts, each one embedding itself into the void like a stabilizing needle. Baizun's movements were enigmatic, yet under the layers of spatial confinement, his pace grew increasingly sluggish. When he attempted to take another step, his form merely flickered, unable to truly escape. You cannot flee. Xia Xuaning's cold voice resonated like a decree behind him. Bai Zun slowly turned, his white mask facing the three pursuers, his gaze frigid. Yun Wanqing steadied herself, her eyes fixated on him, commanding, "Remove your mask." Bai Zun fell silent for a moment, his voice emanating through the mask with a trace of disdain. "You? Not worthy." Wang Yazhenren took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and spoke in a grave tone. "Friend, cease your actions. It may not be too late to turn back." "Turn back?" Bai Zun let out a self-deprecating laugh, retracting his hypocritical facade. "Wang Ya, after all these years, you remain utterly inept." Xia Xianin remained silent, an imperial aura radiating from him like a tangible force, pressing down on Bai Zun with a pressure akin to a mountain, seemingly solidifying the very air. Yun Wanqing gazed at the familiar yet strange figure before her, observing the chilling emptiness in his eyes, and the last vestige of her hopes shattered completely. She slowly lifted the Qiyu fan in her hand, her voice chillingly calm. No need for further words. Let actions speak for themselves. Who he is no longer matters. Her words were cold and clear. He was merely a puppet, controlled by desire. Before her voice faded, Bai Zun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Disregarding both Xia Xianin and Wang Ya, like a specter, he lunged forward, a dark water sword having formed in his hand, imbued with a chilling intent directed at Yun Wanqing's throat. This strike was ruthless and decisive, devoid of hesitation. He aimed to obliterate the woman who once stood beside him in mutual respect. "Watch out!" Wang Yazhenren's pupils constricted, as the one closest to Yun Wanqing. He instinctively crossed his sword to block. Simultaneously, he swiftly positioned himself in front of her. The water sword struck fiercely against Wang Ya's blade, unleashing a violent force that sent him staggering back several steps. Bai Zun, undeterred by the failed strike, pressed forward. With a flick of his wrist, he maneuvered around Wang Ya's defense, thrusting again towards Yun Wanqing's heart. The speed was blinding, the intent as sharp as ice. "Impudent!" Xia Xianin roared, deflecting Bai Zun's sword with the imperial seal in his hand, protecting Yun Wanqing firmly. His voice was dark and grim, almost devoid of humanity. "I shall see what visage lies beneath that mask." The scene shifted back to the chaotic battlefield in the square. Li Fuxi and Wang Chuan were locked in a fierce struggle, their dual spirit swords clashing with the golden sword aura, each collision erupting in violent waves of energy that scarred the ground. As the battle raged, Zhang Xian keenly noticed wisps of white mist beginning to rise from the ground. This mist actively integrated into Qinji Daoren and the puppets he controlled. The essence of life. A chill ran through Zhang Xian's heart. This was the refined energy from demonic beings consuming the lifespans of mortals, now utilized to swiftly replenish their true spirits and mend injuries. No wonder they could fight so persistently. However, Zhang Xian was not lacking in resources either. His gaze swept across the battlefield, spotting Xia Qingyan locked in a fierce contest with the true body of Qinji, where golden flames intertwined with the black aura of the puppets. Without hesitation, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, flicking his fingers to send it soaring towards Xia Qingyan. "Brother Xia, catch!" In the midst of battle, Xia Qingyan grasped the jade vial, his consciousness scanning it, nearly causing him to plummet from the heavens in astonishment. Within the vessel lay an abundance of exquisite spirit restoration pills, each one round and plump, of remarkably high quality. "What the hell?" Summer Qingyan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As a distinguished member of the top 10 outstanding youths of Zhongzhou, a core cultivator of the Tianyuan Alliance, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty, he usually indulged in superior-grade restoration pills. He had never witnessed anyone presenting an entire bottle of earthly-grade elixirs. In comparison, he felt like a naive country bumpkin. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Summer Qingyan felt invigorated, a surge of audacity swelling within him. With this bottle of pills, he could persist against the 1,000 mechanisms old demon for an eternity. Without hesitation, he poured a pill into his mouth, and, in an instant, his spiritual energy surged forth like a mighty river. On the other side, the clash between Jin and the puppet army of the 1,000 mechanisms Taoist was ferociously brutal, with both sides' puppets engaging in fierce combat in the square. Puppets were continuously shattered and torn apart. Zhang Xian maintained a calm demeanor. Each time a Jin avatar was destroyed, he would swiftly retrieve its core, Conversely, upon witnessing the demise of the flesh puppets from the Thousand Mechanisms Taoist side, Zhang Xian would unhesitatingly unleash a bolt of lightning, reducing them to ashes. Observing the dwindling yet unyielding flesh puppets, he focused his thoughts, and 4 identical avatar puppets materialized in an instant. Go! Zhang Xian commanded, and the 4 avatars dispersed like phantoms. Simultaneously, they raised their hands, casting dozens of talismans shimmering with blinding lightning towards the heavens. In an instant, the sky above the square was shrouded in dark storm clouds, with countless bolts of lightning crashing down upon the flesh puppets. Mere trifles. The Thousand Mechanisms Taoist sneered, deftly evading Summer Qingyan's fierce assaults while manipulating his puppets. Do you think my puppets are mere wooden stakes? Zhang Xian ignored him, continuing to hurl lightning talismans. At last, one of the evading flesh puppets exhibited a slight moment of stasis, a minuscule flaw that was instantly struck by a descending bolt of lightning. Crackle! Sparks erupted from the puppet's body, rendering its movements rigid. Not good. The Thousand Mechanisms Taoist pupils dilated in alarm. Boom! 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 3 thicker bolts of lightning seemed to have found their mark, locking onto the immobilized puppet and crashing down with ferocity. Wang Pan! The Thousand Mechanisms Taoist shouted urgently. The towering Wang Pan puppet reacted swiftly, conjuring a heavy earthen shield above its head. However, it was a moment too late. The first 2 bolts shattered the hastily summoned shield, and the 3rd bolt struck the puppet without obstruction. Then came the 4th and 5th bolts. The flesh puppet, at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, was vaporized in a frenzy of electric light, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 169, You may profit, but I will never incur a loss. Ha! Zhang Xian laughed heartily, addressing the ashen-faced Thousand Mechanisms Taoist. You old scoundrel. A half-damaged puppet has cost you over a dozen earthly-grade lightning talismans. You've struck it rich. The corners of the masked man of Thousand Mechanisms' mouth twitched violently. These flesh puppets were crafted from the remnants of collected cultivators, and the higher his own realm, the more precious the materials consumed, leading to prolonged refining periods. The destruction of even one of these pinnacle golden core grade creations pained him greatly. Zhang Xian, ever merciless in his ascent, fixed his piercing gaze on another target. A cultivator who had lost a leg to Jiyin. Once more, dozens of Earth-grade thunder talismans were unleashed with reckless abandon, filling the sky with crackling lightning as it locked onto its target. Under the watchful eye of the masked man, yet another precious flesh puppet met its demise. You profit again, he cursed, his fury now fully ignited. Not far off, a solid yellow light shield rapidly formed around Li Fushi, creating a robust spherical cage that ensnared her tightly. The shield pulsed with energy, isolating her from the outside world. At the same time, the Wangshuan puppet, locked in fierce combat with Li Fushi, suddenly halted. It swiftly redirected its focus, abandoning Li Fushi as its golden sword aura surged, imbued with lethal intent, and aimed directly at Zhang Xian. Trapped within the light shield, Li Fushi struck the shield's surface with her sword, producing violent ripples, yet failing to shatter it. The imposing Wang Pan puppet pressed firmly against the light shield, continuously channeling earth elemental energy to maintain its strength. Turning its metallic visage toward Li Fushi within, it rasped out a rough yet gentle voice. Junior sister, you may take a moment to rest. These words struck Li Fushi's heart like a thunderclap, as if she had traversed 2 centuries back in time. In an instant, she was transported to the days of her initial arrival at Spirit Sword Peak. As a young girl, timid and frail, she would accompany her senior brother and sister down the mountain for training. Whenever danger approached, her senior brother would gently say, Junior sister, you may take a moment to rest, and then envelop her in a sturdy light shield, safeguarding her from harm. Memories flooded back like a tide, not bringing warmth, but igniting an even fiercer rage. Li Fushi let out a heart-wrenching scream of indignation. The spirit sword erupted with an even more intense blue light, striking fiercely at the light shield once again. On the other side, upon facing the Wangshuan puppet's sudden assault, Zhang Xian felt a thrill of excitement rather than fear. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. He pivoted his form, a long sword shimmering with spiritual radiance now in his hand. The momentum of the sword revealed the ethereal grace of the Cloud Mist Sword Classic and the majestic might of the heavenly Azure Cloud Sword. The very techniques Li Fushi had recently integrated during her seclusion. Although Li Fushi was confined within the shield, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of Zhang Xian's swordplay, sending a tremor through her heart. She had painstakingly merged two formidable sword techniques, having devoted countless efforts to merely grasp their essence. How could Zhang Xian master them so swiftly after just one glance? In that moment, the Wangchuan puppet and Zhang Xian engaged in a fierce and intricate battle. Master, is this a test of your disciple's strength? Zhang Xian mused, fixated on the Wangchuan's gaze, his words flowing as he struck. The Wangchuan puppet remained silent, its movements increasingly rigid. TSK. Zhang Xian curled his lips in disdain. You all converse so freely in front of Shi'er, yet when it comes to me, your remarkable disciple, you remain utterly silent. How biased. Outside the luminous shield, Wang Pan's puppet, while maintaining the barrier, continued to speak earnestly to Li Fuxi. Little junior sister, how is your second senior sister? I haven't seen her in quite some time. It feels like just yesterday you were a mere foundation establishment girl. Have you been diligent in your cultivation? Have you not been lax? These words struck Li Fuxi's heart like a heavy blow, causing her body to stiffen abruptly. She cast a glance at Master Brother Wang Pan beyond the shield, and an unprecedented chill surged within her. Memories of the early morning classes at Lingjian Peak flooded her mind, where Master Brother Wang Pan, always with a gentle smile, would cast his gaze over her and her second senior sister, often beginning with this very question. She and her second senior sister would flush crimson and respond in unison. No, before fervently resuming their training. What has become of Lingjian Peak now? Wang Pan's puppet continued, oblivious. Enough. Li Fuxi suddenly interrupted him. Wang Pan's puppet seemed taken aback. This was the first time Li Fuxi had responded to him. I said enough. Her roar erupted like a volcanic explosion. The dual spirit roots within her ignited with fervor. The azure light upon her sword surged tenfold, and an icy tempest, capable of freezing souls, erupted from her center. Crack! The indomitable Xian Huang Zhun Yu Pan shield, along with the metallic arm of Wang Pan's puppet pressed against it, shattered under the extreme cold and the violent sword intent, disintegrating into a flurry of ice crystals. Li Fuxi burst forth from the shield, her silhouette resembling the descent of a goddess of ice and snow. She gazed at the shattered Wang Pan puppet with a complex expression, a mixture of reluctance and pain, which ultimately transformed into clarity and resolve. Master brother. Her gaze seemed to drift to distant realms. Lingjian Peak is thriving. I have taken on a few disciples, each surpassing us. She paused, as if bidding farewell to the bygone years. You may rest easy. With that, the spirit sword in her hand transformed into a piercing beam of frigid light, enveloping Wang Pan's puppet entirely. The terrifying cold instantly froze all in its wake. Wang Pan's puppet, along with the residual flesh and metallic bones within, crumbled into nothingness amidst the ice crystals. Li Fuxi did not linger. She pivoted her sword and charged towards the Wangchuan puppet, which was currently locked in a fierce battle with Zhang Xian. The Wangchuan puppet was already evenly matched against Zhang Xian, but with the arrival of Li Fuxi, it found itself in a precarious position. Just then, a streak of light cut across the sky, as Lin Xiaozhu stepped onto the 8 trigrams array, gliding gracefully towards them. Xiaozhu, Xiaocheng Yin exclaimed upon seeing her, invigorated. I'm close to wrapping things up here. How are things on your end? The 2 Yuanying from Lingshu Sword Sect have personally vanquished the Black Sovereign, and the demonic minions have been largely eradicated. As her words lingered in the air, she descended from the formation like a startled swan. With a delicate motion of her hand, she unleashed an enigmatic rune that precisely imprinted itself upon the exterior of the star concealment puppet. The puppet froze momentarily, as though its very soul had been wrenched away, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The arrival of Lin Xiaozhu was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Qinji's expression darkened instantaneously, as he cast a glance at the few remaining flesh puppets, and then at the forgetting river puppet, which was being relentlessly pushed back by Li Fuxi and Zhang Xian. A flicker of anguish flashed in his eyes. I shall remember this day's grace. Qinji bellowed, his arms sweeping forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining flesh puppets were swiftly drawn into his sleeve, while an invisible thread tightened abruptly, causing the forgetting river puppet to retreat uncontrollably. Chapter 170. He is merely a puppet. Attempting to flee? A chilling light erupted in Li Fuxi's eyes as a sword aura, honed to perfection, tore through the void and accurately severed the invisible thread connecting to the forgetting river puppet. A sound akin to the snapping of a lute string echoed in the air. Qinji staggered slightly, casting a fierce glare at Li Fuxi before he ceased to linger. In an instant, his entire form exploded into a dense cloud of blood mist. The mist swirled and contracted, vanishing into a quietly rending spatial fissure. With Qianji's escape, the last vestige of power sustaining the Forgetting River puppet was entirely severed. The movements of the Forgetting River froze instantaneously, its body engulfed in an eerie black flame. The flames were silent, swiftly carbonizing and disintegrating the puppet. In the fleeting moment before it turned to ash, its hollow eyes seemed to flicker, gazing at the nearby Li Fuxi, its lips moving with immense difficulty as if attempting to utter something, yet ultimately no sound emerged. Li Fuxi stared blankly at the familiar figure, dissolving rapidly within the black flames. As the flames extinguished, a charred sphere, still gleaming with a metallic luster, fell to the ground with a clink. It was the special puppet core that Zhang Xian had once left behind. Zhang Xian stepped forward and silently picked it up. Xianxia sheathed his sword and glanced in the direction of Qianji's disappearance. Unable to restrain himself from cursing, that bastard can really run. This puppeteer is truly a nightmare to kill. That one just now was probably not even his true body. After uttering this, he remembered that Jean was still beside him, awkwardly adding, Jean, I wasn't referring to you. It is of no consequence, Jean replied calmly. With a thought, countless small avatars of Jean, each about the size of a palm, surged forth like a tide, methodically beginning to clean up the battlefield. Simultaneously, one of the small avatars flew over to Zhang Xian. Extending its tiny hands, Zhang Xian smiled and handed over the puppet core he had previously retrieved. Surveying the ravaged square and the gradually abating flames of battle, Zhang Xian inquired, have we captured the White Sovereign? His Majesty the Summer Emperor has trapped him within the formation and is gaining the upper hand, Lin Xiaozhu replied. Zhang Xian turned to Li Fuxi and softly said, Master, I will go take a look. Li Fuxi nodded, her voice tinged with weariness. You may go. I will assist them in clearing the battlefield. Zhang Xian responded promptly, soaring into the air on his sword, swiftly following the formidable aura of Xianxia, soon arriving at a desolate expanse surrounding the imperial tomb. The scene before him was somewhat unexpected. Xianxia, Master Wang Ya, and Yun Wanjing formed a triangular formation, encircling a disheveled figure at the center. That figure was none other than Baizun, his once black robe, now nearly drenched in crimson, with chaotic black and white energies swirling around him, desperately attempting to mend his injuries. Yet, his aura had waned to the utmost, clearly at the brink of exhaustion. A sense of unease gripped Zhang Xian as he noted the steady and composed energies emanating from Xianxia and Master Wang Ya, while only Yun Wanjing appeared slightly disheveled. Her pristine white, sleeves marred by several torn openings, revealing faint traces of blood. She was injured. How could Xianzhou have turned against Yun Wanjing? Zhang Xian felt a surge of surprise. From the fragmented memories of Jian Shun, it was evident that Xianzhou harbored an unbreakable obsession for his wife and daughter. Had his jealousy over Zhang Xian's involvement driven him to madness, compelling him to turn against his own wife to prove his path? Zhang Xian descended rapidly, standing beside Yun Wanjing. Are you unharmed? He inquired. I am fine, she replied softly, biting her lip. In the earlier skirmish, Baizun had forsaken Xianxia and Master Wang Ya, launching a frenzied assault against Yun Wanjing with ruthless precision, as if fueled by boundless hatred. Though obscured by a mask, she had discerned his identity through his movement and gaze. He was indeed Xianzhou. Master Wang Ya gazed at the feeble Baizun before him, then glanced at the shadowy-eyed Yun Wanjing behind him, his heart overwhelmed with a mix of complexity and compassion. He spoke again, his voice laced with a plea. Baizun, Heizun and Qianji have been vanquished. You are utterly defeated. If you are indeed being controlled by desire and still possess a flicker of consciousness, surrender. We can find a way to sever the connection. Sever? Baizun abruptly lifted his head, interrupting him with a sardonic grin, his voice hoarse and frenzied. I am desire incarnate. What do you use to sever me? Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. In a moment reminiscent of a final flare, he unleashed his last vestige of strength, disregarding Xianxia and Master Wang Ya, and with his battered form, wielding a dark water sword, charged directly at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, instantly summoning his sword to block the attack. Clang! The swords clashed, producing a resonant chime. At that moment, Xianxia hurled the imperial seal towards Baizun with tremendous force. To everyone's astonishment, Baizun did not evade. He braced himself against the impact of the seal with his back. With a spurt, a mist of blood, interwoven with black threads, erupted from his mouth. Yet his momentum surged rather than faltered. As he neared Zhang Xian, he unleashed a vast net woven from innumerable black strands, aiming to ensnare both Zhang Xian and Yun Wanjing. In an instant, the orange heart pendant, worn by Zhang Xian and Yun Wanjing, radiated a soft golden light, activating their defensive spiritual treasures, manifesting layers of luminous shields. The black net collided violently with the protective spiritual light, producing a harsh, corrosive sound as they clashed. Seizing the momentary delay, Zhang Xian deftly thrust forth the water spirit sword in his hand, unleashing an exquisitely refined curtain of water that cascaded like the Milky Way in reverse, forcefully striking the chest of Baizun, as if intending to pierce through him entirely. Crack! A fragment of the white mask upon his face shattered. Yet beneath the mask, there was no visage of Xianzhou, only a blurred, writhing mist of grayish white, devoid of any fixed form. Baizun's body abruptly stiffened, his eyes, filled with resentment and madness, fixated intently upon Zhang Xian's face, before gradually shifting towards Yun Wanqing behind him, his gaze brimming with an ineffable complexity. Was it hatred? Was it unwillingness? It swiftly dimmed thereafter. A gust of wind swept by, and his rigid form began to disintegrate like sand, dissipating into thin air. Ultimately, only a fragmented piece of the white mask remained, clattering to the ground. Simultaneously, a dim golden core, tainted by entwined black and white threads, rolled out. Within the core, a minuscule, curled shadow could be faintly discerned. In the next moment, the golden core too was reduced to powder in the wind, leaving no trace behind. It was over. The true man of Forgotten Cliff gazed upon the solitary shard of the white mask on the ground, releasing a long, weary sigh, his voice imbued with exhaustion and relief. He is not Xianzhou. I believe that even if he were to fall into the abyss of darkness, he would never raise a blade against his own wife. He is merely a puppet of desire, possessing Xianzhou's memories. Yun Wanqing stood quietly, her silence profound. She then approached Zhang Xian, extending her hand to gently brush away the dust and bloodstains from his robe, her movements tender and attentive. Zhang Xian lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, the leaden gray clouds that had enveloped the secret realm had dispersed, and a warm ray of sunlight pierced through, illuminating the scarred earth. Chapter 171. I acknowledge you as my elder brother. It was over. The malevolent forces were vanquished. The nest of evil toppled, and sunlight returned. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Zhang Xian's heart. Everything had proceeded too smoothly, too effortlessly, instigating a disquieting sensation. The Black Zun had been slain by the Spirit Void Sword sect, Qianji had fled, and Baizun had self-destructed. Their painstakingly constructed nest of evil, cultivated over centuries, had crumbled as if it were mere sand. Zhang Xian's eyes swept across the sunlit ruins, his heart rife with suspicion. But what exactly felt amiss? He could not articulate it. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in self-deprecation. Perhaps he had read too many novels, and the absence of unexpected events left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He chose to suppress this doubt for the time being. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. He whispered to himself, tightening his grip on Yun Wanqing's cool hand. The brutal slaughter that had persisted for an entire day finally drew to a close. The righteous coalition of the southern domain launched a thunderous assault on the nest of evil, achieving a resounding victory. Thousands of the malevolent minions were either slain or captured, uprooting the core forces of the nest that had entrenched themselves in this land for centuries. Led by Lin Xiaozhu, several adept practitioners of divination and formations meticulously scoured the entirety of the secret realm and its desolate peripheral world. No corner shall be overlooked, as the remnants of resistance are thoroughly eradicated, while nearly 100 still conscious remnants of the Vile are captured. At the edge of the square, on a hastily erected purification platform, countless captured heretics kneel in submission. The righteous cultivators sit around, commencing their attempts to cleanse them, stripping away their desires. Exterminate them all. They're all mine. The beauty, is mine. Some captives immediately emit beast-like howls, their eyes blood-red. Dark energy swirling around them as they struggle frantically. Lin Xiaozhu remains expressionless, observing a deeply corrupted captive before her as a purification incantation is inscribed into his being. The man convulses violently, the crimson light in his eyes dimming slightly, yet revealing an even more agonized and bewildered expression. Lin Xiaozhu gently shakes her head. The taint of desire has penetrated too deeply. The essence of his golden core has been thoroughly eroded by the vile energy, and he is beyond salvation. Her words pronounce the ultimate fate of these pitiable wretches. They have long since become slaves to their desires, ensnared in self-spun illusions. Their physical forms, mere shells of the living. Other captives, under the baptism of the purification incantation, react in various ways. Some tremble as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down their faces as they emit heart-wrenching cries. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I am not human. Spare me. It is as though they awaken from a great dream, filled with remorse. Others scream in despair, rolling on the ground. These captives, with comparatively lighter degrees of corruption, are filled with fear and a desperate will to survive. Take these individuals away and guard them closely, ordered Xianxia in a deep voice, imbued with undeniable authority. Upon our return to the southern capital, they shall be interrogated in detail by the Ministry of Justice in conjunction with the elders of various sects, to ascertain the reasons behind their fall into demonic paths and the crimes they have committed before further action is taken. After 2 days of dwelling in the Demon Nest secret realm, the flying vessels of various sects gradually ascend into the sky, embarking on their journey home. Since the conclusion of the battle, Li Fuxi has evidently been in a somber mood, confining herself to her quiet chamber, not venturing outside. In contrast, Lin Yining appears exceptionally excited. Her cheeks flushed, she pulls Zhang Xian along, chattering incessantly. This marks her first experience in such a grand battle. From the initial anxiety and chaos to the exhilaration of vanquishing foes, and now the joy of victory, her heart has undergone a profound transformation, and her cultivation has subtly advanced. Yin Wanqing, meanwhile, sheds her usual strong facade, collapsing into Zhang Xian's embrace, weeping profusely. The complete dissolution of the suspended vessel severs the last thread connecting her to the past. The resolute intent to kill, along with the golden core reduced to ashes, clearly conveys that the man she had long awaited for 2 centuries no longer exists. What remains is a grotesque entity twisted by desire, possessing his memories. Zhang Xian quietly holds her, feeling her slight tremors, until she tires from her tears and falls into a deep slumber. He gently tiptoes out of the room, and as he reaches the corridor, he sees Xianxia leaning casually against the wall not far away, a knowing smile gracing his face. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence. Just as Zhang Xian is about to offer an explanation, Xianxia interrupts him with a gesture, wearing an expression that says he understands. No need to say anything. I comprehend. Come, let's out go to my place for a chat and a cup of tea. Zhang Xian smiled helplessly and followed him into the cabin. There, Lin Xiaozhu sat poised beside a tea table, with 2 transparent jade vials before her. One vial contained a wisp of black energy, twisting and exuding a chilling malevolence, the remnants of desire. The other vial held a few drops of a white liquid, radiating a rich essence of life. At this moment, she was intently manipulating a delicate array, projecting intricate shadows and light to analyze the 2 substances meticulously. Xianxia poured a cup of spiritual tea for Zhang Xian and then returned the vial of earth-grade healing elixir that Zhang Xian had previously gifted him. Brother Zhang, I return this treasure to you. Without waiting for Zhang Xian's response, he continued, Xiaozhu and I will set off directly back to Zhongzhou shortly, without bidding farewell to everyone. It has been a stroke of fortune to meet you on this journey to the southern domain. However, the situation in Zhongzhou is equally dire, with the 7 emotions running rampant and the leader pressing us. If it weren't for my father's message, I wouldn't have insisted on bringing Xiaozhu along. Now that the demon's nest has been breached, we must return. Lin Xiaozhu added, the desire and the essence of life found here are invaluable for our research into the source of the evil thoughts in Zhongzhou. Having fought this battle provides us with new insights. Zhang Xian did not even glance at the elixir, refusing it and instead pushing it back. Though the desire of the southern domain has been eliminated, the situation in Zhongzhou is more perilous. These elixirs are mere external possessions to me. For you, they may offer a glimmer of hope at a critical moment. Take it as a token of my goodwill. Upon hearing this, even Lin Xiaozhu, who had been engrossed in her studies, looked up, her clear eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The earth-grade healing elixir was exceedingly precious. Sought after by major factions, even in Zhongzhou, the value of this vial could buy a small sect, yet Zhang Xian offered it so nonchalantly? Xianxia then gained a direct understanding of Zhang Xian's generosity. Brother Zhang, Your magnanimity is commendable. Consider me, Xianxia, as your devoted younger brother. Should you come to Zhongzhou in the future, I shall ensure you are received splendidly." He no longer declined and accepted the elixir with utmost reverence. Zhang Xian smiled and nodded. "Certainly." He paused, turning to Lin Xiaozhu, and posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. "Miss Xiaozhu, in your opinion, how can we utterly eradicate desire?" "It is quite challenging," Lin Xiaozhu replied, setting down the array and shaking her head slowly. "My uncle once analyzed that the 7 emotions are not tangible entities, but rather the embodiment of a rule or concept. The demons we previously vanquished were merely the vessels and conduits of its parasitic existence. Desire is akin to a seed, provoking the host's obsessions and drawing upon their strength to nourish itself. To completely annihilate it, there are only 2 possibilities." She extended 2 slender fingers. "First, locate its core conglomerate and annihilate its very soul, obliterating its existence at the source. Second," she paused, her tone growing grave, "is to merge and absorb it, refining it completely for one's own use. However, this second method is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could result in self-destruction, becoming a new malevolence." Zhang Xian felt a stirring in his heart. Lele had indeed chosen this second path. He then inquired, "In your opinion, was the previously eradicated black sovereign the core embodiment of desire?" Lin Xiaozhu pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. "Based on my perception and analysis, the aura of desire that he emanated was remarkably pure and potent, far surpassing that of other malevolent beings. After his demise, the residual dark energy in the other malevolent entities noticeably weakened. Undoubtedly, he was the primary source of desire. However, she soon displayed a hint of confusion. Yet, after the main entity dissipated, the remaining seeds of desire did not vanish, which is indeed rather peculiar. I must return to consult my uncle to understand the reasons." Upon hearing Lin Xiaozhu's resolute assessment, Zhang Xian felt a measure of his doubt's ease. Perhaps desire is akin to a certain virus from a previous life. As long as human hearts harbor emotions and desires, it cannot be completely eradicated. It must only be continuously suppressed and purged from its host. "Senior brother, I am so tired. I no longer wish to practice swordsmanship. Sire, heed your senior brother. If you can reach the foundation establishment stage by the end of this year, I shall treat you to a whole box of your favorite honey cloud cakes. But it is so exhausting. Can I not have a bit less honey cloud cake and practice swordsmanship for a shorter time? That is out of the question. If you do not diligently cultivate, Master will surely strike your palms, and I cannot protect you." All right, senior brother, do not frighten the junior sister. She is still young. Let her take her time. Junior sister, you must indulge her. If you play with her daily, be wary of Master punishing you as well. Hee, senior brother is the best. He wouldn't tell on me. Li Fushi was suddenly jolted awake from her dream, her back drenched in cold sweat. She stared blankly outside the cabin, her chest rising and falling gently, as the familiar and warm voice from her dream seemed to linger in her ears. "Senior brother, senior sister," she murmured softly, tears welling in her eyes. After a long while, she slowly sat up and hesitated for quite some time before picking up a smooth communication jade talisman from her bedside. The front of the talisman bore the elegantly inscribed character for immortal, adorned with a design reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. 3 years have passed, and the landscape of the southern domain has quietly transformed. The old pavilion master, Yunhe, narrowly survived the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the nascent soul stage. Yunshang Pavilion has flourished, not only successfully joining the ranks of the 6 major powers of the southern domain, but also seizing the opportunity to absorb many markets left behind by the Baoling workshop, rapidly expanding its commercial territory and establishing itself as the undisputed first merchant association in the southern domain. Similarly, the real person of Wangya from Yunmiao sect successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. The former sect leader, Xianxia, could not achieve a breakthrough and quietly departed the sect after leaving a letter, embarking on a journey in search of opportunities. The real person of Wangya seamlessly succeeded to the position of acting sect master, taking full control of the sect's affairs. Li Fushi officially assumed the position of the head of Lingjian Peak. Lin Yining made remarkable progress in her cultivation, breaking through to the 6th level of Golden Core with astonishing speed, becoming the youngest inspector in the history of Yumiao sect, with limitless prospects. Lu Huaigu, the head of Qingmu Peak, finally emerged from the shadow of grief over the loss of a friend. He resigned from his position and seldom appeared within the sect. Her disciple, Xianxia, secluded herself for intensive cultivation. Upon emerging from her retreat, she achieved a remarkable breakthrough to the late stage of the Golden Core realm and assumed the position of the head seat. Over the past 3 years, Zhang Xian made a special journey to the Penglai Immortal Island to visit Lele, who remained in deep slumber, her breath steady and profound, as she undertook the arduous task of refining and integrating her desires. Subsequently, Zhang Xian returned to his homeland in the Great Liang Kingdom, dedicating 3 full months to deploying a grand spirit-gathering formation at the pivotal nodes of mountains, rivers, and earth veins, striving to transform this barren land and cultivate spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the disciples of Yunmiao sect had long grown accustomed to the presence of a luxurious flying vessel at the peak of Lingjian Mountain, universally recognized as the mode of transport for Zhang Xian. It was no secret that the head seat, Li Fuxi, and the supervisor, Lin Yinin, had been lavishly maintained aboard it. What stirred private speculation among the disciples was the occasional sighting of the illustrious Yunchang Pavilion Master, Yun Wanqing, and the newly appointed head seat of Qingmu Peak, Lu Qingxian, both of whom had graced the flying vessel. Fortunately, Zhang Laoma seemed to have restrained his notorious tendencies and no longer preyed upon other female cultivators, which brought a sense of relief to many disciples. The demonic extermination war from a few years past appeared to fade into the shadows of forgotten memory as time wore on. Buzz! The stone door of the flying vessel's sword chamber slowly opened, and Li Fuxi stepped out gracefully. Her aura was harmonious and restrained, even more profound than 3 years prior. Zhang Xian awaited her outside, a gentle smile gracing his face. Congratulations, Master. You have achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, merely a step away from the Yuaning path. Li Fuxi gently shook her head, the subtle upward curve of her lips betraying her current sentiments. It is not as simple as you suggest. The Yuaning realm is no trifling matter. Her beautiful eyes glinted as she scrutinized Zhang Xian, a hint of curiosity and inquiry in her gaze. Yet, you seem to exude an increasingly unfathomable aura. It feels as though you're nearing my level, and I have not noticed you engaging in any intense cultivation. Master is jesting. My meager skills pale in comparison to yours, Zhang Xian chuckled. By the way, Master, how has the jade bracelet I gave you last time fared in your refinement efforts? At the mention of the jade bracelet, Li Fuxi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she sighed softly. This bracelet is extraordinary. She raised her wrist, revealing a slender arm adorned with a jade bracelet that shimmered with an icy blue radiance. Exuding a faint chill, I have attempted multiple times, exhausting my true essence and even utilizing the powers of my dual heavenly roots. Yet I could barely leave a trace on its surface. Her tone betrayed a blend of helplessness and astonishment. It seems to harbor an immensely powerful restriction that resists my efforts at refinement. I fear I must truly step into the Yuaning realm, where I can communicate with the heavens through the Yuaning power to completely refine and control it. Zhang Xian understood her predicament. The bracelet was a mid-grade spiritual treasure, refined and upgraded from the essence returned by the system, embodying a mid-grade defensive spiritual treasure. Its power far surpassed that of ordinary low-grade treasures, and the restrictions it contained were correspondingly formidable. For Li Fuxi, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, to refine a mid-grade spiritual treasure was indeed beyond her current capabilities. It seemed that for her and the others to wield superior equipment, they would have to break through to the Yuaning realm first. Relying on the system to forcefully refine, it was ultimately a shortcut. Chapter 173, no longer in its original form. The following day, within the confines of the flying sword chamber, flashes of lightning flickered intermittently. Zhang Xian gradually withdrew his energy, the swirling 5-element spiritual light receding into his body like the ebbing tide. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where a perfectly rounded golden elixir resided, adorned with water, gold, and with spiritual roots that resembled 3 resplendent rivers of stars, radiating an extraordinary spiritual aura unique to superior roots. At the 8th level of the golden elixir stage, Zhang Xian felt the surging power within him, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Such speed would undoubtedly be astounding in the southern region. Yet, he was acutely aware that this remarkable progress was largely due to the extraordinary enhancement of the High Disciple Halo. Every breakthrough and insight of Li Fuxi propelled him forward at an astonishing pace. He harbored an inkling that he was not far from the 9th level of the golden elixir stage, at which point both the water and gold spiritual roots could potentially break their shackles and transform into heavenly roots, marking yet another qualitative leap. His master was truly remarkable. However, a subtle sense of regret surfaced in his heart. The favorability ratings of Li Fuxi, Yin Wanjing, and Lu Xian had remained stubbornly locked in the low 80s, ever so slightly shy of the crucial threshold of 90. Zhang Xian pondered that perhaps a profound and poignant trial was necessary to fully unlock their hearts. He glanced toward the direction of Li Fuxi's secluded chamber. The delicate balance of their relationship as both master and disciple, and as companions, was hindered by some inexplicable reason, preventing any further progression. Suppressing his emotions, he rose and moved to the martial arena at the center of the quiet chamber. "Fall," he commanded softly, guiding the spiritual sword to summon the heavenly spiritual energy. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning descended with a thunderous roar, the electric light exploding. Serpentine arcs of electricity dancing wildly and scorching the ground to a charred black. The power still fell short, he mused, observing the burnt marks on the ground with a slight furrow of his brow. This was his simplified version of the thunder technique, derived from the awe-inspiring purple sky dragon's roar that he recalled from memory, enhanced by his own 5-element foundation. Although it boasted a grand display, in terms of the refinement and intensity of the thunder, it paled in comparison to the original. His rigorous practice of the thunder technique over the past few days stemmed from two primary motivations. Firstly, it was to prepare for the impending tribulation when he sought to break into the nascent soul stage. Tempering the body with thunder and familiarizing himself with its nature was an indispensable method for surviving the tribulation. Secondly, it was due to the inherent nature of thunder, which countered all malevolent and sinister entities. Though desire was intangible, its essence was still tainted and corrupt. Mastering a formidable thunder technique would thus provide him with an advantage against the encroachments of the 7 emotions and malevolent thoughts in the future. Completing a set of thunder techniques, he gradually reined in his energy, his gaze falling upon the spiritual sword in his hand, entwined with delicate strands of purple lightning. This was indeed the thunder chanting sword, once pledged to him by Long Ji, which he had refined into a mid-grade spiritual treasure, not only restoring all its damages, but also elevating it to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. At this moment, the sword still bore Long Ji's unique refining marks. He couldn't help but recall the awkward yet earnest expression on Long Ji's face when she spoke of redeeming it after its pledge. A smile tugged at his lips. When the opportunity arose to reclaim it, he imagined her reaction upon seeing her beloved sword transformed from its original form. It would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. At that moment, a wave of system returns was imminent. Perhaps, if she were to show a hint of embarrassment, I might even manage to exchange her genuine Zixiao Long Yin. My cleverness knows no bounds. Just as Zhang Xian's thoughts drifted away, a sudden hum erupted. The thunder sword in his hand trembled violently without warning, as if the latent power of thunder within it had been summoned by some distant and potent force, growing restless. Zhang Xian paused, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt. The next instant, clang, a melodious sound of the sword echoed through the quiet chamber, as the Lei Yin sword unleashed a blinding flash of lightning, forcefully breaking free from Zhang Xian's grasp. The sword shot forth like a streak of purple lightning, piercing through the multi-layered protective deck of the flying vessel, leaving behind a charred hole, disappearing into the vast sky. The speed was so astonishing that even Zhang Xian had no time to react. What on earth? Zhang Xian stared in disbelief at the gaping hole above him. Cold winds rushing in. Had Long Ji summoned it from afar? Such a lack of courtesy. No, this was uncharacteristic of her. A sudden alarm bell rang in Zhang Xian's mind. Just then, bang. The door to the sword chamber was flung open with force, and Li Fuxi, looking anxious, rushed in, her breath somewhat unsteady, clearly awakened abruptly from her meditation. Zhang Xian assumed she was startled by the noise of the thunder sword breaking through the ceiling. Master? I'll have to trouble Jean about this hole later. Li Fuxi interrupted him, her voice grave and urgent. The Lingshu sword sect, a high-level blood-red distress signal has been issued, claiming they're under siege by malevolent forces, and the sect is in dire peril. There is a threat of annihilation. What? Zhang Xian's heart trembled violently. The Yun Miao sword sect had urgently assembled a formidable force led by Wang Ye, but alas. The teleportation arrays in the surrounding cities of the Lingshu sword sect had been destroyed, forcing everyone to take a roundabout route. By the time they hastened to Yujing City, 3 days had already passed. The sight before them plunged everyone into despair. Once a flourishing city built on white jade, the second largest in the southern region, it had now been reduced to ruins. The city walls had collapsed by more than half, and scarcely 1 in 10 buildings remained intact. Amidst the shattered remnants, charred marks and dark crimson stains were jarring to behold. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a chilling aura of malevolence. Unmistakably, the lingering essence of the 7 emotions, evil thoughts. Directly ahead, the iconic structure of Yujing City, the 9-layered glazed pagoda, had collapsed midway, its shattered tiles refracting broken rays of light under the setting sun. And above the ruins of the fallen pagoda, a massive vortex radiating a spectrum of colors hung quietly in the air, within which glimpses of a shattered landscape could be discerned. Just as the rumors foretold, the entrance to the Lingshu sword sect lay directly above Yujing City. Without hesitation, the group stepped into the secret realm, where an even denser and more despairing aura of death assailed them. What was once a celestial paradise had vanished without a trace. The immortal island, once floating above the sea of clouds, lay in fragments upon the shattered earth. At the edges of the broken protective mountain array, remnants of a viscous white energy lingered, the corrupted essence of life itself. The earth lay cracked, and the spiritual veins had been severed. Once flowing springs of vitality had transformed into murky blood. And everywhere one looked were severed limbs, shattered artifacts, and congealed blood devoid of any semblance of life. Linning, part of the group, covered her mouth, her small face ashen. Several streaks of light rushed forth, revealing the already arrived summer elder, Xian, and a formidable cultivator from the 6 paths of Xianxia. Master Ming Kuei. Their expressions were dark enough to evoke the image of dripping water, radiating an oppressive fury. "What is the situation?" inquired the real person of Xianxia, his voice hoarse. Xian slowly shook his head. "There are no survivors, not a single one. We have found the corpses of real person Xianxia and the headmaster of the Lingshu sword sect." He paused for a moment, adding with difficulty, "The headmaster's golden core has shattered, and his spirit has perished. Real person Xianxia fought valiantly to his end, his body nearly torn asunder. The Lingshu sword sect's secret realm is isolated from the outside world, making communication arduous. The distress signal we received came from an elder stationed at the outer city of Yujing, who, upon noticing the abnormal closure of the secret realm entrance, sent out a message in a state of desperation. By the time we received the news and rushed over at full speed, it was already too late. At this moment, an elderly man, utterly drained of energy, was being supported by 2 cultivators as he approached. Zhang Xian recognized him as the elder from the Lingshu sword sect he had seen 3 years prior at the Demon Extermination Conference. At this moment, the elder's eyes were hollow, his face ashen, as if he had lost his soul. He murmured, "I was in Yujing dealing with market affairs when I suddenly sensed intense spatial fluctuations and a heart-pounding malevolence emanating from the secret realm entrance." His body trembled violently. Upon reaching the entrance, I found it completely sealed by a layer of black threads resembling a spider's web. I exhausted all means, magical artifacts, talismans, even self-destructing my life-bound artifact, but could not breach that layer of darkness. Then a figure clad in black robes emerged from within. He glanced at me, just one glance, and I felt my soul nearly freeze. He seemed disinterested in killing me. With a mere wave of his hand, I was plunged into oblivion. When I awoke, even Yujing had. The elder's voice faltered, tears streaming down his face, unable to continue, his body slumping as others caught him. The real person of Xianxia pressed urgently. "Did you see the appearance of that figure in black? Did he possess any distinguishing features? Was he a new embodiment of the 7 emotions and evil thoughts?" The elder shook his head in agony. "I could not see clearly. I only sensed an overwhelming aura, even more formidable than that of the Black Sovereign from years past." At that moment, Master Ming Kuei's expression suddenly changed. He grasped the Buddhist beads on his wrist and probed with his consciousness. "This is bad," he exclaimed, abruptly looking up. "A powerful demonic aura has emerged outside the main shrine of Xianxia, and the protective mountain array has been fully activated, currently under attack." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock, realizing the demons were so rampant, having just annihilated Lingshu and now assaulting Xianxia. "Let us go." Elder Yun, he shouted, his hair and beard bristling with urgency. "We must immediately assist Xianxia." Meanwhile, at the foot of Yun Miao sect, A figure clad in the sect's robes of blue and white strode calmly through the mountain gate's restrictions. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his eyes held an extraordinary depth and tranquility. He stepped through the mountain gate, skillfully forming a series of incantations to unravel the inner sanctum's restrictions. Along the way, several disciples noticed his inner sect attire and greeted him with warm smiles. "Greetings, senior brother." He responded with a natural nod, his demeanor serene. Subsequently, he ascended on his flying sword, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of light that soared directly towards the pinnacle of Lingjian Peak. As he approached the iconic, luxurious flying vessel at the peak, he gently descended to the ground. He raised his gaze, calmly surveying the suspended craft, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Following this, he made his way to the thatched cottage atop the peak. Upon entering, he found the interior sparsely furnished. After surveying the surroundings, his eyes fell upon a scroll nestled in the corner. He approached and delicately unfurled the scroll. A character, imbued with an immense sword intent, leapt off the page, its strokes powerful and vigorous. He let out a vague chuckle, shaking his head slightly, before carelessly tossing the scroll back into the corner. Exiting the cottage, he stepped onto a flat expanse of azure stone before the dwelling. Extending his right index finger, a thread of exceptionally pure, yet oddly ethereal golden light coiled around its tip. His movements were elegant and precise, as if painting in the void, wherever his fingertip traced. A lingering golden trajectory remained. Soon, a complex golden swastika began to take shape at his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the golden symbol transformed into a stream of light, silently merging into the void above Lingjian Peak, akin to a droplet dissolving into the ocean, creating no ripples, vanishing entirely. The formation was complete. He nodded in satisfaction, as though he had accomplished a trivial task. He then seated himself on a nearby stone bench, producing a flask of wine and a jade cup, pouring for himself and indulging in the drink. With a leisurely demeanor, he gazed calmly into the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, as if anticipating something. Before long, a beam of sword light gracefully landed atop the peak. The newcomer was Chen Tiexin, an intersect disciple of Lingjian Peak, tasked with patrolling the mountains today. From afar, she spotted an unfamiliar figure in the usually desolate corner of the peak, igniting her curiosity. She descended on her sword and approached for a closer inspection. Furrowing her brow, Chen Tiexin scrutinized the young man before her. She noted that he, too, wore the attire of an inner disciple. Yet his demeanor was markedly different from that of ordinary disciples. His composure and tranquility exuded an inexplicable pressure. Instinctively, she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, her voice tinged with caution. "What brings you here? This is the pinnacle of Lingjian Peak. No outsiders are permitted. How did you gain entry?" Upon hearing her, the young man did not falter in his actions, merely lifting his eyelids slowly to meet her gaze with calm indifference. "Are you a disciple of Lingjian Peak?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Chen Tiexin felt a disquieting sensation under his scrutiny, as if he could see through her very essence. Steadying herself, she replied earnestly, "Indeed, I am Chen Tiexin, an inner disciple of Lingjian Peak. May I ask your name, junior brother? If you seek someone, please be informed that both Master Li and Supervisor Lin have left the peak and are not within the mountain." As soon as she finished speaking, a swift sound of slicing air approached from afar, and a figure suddenly descended between Chen Tiexin and the young man, none other than Zhang Xian. As Zhang Xian landed, his presence was steady, his expression adorned with his customary gentle smile, as though he were merely passing by. Without even glancing at the young man, he turned directly to Chen Tiexin and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Senior Sister Chen, there's no need to feel anxious. This individual is a friend of mine, here to see me." Chen Tiexin was taken aback, looking at Zhang Xian and then casting a fleeting glance at the young man, who remained composed. A friend of Zhang Xian? She had never heard of such a connection. After all, the male disciples of their sect held a deep disdain for him. Moreover, shouldn't he be at Lingshu Sword sect at this moment? How could he suddenly appear here? A whirlwind of doubt surged within her, and she instinctively opened her mouth to inquire. Yet, at the very instant her lips parted, Zhang Xian subtly gestured to her with his right hand at his side. His index and middle fingers pressed together, discreetly tapping down 3 times at his sleeve. Chen Tiexin's pupils constricted suddenly. This was the highest level warning signal within Yumyao sect, signifying extreme danger and an immediate need for evacuation. A chill coursed through her from her feet to the crown of her head. "Oh, so he's a friend of my junior brother. Chen Tiexin forcibly suppressed the tumult within her heart. If that were the case, she would not disturb the disciple. She dared not cast another glance at the young man, turning with decisive grace, her movements devoid of hesitation. With a light push from her toes, her flying sword emitted a clear note, carrying her away at great speed down the mountain without a backward glance. Chapter 175. The ancestor truly has remarkable vitality. At the peak, a fleeting silence returned. The young man appeared unfazed by Zhang Xian's arrival. He slowly directed his gaze toward Zhang Xian and remarked, "You presume that I would not comprehend the exclusive gesture of Yunmiao sect you just performed before me?" Zhang Xian boldly seated himself, unceremoniously pouring himself a cup of wine, saying with a grin, "What can I say, ancestor? I simply found her bothersome and wished to give her a fright." The young man's demeanor remained calm. "What? Can this puppet-like body of yours truly savor wine?" Zhang Xian lifted the cup, inhaled its aroma, and then downed it in one gulp. He smacked his lips, exclaiming, "Indeed, lacking in flavor, what a pity." He continued, "Isn't it a rare occurrence to see you, ancestor, indulging in solitary drinking? As your disciple, I ought to raise a cup in filial piety, don't you agree?" "You are quite astute," the young man replied, placing down the wine jug and gazing intently at Zhang Xian. "I am curious. How did you deduce it was me?" Zhang Xian shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I did not deduce it myself. It was my master, your esteemed disciple, Li Fuxi, who made the connection." "Oh!" A flicker of surprise passed through the young man's eyes, quickly transforming into deeper intrigue. "Xian, how did she come to know?" Zhang Xian did not answer directly, pouring himself another cup of wine, playing with it in his hands while his gaze wandered toward the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, as if to buy time. "Ancestor, you seem to have ample leisure. What is it that you are waiting for?" The young man raised his wine glass, gently swirling the crystalline liquid within. The sound was unremarkable, yet it carried an unsettling chill, undoubtedly anticipating the downfall of the Yunmiao sect. Suddenly, he halted his glass, and with no warning, his index finger, poised like a sword, pointed towards the nearby Zhang Xian. In an instant, a surge of golden sword energy erupted forth. Zhang Xian retreated swiftly, but was still a moment too late. His left arm, along with half of his chest, was obliterated in an instant, metallic shards mingling with dissipating spiritual energy, scattering in all directions. Almost immediately, the remaining half of his body became tainted by the strange white mist contained within the golden sword energy, losing all vitality and transforming into a pool of metallic liquid, leaving behind a dim puppet core that clattered to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. Barely a heartbeat passed from the moment the young man struck to Zhang Xian's utter destruction. Almost simultaneously with the demise of the puppet, a colossal flying vessel, suspended atop the peak, illuminated its main cannon-S aperture with a blinding white light. A pillar of searing white energy, imbued with destructive force, thundered down towards the young man. In the face of this terrifying assault, the young man casually waved his sword with his left hand, conjuring a gossamer-thin golden crescent that materialized from thin air, expanding fiercely into a magnificent golden arc that spanned the heavens, defying the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the golden crescent collided violently with a blazing white pillar, cleaving the seemingly formidable beam in two. The golden crescent continued unabated, crashing into the bottom of the enormous flying vessel. A sharp, splintering sound echoed as the vessel, constructed from countless rare materials and boasting incredible defenses, was effortlessly sliced open, creating a gaping wound. The ferocious sword energy rampaged within, instantly dismantling the internal structure of the vessel, causing innumerable fragments to plummet from the sky, crashing down upon Lingjian Peak. The young man furrowed his brow imperceptibly. He then realized that the intricate swastika gold formation he had quietly laid down to envelop the entire Yunmiao sect was unexpectedly shrouded beneath a massive light barrier that had appeared without his notice. The barrier shimmered with runes, emanating potent life and purifying energy, firmly entangling his golden formation, preventing it from realizing its true potential. 6 paths of Buddha light? A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. Just then, a dazzling streak of light shot forth from nearby, moving at an even greater speed. And in the next moment, it crashed down beside him with a thunderous roar. As dust swirled around, Zhang Xian's true form emerged. His aura was steady, his expression calm. He seemed utterly unfazed by the destruction of the puppet and the vessel. "Master Ancestor, Why the sudden aggression when we were speaking so amiably? This is rather uncouth," he remarked. For the first time, the young man's gaze turned genuinely solemn as he assessed Zhang Xian's true form. "How could you have returned so swiftly?" Zhang Xian offered no reply, merely smiling faintly. With a crisp sound of shattering, the space beside Zhang Xian rippled with visible waves. At the center of these ripples, a graceful figure clad in a white robe adorned with golden trim stepped forward. It was Li Fuxi. Her countenance was as frosty as the morning dew, her gaze firmly fixed upon the youthful and unfamiliar face of Wang Chuan, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "Master, it has been a long time." Upon the instant she beheld Li Fuxi, the young man experienced a sudden revelation. Years ago, outside Yinchang City, Zhang Xian had eluded capture by employing the extraordinarily rare teleportation artifact before her. And now, to his astonishment, he possessed not just one, but multiple such precious spatial treasures, willingly utilized as means of conveyance. Li Fuxi's eyes swept over the golden swastika formation in the sky, the last flicker of hope within her extinguished entirely. She had, countless times, defended her master in her mind, deceiving herself into believing it was merely conjecture or coincidence. Yet, the familiar swastika formation before her, this malicious and ruthless scheme, shattered her illusions completely. "Is this a joyful formation?" Li Fuxi's voice was ice-cold, tinged with a painful disbelief. "What are your intentions? Do you plan to turn all the female disciples of Yun Miao sect into vessels for your nefarious cultivation?" Wang Chuan fell silent for a moment, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, merely releasing a soft sigh. "As you can see, most disciples of Yun Miao sect cultivate the 9 transformations of condensed Jade Sutra, which greatly benefits my techniques." Zhang Xian interjected, his tone laced with icy mockery. "Master truly has an insatiable appetite. This tactic of luring the tiger from its den is executed with remarkable skill. First, extinguish the spirit ruins, then feign an attack on the mountain Zen, drawing away all the top-tier combatants of the southern domain. Your target is indeed the multitude of female disciples engaged in their cultivation, is it not? To capture them all in one fell swoop? TSK. Master truly possesses a remarkable constitution." Wang Chuan shook his head slightly, seemingly in no rush to act, but rather gazing at Li Fuxi with curiosity in his eyes. "I believe I have executed my plans flawlessly. I had the old emperor serve as a scapegoat, and then had Qian Ji collaborate to create a puppet body infused with my residual consciousness. Sheer, how did you manage to see through it all?" Li Fuxi inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her, her voice quivering with emotion. "It is the senior brother. Oh, though he was transformed into a puppet by you, he must have realized your true intentions at the last moment, understanding that he was to become a vessel for a puppet." Li Fuxi's voice carried an endless sorrow. He must have employed some secret technique to forcibly erase key portions of his memory. He had to first deceive himself to mislead you, which is why his puppet form revealed certain details that should not have surfaced during battle. Chapter 176. The code is matched. "Senior brother, shall we devise a secret signal?" "What signal?" "It must not be discovered by our master. Each time we attend the morning class, you could say, 'Yesterday we practiced diligently without slacking off.' And then, 'Are you foolish? Among the 3 of us, your spiritual awareness is the strongest. Once you say it, both I and little Fuxi will know when master is secretly observing us. And we shall not be lazy that day.' Ah, so if I do not speak, you both will be able to be lazy, is that it? That sounds good. Sheer should listen to second senior sister. Ah, I'm at a loss for you both." As Li Fuxi contemplated this, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks once more. The words of the elder brother were etched into her very marrow, leaving her and the second sister shivering with every utterance, their spirits ignited to the fullest. She could hardly fathom that the elder brother would ultimately employ those very words to awaken her. It seemed that Master Wang Pan had foreseen his own fate. In the face of despair, he erased the memories of the secret signals from his mind, attempting to convey something, even if there was but a minuscule chance. A complex expression crossed Wang Chuan's face, tinged with a hint of regret. What a remarkable individual Wang Pan was, truly deserving of my highest regard as a disciple. I was indeed overly clever. I should not have turned him into a puppet. He sighed, as if lamenting the flaw in a once perfect masterpiece. Hearing Wang Chuan speak so nonchalantly of the elder brother's sacrifice, even imbued with a tinge of imperfect regret, ignited the last vestige of Li Fuxi's affection for her master, which was promptly consumed by fury. Master. She stepped forward fiercely, her spiritual sword radiating a piercing cold light, its tip aimed directly at Wang Chuan. Her voice trembled with unrestrained rage. This is the last time I shall address you as master. What do you truly consider us to be? Are we mere cauldrons you have meticulously nurtured? Or stepping stones for your ascent to supremacy? Or have you long been entirely consumed by desire, your humanity extinguished? Is power truly so paramount? So significant that it compels you to betray your sect, to refine living beings, and even to bury your own disciples with your own hands? Wang Chuan gazed calmly at the tears cascading from Li Fuxi's eyes, which crystallized into glistening ice under the chill of the spiritual sword, falling like delicate flakes. His expression remained devoid of any turbulence, his voice as tranquil as ever. Indeed, it is of great importance. He paused, deeming further words superfluous. Your 9 transformations of condensed jade scripture has been broken. Its value to me has diminished significantly. Out of respect for our master-disciple bond, I shall spare your life. Then, his gaze shifted to Zhang Xian, a chilling intent emanating from him. This lad was shrewd, with numerous hidden cards, a potential threat to my grand designs. Since he had willingly returned to court death, he could not be allowed to live. The moment the last word escaped his lips, Wang Chuan's figure abruptly blurred, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. The true essence of him had, as if by teleportation, appeared before Zhang Xian. A hand entwined with golden light descended forcefully upon Zhang Xian's crown. The anticipated scene of Zhang Xian's head bursting did not materialize. Instead, he had unfurled an ancient bronze shield, which had somehow managed to block the fatal strike, causing a violent shockwave to erupt between them. Simultaneously, Zhang Xian was propelled backward several paces, inhaling deeply as he fixed a sharp gaze upon Wang Chuan's clear eyes. Old fool, you have indeed not succumbed to desire, retaining your will and cunning. Thus, when I take your life, I shall carry no burden of conscience. Kill me? Wang Chuan seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. You of all people? Suddenly, behind him, Li Fuxi unleashed her sword, only to be effortlessly blocked by the golden halo that manifested behind Wang Chuan, producing a crisp clang. The halo whirled, dissipating the icy sword intent into nothingness. Your swordsmanship is commendable, but alas, sure, your foundation in sword arts originates entirely from me, Wang Chuan remarked, his tone flat yet laced with a hint of critique. With a swift strike from his left hand, he unleashed a formidable force akin to a cataclysmic tide, compelling Zhang Xian to retreat several paces. Simultaneously, his right hand, with fingers poised like a sword, released a golden sword chi that struck precisely at the pivotal moment of Li Fuxi's sword transition. The water curtain emanating from the Yunmiao sword classic before Li Fuxi was torn asunder as if it were mere paper. The fierce sword energy narrowly grazing her temples and severing several strands of her hair. At the golden core stage, one could invoke celestial phenomena. Sierra, your current talent is already unparalleled in the southern domain. Wang Chuan cast a glance at the icy rain descending from the heavens, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by the cold reality. Do you think this will allow you to triumph over me? A fool's dream. The times have changed. Li Fuxi's gaze was frigid, devoid of fear. With a light step, she ascended into the air, her spirit sword pointed skyward. The previously somber thunderclouds lowered once more, and countless glimmering ice crystals cascaded like a torrential downpour. Each crystal harbored an extreme chill, enveloping the entire peak. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Wang Chuan snorted dismissively. He formed a hand seal, and behind him, a multitude of illusory sword shadows materialized in the void. Arranged in a massive fan shape, their tips aimed at the heavens. This was the Lingshu sword sect's ultimate technique. Wandering spirits returned to the void. With a commanding shout, countless sword shadows surged upward like a waterfall in reverse, colliding with the descending ice crystal storm. The air was filled with thunderous explosions as ice crystals and sword shadows clashed violently, instantly rending the mountaintop into a myriad of scars. However, at the moment the ice crystals shattered upon contact with the sword shadows, the fractured cores erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Golden sword chi accelerated with ferocity, shredding the remaining sword shadows and hurtling toward Wang Chuan. This was none other than Wang Chuan's signature technique, Heaven-S Gap Azure Cloud Sword. Mere trifles. Wang Chuan's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Li Fuxi's ability to harmonize her water-gold spiritual root to such a degree. A resplendent golden light enveloped him as he prepared to conjure the strongest protective spiritual light to withstand the assault. Suddenly, as if instinctively alerted, Wang Chuan glanced at Zhang Xian. He saw Zhang Xian had already conjured an Earth-grade Thunder Talisman, poised to release it once he became immobilized by the shield. Wang Chuan's brows twitched involuntarily. He had no desire to become a target. Reluctantly abandoning his plan to endure the golden sword qi, he moved like a wraith, darting rapidly through the storm of golden sword qi. At last, he spotted an opening, abruptly pivoting away from Li Fuxi, racing toward Zhang Xian. He drew forth a long sword as dark as ink, wielding it with the might to cleave mountains and rivers. Zhang Xian stood firm and unyielding. The seemingly ordinary long sword in his grasp suddenly ignited with a radiant five-colored spiritual light that flowed continuously along its blade. Concurrently, several spiritual treasures on his person activated instantly, forming layers of protective barriers. Clang! The two swords clashed once more, producing a deafening resonance. This time, Wang Chuan's expression finally altered. He distinctly felt his overwhelming nascent soul spiritual power dissipate by more than half upon contact with Zhang Xian's sword. Chapter 177. Perhaps observe on the spot. What astonished Wang Chuan was that the opponent's sword could simultaneously harbor and channel 5 completely distinct attributes of spiritual energy. A revelation that utterly shattered his understanding. Moreover, the spiritual pressure emanating from the blade, coupled with a remarkably sturdy protective barrier surrounding the opponent, suggested a quality far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual treasures. There was something peculiar about the treasures possessed by this young man. With a mere thought, Wang Chuan summoned a dense white mist, imbued with the essence of life, which began to creep along the sword's body, attempting to corrode it. However, the seemingly invincible essence of life was dissipated before it could even make contact with the sword's surface. Master, don't waste your efforts, Zhang Xian grinned. This is a celestial artifact. Your minor tricks cannot corrode it. Wang Chuan disregarded his taunts, aware that this young man possessed strange abilities and that every word he uttered was likely a deception. He suddenly unleashed his divine sense, which instantaneously enveloped the entirety of Yun Miao sect. This investigation sent a shockwave through his heart, as he observed that the area surrounding the spirit sword peak had been enveloped in layers of formations radiating soft Buddhist light. These formations were intricately nested, continuously allowing energy to permeate, effectively suppressing the corrosive nature of the life essence. Pure, world Buddha light? Wang Chuan realized in an instant, his eyes flashing with cold brilliance. So that's it. Having extracted the memories of Jianshun, you devised such a grand array targeting the characteristics of my techniques. Zhang Xian, you are truly calculating. Nevertheless, the absolute confidence derived from his formidable mid-yuan Ing stage prowess kept him from succumbing to panic. He was entirely certain that he could eliminate Zhang Xian here and subsequently annihilate Yun Miao sect, making a clean escape. Wang Chuan ceased holding back, unleashing a torrent of sword light. He alternated his attacks between Li Fuxi, employing vicious and cunning sword techniques aimed directly at her fusion of sword art's weak points, and Zhang Xian, launching fierce assaults targeting his vital spots. Li Fuxi pushed her dual spiritual roots to their utmost limits, her sword intent becoming increasingly harmonious and fierce. Though her cultivation level was inferior, her clarity of sword heart allowed her to barely withstand Wang Chuan's tempestuous onslaught. Zhang Xian resembled an indomitable tycoon, his figure shimmering with the brilliance of various spiritual treasures. Each of Wang Chuan's strikes against his protective barrier caused violent tremors, dimming its radiance. Yet Zhang Xian would effortlessly produce a pill and swallow it, or crush a talisman, and before long, the dim barrier would shine brightly once more. The five-colored spiritual sword in his hand moved with uncanny agility, consistently deflecting Wang Chuan's lethal blows from the most unexpected angles, and even managing to counterattack occasionally, forcing Wang Chuan to divide his focus. As the battle raged on, Wang Chuan's astonishment deepened. The resilience exhibited by both Li Fuxi and Zhang Xian exceeded his wildest expectations. Li Fuxi's dual spiritual roots were extraordinary, her sword techniques rivaling those of the Yuaning stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian appeared to be a bottomless pit, carelessly expending high-grade pills and rare spiritual treasures as if they were worthless, even surpassing his own recovery through the essence of life by a margin. What truly alarmed him was the state of Zhang Xian. At that moment, Zhang Xian was faintly enveloped in a layer of pale black flames. And with the extreme enhancement of wind spiritual energy, his speed and power reached an astonishing level. The rapidity of his strikes was incongruous with that of a mere golden core cultivator. This was no mere golden core stage. Even average early Yuan Ying practitioner would hardly compare. Boom! With a resounding clap, Wang Chuan's palm struck Zhang Xian's protective light shield once more, shattering it at last. Regrettably, within the fragments of the broken shield, there remained yet another layer. Zhang Xian utilized the momentum to withdraw, deftly casting a thunder talisman in response. A flicker of darkness crossed Wang Chuan's eyes as he realized, to his dismay, that he was unable to overpower Zhang Xian. The treasures adorning this individual appeared to be akin to an infinite nesting doll. Upon breaching one layer, another emerged, reminiscent of an ancient tortoise, resilient and enduring. Struggling to suppress his urge to curse, he recognized that further delay was untenable. A growing inclination to retreat began to take root within him, not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility in continuing this battle. He had always acted with a strong sense of purpose. Yet this time he had unwittingly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. To persist would surely incur significant costs, rendering any victory a hollow one. The vast expanse of the southern region offered ample opportunity to seek another chance. Suddenly, Wang Chuan's figure surged backward, his surroundings vibrating violently as he prepared to forcibly tear through the fabric of space to escape. However, just as he was on the verge of slipping into the void, a chessboard-like illusion materialized overhead without warning, its intricate lines crisscrossing. Upon this board, stars were arrayed, and a formidable binding force descended in an instant. The space around Wang Chuan solidified like a frozen lake, abruptly severing his teleportation. What? A dark cloud settled upon Wang Chuan's face. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the enormous chessboard illusion, then to Zhang Xian below. Master Ancestor, are you truly intent on leaving so soon? This star-locking spirit array originates from the Celestial Abyss Alliance in the Central Continent. To ensnare a formidable being such as yourself requires nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for just an hour's maintenance. Would you not agree? This expenditure is worthwhile? It dawned on Wang Chuan that Zhang Xian's earlier words were no jest. He was indeed determined to slay him here. He spoke gravely. It appears you have gone to great lengths to orchestrate my demise, preparing meticulously for this moment. Indeed, for quite some time. Zhang Xian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Not just here, but in the capital city of Yinchang, even at the Mountain Zen Monastery, I have established an array. I have merely awaited your arrival to fall into my trap. Laughter erupted from Wang Chuan, not in anger, but in the absurdity of the situation. Well. Today, you have truly underestimated me. To think a mere golden core would dare to attempt to detain me. Presumptuous. Utterly presumptuous. As his laughter crescendoed, a terrifying aura erupted forth, as if it could collapse the very heavens. The entire spirit sword peak trembled violently, causing a floating pavilion nearby to succumb to the overwhelming pressure with a thunderous crash. Outside the formation, at the summit of Qingmu Peak, Lu Qingxian, Lu Huaigu, and numerous disciples of Yun Miao sect gazed gravely toward the direction of Spirit Sword Peak. Though separated by layers of arrayed barriers, the earth-shattering roar, the violent surges of energy, and the terrifying pressure emanating from the mid-stage nascent soul were unmistakably palpable. Lu Qingxian clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Just moments prior, Zhang Xian's true form had appeared beside her, hastily urging everyone to evacuate Spirit Sword Peak and activate the mountain's protective array at the highest alert before vanishing once more. Subsequently, the peak erupted into a cataclysmic battle. Lu Huaigu's complexion was pallid, his eyes filled with shock and helplessness. After years of cultivating to the 9th level of the Golden Core, he was struck by the realization of the vast chasm separating him from true top-tier powerhouses upon sensing the battle fluctuations emanating from the mountaintop. The combat prowess displayed by Zhang Xian and Li Fuxi had transcended the realm of Golden Cores entirely. The figure they besieged was so formidable that it evoked a sense of despair. "Father, what about Lu Qingxian?" she inquired. Lu Huaigu gazed intently at the mountaintop shrouded in formations, slowly shaking his head. "This battle is beyond our intervention. To act recklessly would only create chaos." After speaking, he glanced back at the other disciples of Qingmu Peak and said, "You need not watch any longer. Arrange for a withdrawal." The renowned writer Lu Renbing, in contrast, casually produced a small stool and seated himself. The old patriarch is jesting. If Zhang Xian were to be defeated, we would have no chance of survival. In the face of a nascent soul expert, fleeing 100 or 1,000 miles would make no difference. It is better to preserve our dignity and observe this extraordinary battle from here. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but smile. Through her spiritual perception, she sensed that it was not only Qingmu Peak, other peaks were similarly positioned. Scattered disciples lingered at the fringes of the formations. Witnessing this awe-inspiring conflict. Chapter 178. Art is explosive. At the summit of Lingjian Peak, the heavens and earth altered in hue. When the terrifying pressure of the fifth level of the forgetting river nascent soul burst forth unreservedly, the entire Lingjian Peak trembled. The air became instantly stagnant, and the weighty pressure pressed down on every inch of space like a tangible force. Zhang Xian and Li Fuxi exchanged glances, both recognizing an unprecedented gravity in each other's eyes. 3 years prior, at the demon-slaying conference, forgetting river's strength had not approached its current magnitude. Sierra, I shall send you on your way first. A chilling glint flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes as he charged toward Li Fuxi. He clearly discerned that Zhang Xian possessed an array of life-preserving techniques, akin to an indestructible cockroach. While Li Fuxi's swordsmanship was divine, her defenses were comparatively frail, and she was the core of dual spiritual roots. If he could eliminate her first, Zhang Xian would be left unsupported. In an instant, Wang Chuan locked onto Li Fuxi, his light fracturing into myriad forms, sealing off all her escape routes. Midway, as Zhang Xian sought to provide assistance, Wang Chuan retaliated with a palm strike infused with the vast might of the fifth level of the nascent soul, akin to the heavens collapsing. Zhang Xian's sword light was instantly shattered, sending him hurtling backward. Li Fuxi clenched her silver teeth, her spiritual sword weaving layers of water screens, maximizing the intricacies of the Cloud Mysterious Sword Classic. However, the chasm of realms resembled an insurmountable divide, accompanied by the clanging of metal and a muffled thud. Ultimately, Li Fuxi could not evade entirely. A cunning sword chi pierced through her defenses, striking fiercely at her shoulder. Had it not been for the immediate activation of multiple layers of spiritual treasure protective barriers, dissipating much of the impact, that strike would have severely injured her. With a muffled grunt, Li Fuxi's form plummeted from the air, and after a few agile maneuvers, she steadied herself on the ground. Wang Chuan unleashed his full potential, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. The shadow flames engulfing him suddenly surged, the black flames nearly consuming his entire being. This shadow flame, secret technique had been pushed to its utmost limit, and his aura finally broke through the constraints of the golden core, aiming directly at the nascent soul. Li Fuxi gazed upon the ethereal river of oblivion above, her attention briefly drawn to the increasingly fervent black flames surrounding Zhang Xian. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved 2 pills from her storage ring, 1 Taichu creation pill and 1 earth-grade recovery pill, and swallowed them with a tilt of her head. Simultaneously, she formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a ferocious power imbued with an aura of cataclysmic destruction from within her, exploding forth with tremendous force. Her cultivation soared like a rocket, ascending from half a step into the nascent soul realm to the first and then the second level, radiating a blinding blue-golden light akin to burning ice flames. However, the cost was immense. An unnatural flush crept across her face, the result of forcibly depleting her life essence and spiritual strength. Notably, 3 years prior, when she had shattered her jade, she had already consumed 1 Taichu creation pill, rendering this second dosage significantly less effective. Under the relentless strain of her secret technique, the medicinal effects barely countered the fleeting backlash, and she acutely sensed that this state could not be sustained for more than 100 breaths. A desperate struggle. As Wang Chuan observed the surging auras of the 2 juniors, an involuntary shiver of astonishment coursed through him. The potential of these 2 was nothing short of extraordinary. Had it not been for his cautious nature and the accumulation of sufficient power before emerging, he would have undoubtedly faced calamity today. Without further hesitation, he lunged once more at Li Fuxi, determined to eliminate this formidable foe first. The 3 engaged in a fierce battle, their spiritual lights flickering as neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, Zhang Xian called out sharply, "Fall," directing his spirit's sword towards the heavens. A formidable bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the clouds, aimed directly at Wang Chuan. Purple Sky Dragon chant? Wang Chuan scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Even a nascent soul junior from the Lingshu sword sect surpasses you tenfold, and yet could not contend with me. What can you do? With a casual flick of his sword, he unleashed a golden sword aura that ascended defiantly, effortlessly shattering the lightning. How long can you sustain such a hastily elevated technique? 100 breaths? Or 50? Once it fades, your demise shall follow. Li Fuxi bit her lip tightly, refraining from answering. Wang Chuan's gaze was too piercing. She knew her limit was but 50 breaths remaining. Zhang Xian, undeterred, called out once more form. This time, it was not a solitary bolt of lightning. Countless slender purple electric serpents intertwined in the air, rapidly coalescing into a colossal net of thunder that enveloped the entire peak. Child's play. Wang Chuan swept his golden sword, unleashing a massive crescent sword energy that struck the thunder net with ferocity. The net was easily torn apart, unleashing a violent explosion of thunderous energy. However, at the very moment of the net's rupture, 5 figures darted forth like apparitions from the exploding lightning, revealing 5 formidable, well-equipped Zhang Xian. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they instantly surrounded Wang Chuan, their various spiritual treasures radiating brilliance as they launched a fierce assault. Puppets? Wang Chuan's pupils constricted. He instantly recognized this as one of Zhang Xian's trump cards. He could not afford to be careless. Even he could not underestimate the onslaught of 5 peak golden core puppets. Just as he raised the sword to block and prepared to dismantle them one by one, 5 puppets of Zhang Xian erupted simultaneously, unleashing a blinding and cataclysmic radiance. As a heart-stopping, self-destructive energy coalesced in an instant. Damn! Wang Chuan's expression shifted dramatically, his mind filled with expletives. Not again. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to retreat. However, the positioning of the 5 self-destructing puppets was exceptionally cunning, their energies overlapping to create an almost sealed-off zone of death. Wang Chuan could only muster his protective spiritual light to its utmost, forcefully charging through the weakest point in the energy barrier. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions resonated almost simultaneously, with violent shockwaves cascading like a tsunami. The summit of Lingjian Peak trembled violently, debris flying in all directions. Although Wang Chuan had escaped the core area, he was still violently swept by the raging aftershocks. He let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his internal energy roiling, sustaining light injuries. Before he could regain his footing, Zhang Xian and Li Fuxi surged forward like relentless phantoms, seizing this fleeting opportunity to launch their most ferocious assault. Wang Chuan was both astonished and enraged. He summoned his remaining spiritual power, swinging his sword to deflect Zhang Xian's 5-colored spiritual swords. In a swift counter, he executed a magnificent moon-watching stance, aiming directly for Li Fuxi's heart. Yet, astonishingly, Li Fuxi did not evade. She allowed the golden sword to pierce her abdomen, her hand gripping Wang Chuan's arm with an iron-like tenacity. What? An alarm rang fiercely in Wang Chuan's mind. He had been deceived. This was not Li Fuxi, but yet another puppet. In his focus on countering Zhang Xian and the 5 self-destructing puppets, he had overlooked the Li Fuxi before him. Boom! Zhang Xian's cold voice echoed. Bound firmly by the puppet of Li Fuxi, Wang Chuan watched helplessly as her body swelled in an instant, releasing an even more terrifying brilliance of destruction, as several mid-grade spiritual treasures detonated simultaneously. At point-blank range, face-to-face. No, Wang Chuan could only let out a furious roar. The explosion, far more violent than those before, erupted with a blinding white light that consumed everything. The protective spiritual light enveloping Wang Chuan shattered after mere seconds. Cough! A massive spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he crashed heavily against a distant cliff, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying him beneath the rubble. His formidable physical form, now severely wounded, bore gaping injuries, blood gushing forth like spring. Cough, cough, cough! Struggling to emerge from the debris, Wang Chuan was drenched in blood, his breath weak. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and horror. Having long operated from the shadows and navigated through many trials, he had never sustained such a grievous blow. Never had he imagined being cornered to such an extent by 2 young golden core cultivators. Would Zhang Xian and Li Fuxi grant him a moment's respite? The 2 charged at him once more, their sword lights radiating fierce intent. Am I truly destined to perish here? A wave of intense panic surged within Wang Chuan for the first time. He drew upon his remaining spiritual power, rising to defend himself. However, Forgetting River truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier powerhouse at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Even when gravely injured, it remains beyond the capabilities of Zhang Xian and Li Fuxi to contend with. Their vitality steadily wanes. They have reached their limits. Forgetting River begins to regain its confidence. At that moment, a familiar voice resonates in its ear. Startled, Forgetting River sees a tall, robust figure slowly materializing. It is none other than Wang Pan, the disciple it once held in the highest regard. What? In the fleeting moment of Forgetting River's astonishment, Wang Pan opens his arms, and a formidable, earthy yellow light shield forms between them. Xianhuang, Town Mountain Shield. Simultaneously, a familiar self-destructing glow emanates from Wang Pan. You little beast, do you dare to use the same trick twice? I shall shatter it. Forgetting River erupts in fury, striking fiercely at the light shield with its sword. Crack! The shield shatters at once. Yet in that instant, Forgetting River is horrified to discover that there exists another layer of the light shield, and beyond it stands a second Wang Pan. How many puppets does he possess? How many spiritual treasures? Forgetting River swings its sword again at the second Xianhuang Town Mountain Shield. However, it is too late. A second wave of self-detonation erupts within the shield, producing an even more terrifying explosion. The confined space amplifies the blast, compressing energy to its utmost limit, leaving no room for waste. Boom! Forgetting River is engulfed entirely by the devastating energy, akin to a dried leaf cast into a furnace. It feels its flesh being torn apart, the protective spiritual light long extinguished, unable to emit even a cry, only experiencing boundless agony. The smoke from the explosion has yet to dissipate. Zhang Xian and the remaining puppets, armed with prepared Earth-grade thunder talismans, begin to hurl them into the pit where Forgetting River lies, as if they were free of cost. In an instant, the peak of Lingjian Mountain transforms into a thunderous purgatory, raining down with the ferocity of a tempest, lightning illuminating the heavens. Initially, a faint glimmer of spiritual light can be discerned struggling amidst the dust, but it lasts less than 3 breaths. Crack! The spiritual light shatters completely. A wretched scream, more beastly than human, emanates from the lightning. The lightning coursing through Forgetting River's body inflicts double the harm, targeting the power derived from desires and the tainted essence of life. This suffering transcends mere physical pain, becoming a torment of the soul, scorched and purified. It attempts to plead for mercy, to struggle, but the excruciating agony elicits only animalistic howls. Zhang Xian remains expressionless, showing no sign of ceasing. Regardless of whether it lives or dies, the talismans will be exhausted first. It is only when the last puppet's thunder talisman is depleted that Zhang Xian waves its sleeve, conjuring a gentle breeze to disperse the lingering dust. At the bottom of the pit, a charred humanoid figure lies curled up, skin blackened and carbonized, exuding a nauseating burnt odor. Its remaining half of a face is grotesquely disfigured, one eye vacantly gazing at the sky, while the other is reduced to a hollow, charred socket. It slightly parts its lips, emitting a faint hissing sound as it gasps for air. In the second layer of Xianhuang Town, as he faced the self-detonation, he found himself ensnared in a dire state of grievous injury and near death. He had intended to swallow a pill or invoke a secret technique to cling to life, but the ensuing deluge of thunder talismans extinguished any glimmer of hope. Li Fuxi, dragging her weary body, advanced step by step to the edge of the deep pit. Gazing at the charred remains at the bottom, once a human figure, tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. That had been her most revered master, the guiding light on her path to immortality. The charred figure, reminiscent of a dying soul, seemed to sense her presence. Its remaining eye struggled to turn towards Li Fuxi. In a trembling, ashen hand slowly rose, as if yearning to grasp something. Li Fuxi's body shuddered. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. My master has long since perished. Her voice was devoid of emotion, yet resolute. From the moment he was parasitized by desire, he had already ceased to exist. I was wrong. The voice of the charred figure was fragmented, filled with unprecedented terror and pleading. Blinded by desire, now awakened, save me. Then, a shadow loomed before him. That of Zhang Xian. He crouched in front of the charred figure, wearing a seemingly gentle yet chilling smile. The ancestral master wishes for redemption, as disciples and descendants. We must certainly afford our master an opportunity for reformation. His tone was light, as though discussing a trivial matter, Yet he added, however, words alone hold no weight. Dear ancestor, please endure a slight grievance and allow your disciple to glimpse your memories, so I may restore your honor. What do you say? And no. The single eye of the charred figure erupted with unprecedented dread. He was acutely aware of the horrors of the soul-searching technique. You little beast, I would rather die. He suddenly thrashed, the scant remaining strength within him surging wildly, attempting to detonate his nascent soul and take everyone down with him. Zhang Xian swiftly embraced Li Fuxi, intent on retreating, yet the anticipated cataclysmic explosion of the nascent soul did not transpire. With a soft sound akin to a ripening fruit bursting, a fissure quietly opened in the golden core that barely sustained the charred figure's life. Inside the core, there was no resplendent golden light, no overwhelming spiritual power. Only a viscous, foul-smelling grayish-white liquid oozing forth like purulent blood. The expression on the charred figure's face was forever frozen in the moment of its intended detonation. Li Fuxi stared blankly at the lifeless charred body at the bottom of the pit, then glanced at the repugnant grayish liquid, ultimately closing her eyes slowly, tears falling silently. Zhang Xian gently patted her shoulder, sighing silently. The mountain breeze swept through, stirring the scorched earth and dust, bringing with it a hint of liberating coolness. Chapter 180. Rising from the Dust Calamity. My name is Song Beichuan. The Shenstone sect? A minuscule sect no larger than the palm of one's hand. My parents were inconspicuous disciples within. I never had the chance to truly know them before they perished. I heard they were slain by a passing, evil cultivator, as easily as crushing 2 ants. Not long after, the entire Xianxia sect was annihilated, leaving no trace behind. I was fortunate to have slipped into the city for some amusement that day. Upon my return, I was met only with desolation and scattered remnants. My parents left me little, a handful of low-grade spirit stones, a widely circulated tome titled Qi Induction Technique, and another, the Breath Concealment Technique, which they themselves had failed to comprehend. Nonetheless, it sufficed. From that day forth, I realized that in this world, one can rely on no one but oneself. The days as a wandering cultivator were akin to wallowing in a mire. I encountered countless individuals, many projecting a facade of generosity while secretly wielding daggers behind your back, masquerading as virtuous yet harboring the basest of intentions. Then there were those pitifully naive who, with a mere hint of kindness, would eagerly offer their hearts. I learned swiftly, particularly adept at discerning the weaknesses of others. For the foolish, I would weave grand illusions, uttering platitudes about brotherhood and loyalty, and they would become fervent, willingly serving as my stepping stones and shields. Gradually, I garnered a modicum of fame, attracting a group of followers who call me Big Brother. How absurd and pitiable it was. As long as I played my part well, uttered a few stirring words, and shed a few tears, they would truly risk their lives for me. With the support of these loyal comrades, coupled with my innate talent and intellect, I clawed my way out of the mire. I established a foundation and reached the golden core stage, becoming a well-known wandering cultivator. As for the malevolent cultivator who had obliterated my family, I found him, an aged and decrepit shadow of his former self, his cultivation stagnant. I toyed with him for days like a cat with a mouse, ultimately extracting his soul and subjecting him to every torment I knew before he drew his last breath. Gazing upon his face contorted in agony, I felt only an icy detachment. Evil cultivators? Merely a collection of pitiful wretches with nowhere to turn, their nefarious practices riddled with flaws in my eyes. Subsequently, I encountered Xianxia, a rarity among men. Hailing from a fallen noble family, yet possessing a frightful talent, he was also exceptionally kind-hearted, gentle, and loyal. Such individuals are exceedingly rare among wandering cultivators. I saw through him instantly. He was the perfect pawn. I disguised myself as a kindred spirit, cultured and loyal. Before long, we forged a deep friendship. He likely believed he had found a soulmate. However, as we progressed in our golden core cultivation, our advancement slowed considerably. Despite our talents, we found ourselves stalled. Friends advised us to align with one of the 6 major powers. I knew my potential was sufficient, but the blood on my hands and the schemes in my heart would never withstand the scrutiny of the Yunmiao sect's sore hard inquiry. Feigning a carefree nature, I declined their offer, yet I understood I required a springboard. During an expedition into a secret realm, I discovered a peculiar technique, heart-severing art. It allows one to temporarily sever portions of memory, which gradually restores over time. This was a fortuitous opportunity, my thoughts immediately turned to the Yunmiao sect, particularly their renowned 9 transformations of condensed jade sutra, which we privately referred to as the ultimate alchemical art. I meticulously selected some less than honorable memories, utilizing my brother as cannon fodder, relishing in the thrill of vanquishing foes and mastering the sinister art of soul extraction, temporarily sealing it with the heart-slaying technique. Subsequently, I transformed into a genuinely righteous cultivator with promising potential, wholeheartedly devoted to the path, and successfully entered the Lingjian peak of the Yunmiao sect, becoming a disciple of the venerable Taoist of the Xing character lineage, bestowed with the honorific title of Wangchuan. Life on the mountain was indeed comfortable, abundant in resources, and rich in spiritual energy. I made new acquaintances, such as Wang Ya, a mature and reserved cultivator who, to my eyes, was a straightforward and honest individual. I played the role of a gentle, courteous, diligent, and aspiring cultivator, thriving in my element. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several centuries had elapsed. Both Wang Ya and I, along with Xianzhou, had reached the late stage of the Golden Core. Wang Ya, possessing the greatest talent, garnered increasing favor from the sect. As for Xianzhou, he stumbled upon good fortune and married the most beautiful woman of the southern region. Yin Wangqing, suppressing the jealousy within, I smiled and presented them with a generous gift, wishing them a harmonious union for 100 years. He had allied himself with the Yunchang Pavilion, acquiring superior resources for cultivation compared to both Wang Ya and me. Yet, I seemed to be ensnared at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. I began to explore various unorthodox paths: alchemy, talisman crafting, puppetry, divination, and formation techniques. My master advised me to focus, which was truly laughable. He was on the verge of transcendence. What did he understand? Indeed, it wasn't too long before he departed this world. I naturally assumed the leadership of Lingjian Peak, becoming the headmaster. However, this esteemed position did not bring forth the opportunity for a breakthrough. Gazing at my stagnant cultivation, I felt panic for the first time. Would I also, like my master, exhaust my lifespan during the Golden Core period and become naught but a mound of earth? Was the nascent soul truly an insurmountable chasm for me? I embarked on frenzied journeys, traversing perilous and secretive realms. At last, on a desolate coastline, I encountered a group of frenzied cultivators. Their cultivation was meager, yet their power was chaotic and violent. I effortlessly dispatched them, only to discover strange black threads upon their corpses. They writhed as if alive, exuding a disquieting aura of malevolence. I seized several mortals for experimentation and found that these black threads could evoke the deepest desires and madness within the human heart, proving exceedingly difficult to control. Before long, I traced the source: a fortunate mortal who had obtained the power of the black threads and advanced to the Golden Core stage. I easily subdued him and, akin to dissecting a frog, scrutinized the black threads within his body. I discovered a method to siphon a small amount of the black thread-esque power and then precisely sever the ensuing frenzied thoughts with a heart-slaying technique, retaining only the power and the desire for that power. It was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's lapse could lead to utter ruin. Yet, I had no alternative. This power was too formidable. I could sense the long-stagnant bottleneck beginning to loosen. However, I understood that relying solely on the suppression of the heart-slaying technique was not a viable long-term solution. I required a vessel, a host capable of containing the majority of the black thread's malevolent thoughts, allowing me to safely absorb its power until I could master it entirely. My search continued for a considerable time. Decades later, in a remote little world, I discovered the most exquisite target, an old emperor, foolishly attempting to prolong his life and transcend by siphoning the life essence of the populace. This imbecile was no different from the malevolent cultivator I had slain years ago. Employing laughably rudimentary methods, I easily subdued him, completely eroding and controlling his mind with the black threads. There, I endeavored to merge the life essence with the dark energy, and to my delight, I found that the dark energy could neutralize the vexing grievances embedded in the life essence. The refined life essence, coupled with the desire manipulating dark energy, was akin to the duality of yin and yang, perfectly grasped in my hands. The black and white essence was thus established. Occasionally, I would return to the Yunmiao sect, donning the guise of a dignified and benevolent leader. I took in 3 personal disciples. My eldest disciple was a simple and sturdy fellow, a character well suited to uphold my image as a kind mentor. The second and third disciples were both female, and I subtly guided them towards cultivating the 9 transformations of condensed jade scripture. They obediently complied. However, with the black and white essence in my possession, the arrangements within the Yunmiao sect seemed rather trivial, akin to a child's play. Soon, tensions escalated between the southern region and the forces of darkness. The old emperor, that foolish target, was too grand and unwieldy to act. I realized it was time to seek a more agile and clandestine representative. My gaze fell upon Xianxia. He had family, attachments, and vulnerabilities, a perfect pawn. I meticulously orchestrated an accident, severely injuring him and his pregnant wife, Yun Wanqing, particularly damaging the essence of the child within her womb. Witnessing the despair and tears on Xianzhou's face, I felt a twisted sense of satisfaction swell within me. Were you not the favored child of heaven? Did you not possess a blissful family? And now, indeed, after the birth of his daughter, her spirit was fractured, her life hanging by a thread. Xianzhou floundered like a headless fly, desperately seeking healing, his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. I observed coldly, and in his moment of utmost despair, I casually left behind a few clues capable of mending his spirit. He sought me out, imploring me to explore the path together. See, everything was so effortlessly simple. A pawn must obediently traverse the chessboard. The plan unfolded smoothly. I deliberately allowed the old emperor to manipulate Xianzhou while feigning to be under the control of dark malevolence. Listening to the emperor's distorted and enticing whispers, Xianzhou's eyes were filled with struggle and a flicker of hope. The life essence could save his daughter. He believed it, or rather, he had to believe it. It was the only straw he could grasp in his drowning state. He began to attempt to refine the life essence. I watched with a cold smile. Purification? Exorcising grievances and black threads? Truly naive. They had long since fused into one. Forcibly separating them would only lead to the collapse of the essence or deeper retribution against the separator. Indeed, with every attempt, Xianzhou danced upon the edge of a blade. The pure life essence eluded him, while the grievances and dark energy, forcibly provoked, gnawed at his mind like a relentless parasite. His gaze fluctuated between clarity and muddiness, the agony of his struggle becoming increasingly evident. As for me, I naturally had to play my part to perfection. When he faltered in his attempts at refinement, racked with pain, I would timely appear by his side, my face mirroring the same weary torment and empathetic resignation. I would share with him the anguish of being eroded by the dark threads, recounting my helpless struggle. I would offer him solace, assuring him that we were both grappling with our own demons and that one day we would find a way out. Occasionally, he would admonish me, insisting that he was already ensnared while I had the chance to extricate myself. How naive and laughable it was, as he worried for others while barely managing to save himself. The trust and dependence reflected in his eyes struck me as profoundly ironic. He remained entirely oblivious to the fact that each of his painful attempts and every wavering of his will were all part of my design, hastening his descent into the abyss. Meanwhile, several cultivators, including my earnest apprentice who had accompanied us into the secret realm, refused to yield. My apprentice even implored me to retreat, to resist being consumed by desire. Alas, yet another group of pitifully obstinate souls. I waved my hand, and the power of black and white origins ground through like a millstone, restoring silence to the chaos. Only that female cultivator, Nangang Yao, would glare at me with a gaze so venomous it bordered on spite whenever she was engulfed by the dark threads. A thought stirred within me. From her, I sensed an unusual fluctuation. As I forcefully injected a strand of black thread into her body, a transformation occurred. Unlike others, the dark thread did not swiftly erode her mind. Instead, it seemed to be ignited and catalyzed by her hatred, becoming extraordinarily vigorous. The dark energy emanating from her took on a faint purplish hue, exuding an unusual aura. A new origin? This was a delightful surprise. Her hatred could nourish the mutated black thread, representing an entirely new and potent power. Alas, she was far too weak. Her early-stage golden core cultivation incapable of sustaining the growth of such power. I too was insufficient, at least for now. Observing her face contorted by pain and hatred, a thought emerged. I extended my finger and touched her forehead. My formidable consciousness forcefully intruded, employing the heart-severing technique. Enhanced by the black thread, it could even correct parts of her memories. Ultimately, I sealed that strand of mutated black thread along with portions of her memories. allowing it to lie dormant deep within her soul. Subsequently, everything unfolded according to plan. The titles of Black Sovereign and White Sovereign circulated in the shadows, while I remained merely a small pawn under the Black Sovereign's command. As for the Yumiao sect, I heard that my second apprentice had perished in a failed breakthrough, extinguished in the process. Let be, he was merely a preparatory furnace. However, my third apprentice had made remarkable progress in cultivation, seemingly of some interest. Yet, none of this truly mattered anymore. My focus was solely on the ever-expanding black and white origins. Time passed. Both Xianzhou and I successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul, feeling the vast power within me, I was filled with an exhilarating sense of control over everything. Yet, there was little joy upon Xianzhou's countenance. His daughter's illness loomed over him like a sword suspended by a thread, and he continued to grapple with despair. I maintained my role as his confidant, appearing in his darkest hours to utter platitudes about paths emerging when one reaches the mountain's summit. He likely perceived me as a flicker of light amidst the shadows, until a certain Zhang Xian emerged unexpectedly, akin to a stone cast in a still waters, utterly disrupting my carefully laid plans. He unveiled the mysteries of the black and white origins to the glaring light of day, prompting the major powers of the southern domain to become vigilant and intensify their efforts to encircle and suppress. Yet, I remained unperturbed. I sensed that, given a little more time, I would break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. With the extraordinary nature of the black and white origins, combined with my centuries of accumulation and scheming, I would be capable of sweeping across the entire southern domain. At that juncture, the 6 great powers and the righteous sects of the southern domain would all prostrate themselves before me. Later, I sought out the enigmatic Qinji Daoist in Zhongzhou, obsessed with puppetry and forbidden powers. I enlisted his aid to refine spiritual puppets, offering in exchange the resentment of Nangong Yao. Of course, I was aware that Xianji could not refine such a novel source of resentment, but that was inconsequential. It was merely a strategic pawn, a seed sown. Perhaps in the future, it would stir unexpected upheavals in the broader expanse of Zhongzhou. Once I had thoroughly refined and mastered desire, it would be no delay to address that ultimate resentment. Power must be seized incrementally. Chapter 182. Turning in delusion, merging into the abyss. However, the unfolding of events began to deviate from my anticipated trajectory. Xianzhou's identity aroused suspicion among the denizens of the southern domain. More troubling was that Xianzhou himself began to waver. His attempts to refine the source of life repeatedly failed, and for centuries he had only dared to observe his wife and daughter from a distance. The confusion and anguish in his eyes deepened with each passing moment, until one day news arrived. His wife, Yin Wanqing, was to remarry the young master of Baoqingfang. I distinctly observed that when Xianzhou heard this news, he became utterly frozen. The eyes that had merely reflected exhaustion and confusion suddenly erupted with a nearly frenzied crimson. It was the despair of shattered faith, the final straw that broke the camel's back. He could no longer remain seated. I accompanied him silently into the venue of the demon-subduing conference. However, the evolution of events took an unexpected turn. Yun Wanqing's marriage was intercepted by the half-baked Zhang Xian, who reportedly threw vast wealth in the young master's face as if discarding refuse. Even more provocative was what followed. Xianzhou, having received some intelligence, discovered that his wife, Yun Wanqing, had spent the night in the imperial study with that Zhang Xian. His aura instantaneously transformed into a tempestuous chaos, the pressure of his nascent soul nearly spilling uncontrollably. He had completely lost his sanity. I could sense the swirling intent to kill and the depths of his suffering. I even found myself anticipating his loss of control, yearning for the spectacle of bloodshed that would upheave everything. At the same time, Zhang Xian, this young rascal, began to officially enter my field of vision. Though his talents were mediocre, his methods were boundless, and he even dared to kill the young master of the Baoqingfang in front of the Guiyuan sect of Zhongzhou. I realized he was not an insignificant character. Such a person must be eliminated swiftly, or else they would pose endless troubles. Xianzhou decided to take action, yet I hesitated, for this was not the opportune moment. However, observing Xuanzhou's demeanor, which suggested he could go mad at any moment, I felt unable to refuse him. Both as his only friend and as a minion of the Black Sovereign, this damned identity, the plan commenced. I intentionally instigated a disturbance of moderate scale. While Xianzhou transformed into an invisible shadow, lunging toward Zhang Xian's vicinity. Yet, I overestimated Xianzhou, or perhaps underestimated Zhang Xian. He actually failed. What a disgrace. A dignified, nascent soul cultivator, failing to ambush a mere golden core youth. He even resorted to a prearranged large-scale teleportation and sealing formation, allowing the opponent to escape. Utter humiliation. I suppressed my fury and disdain, seeking out the disheveled Xianzhou. Adopting a heartbroken expression, I began to console him, suggesting he bring his wife and daughter to our side, away from Zhang Xian, thus ensuring their protection. Xianzhou gazed at me in confusion, his eyes wrestling with inner turmoil for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, driven by the desire to protect his family, he acquiesced. Regrettably, Zhang Xian sent a divine herb, healing the wretched congenital deficiency of his daughter, Zhener. When Xianzhou heard this news, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded. The complexity of emotions on his face was striking. An incredulous joy mingled with the solace of his daughter's recovery, yet overshadowed by a profound hatred and confusion. He loathed Zhang Xian for taking his wife, yet felt gratitude for saving his daughter. This conflict nearly tore him apart. Then, Zhang Xian arrived once more, brazenly taking residence in the Yunshan Pavilion. This coward, Xianzhou, dared only to hide in the shadows, watching helplessly as his wife cohabited with that man. He even began to wallow in self-despair. Observing him weep and lament in regret, a chill enveloped my heart. This man, my close companion of centuries, my meticulously cultivated pawn, had been rendered utterly useless. His hatred had softened, and his obsession with his wife and daughter had grown vague. He held no further utility for me. It was time to replace the pawn. Ultimately, this coward did not dare to act against Zhang Xian in Yunshan City. Under my advisement, we carefully devised a trap, luring Zhang Xian out with formations and setting up a lethal ambush. This time, I took matters into my own hands. I would not believe that a mere golden core youth could turn the tides. Yet, to my dismay, he escaped once again. Moreover, I was horrified to discover that, before fleeing, he had even extracted the soul of one of my subordinates. It dawned on me just how difficult it was to kill him. Furthermore, our stronghold had been exposed. Xuanzhou's second failure seemed not to trouble him too greatly. There was even a glimmer of relief in his eyes. It mattered little now. The concept of waste repurposing compels one to extract every last vestige of value. The exposure of the hidden realm has become an irrevocable reality, and a desperate plan to survive swiftly crystallized in my mind. I sought out the master of infinite mechanisms, promising him an abundance of black and white essence along with rare treasures, imploring him to assist me in orchestrating a grand performance that would allow us to shed our former selves. As for Xianzhou, it was best left aside. His heart, long since extinguished, seemed intent on fulfilling his ludicrous notion of love. I was acutely aware of his decision to embrace death, using his life to sever the ties between Yun Wanjing and his past. Such an act could only resonate with his own sensibilities, a display of profound foolishness. A fool deserves their fate. I divided the essence of desire into 3 portions. The largest and most ferocious was bestowed upon the old Emperor Hezuan, serving as the ideal scapegoat and bait. The second portion I cautiously absorbed into my being, reaching the limits of what I could endure anymore, and I risked losing myself. The third portion was offered as a bargaining chip to the master of infinite mechanisms. The plan unfolded seamlessly. The southern domain army indeed advanced. Xianzhou, in his folly, assumed the role of a tragic hero, shouldering all blame onto himself. He performed for Yun Wanjing, for Zhang Xian, for all, enacting a sorrowful drama where I became the villain enabling his martyrdom. He even urged me to reconsider, lamenting the dangers of desire, wishing for my early escape from the mire. Observing his noble demise, I felt no stirrings within my heart. Rather, a smirk threatened to surface. As a friend, I played my part, feigning emotion and reluctance, tears glistening in my eyes. Then, under the guise of his sacrifice, I discreetly slipped away with the remaining black and white essence, leaving him and Hezuan to face the wrath of the righteous South. For 3 long years, I lay in wait, fervently drawing upon the power of the black and white essence, ascending to the 4th and then 5th stages of the nascent soul. An overwhelming strength surged within me, rendering me unprecedentedly formidable. It felt as though with a mere gesture, I could rend the heavens asunder and shatter the very earth. I knew the moment had arrived. The southern domain appeared to me as a lamb awaiting slaughter. My first target was the Lingshu sword sect. This sect, ensconced within the hidden realm, fancied itself secure, oblivious to the fact that this very belief constituted their greatest vulnerability. By merely sealing the entrance to the secret realm, I could completely refine them, assimilating them into my own power. I descended upon them as if a world-ending demon had arrived. The sect's vaunted protective formation crumbled before the might of my fifth-stage nascent soul, as fragile as paper. With a single strike, I shattered their mountain gate, and with a swift slice, the celestial island was overturned, countless disciples reduced to ashes in their terror, their pure life essence effortlessly siphoned away. Their venerable elder, an aged figure barely at the initial stage of nascent soul, attempted to invoke secret methods, seeking escape with a handful of so-called elite disciples, claiming the need to preserve a spark of hope. How laughable! In the face of my overwhelming power, every struggle was futile. I easily crushed his secret arts, relishing the icy satisfaction that accompanied his despair. Once a formidable force within the southern domain, this esteemed sect was laid to waste beneath my singular might. Gazing upon the desolate ruins, now reduced to scorched earth, and feeling the surge of primordial power within me, I could not restrain a roar of laughter. This is power. This is the essence of dominion over all. The second destination, Yunmiao sect, my former abode, where the female disciples have cultivated the 9 transformations of condensed jade scripture. To let them languish would be a waste. Better to transform them into the stepping stones for my ascent to greatness. With a subtle maneuver, I effortlessly diverted the adept protectors of Yunmiao sect. The mountain's protective array appeared as mere illusion in my eyes, and I traversed the layers of restrictions with the ease of returning home, arriving once more at the long-forgotten summit of Lingjian Peak. The summit remained unchanged, yet the essence of the place had shifted. Standing where I once belonged, I surveyed the familiar landscape of the sect, my heart devoid of any tumult. Filled only with cold calculation, commenced the joyous array, I intoned silently. Golden runes erupted from my palm, merging into the void above the peak like living beings. In an instant, an immense and intricate array of light materialized in the skies above Lingjian Peak, poised to envelop the entirety of Yunmiao sect, ready to harvest those disciples who had practiced the 9 transformations of condensed jade scripture, as one would pluck ripe fruit. Thus, my path to invincibility commences here. Chapter 183. Why reward him? The smoke of war has finally dissipated, and the southern domain has once again returned to tranquility. The world is astounded by the resurgence of the malevolent forces, yet before they could fully comprehend, even more shocking news followed. The once invincible mid-stage nascent soul demon had perished at the hands of 2 golden core cultivators. Li Fuxi displayed an exceptional calmness, secluding herself in her retreat for 3 days. Upon her emergence, she remained as aloof as ever, as if the harrowing battle of teacher and disciple had never transpired. Yet those familiar with her understood that her state of mind had elevated once more, drawing perilously close to the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, the name of Zhang Xian soared to prominence. With his golden core physique, he had, through an array of exquisite spiritual treasures and a masterfully devised strategy, managed to vanquish the mid-stage nascent soul demon, an act that had become legendary, although the price was the depletion of countless spirit stones and treasures. Along with the destruction of his flying vessel, within mere days, a new, more refined and intricately designed vessel floated atop Lingjian Peak, a sight that had long ceased to astonish the members of Yunmiao sect. Concurrently, his titles of Golden Core, Self-Detonation, Celestial, and others resounded throughout the southern domain. Half a year passed in tranquility, until one day, a transmission jade talisman from Xianxia shattered the stillness. Zhang Xian crushed the talisman, his consciousness sweeping through the conveyed information, his brow furrowing momentarily before he exhaled deeply, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He rose and made his way towards Li Fuxi's retreat, gently tapping on her door. "Come in," she called. Zhang Xian pushed the door open. Li Fuxi sat cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by a gentle, azure golden mist. Each time alone with Zhang Xian, an almost imperceptible tension would arise within her. Now, sensing his approaching presence, that tension resurfaced quietly. Zhang Xian beheld the brilliant 88 points of affinity glowing above her head, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. "Master," he called softly. Li Fuxi slowly opened her eyes, their clarity shimmering with light. "What is it?" she inquired. "I must make a journey to Zhongzhou." Li Fuxi's figure momentarily paused, her voice remaining tranquil. "Oh, For how long? Indeterminate, Zhang Xian replied, shaking his head. I have just received a message from the Emperor of Xia. The news comes from Lin Xiaozhu of the Tianyuan Alliance in Zhongzhou. Xianxia has been gravely injured. His foundation nearly ruined. Xianxia? Li Fushi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. What is his condition? Who has done this? The assailant is Yang Pashao, who is currently under the auspices of the Guiyuan sect. Yang Pashao? Li Fushi was deeply familiar with this name. She did not concern herself with how Yang Pashao had advanced so swiftly. Instead, she continued, isn't Zhongzhou uniting to confront the seven emotions, evil thought? How could this happen? The specifics are unclear. Zhongzhou is too distant from the southern region to relay detailed messages, Zhang Xian explained. The Emperor of Xia spoke delicately, hoping I could heal his son, but I have decided to go personally. Li Fushi nodded, her gaze fixed on Zhang Xian, a trace of concern evident. You have now reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Are you not preparing to transcend? Zhang Xian chuckled softly. I still fall short compared to my master. My journey is not solely to save Xianxia, but also to eliminate future threats. I do not wish for another adversary to emerge years later. Intent on sweeping away our sect, Li Fushi was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended that he referred to Yang Pashao. His intention to travel to Zhongzhou was for the sake of revenge. A warm current surged within her heart, dispelling the earlier tension. Master, you are but a step away from the nascent soul stage, capable of attracting heavenly tribulations at any moment. The situation in Zhongzhou is intricate. It will be best if you refrain from going, Zhang Xian cautioned, as he retrieved several radiant jade boxes and silk pouches from his storage ring, filled with various rare elixirs and talismans, as well as a miniature puppet doppelganger. Keep these for your protection. Do not hesitate to use them. He pushed the items towards Li Fushi. The distance between Zhongzhou and the southern region is vast, and the heart and wing pendant may not resonate. Should you encounter any peril, detonate this puppet doppelganger at the first opportunity. No matter the distance, I will sense it and return post-haste. Li Fushi's gaze lingered not on the invaluable treasures, but solely on Zhang Xian's figure. She softly replied, her voice gentle, imbued with a hint of demure compliance. When shall we depart? Time is of the essence. We shall leave in 3 days, Zhang Xian responded. I am still awaiting the assistance of Xianxia to refine a few items. Upon hearing the 3-day timeline, an inexplicable sense of emptiness surged within Li Fushi. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to Zhang Xian's presence, his guardianship and companionship. This journey to Zhongzhou would span mountains and waters, with no certain return. She opened her mouth, wishing to express something, but ultimately could only utter, once I break through to the nascent soul, I will seek you out. Zhang Xian smiled in reply, very well. By then, I may have already resolved the matter. Li Fushi bit her lip, her voice trembling ever so slightly. You must take care in Zhongzhou. It is not like the southern region. You are alone, so do not be reckless. Master, are you still not at ease with me? While I may not boast of many skills, my ability to preserve my life is undoubtedly top-notch. If I decide to flee, even the King of Heaven cannot stop me. Observing his carefree demeanor, Li Fushi felt an inexplicable relaxation in her taut heartstrings and couldn't help but laugh, like the first thaw of ice and snow, radiant and enchanting. Zhang Xian, taken by her rare smile, felt a stir in his heart and stepped closer, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist. To his surprise, Li Fushi did not react with her usual panic or embarrassment. Instead, she slightly tilted her face upward, her clear eyes glimmering with a hint of enchantment as she gazed at him. Zhang Xian felt a rush of emotion and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Master, as your disciple embarks on her first long journey, may I request a small favor? Li Fushi's cheeks flushed. What request? Zhang Xian's breath brushed against her sensitive ear as he continued. Shall we visit a hot spring today? It has been quite a while since you have used the spiritual spring to soothe my meridians. Having perfectly inherited Li Fushi's water-based spiritual root, he understood well the significance of the spiritual spring's ability to ease one's flow of energy. The exquisite manipulation of water was akin to his master personally giving him a massage. Upon hearing this, Li Fushi's body stiffened slightly. She lowered her head, gently biting her lower lip, and fell into a silence that lasted several breaths before responding with a barely audible, Zhang Xian's heart leaped with joy. Has my master finally opened her heart? However, Li Fushi seemed to suddenly awaken, forcefully pushing him away and stammering. Why you should leave for now? I have some personal matters to attend to. Without allowing him a chance to respond, She shoved Zhang Xian out of the quiet room and shut the door with a resounding thud. Inside, Li Fuxi leaned against the door, her chest rising and falling slightly, her cheeks burning. She gazed at the familiar furnishings of the quiet room, slowly walking to the vanity and looking at her own reflection, her face resembling a peach blossom. Chapter 184. Master, shall we begin? As night fell, the upgraded hot spring room welcomed a new ambience. The air was thick with steam, and the softly glowing walls, adorned with warm jade, exuded a gentle radiance. Zhang Xian was already immersed in the warm, spiritual spring, leaning against the wall, eyes closed in relaxation, dressed only in loose shorts that revealed his sculpted torso. Creak! The door was gently pushed open. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, his gaze instantly fixated. Li Fuxi entered, not clad in her usual, elegant Taoist robe of the Yunmiao sect, but instead wearing a white spiritual treasure gown. This exquisite gown, one of the gifts Zhang Xian had previously presented to her, was a medium-grade spiritual treasure that she had yet to refine until now. The ethereal fabric flowed like clouds, shimmering faintly with spiritual light. The tailoring was impeccable, perfectly accentuating her delicate curves. Particularly, her slender waist was cinched by a ribbon of the same hue, enhancing the fullness and elevation of her bosom, which, in the misty atmosphere, appeared breathtakingly alluring. The gown's hem brushed against her ankles, swaying gently like flowing clouds with each step, revealing her dainty and exquisite ankles. Li Fuxi's cheeks were flushed, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Zhang Xian's fervent stare. She feigned calmness as she approached the edge of the pool, observing Zhang Xian's bold demeanor, her heart racing once more. This time, she refrained from employing the water mirror technique to obscure her gaze, instead enveloping herself in a delicate veil of mist, a mere facade to shield her form. With a gentle tap of her toes upon the water's surface, she gracefully glided into the warm spring, creating ripples that cascaded outward. The comforting warmth enveloped her entirely. It could not dissipate the tension within her. She could distinctly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat echoing like a drum. Master, shall we begin? Li Fuxi inhaled deeply several times, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She extended her slender fingers, summoning her pure water spiritual energy. The gentle flow of warm water, akin to the most adept fingers entwined around Zhang Xian's shoulders, neck, arms, and back, pressing and kneading his meridians with a soft yet rhythmic touch. Zhang Xian could not suppress a contented sigh, fully relaxing under his master's skilled hands. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually the meticulous massage came to an end. Li Fuxi felt her cheeks flush with an astonishing heat. While her spiritual energy had not been greatly depleted, her spirit felt utterly fatigued. She breathed lightly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The session is over, Zhang Xian. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Xian inwardly chuckled. A naive rabbit has wandered into the wolf's den, and yet she wishes to flee? With a subtle shift in thought, the power of his water spiritual root began to circulate within him. Li Fuxi suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, a warm current winding around her. Almost immediately, her arms and calves were ensnared by gentle yet insistent streams of water. What are you doing? Li Fuxi exclaimed, embarrassment and surprise altering her tone. Naturally, it is a matter of reciprocity, master, Zhang Xian replied with a hint of amusement, rising slowly from the water, droplets cascading down his well-defined chest. Did you not say this is a gift of our water spiritual roots? The spiritual spring possesses sentience and will naturally massage the meridians. Now, my disciple has also sensed this sentience. Preposterous! Release me at once, Li Fuxi exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger coursing through her as she struggled, only to discover that the water's grip was remarkably resilient, rendering her efforts futile. At that moment, Zhang Xian stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance. With a lightning-fast motion, he seized both of Li Fuxi's delicate wrists, pinning them behind her back. His other arm encircled her waist, drawing her entirely into his embrace. Li Fuxi's startled cry was silenced as Zhang Xian lowered his head. His kiss, filled with irresistible dominance, met her soft lips. Li Fuxi trembled violently. Her mind a blank slate, she widened her eyes, gazing at his handsome visage so near, feeling the searing warmth upon her lips and the forceful yet tender caress. A wave of tingling sensations enveloped her, causing her to forget both her struggle and her thoughts, her body yielding involuntarily. The initial shock and embarrassment in Li Fushi's eyes gradually transformed into a dazed, entranced expression, her eyelids slowly fluttering shut, long eyelashes quivering like butterfly wings as she clumsily began to respond. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's kiss deepened, and his hands grew increasingly audacious. In the tranquil interlude of their breaths, Li Fushi gasped softly, her voice delicate and feeble. Zhang Xian offered no reply. Instead, he abruptly swept his arm around her waist. A low hum resonated as the smooth jade wall of the hot spring room rippled, silently parting to unveil a concealed entrance to a hidden chamber. At the heart of this sanctuary lay an enormous waterbed, sculpted from a single piece of warm jade, its surface adorned with a thin film of water that flowed like silken fabric. The chamber's dome was embedded with countless tiny spirit stones, radiating a gentle and ethereal starlight that illuminated the space, transforming it into a resplendent night sky. Li Fushi, taken aback by the enchanting atmosphere of the hidden chamber, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless. Despite having practiced here frequently over the past 6 months, she had been oblivious to this mechanism. "I have prepared this for you long ago," Zhang Xian whispered in her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe, laced with a hint of pride and undeniable possessiveness. He lifted the completely drenched and pliant Li Fushi with ease, striding toward the dreamlike waterbed. Nestled in his embrace, her eyes sparkled with moisture, as if on the verge of spilling over. Gazing at Zhang Xian's profile so near, realization dawned upon her, and with a mix of shyness and indignation, she chided. "So you had planned this all along, you little lecher." Zhang Xian lowered his gaze upon her luscious form, a smirk playing on his lips, indeed, but alas, "You cannot escape." He gently laid her upon the soft waterbed, the film of water cradling her body, providing a wondrous sensation. The starlight cascaded upon her pristine attire, accentuating her breathtaking curves, the fullness of her silhouette subtly undulating amidst the interplay of starlight and water. Leaning down, Zhang Xian captured her lips once more, this time with greater tenderness and depth. A soft moan escaped Li Fushi, her body quivering slightly as her hands instinctively climbed up his broad back. On the waterbed, beneath the starlight, their youthful and vibrant bodies intertwined closely. In this secret and dreamlike space, they composed the most elemental of symphonies. Outside the chamber, the steam from the hot spring continued to rise, as if nothing had transpired. Only the gently swaying starlight bore witness to the forbidden blossom that quietly unfurled on this sleepless night atop the Spirit Sword Peak. Ding! Li Fushi's affinity for you has increased by 5, current affinity 93. The affinity for the Daughter of Fortune has risen to 90 points. System upgrade progress 20. Current progress 100. System upgrade successful. Chapter 185. Oh dear, you are so annoying. System upgrade successful. Ding! Unlocking high-grade spirit treasures and supreme spirit treasures. Ding! Unlocking heavenly grade extraordinary treasures and heavenly grade techniques. Ding! Unlocking currency, supreme spirit stones. Ding! System upgrade to thousandfold returns. Loading Destiny Daughter query module, allowing inquiry into the current status and regional location of the bound Destiny Daughter. Loading system skill, carefree. Items from the system are no longer bound by realm limitations. Half a year later, in the majestic mountains of Guiyuan, which stretch for thousands of miles and are infused with the essence of spiritual energy, lies not only the foundational site of the Guiyuan sect, but also a sacred ground sought by countless powerful beings from the realm of cultivation, who retreat here in pursuit of breakthroughs. The mountains rise steeply, with towering peaks and deep, secluded valleys, each potentially concealing the secret abodes of venerable masters who have passed on. These hidden realms serve as both trials and opportunities left for future generations, as well as the final marks of the lives of those who once dwelled within. At the foot of the mountains, a sprawling marketplace has developed, flourishing under the shelter of the towering Guiyuan sect. Crowds of cultivators gather, and the air is thick with the unique scent of spiritual herbs and medicinal elixirs, mingled with the clamor of practitioners engaged in animated discussions and discreet transactions. Here, the atmosphere is a blend of the prestigious disciples from renowned sects and wandering cultivators, including those of dubious intent. On the outskirts of the marketplace, near the entrance to the mountains, a notable group of disciples adorned in black and white robes embroidered with the distinctive cloud patterns of the Guiyuan sect draws attention. They are the inner disciples of the Guiyuan sect, led by a strikingly handsome young man named Xianxia, who possesses a steady and composed aura and is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Beside him stand two nearly identical female cultivators, the well-known twin sisters of the sect. The elder sister, Lu Shu, exudes a cool elegance with piercing eyes, while her younger sister, Lu Wei, is lively and charming, sporting twin pigtails and a glint of mischief in her gaze. Additionally, there is a tall, thin middle-aged man named Ma Kuan, whose sharp features and shrewd demeanor suggest a keen business acumen. Their distinguished status and cultivation level attract envious and reverent glances from passing wanderers. Being an inner disciple of the Guiyuan sect is a symbol of prestige in this region. At that moment, a humble-looking disciple named Zhang Tong approached, leading a young man who instantly captivated their attention. Clad in an opulent brocade robe adorned with golden embroidery and wearing a radiant jade pendant at his waist, he exudes an extraordinary air. His handsome face carries a hint of a playful smirk, and he holds a folding fan, its surface painted with a smiling portrait of himself, glowing with ethereal light. "Zhang Xian, who is this?" inquired the tall and lean Ma Kuan, slightly furrowing his brow at the striking newcomer. Zhang Tong promptly introduced. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, this is young Master Lin from Jinyuan City. He comes from a distinguished lineage and, having heard of our Guiyuan sect's secret realms, wishes to accompany us and broaden his horizons." As he spoke, he exchanged a quick glance with Xianxia. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with interest as she appraised the aristocratic young man. "Jinyuan City? That is a renowned and prosperous area within the Tianyuan Alliance," she exclaimed. "Young Master Lin, I am Lu Wei. May I ask your name?" Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of youthful innocence. The young master elegantly snapped shut his folding fan with a swift motion. "I am Lin Xianwei, the son of the wealthiest man in Jinyuan City. I have long heard that the Guiyuan sect is a giant in the Central Plains, proficient in profound Taoist arts. I hope that during this expedition to the cave dwelling, you all will extend your guidance to me, allowing me to broaden my horizons." His tone was relaxed, imbued with the casual arrogance characteristic of a privileged youth. Ma Kuan let out a cold snort, scrutinizing him with an air of disdain. An expedition into a secret realm is not a leisurely jaunt. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. With your delicate frame, are you truly up to the challenge? Lin Xianwei remained unfazed, reopening his fan with a snap and leisurely fanning himself. "My dear brother Ma, you worry too much. I possess ample treasures. My safety does not require your concern. Rest assured, the costs of forming a team will be calculated per person, and you shall not be shortchanged." "You, who do you call a stable hand?" Ma Kuan retorted furiously. "I am Ma Kuan, an inner disciple of the Guiyuan sect." Lin Xianwei feigned a bow. "Oh, brother Ma Kuan, my apologies." Xianxia's eyes flickered with impatience, but he suppressed it, mediating the situation. Enough, brother Ma. Please do not take offense. Young Master Lin is a guest, and as cultivators, we must support one another when venturing outside. I am Xianxia, a pleasure to meet you." His tone was calm, yet beneath the surface, there was no sign of emotion. Lin Xianwei casually returned the gesture. "Brother with the middle-parted long hair, a pleasure. Regarding our journey, I am satisfied. The spirit stones are negotiable." Whispered communication. "Xianxia, Zhang Xian, where did you find him? Is he in his right mind?" Zhang Tong, "Brother, it matters not. A plump sheep indeed. I've already collected a deposit of 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Lu Yao, 20,000. Ma Kuan, 20,000? Where did this fool come from? Has he even checked his background? Zhang Tong, rest assured, his origins are clean. The resources from Old Hay are comprehensive. He is the only son of the Lin family in Jinyuan City, affluent and merely a spoiled young master. His father wishes for him to join the Guiyuan sect, and traversing the secret realms of the Guiyuan mountain is one of the entrance tests. I have verified this. Lu Shu, a bumpkin newly rich, clearly inexperienced. Our status as inner disciples of the Guiyuan sect is not something he can compare with. The way he speaks, it seems as if we are his hired guards. Lu Yao, all right, sister, let us not dwell on such trifles. As long as there are extra spirit stones to earn, that suffices. Zhang Tong, however, he has a puppet guardian for close protection, which presents a bit of a challenge. Xianxia, brother, what you say is of no concern. Having additional support is always beneficial. In any case, just keep an eye on that puppet. Zhang Tong, yes, brother. As the communication concluded, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she skipped over to Yongkong. Brother Xianwei, you just mentioned having many treasures? What delightful curiosities do you possess? Allow me to glimpse them as well. Lin Xianwei laughed heartily. Miss Lu, you jest. How could ancestral treasures be so easily displayed? However, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze carrying a hint of flirtation. Should Miss Lu truly wish to see, I could privately show you, my dear. His eyes roamed over Lu Yao's charming face and exquisite figure. Ah, how insufferable you are. Lu Yao playfully pouted, stamping her foot in a manner that suggested not anger, but rather a playful display of affection. Chapter 186. I am the patron. My word is law. As Ma Kuan observed this scene, his expression darkened further, as if he had swallowed a fly. Enough, enough. Let us not dawdle. Everyone's time is precious. Let us set off promptly. The group ceased their chatter, each summoning their magical artifacts. Ouyang Chun stood upon a resplendent flying sword, while the sisters Lu Shu and Lu Yao floated on ethereal clouds. Ma Kuan wielded a black formation disc, and Zheng Tong held a simple flying dagger. However, Lin Xuanwei's actions drew the most attention. He leisurely extracted a golden ingot, measuring over a foot in length, from his storage ring. With a leap, he boldly seated himself upon the golden ingot, his posture rather comical. Miss Lu, Lin Xianwei called out enthusiastically to the lagging Lu Yao. Standing while riding a sword must be exhausting. Why not join me on this treasure for a swift and stable journey? Lu Yao glanced at the glittering mount, her lips twitching in distaste as she hastily waved her hand. No need, young Master Lin, I am accustomed to riding clouds. I would rather perish than sit on that. With no further delay, the group transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the depths of the Guiyuan mountain range. Lin Xianwei, atop his golden ingot, wobbled at the rear, yet maintained a decent pace. Soon, they descended into a concealed valley. Before them stood an ancient stone door embedded in the mountainside, tightly shut and adorned with moss and the marks of time. Above the stone door was a peculiar emblem, a coiling dragon motif, with the dragon's mouth clasping a blood-red crescent moon. We have arrived. This is the cave abode of the dragon Wu Jinren. Ouyang Chun explained, gesturing towards the stone door. It once belonged to another Yuanying Jinren, but this opportunity was seized by Dragon Wu Jinren. Regrettably, he could not achieve a breakthrough and ultimately perished here. After his passing, the cave became a secret realm, likely holding his legacy and treasures. At this moment, Lin Xianwei suddenly raised his hand, resembling an inquisitive child. Wait a moment, Brother Zhongfen. I have a question. How do you know such intricate details before we even enter? You even know what opportunities he received? This secret realm isn't secondhand, is it? I would hate to be ensnared, jeopardizing my sex assessment. He wore a rather astute expression. Ma Kuan could not help but roll his eyes, replying with irritation. Young Master Lin, do you dare to venture into a secret realm without doing your homework? All seclusion caves in the Guiyuan mountain range leave unique marks and brief information at their entrances, recorded in the Guiyuan sect as Cave Heaven Register. It's all easily ascertainable. We purchased this key for a considerable sum, so naturally, we have more comprehensive information. He waved a jade talisman inscribed with the same dragon and blood moon motif. Oh, I see, Lin Xianwei exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then waved his hand grandly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll cover the cost of the key. As long as it allows me to pass the assessment smoothly, spirit stones are no issue. Ouyang Chun, clearly reluctant to engage further on the matter, cleared his throat and stated earnestly, all right, let us return to the main topic. According to records and investigations, the internal spatial rules of this secret cave are peculiar, allowing a maximum of 2 individuals to enter simultaneously. Furthermore, different groups might be randomly transported to disparate areas upon entry. Therefore, the foremost priority after entering is not treasure hunting, but rather swiftly regrouping. Do remember this. With that, he produced 5 palm-sized wooden tokens inscribed with the cloud patterns of the Guiyuan sect, distributing them among the group. These are the connecting branch tokens, which can sense each other's locations within a certain range. Please keep them safe. He surveyed the others. We are currently 6 individuals, perfectly dividing into 3 groups for entry. Wait, Lin Xianwei immediately interjected, expressing his reluctance to be with that horseman-esque group. He pointed at Ma Kuan. You. Ma Kuan was so enraged he nearly jumped up. I am Ma Kuan. Lin Xianwei focused his thoughts. Buzz, a hunched puppet clad in a tattered gray robe, materialized beside him, exuding a profound aura that unmistakably indicated it was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It stood silently like a shadow, My apologies. I'm accustomed to calling it that. This is my servant. I refer to him as the horseman. Lin Xianwei patted the puppet's shoulder and flashed a smile at Ma Kuan. The appearance of the puppet left Ouyang Chun and the others in awe. Lin Xianwei, merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, possessed a late-stage Golden Core puppet as a guardian. Such a possession is not something an ordinary affluent youth could attain. This Lin Xianwei likely has a background even deeper than what Zheng Tong investigated. Any feelings of disdain were swiftly tempered. Seeing that the others seemed intimidated, Lin Xianwei smiled with satisfaction, turning his attention to Lu Yao. His tone laced with temptation. Miss Lu, would you care to form a group with this young master? With my horsemen clearing the path, I assure a smooth journey, and we shall discover treasures in no time. Lu Yao's eyes flickered, instinctively glancing at Ouyang Chun, who subtly nodded. Instantly, Lu Yao donned a sweet smile. Sure. Then I shall trouble brother Xianwei to protect me. Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. Lin Xianwei laughed heartily. Ouyang Chun quickly organized the groups. In that case, Lin Gongzi will be paired with Sister Lu Yao. I shall team up with Sister Lu Shu, while Brother Ma Kuan and Brother Zheng Tong will form the last pair. He paused, adding, thus, I shall enter with Sister Lu Shu to scout the situation first, followed by Lin Gongzi and Sister Lu Yao, with Brother Ma Kuan and Brother Zheng Tong bringing up the rear. How's that sound? No way. Lin Xianwei immediately objected, insisting, I want to enter with Sister Lu first. What if there are indeed treasures inside, and you get to snatch them up first? Wouldn't I miss out on the experience entirely? I am, after all, the one who paid. He wore an expression that conveyed, I am the patron, and I call the shots. Ouyang Chun felt his temples throbbing, fighting back the urge to curse, and took a deep breath. Very well. As you wish, Lin Gongzi. You may enter first. Meanwhile, the tall and thin Ma Kuan sneered inwardly. Eager to court death? Then so be it. That is more like it. Lin Xianwei nodded in satisfaction, gesturing to Lu Yao. Miss Lu, after you. Lu Yao gazed at the enigmatic stone door adorned with the dragon-patterned blood moon. Casting a fleeting glance at the stoic figure of the puppet groom beside Lin Xianwei, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her heart. Yet, she steeled herself and approached the stone door, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xianwei. She noticed him stealing glances at her from time to time, which inadvertently eased her tension. Dealing with such a man was within her grasp. Ouyang Chun handed Lin Xianwei a jade talisman inscribed with the same dragon-patterned blood moon, saying, Young Master Lin, please. Lin Xianwei took the talisman, feeling its icy chill in his palm. Without a second thought, he pressed it into the central groove of the stone door. A hum resonated as the talisman fitted perfectly into the groove, unleashing a blinding red light. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing an entrance that emanated a faint crimson glow. Lin Xianwei's figure stiffened momentarily, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Yet he seemed reluctant to show weakness before the fair maiden. He forced himself to appear composed, addressing Lu Yao. Miss Lu, hold on tight to me. Lu Yao drew closer, clutching his sleeve. Groom, lead the way. Lin Xianwei commanded, his voice firm. As the brilliance faded, the silhouettes of Lin Xianwei and Lu Yao emerged in a pitch-black cavern where visibility was utterly absent. The damp, chilly air assaulted them with a musty, earthy scent. Lu Yao exclaimed in a startled gasp, instinctively leaning towards Lin Xianwei. Do not panic, Miss Lu. Lin Xianwei reassured her, flipping his palm to summon a bright, floating spirit flame that instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness, casting light upon several yards of space around them. The cavern walls were jagged and covered in moss, while the ground beneath them felt moist with earth. Lu Yao exhaled, her heart racing, a hint of fear and fragility in her expression. You nearly scared me to death. I'm most afraid of the dark. As she spoke, she edged closer to Lin Xianwei, nearly pressing against him. Lin Xianwei, feeling the soft warmth of her arm, stiffened momentarily before promptly adopting a serious tone. Do not worry. I will take care of everything. As he spoke, he retrieved the same roots and branches talisman that Ouyang Chun had given him, infusing it with a trickle of spiritual energy. However, the wooden talisman remained unresponsive, neither glowing nor offering any faint signal. Odd. Why does this talisman show no reaction? Lu Yao's expression shifted as she hastily produced her own wooden talisman for inspection. To her dismay, it too remained dim and lifeless, resembling nothing more than an ordinary piece of wood. This is impossible. The same roots and branches talisman has an extensive sensing range, capable of mutual detection even in the depths of large secret realms, unless something is interfering with it. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart as an ominous premonition began to rise. Seeing Lu Yao's grave expression, Lin Xuanwei's face mirrored his tension and unease. "Then what shall we do?" he stammered, his gaze darting about, the confidence he had earlier exhibited dissipating entirely. Lu Yao regarded his cowardice with a roll of her eyes, her disdain growing. Just moments ago, he had appeared fearless, but now, faced with a minor predicament, he was reduced to such a state. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. However, she suppressed her emotions, pursed her lips, and said, "Let's not panic just yet. We'll choose a direction at random, and allow your puppet coachman to lead the way." "Which way should we go?" Lin Xuanwei's voice still carried a hint of hesitation and timidity. Lu Yao inwardly cursed his ineptitude, yet she steeled herself, attempting to extend her spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. Upon doing so, her complexion paled further. An invisible force firmly restrained her consciousness, allowing her to only barely reach a radius of several zhang around her. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to remain calm. "The situation is somewhat dire. Let us stay put for now and allow your puppet to explore a direction to assess the circumstances." Lin Xianwei gave a wry smile and helplessly raised his hands. "Miss Lu, that's not feasible. My coachman cannot stray more than 10 zhang from my side. Beyond that, it becomes ineffective." He pointed to a shimmering array disc hanging at his waist. "It's all reliant on this." Lu Yao felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Resigned, she gestured towards the dark passage on her right. "Then let us proceed in this direction together, with the puppet leading the way." "All right, I shall follow your lead." Lin Xianwei nodded eagerly, as if he had found his anchor. The puppet coachman silently took the first step into the right passage, followed closely by Lin Xianwei and Lu Yao, the flickering light of their spiritual flame casting elongated shadows in the dim cave. The passage twisted and turned, and after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead. The two felt invigorated and quickened their pace. At the end of the light, they discovered a relatively spacious stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood several decayed wooden racks, scattered with dusty jade boxes and porcelain vases. Lu Yao hurried forward, cautiously opening a few boxes only to find them empty. She then picked up several jade vases, uncorked them, and a pungent mustiness wafted out. The elixirs within had long since shriveled and lost their spiritual essence, reduced to mere remnants. "This is a storage room." A flicker of excitement shone in Lu Yao's eyes. For such storage rooms are typically not far from the secluded chambers where the master of the cave might be in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanwei's face also brightened. "If we can find his secluded chamber, does that mean we have passed this trial?" "Indeed," Lu Yao nodded. "According to the rules, as long as we can locate the ancestors' remains and properly entomb them, even if we do not explore the entire cave, we will still be considered to have succeeded in the trial. At that point, the jade talismans we carry will automatically activate their teleportation function, allowing us to leave this cursed place at any time." "Splendid." Lin Xianwei slapped his thigh. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and clear this trial. I find this place, with a dead linger, rather eerie and unsettling. What if that dragon Wu Jinren was a psychopath setting up some malicious trap before his demise? Wouldn't we be doomed?" He spoke with a hint of trepidation. Lu Yao, upon hearing his words, felt a sudden chill in her heart. The failure of the sensing talisman, the suppression of her consciousness, and the prolonged inability to connect with Ouyang Shun and the others. All these anomalies compounded to instill a sense of uncertainty within her. However, upon reconsideration, Lu Wei realized that Long Wu Jinren was, after all, a predecessor of the Guiyuan sect. Even if he left behind a trial, it would not entail lethal consequences for his fellow disciples, as his lineage's teachings were still being passed down within the sect. Moreover, such secretive caves were personally inspected by the formidable Yuanning masters of the sect. Unless the exploration team exhibited astonishingly poor strength, the likelihood of fatality was minimal. At this moment, Lu Wei had already become the backbone of the team. She began to direct their path, while Lin Xianwei, though somewhat timid, was obedient, consistently allowing the puppet to lead the way. Along the journey, they occasionally triggered various mechanisms, sudden bursts of spiritual arrows and traps that release corrosive gas from collapsing walls, but all were effortlessly neutralized by the late-stage golden core puppet. Lu Wei assessed the potency of these traps. She believed that even Lin Xianwei, with his early-stage golden core caution, could handle them without difficulty. They subsequently passed through several stone chambers. One was a dusty alchemy room, the furnace long cold. Another housed decaying bookshelves, the tomes reduced to ashes. Aside from some worthless debris, they found nothing of value. As they progressed safely, Lin Xuanwei's confidence, reminiscent of a young dandy, began to resurface. He started to draw closer to Lu Wei, his tone laced with frivolity. "Miss Lu, this cave isn't anything special. It seems a waste of so many spirit stones. However, having you by my side makes it not entirely a loss." Lu Wei felt a sense of annoyance, responding with half-hearted engagement, her heart filled with disappointment. Having navigated the Guiyuan mountain range for hundreds of years, she was seasoned in such matters. By this point in their exploration, she had nearly concluded that this Longwu cave was nothing more than a rather ordinary, even somewhat shabby, resting place for a predecessor. Were it not for senior brother Zheng Tong bringing along Lin Xianwei, this expedition would likely have resulted in a complete financial loss. Finally, Lu Wei led Lin Xianwei to a heavy stone door. The door was tightly shut, but Lu Wei's attention was immediately captured by the primordial Tai Chi patterns etched into the wall beside it. A smile involuntarily crept across her lips. She had finally discovered it. This was the mark of the cave's Master-S secluded chamber. Behind this stone door lay the remains of Long Wu Junren. Anticipating the imminent completion of the trial and the additional reward promised by Lin Xianwei, her spirits lifted. Turning to face Lin Xianwei, she bestowed upon him an exceedingly charming smile, imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. "Brother Xianwei, I brought you through this trial all by myself. Don't you have any special gesture to show for it?" Lin Xianwei seemed momentarily entranced by her smile, his gaze becoming infatuated. As he hurriedly patted his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, Miss Lu, I certainly will. I shall additionally pay you 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. And I will not go back on my word. 20,000 on top of that." Lu Wei's heart raced, combined with her previous earnings. This amount was nearly the sum of her income from years of arduous exploration. Overwhelmed by the immense surprise, her breath quickened. Without hesitation, Lin Xianwei produced an exquisite storage pouch and tossed it to Lu Wei. She caught the pouch, eagerly scanning its contents with her spiritual sense. Indeed, it is 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Her delicate frame trembled, and an extraordinarily radiant smile blossomed on her face. Her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Thank you, Brother Xianwei. You are truly wonderful." "Ha, this is merely the beginning," Lin Xianwei exclaimed, dramatically unfurling his folding fan and pretending to fan himself with a casual air, his gaze laced with a hint of flirtation. "Miss Lu, should we take our relationship a step further? There are even more spirit stones at my disposal." "A step further?" Lu Yao immediately grasped his insinuation. Although Lin Xianwei was indeed handsome and seemingly well-born, his extravagant spending and inherent frivolity, coupled with his cowardice in critical moments, utterly diminished her interest. Nevertheless, considering the allure of the spirit stones, she was not averse to yielding a little, offering him a taste of sweetness to keep him intrigued. Maintaining her smile, she said in a gentle tone, "Brother Xianwei is truly kind to me, but matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Let us first start as good friends. Of course, there will be plenty of opportunities to know each other better in the future." Lu Yao nodded, gesturing towards the stone door. "Brother Xianwei, let's open this door first. The remains of Master Longwu should be inside." Right. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place." Lin Xianwei nodded vigorously. "Servant, open the door." The puppet moved forward silently, pressing its arms against the heavy stone door and pushing with all its might. Creak. The heavy door slowly creaked open, releasing a more potent aroma, mingled with dust and a faint, strange odor. Behind the stone door lay a small, quiet chamber. At the center of the chamber, a figure clad in a tattered Guiyuan sect robe sat cross-legged, facing the entrance. The figure had long since become a mere skeleton, the frame intact, maintaining its meditative posture. "We found it." Lu Yao felt a surge of joy and was about to step forward. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. From the spine of the skeletal remains, strands of dark purple threads began to emerge, writhing as if alive. These threads spread rapidly like a spider's web, ensnaring every bone of the skeleton and emanating a chilling aura. "Retreat." The instant Lu Yao beheld the dark purple threads, her pupils constricted, and her delicate face turned as pale as paper. She nearly screamed out the word, her body recoiling like a startled rabbit, darting back with astonishing speed. Lin Xianwei seemed momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but after a brief pause, he reacted and sprinted after Lu Yao. Without looking back, Lu Yao relied on her vague memory of the cave's layout and her instincts for survival, racing until she burst into the storage room they had previously traversed, daring to halt only then. She pressed her back against the cold stone wall, her chest heaving violently, breathing heavily while keeping her gaze fixed on the passage behind them. Her long sword drawn, its cold light glinting ominously. After a considerable time, Lin Xianwei stumbled into the room, his face a mask of terror. "Do not come any closer," Lu Yao commanded sharply. The tip of her sword pointed directly at Lin Xianwei, radiating an aura of icy hostility. She maintained a distance of several paces from him, refusing to let her guard down in the slightest. "What is the matter, Miss Lu?" Lin Xianwei stammered, trembling with fear. "W, what are you doing?" "I told you not to move," Lu Yao once again shouted fiercely, and in that instant, a sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, narrowly missing Lin Xianwei's toes and leaving a deep gash in the ground. Lin Xianwei was so frightened that he nearly collapsed, exclaiming, "I'm not coming over. I'm not coming over. Miss Lu, what on earth has happened? I can't sense my horsemen anymore." Lu Yao did not respond immediately. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a smooth, milky white piece of jade from her storage ring. Her expression was grave as she formed intricate hand signs, directing several streams of spiritual light towards the jade. With a hum, the jade emanated a gentle white glow, illuminating Lin Xianwei from head to toe. As the light passed over him, there was no unusual reaction from his body. Only then did Lu Yao's tense nerves slightly relax as she let out a long sigh, sheathed her sword, and spoke with a hint of exhaustion and trepidation. "All right, you can come over now." Lin Xianwei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurried to Lu Yao's side, still shaken, and asked, "What was that dreadful thing just now?" "My horseman." "Is it?" That was hatred. Lu Yao's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear. "Your home is in Jinyuan City, and you're unaware of hatred?" "Hatred?" Lin Xianwei gasped, his face turning ashen. "I've only heard my father mention it, saying that it is exceedingly terrifying, and anyone possessed by it would immediately descend into madness, forsaking their kin. But how could it appear here?" His disbelief was palpable. Lu Yao shook her head, still shaken. "I've only heard my master and senior speak of it. I've never witnessed it myself. It's too bizarre. How could hatred manifest in the place where Master Long Wu attained enlightenment? This cave must have issues. This trial must be terminated immediately." Without hesitation, she took out an emergency communication jade tablet engraved with the emblem of the Guiyuan sect and crushed it with force. A blinding stream of light shot forth from the shattered tablet, speeding towards the outside world. It's over, it's over," Lin Xianwei lamented, his face drawn. "My father believed that Jinyuan City was too close to the battlefield of hatred, which is why he sought to send me to the Guiyuan sect for refuge. Now that this malevolent entity has appeared even here, where on earth is there a safe place?" Lu Yao leaned against the cold stone wall and slowly sat down, her complexion still pale. "The appearance of hatred is beyond our capacity to handle. The only thing we can do now is remain here and wait for the elders of our sect to arrive to deal with it." Chapter 189. At worst, I will offer you more spirit stones as compensation. Time passed slowly amidst the silence and fear. After about a quarter of an hour, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the storeroom. The two immediately stood alert, gripping their weapons tightly. As the footsteps drew nearer, upon recognizing the newcomers, both felt a sense of relief. It was none other than Ouyang Chun, Lu Shu, and the others, who had been missing for quite some time. "Junior sister," Ouyang Chun called out, even before he arrived. "What happened? Why did you crush the emergency communication talisman?" "Senior brother," Lu Yao exclaimed as if she had found salvation. "I saw hatred." "What? Hatred?" The faces of Ouyang Chun and the others changed drastically. "Miss Lu," Lin Xianwei suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. "Be cautious. Quickly check them." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately became alert. She once again summoned the milky white jade talisman, carefully scanning Ouyang Chun and the others. Only after confirming that they bore no traces of malevolent intent did she truly breathe a sigh of relief. Ouyang Chun also regained his composure, promptly retrieving a detection artifact to examine Lu Yao and Lin Xianwei, confirming their safety. The group gathered, their frayed nerves beginning to settle. Lu Yao recounted in detail the harrowing encounter with the malevolent presence in the tranquil chamber, leaving the others in a state of shock. "So that's it. Xianxia said solemnly. Upon entering, we found ourselves ensnared in a bizarre, illusionary array. No matter which direction we took, we would ultimately return to the starting point. If it weren't for the message talisman you sent, junior sister, we might still be wandering aimlessly within. No one dared to mention the tranquil chamber again. The group sat in the center of the storeroom, the atmosphere heavy with unease. Xianxia cautiously set up a rudimentary defensive formation at the entrance of the storeroom, emanating a faint spiritual glow that provided a meager sense of security. Observing the dejected expressions on their faces, Xianxia mustered a semblance of encouragement. Everyone, let's keep our spirits up. Discovering traces of malevolence is a significant achievement in itself. The sect will surely offer substantial rewards, far surpassing the value of successfully exploring an ordinary cave. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions lightened somewhat, and they nodded in agreement. However, Lin Xianwei could not restrain herself from interjecting. But what about my trial? Does this count as passing? Beside her, Ma Kun, already displeased with her, snapped back irritably. Just be grateful to be alive. You're still thinking about the trial? Who knows? That ghastly thing might come knocking at any moment and tear us all apart. Lin Xianwei fell silent, her head drooping in disappointment. In whispered tones, Ma Kun said, "Damn it, how could the Guyuan mountain range harbor malevolence? This is too bizarre. Could that brat be behind it?" Lu Yao replied, "That seems unlikely. I observed clearly. The malevolence emanated from the remains of Master Longwu. Besides, he appeared to be a naive coward. Even the best acting could not fake that." Xianxia remarked, "There is something amiss. We must remain vigilant. Let us not forget that our Guyuan sect has been embroiled in escalating conflicts with the Tianyuan Alliance recently. He hails from there, and the more formidable the ancient beings, the more they relish playing the role of the underdog, seeking opportunities to test us." As time dragged on in the storeroom, the tension remained palpable. The group sat within the protective formation set by Xianxia, alertly sensing the movements around them, particularly towards the dark passage leading to the tranquil chamber. A faint sound shattered the stillness. A small paper figure, crafted from talisman paper, floated back from the depths of the passage, landing in Zheng Tong's outstretched palm. Zheng Tong's expression darkened as he shook his head. "No good. The return path is blocked again, trapped in that peculiar illusionary array. My paper figure cannot find a way out." He paused for a moment, gesturing towards the direction of the quiet chamber. My paper figure, upon even the slightest approach to that area, would be instantaneously obliterated by an invisible force, leaving no room for reaction. Ma Kuen's expression darkened significantly. Something was amiss. Given that Sister Lu's urgent message had been sent for such a duration, the elders of the sect should have arrived by now. Yet there was no sign of them. Xianxia surveyed the group, his gaze sweeping over the faces marked by confusion and uncertainty, ultimately resting upon Lin Xianwei, who sat in the corner, pale and evasive. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anxiety swelling within him, and spoke in a grave tone. "We can no longer afford to wait. The malevolent force that ensnares us may be part of a larger scheme. The longer we delay, the more unpredictable its methods may become." He paused, analyzing. Based on Sister Lu's description, the malevolence appears to cling solely to a remnant corpse, exhibiting no significant aggression, more akin to a lurking threat. Furthermore, considering Lin's destroyed puppet, our adversary's actual combat capabilities should be limited. The six of us, if we exercise caution and avoid direct contamination by the malevolence, should be able to suppress it collectively without issue. The thought of having to contend with an additional puppet ignited Ma Kuen's fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xianwei, berating him as the incompetent cause of their predicament, claiming that had it not been for him, this ghastly entity would not have been unleashed. Lin Xianwei retorted defiantly. "How could I have known this would happen? It was not intentional. If we get out of here, I will compensate you with more spirit stones." "Do you truly believe this is merely a matter of spirit stones? We might all end up buried here today." "Enough." Xianxia interjected sharply. "This is not the time for infighting. Lin, what was the specific level of your destroyed puppet? Does it possess any unique abilities?" It was at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, with a water attribute core, proficient in swordsmanship. It also bore several high-grade defensive talismans, and at a critical moment, could self-detonate 1 or 2 artifacts. Self-detonating artifacts? Ma Kuen's temper flared again. "You gotta be kidding." "Enough." Xianxia interrupted once more. The late Master Long Wu was at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, even if tainted by malevolence. He could not have gained substantial strength from nothing. Leave the corpse and the remaining malevolence to me. Ma Kuan, junior brother, and Lu Shu, sister. You will handle the puppet, as your cultivation levels are comparable. Zhang Tong, junior brother, and Lu Wei, sister, you will provide support from the center, ready to assist at any moment. Remember, everyone must maintain their distance and avoid close combat. Calm your minds by reciting the Tranquil Heart Sutra. He swiftly and clearly assigned the tasks. As elite members of the Guyuan sect, the group quickly regained their composure under Ouyang Chen's leadership, nodding in agreement. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the corner. I do not know the Tranquil Heart Sutra. Ouyang Chen felt a vain throb at his temple, struggling to suppress an eye roll. He retorted with exasperation, then stay far away. Lu Wei's sister, keep an eye on him. Do not let him create chaos. Lu Wei could only nod helplessly in response. Once again, the group deliberated over the details, and after confirming their accuracy, they summoned their courage and cautiously made their way towards the tranquil chamber. Chapter 190. What does it have to do with us? The group returned to the slightly ajar stone door, where the chilling atmosphere remained palpable. Ouyang Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Tong, who, understanding the signal, formed a hand gesture, summoning two small paper figures that gingerly pushed open the stone door. Whoosh! A sharp beam of cold light shot forth from within, revealing the puppet coachman. Attack! Ouyang Chen commanded in a low voice, his sword glowing with a fierce golden light as he deftly deflected the puppet's chilling rays, simultaneously shattering the stone door. His gaze immediately fixated on the center of the tranquil chamber, where a skeletal figure clad in tattered Taoist robes was now enveloped in an eerie shade of purple-black. From its empty eye sockets, two flickering purple flames ignited. Upon noticing the presence of the group, the skeletal figure conjured a twisted longsword composed of malevolent purple-black energy. The group instantly plunged into battle, the brilliance of sword light and magical artifacts clashing violently within the confines of the serene chamber. Ouyang Chen took the lead against the corpse, executing his sword techniques with precision and determination. Ma Kuan and Lu Shu focused their efforts on the puppet. Although it possessed talismans and self-destructing artifacts, it could not match the agility of cultivators of the same realm, especially when outnumbered. Soon, Lu Shu gained the upper hand in their skirmish. At that moment, Ouyang Chen struck fiercely against the malevolent sword of the corpse. The violent collision of forces caused the sinister sword to veer sharply, and a condensed purple-black sword, Qi, suddenly broke free from its original trajectory, hurtling towards the corner where Lin Xianwei was hiding, accompanied by a chilling sound of air being sliced. The speed of the sword Qi was breathtaking, targeting Lin Xianwei's midsection with lethal intent. Seemingly paralyzed by the sudden threat of death, Lin Xianwei could only watch helplessly as the destructive purple-black sword light loomed larger in his vision. In the nick of time, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Lin Xianwei without warning, enveloping him in an impenetrable shield of light. The purple-black sword Qi collided violently with the golden barrier, producing a deafening explosion as both the shield and the sword Qi dissipated almost simultaneously. Such a formidable defensive artifact? Ouyang Chen caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, but chose to ignore it, refocusing on the skeletal adversary before him, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Xianwei, finally regaining his composure from the overwhelming shock, hurriedly sought refuge behind Lu Yao. Miss Lu, help me. I'm terrified. Lu Yao regarded him with disdain, suppressing her urge to push him away. Don't make things worse, she retorted. The battle raged on, despite the puppet's resilience. It ultimately succumbed to the combined efforts of Ma Kuan and Lu Shu, with Lu Shu delivering the final blow that severed its core, rendering the puppet utterly inoperative. On the other side, Ouyang Chen seized his opportunity, sweeping aside the corpse's wicked sword with one strike while his other hand swiftly produced a gleaming talisman. Subdue! The talisman transformed into a radiant golden shield, instantly enveloping the entire purple-black skeleton within its protective embrace. The runes on the barrier shimmered, emanating a powerful suppressive force. The corpse within the barrier writhed violently, the purplish-black threads twisting frantically, crashing against the barrier and emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, yet they could not break free. Seizing the opportunity, the group quickly arranged spirit stones around the barrier, reinforcing its stability, while the purplish-black threads gradually calmed down. Success! The onlookers felt a rush of relief as they witnessed this turn of events. Lu Shu gazed at the purplish-black threads within the barrier, a shiver of trepidation coursing through her as she inquired, "Is this hatred?" "Indeed," Ouyang Chen affirmed with a nod, I have encountered cultivators tainted by hatred before. The aura of resentment and madness is unmistakable. At that moment, Xianxia discreetly signaled Ma Kuan with a glance. Ma Kuan understood immediately, suddenly letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back a few steps, pressing a hand to his forehead, his face contorted in pain. My head hurts. Brother Ma, what's wrong? Lu Yao inquired anxiously, her voice tinged with just the right amount of alarm. Ma Kuan emitted a piercing scream. As tendrils of black mist coiled around him, in a sudden turn, he thrust his palm towards Lin Xianwei, who was hiding behind Lu Yao. The gust of his attack was fierce, infused with a lethal intent. Boom! Once again, brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Xianwei, activating his protective artifact just in time to deflect the ambush, though the tremendous force sent him staggering. Help me, Brother Ouyang. Miss Lu, he has gone mad. Lin Xianwei cried out in terror, scrambling to evade. Fall back. Xianxia barked, his face a mask of rage and alarm. Brother Ma has been tainted by hatred. Maintain your distance. The group immediately dispersed. Ma Kuan, undeterred by his failed strike, glared with heightened ferocity. Like a madman, he lunged once more at Lin Xianwei. Though Lin Xianwei desperately tried to defend himself, his meager cultivation and combat experience were insufficient against Ma Kuan, who was at the late golden core stage. The protective golden light flickered severely under Ma Kuan's relentless assault, and Lin Xianwei was battered back like a rag doll, blood spilling from his mouth. Crack! At last, the protective golden light shattered under the strain. Ma Kuan cackled, a concentrated beam of light slicing towards Lin Xianwei's chest. Lin Xianwei screamed in agony. His body propelled backward, crashing heavily against the cold stone wall before collapsing to the ground. Beneath him, his blood swiftly pooled, forming a crimson stain. Seeing Lin Xianwei unconscious in the blood, Ma Kuan ceased to feign concern, smacking his lips as he looked down at the fallen figure. His tone laced with disdain and regret. TSK, so fragile. Lu Shu furrowed her brow. Ma Kuan, your strike was too severe. Ma Kuan shrugged. I thought he had other protective artifacts. That's why I didn't hold back. Who knew he would offer no resistance at all? Xianxia approached expressionlessly, stating calmly. It's fine. We did not intend to take his life. It was merely a test. In such circumstances, exercising caution is not excessive. Several individuals nodded in agreement, their faces devoid of any hint of remorse. Lu Yao's gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Xianwei before shifting away, her heart stirring not with tumult, but with a faint sense of regret. What a pity! She would no longer be able to extract his spirit stones. She then spoke. I just received feedback from the elder. They should be arriving shortly. Very well. We shall await them here. Xianxia replied with a nod. Lu Shu regarded Lin Xianwei, who lay gasping in a pool of blood, with an expression of reluctance. If we leave him there, he will soon perish, won't he? Beside her, the seemingly simple-minded Zhang Tong interjected, Junior Sister Lu, he was wounded by Senior Brother Ma Kuan, who was tainted by resentment. What does it have to do with us? His tone was flat, as though stating a mere fact. Ma Kuan then let out a peculiar low chuckle at an opportune moment. Lu Shu sighed softly, ultimately unable to turn a blind eye. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she cast a gentle green spell, enveloping Lin Xianwei in a verdant light that temporarily shielded his frail heart and wounds, thus delaying his impending demise. Lu Yao curled her lips with a hint of derision. So you fancy yourself a savior. I merely preserve his life for the time being. All will be determined once the elder arrives. Lu Shu replied with an unruffled tone. Chapter 191. This is also his karmic tribulation. Before long, a sharp streak of light appeared at the entrance of the quiet chamber. As the radiance dissipated, a stern-faced, middle-aged Taoist nun emerged, revealing Elder Chun of the Guiyuan Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. We pay our respects to Elder Chun. Xianxia and the others immediately bowed. Elder Chun first cast her gaze upon the purple-black corpse, subdued beneath a golden light, sensing the familiar aura of malice, and nodded slowly. Indeed, it is resentment. Subsequently, her attention shifted to Lin Xianwei, now enveloped by the green light, her brow furrowing slightly. What transpired here? Xianxia stepped forward, succinctly recounting the events, from their encounter with resentment, to the subsequent suppression, and the unforeseen injury Lin Xianwei sustained at the hands of Ma Kuan. Without omitting any details, after listening, Elder Chen nodded expressionlessly. You have done well. Caution is paramount, especially concerning individuals of unknown origins. Her words carried a hint of approval, yet also an air of indifference towards Lin Xianwei. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shu spoke up. Elder Chun, is there still a chance for him? There may still be time for treatment. We could claim he was harmed by resentment, and he is unaware of the truth. Elder Chun pondered for a moment, then walked over to Lin Xianwei, looking down from her elevated position at the youth who lay weakly in the blood. She extended her frail finger to probe Lin Xuanwei's injuries from a distance, her brow tightening further. Ma Kuan, your strike was too forceful. It has already penetrated his heart and dantian. To save him, we will need to expend at least a resilience pill. Ma Kuan quickly lowered his head, his voice tinged with unease. Disciple was concerned he possessed other protective artifacts, which is why I exerted my full strength. Please punish me, Elder. Elder Chun sighed lightly, her tone indifferent. Very well. This is also his karma tribulation. Who could blame him for his misfortune, encountering hatred at such a moment? As she spoke, she seemingly carelessly extended her finger, deftly hooking at Lin Xuanwei's waist. In an instant, the storage pouch at Lin Xuanwei's side flew into Elder Chen's grasp. A flicker of brilliance danced at her fingertip as she effortlessly erased the faint restriction Lin Xianwei had placed upon it. Delving into the pouch with her divine sense, she found it brimming with mid-grade spirit stones, which stirred her gaze momentarily, yet her countenance remained placid as she deftly concealed the pouch within her sleeve. This scene ignited a flicker of fervor in the eyes of Ouyang Chun, Ma Kuan, and the others, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Enough, Elder Chen declared, turning to face them with an air of authority restored. You may leave. I will handle matters here. The discovery and successful suppression of hatred will earn you all merit. Yes, thank you, Elder. The crowd responded in unison, relief flooding their hearts as they prepared to depart. However, just as they turned to leave, a calm voice unexpectedly pierced the silence of the chamber. I recall that the continuation pill costs over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, does it not? Elder, the pouch you have taken from me contains enough spirit stones to purchase several hundred of them. Is it truly your intention to witness my demise? The air in the chamber seemed to freeze instantly, and Ouyang Chun and the others stood frozen in disbelief, turning back to look. Elder Chen's pupils constricted sharply. She reacted with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously drawing her sword without a backward glance. A formidable sword chi, infused with the terrifying pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, surged toward the origin of the voice, Lin Xianwei, who lay in a pool of blood. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. It was evident that the green barrier enveloping Lin Xianwei had, unbeknownst to anyone, transformed into an impenetrable protective shield. Elder Chen's strike met the shield, creating only ripples, failing to penetrate further. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Lin Xianwei rose steadily to his feet. Though his bloodstains remained glaringly vivid, his eyes reflected an unfathomable coldness, devoid of any emotion, leaving no trace of the cowardice and panic typically associated with a young master. Who are you? Elder Chen's voice trembled imperceptibly as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Xianwei, tumultuous waves of anxiety surging within her. Despite her full-force strike, she cannot even breach his protective aura. Lin Xianwei brushed off the dust from his robe nonchalantly. As you can see, I am merely a disciple here to undergo trials. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Xianwei made his move. There was no earth-shattering aura, no extravagant techniques. He simply raised his hand casually. A surge of energy, akin to instantaneous movement, pierced through the dantians of Ouyang Chun, Ma Kuan, and Zheng Tong. Before they could even let out a cry of despair, their bodies jolted violently, their eyes filled with utter terror and disbelief. With their dantians shattered and golden cores destroyed, the three collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as if their very bones had been stripped away. Only Lu Shu and Lu Yao remained unscathed, their faces pale with fright, nearly crumpling to the floor. Do you dare to kill a disciple of the inner sect of the Guiyuan sect? Elder Chen's voice trembled with terror as she uttered a fierce reprimand. Lin Xianwei regarded her with an indifferent gaze, as if observing a mere corpse. They were slain by hatred. What concern is that of mine? Before the echoes of his words faded, his wrist flicked, and his sword was unleashed in a horizontal strike. This stroke, seemingly unadorned, evoked in Elder Chen the chilling specter of death. With a roar, she summoned the full might of her second-tier nascent soul cultivation, her treasured sword radiating blinding light as she condensed her life's efforts to block the impending doom. Clang! It resonated as if a blade had grazed parchment. To Elder Chen, her treasured flying sword, which had been her companion for centuries, appeared as fragile as paper before Lin Xianwei, shattering with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, Lin Xianwei's sword continued its relentless trajectory, effortlessly tearing through her layers of protective, spiritual light. Blood gushed forth. Elder Chun felt a sudden chill at her waist, an indescribable agony coursing through her being as she glanced down to see her lower body cleaved by a smooth incision, nearly severing her in two. Blood erupting like a fountain. No, it cannot be. Terror and disbelief filled Elder Chun's eyes. How could a mere golden core ant inflict such grievous harm upon a second-tier nascent soul cultivator? Lin Xianwei, his countenance devoid of emotion, stepped forward and placed his left hand upon Elder Chen's forehead. A powerful surge of consciousness forcefully invaded her sea of awareness. Soul-searching. A piercing scream escaped Elder Chen's lips as she felt her very soul being torn asunder. Yet, just as Lin Xianwei's consciousness was about to breach the sanctum of her memories, a complex golden rune ignited deep within the recesses of her mind, unleashing a formidable force that violently repelled his intrusion. Lin Xianwei furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. What kind of protective mechanism is this? The Guiyuan sect possesses some intriguing defenses. Chapter 192. I have much to offer. It was only now that Elder Chun grasped Lin Xianwei's intentions. A wave of profound terror overwhelming her. Do not search my soul. Spare me, I implore you. What do you wish to know? I will tell you everything. Lin Xianwei's gaze remained icy as he regarded the contorted visage of Elder Chun, twisted by agony and fear as one would a mere insect. Slowly, he raised his right index finger, lightly tapping her brow. That will suffice. A barely audible sound echoed. In an instant, the spark of life in Elder Chen's eyes extinguished. All her terror, pleas, and suffering frozen upon her face, utterly devoid of vitality. Within the quiet chamber, an oppressive stillness enveloped the air, thick with the scent of blood. Lin Xianwei turned his attention to the sisters, Lu Shu and Lu Yao. Sensing his gaze, both women stiffened, trembling in fear. He approached Lu Shu first, his voice devoid of emotion. I can choose not to kill you. Lu Shu's body quivered as she raised her gaze to meet him, her eyes brimming with fear and gratitude, for she understood that her earlier, seemingly insignificant act of kindness had saved her. Otherwise, she too would have met the fate of a lifeless corpse. However, as you can see, Lin Xianwei continued, you certainly cannot remain at the Guiyuan sect. I can grant you leave to go wherever your heart desires. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Shu's eyes, only to dim almost immediately. Her voice tinged with bitterness. I cannot leave the Guiyuan sect. I am bound by. I know, Lin Xianwei interjected. Your master, Xianxia, is the same for both you and your sister. You are both his furnace vessels. The devouring Yuan curse he has implanted within you, I can resolve. What? Both Lu Shu and Lu Wei exclaimed in unison, their eyes ablaze with incredulity. Is that true? Lu Shu's voice trembled with anticipation. Lin Xianwei nodded. Indeed. Excellent. Lu Shu's eyes brimmed with determination. If you can lift this curse, I shall leave the Guiyuan sect immediately and never return. Lin Xianwei then turned his gaze toward Lu Wei, who shuddered at his cold stare. She forced a sweet smile, her voice laced with flattery and fear. Brother Xianwei, I too wish to save you just now. Truly, it is merely that Ouyang Chun and Elder Chun are far too powerful. I had no choice, I was compelled. Lin Xianwei's gaze remained devoid of warmth. I have spared your life solely for the sake of your sister. Lu Wei felt a chill run down her spine at his piercing look, making her even more anxious. She quickly added, I can also leave the Guiyuan sect. I will accompany my sister. I promise. That is not sufficient. It is not that simple. Lin Xianwei flipped his palm, revealing a pitch-black pill, its surface adorned with countless tiny, writhing black runes. Consume this. He extended the pill toward Lu Wei, his tone brooking no argument. I require your allegiance to the Guiyuan sect for certain tasks. Lu Wei stared at the ominous pill, her throat instinctively constricting as memories of her master Xianxia's grotesque methods flooded her mind, causing her body to tremble. Brother Xianwei, I can serve you. I possess many skills. She struggled, her voice breaking. If I return, my master will surely be suspicious. He will kill me. Lin Xianwei's expression remained impassive. Consume it, or face death now. Lu Wei gazed into his emotionless eyes, then cast a glance at the lifeless bodies of Elder Chun and the others sprawled on the ground. She had no doubt that any further hesitation would lead her to share their fate. Trembling, she extended her hand, her fingertips icy, summoning every ounce of strength to grasp the dark pill. As it touched her palm, a bone-chilling cold surged through her. She closed her eyes and abruptly thrust the pill into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a liquid as sharp as 1,000 ice needles. Coursing violently through her limbs and body, an overwhelming agony engulfing her. Ah! Lu Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream, curling up on the ground as her body convulsed violently. Cold sweat soaking her clothes. Beside her, Lu Shu could no longer contain herself. "Senior, my sister, fear not. She will not perish. As long as she fulfills her duties, I shall grant her freedom." After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain gradually receded like a receding tide. Lu Yao lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes directed towards Lin Xianwei, filled with an abysmal terror. It was at this moment that Lin Xianwei revealed a rare smile. "Well done. You have completed the first step." He crouched down, leaning close to Lu Yao's ear, his voice low and commanding. "Now, follow my instructions." He whispered a few directives, while Lu Yao trembled uncontrollably as she listened. Once he finished, Lin Xianwei stood up, seemingly recalling something, and added, "Oh, by the way, you may attempt to seek help from your master or find someone to dispel the poison." He paused, observing the dread in Lu Yao's eyes. "However, I recommend that you carefully consider the consequences in private first." It was only after the two women departed in a daze that the coldness on Lin Xuanwei's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound tranquility. He approached the still warm body of Elder Chun. With a gentle exhalation, he uttered a single word, forcibly extracting a faint trace of spiritual consciousness from the corpse and capturing it within a jade vial. This way, her soul lamp would not extinguish for the time being. He required Elder Chen's soul lamp to remain functional for a while longer to avoid prematurely alarming the higher-ups of the Guiyuan sect. Subsequently, he flicked his fingers, and a flame descended upon Elder Chen's body, silently igniting. In no time, her remains were reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace of ash behind. Once everything was settled, Lin Xianwei let out a sigh of relief, shedding his disguise to reveal a handsome and composed visage. It was Zhang Xian. 6 months prior, following a successful system upgrade, Zhang Xian promptly reaped significant rewards, acquiring numerous exquisite spiritual treasures and supreme techniques. Yet, he remained at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Although the items from the system had no realm restrictions, he was still unable to fully harness the potential of the exquisite treasures and supreme techniques. Nonetheless, even in the face of Elder Chun, who had reached the second level of the nascent soul, he could still defeat her with a single strike. Half a year ago, Zhang Xian piloted an upgraded flying vessel, taking 3 whole months to arrive at the headquarters of the Tianyuan Alliance in Zhongzhou. Upon encountering the critically wounded Xianxia, Zhang Xian produced a Taichu creation pill, successfully preserving his life. During this time, Zhang Xian also gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Zhongzhou and the entire cultivation world through Xiaoqingyan's words and the intelligence from the Tianyuan Alliance. The cultivation world is divided into 5 domains: Zhongzhou, Donghai, Nanyue, Xiyu, and Bailing. Among them, Zhongzhou possesses the greatest strength and depth of foundation, regarded as the center of the cultivation world. The other 4 domains are relatively comparable. However, the Xiyu has now fallen into despair. Like an epidemic, it has swept through the entire Xiyu within a few short years, corrupting countless cultivators into bloodthirsty demons. The flames of war have reached the western borders of Zhongzhou, where the Tianyuan Alliance headquarters is located, bearing the brunt of immense pressure. Chapter 193. Both ends are dead ends. The Guiyuan sect, as another top-tier force in Zhongzhou, although traditionally at odds with the Tianyuan Alliance, is compelled to temporarily set aside their animosities in the face of the calamity that is sweeping the world. However, the two great powers have long harbored deep-seated grievances, and the covert skirmishes aimed at undermining each other have never ceased, albeit confined within certain bounds, preventing a complete rupture. The grievous injury inflicted upon Xianxia marked a deplorable escalation of conflict. Yang Pixiao brazenly struck, nearly incapacitating Xianxia, an incident that sent shockwaves throughout Zhongzhou. On the other hand, the Guiyuan sect categorically denied involvement, attributing the incident solely to the machinations of hatred, thus evading accountability. The ensuing verbal exchanges between the two factions were fierce, yet ultimately led to an inconclusive resolution. Reflecting upon that battle, Xianxia felt a shiver of dread. He had always prided himself on his exceptional talent, yet before the equally ranked Yang Pixiao, he found himself utterly defenseless. The opponent's strength, speed, and mastery of incantations surpassed him by an entire tier. Had it not been for Lin Xiaozhu's timely arrival, Xianxia would have surely perished on the spot. Zhang Xian understood this all too well. He was already aware that Yang Pixiao had become an apprentice to the legendary elder of the Guiyuan sect, the Taichu Jinren. The Taichu Jinren, a half-step into the divine transformation stage, was hailed as invincible in the realm of cultivation. With the activation of Yang Pixiao's genuine apprentice aura, bolstered by formidable lineage and fortuitous luck, his advancement was bound to soar like a rocket, far surpassing his peers. After severely wounding Xianxia, Yang Pixiao, despite igniting a tumultuous uproar, withdrew from the battlefield of hatred in the western regions under the pretext of seclusion for healing and to avoid suspicion. Retreating to the core area of the Guiyuan sect for profound cultivation. Zhang Xian's ultimate goal for this journey to Zhongzhou was none other than Yang Pixiao. He intended to eradicate him before he fully matured. To this end, he infiltrated the Guiyuan mountain range, a territory both belonging to the Guiyuan sect and a place rife with complexity, facilitating the concealment of his identity and the gathering of intelligence. As he cultivated, he discreetly collected information regarding the location of Yang Pixiao's seclusion within the core area of the Guiyuan sect, as well as various secret realms scattered throughout the Guiyuan mountain range. Upon discovering that Ouyang and his companions were preparing to explore the Longwu cave, and that their team was notably lacking a naive participant, a plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. He donned the guise of Lin Xianwei, the son of the wealthiest man in Jinyuan City, effortlessly integrating into the group. His initial intention was merely to adopt a low-profile identity as a disciple of the Guiyuan sect, thereby gaining deeper insights into the internal workings of the sect. However, upon overhearing Ouyang and the others plotting a scheme that suggested a black-eats-black approach, Zhang Xian's heart chuckled with cold amusement. The feeble remnants of hatred he had previously gathered at the fringes of the western regions were now perfectly poised for use. He skillfully orchestrated a scene of terror within the quiet chamber, thoroughly stirring the waters. He had once entertained a glimmer of hope for the Guiyuan sect, perhaps believing that these so-called righteous sects might uphold some semblance of principle in critical moments. Yet, the appearance and actions of Elder Chen shattered that last vestige of hope. This elder of the law enforcement hall spoke grandiloquently, yet was unwilling to part with even a single pulse-replenishing pill to save a life, instead greedily seizing his storage bag. Greedy, hypocritical, and ruthlessly cold-hearted. That was the true visage of the Guiyuan sect's higher-ups. The celestial being did not shy away from seeking retribution, preparing to unleash a significant upheaval within the Guiyuan sect. In a temporary stronghold at the foot of the Guiyuan mountain range, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Lu Yao, in a daze, pushed open the door and leaned weakly against the cold door panel. Cold sweat soaked the fabric of her back, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The gruesome scenes from the quiet chamber replayed incessantly in her mind, the tragic sight of Elder Chun being cleaved in two by a single sword strike. The horrifying moment when Ouyang and the others met their demise as their dantian shattered, and Lin Xianwei's eyes, devoid of any emotion, as cold as ice. Instinctively, she touched her abdomen, where remnants of the excruciating pain from the icy needles lingered, a torment akin to the tearing of her very soul. The chilling mark of the devouring Yuan spell and the piercing venom of the ice needles coiled within her like two frigid serpents. One was the influence of her master, Hu Yanxing, who wielded the devouring Yuan spell with a power akin to that of a maggot burrowing into her very bones, while the other was the even more tormenting poison of Lin Xianwei's ice needles. Entrapped by both, with no escape in sight, unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Yao let out a suppressed whimper. She slid down to the ground, tightly embracing her knees, burying her head deep into them, her body trembling violently. A torrent of emotions, fear, despair, resentment, overwhelmed her like a relentless tide. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted her turmoil as the jade talisman at her waist vibrated violently. Trembling, she grasped the talisman with a sense of dread. As her consciousness delved in, a chilling message materialized in her mind. Why has Lu Shu's soul lamp extinguished? What has transpired? It was a message from her master, Hu Yanxing. An indescribable pang of sorrow and jealousy surged within her. She recalled Lin Xuanwei's seemingly casual gesture before leaving the quiet chamber. He had employed some secret technique that not only lifted the devouring yuan spell, which had tormented their sisterhood for centuries, but also skillfully erased her sister's presence entirely. With her soul lamp extinguished within the sect, Lu Shu was finally free, liberated from the Gu Yuan sect and the clutches of Xianxia. But what of her own fate? She had not only been afflicted with the more terrifying ice needle poison, but was also compelled to return to the Gu Yuan sect, to confront a master more fearsome than any demon. Why? Why could her sister find liberation while she was forced to endure such suffering? The overwhelming sense of injustice and unwillingness nearly drove her to madness. Yet soon, a deeper fear surged, eclipsing all else. Clutching the jade talisman, her knuckles turned white from the pressure. Her heart waged a fierce battle. Before her lay two paths. The first was to confess everything to her master, to reveal how Elder Chun and Ouyang Chun had perished, to lay bare Lin Xianwei's scheme. Her master, a powerful nascent soul cultivator, surely possessed the means to dispel the accursed ice needle poison. The second option was to align herself with Lin Xianwei, who had effortlessly dispatched Elder Chun and could easily lift her sister's devouring yuan spell. Perhaps his cultivation level surpassed even that of her master. Moreover, Lin Xianwei had promised that upon completing the task, he would grant her freedom and unimaginable resources. However, aligning oneself with Lin Xianwei equated to a complete stance against the Guiyuan sect, a faction renowned as the foremost in the realm of cultivation. Ultimately, Lu Yao, trembling fingers poised, was about to inscribe a message of betrayal upon the jade talisman. At the very instant the notion of confession arose, an unimaginable wave of terror surged from the depths of her soul, a pain tenfold more intense than before, erupting without warning. Chapter 194, Unleashing a Lifetime of Performance. This time, it felt as though millions of searing ice needles were frantically piercing every inch of her flesh and even every thought within her being. The agony transcended the limits of the physical body, reaching the very core of her soul, as if it aimed to utterly shatter her consciousness. Thud! Lu Yao collapsed on the ground, clutching her head with both hands, emitting a wail so piercing it scarcely resembled human sound. No, Senior Lin, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Spare me. Please, spare me. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out incoherently, her voice imbued with sheer terror and desperation. At last, she comprehended the true meaning behind Lin Xuanwei's words to consider matters privately. The poison of the ice needles was not meant to control the body. It was designed to ensnare the soul. Even the slightest thought of resistance would invoke excruciating torment. Yet, her cries were destined to go unanswered. Only the soul-crushing agony washed over her again and again. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, as the horrific pain gradually subsided. Lu Yao lay on the cold ground like a dying fish, gasping for air, her eyes vacant, devoid of any sparkle. With trembling hands, she struggled to grasp the communication jade talisman. Master, your disciple encountered resentment during an exploration of the cave, facing immense peril. Elder Chun attempted to suppress it, but was unfortunately consumed by resentment. When I awoke, Elder Chun and my fellow disciples had vanished without a trace. Send! The talisman slipped from her fingers, striking the ground with a crisp sound. Lu Yao's body trembled uncontrollably. She knew that once this message was dispatched, there would be no turning back. Betraying her sect and deceiving her master, either transgression was enough to plunge her into an abyss of despair. Yet now, she had no choice. Before long, the talisman trembled once more, revealing only two chilling words: come back. Upon seeing these words, a wave of icy dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. The visage of Xianxia, seemingly gentle yet inherently cruel and tyrannical, flashed before her eyes. The nights tormented by the devouring yuan curse, the agony of being used as a furnace to siphon her cultivation, the perverse punishments, all plunged her into a frigid abyss. Her scalp tingled, and her entire body felt frozen. But at this juncture, she could only steel herself and return. Her sole hope rested upon the enigmatic and formidable Lin Xianwei, that he might indeed be capable and fulfill his promise. Jinshan Palace, before the hall of the palace master. The Guiyuan sect was divided into 36 palaces, each governed by a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Yao and her sister Lu Shu were affiliated with Jinshan Palace, where Xianxia served as the palace master. Half a day later, Lu Yao suppressed her mounting fears, returning to Jinshan Palace as if marching toward her execution. She knelt before the cold and solemn main hall, her head bowed, her body trembling uncontrollably. At long last, the hall doors opened silently. A young man, possessing an elegant visage and an ethereal presence, stepped forth with measured grace. He was none other than Xianxia, the master of the Golden Zen Palace and the scion of the Baking Fang in Central Continent. Approaching Lu Yao, he looked down upon her, his voice devoid of emotion, yet laden with an invisible pressure. Speak. Why have you returned alone? Lu Yao's heart raced as she struggled to maintain her composure. Bowing deeply, she recited the prepared explanation, which aligned with the message she had conveyed earlier, albeit enriched with additional details that depicted the terror of the devouring curse and the grim fate of Elder Chun during his corruption. She concluded by emphasizing that she had awakened to find herself utterly alone in the cave. Oh, Xianxia's brow arched slightly, his response noncommittal. Suddenly, he leaned closer, extending 2 fingers to gently grasp Lu Yao's chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. As their eyes locked, the seemingly gentle depths of Xianxia's eyes shimmered with a piercing cold light that seemed to penetrate her very soul. My dear disciple, his voice remained even, yet a subtle chill underscored his words. You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you? Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply, an icy dread coursing through her veins. Instinctively, she cried out in desperation, I would never dare to deceive you. Every word is the truth, master. Please see for yourself. A faint, enigmatic smile grazed Xianxia's lips as he tightened his grip on her chin. The devouring curse was unleashed in an instant. Lu Yao let out a piercing scream, expecting the familiar agony akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her bones to engulf her once more. Yet the pain, though excruciating, seemed to be only a fraction of what she had previously endured. In that moment, she realized it was the poison of the ice needle. The poison implanted by the esteemed Lin Xian not only punished rebellious thoughts, but also mitigated the suffering caused by the devouring curse. However, she dared not betray any sign of relief on her countenance. Instead, she drew upon her lifetime of acting skills, biting her gums until they bled. Crimson trickled down her chin. Amidst her heart-wrenching screams, she fervently bowed her head, striking her forehead against the icy jade floor, producing a series of muffled thuds. Master, I truly have not deceived you. I beseech you, please release me. I cannot endure this any longer. Master, her cries were filled with desperation and anguish. The performance executed to perfection. Xianxia regarded her with detached indifference as she writhed on the ground, his expression inscrutable, as if he were merely an observer of a farcical play. Rising slowly, he turned to re-enter the hall, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Reflect carefully, and then speak to me again. The hall doors closed gradually, sealing Lu Yao outside. Her forehead had already been battered and bloodied, staining the ground crimson. Yet, as the doors shut, her heart sank deeper into despair. As time trickled by, Lu Yao's performance grew increasingly numb, her voice hoarse from her cries. Just as she believed her master intended to torment her to death, the doors creaked open once more, and Xianxia's figure reemerged. With a mere flick of his finger, the devouring curse within her was instantly quelled. Xianxia's voice was gentle as he stepped forward, extending his hand to softly brush away the blood and dust from Lu Yao's forehead before patting the dirt off her clothing. Just moments ago, news had arrived from the sect regarding the discovery of Elder Chen's whereabouts, tainted by the hatred in the nearby city. The sect had dispatched personnel to apprehend him. He paused, observing the lingering terror in Lu Yao's eyes, his tone imbued with a weighty seriousness. Now that Lu Shu is absent, I must be stricter with you. This soul-biting spell, though painful, will temper your spirit. Do not fault me, for once you attain the nascent soul, this curse will naturally dissipate. Understood, Master, Lu Yao replied, her voice hoarse, her head bowed, her body still trembling slightly, yet her heart was filled with a chilling derision. Good, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with her submission. At that moment, Lu Yao appeared to recall something, struggling to retrieve an ancient-looking jade slip from her bosom, and reverently presented it with both hands. Master, this is something I stumbled upon in an abandoned cave, seemingly related to the furnace methods. I am but a fool and cannot decipher it, so I present it to you. Chapter 195. Such a hairstyle is quite fashionable. A flicker of surprise crossed Xianxia's eyes as he casually accepted the jade slip. He held little hope, thinking that a derelict cave could yield anything of value. However, the instant his consciousness delved into the jade slip, his gaze sparked with an unmistakable brilliance. The slip contained a remnants of a highly esteemed furnace method. Although annotations were missing and many details were lacking, the profound concepts and intricate techniques embedded within far surpassed the furnace method he was currently practicing. If he could comprehend even a fraction of it and incorporate it into his own cultivation, it would undoubtedly benefit his progress immensely, perhaps even grant him a glimpse into higher realms. Where did you acquire this? Xianxia's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. Half a year ago, while exploring an abandoned cave in the falling Sunset Valley, I fortuitously discovered it among the crevices of the stones. Lu Yao fabricated a casual location. Excellent, 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 Xianxia exclaimed thrice, his face breaking into a rare, genuine smile. He reached out, unusually gentle as he ruffled Lu Yao's hair. Indeed, you are my clever Yaoer. You have done well. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 exquisite jade vials from his sleeve and handed them to Lu Yao. These contain healing and foundational recovery elixirs. Accept them and take good care of yourself. Thank you, master. Lu Yao quickly knelt down, her voice filled with gratitude. Later that night, in Lu Yao's abode, she collapsed onto the cold bed, having barely survived the ordeal with Master Xianxia. As anticipated, the jade slip detailing the furnace method had successfully captured his attention. Upon acquiring it, he hastily declared a retreat for contemplation, and she expected he would not trouble her for some time. Her gaze swept over the 2 jade vials bestowed by Xianxia, a bitter and mocking smile gracing her lips. She casually picked up one of the vials, uncorked it, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Inside were several healing pills of decent quality and foundational recovery elixirs. Under normal circumstances, they would be quite commendable for her. A golden core cultivator. As her consciousness delved into her storage bag, the mocking expression transformed instantaneously into an ineffable complexity of emotions. Within the bag, a mountain of spirit stones radiated rich spiritual energy. Various rare spiritual herbs and materials dazzled the eyes, many of which she could not even name. These treasures were the rewards advanced by her predecessors. In stark contrast to the wealth within the storage bag, enough to evoke envy even from nascent soul cultivators, the 2 bottles of elixirs bestowed by Xianxia seemed utterly trivial, akin to mere pebbles by the roadside. This immense disparity stirred a medley of feelings within Lu Yao. On one side stood her parsimonious and cruel master, who regarded her as inconsequential, while on the other was the mysterious and powerful Lin Xianwei, who was both generous and ruthless in his methods. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and grasped the communication jade talisman that symbolized her status as an inner disciple of the Jinshan Palace. With a flicker of spiritual light at her fingertips, a message was inscribed within. The Jinshan Palace requires the selection of several outer disciples to assist in handling sundry tasks. Promptly submit the roster of all current outer disciples. Once the message was dispatched, Lu Yao held the jade talisman, her gaze complex as she stared out at the inky night sky. She understood that the task entrusted by her predecessor had commenced, and she had embarked on an irrevocable path. Half a month later, at the Jinshan Palace, in the main gate square, the palace opened its doors wide to welcome outer disciples. The square was abuzz with voices as hundreds of young cultivators gathered, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. Presiding over the disciple recruitment ceremony were Song Zhang, the second disciple of the palace master Xianxia, and the junior sister Lu Yao. Dressed in the standard black and white robe of the Guiyuan sect, Song Zhang stood tall, his appearance merely average, yet his deliberately styled long hair, parted down the middle, lent him an air of feigned nonchalance that bordered on the oily. This hairstyle was quite popular in the Guiyuan sect, originating from the legendary Taichu Zhenren, known as the invincible figure in the realm of cultivation. The massive jade sculpture of Taichu Zhenren at the peak of the mountain, with its middle-parted long hair, inspired countless disciples to imitate it, including both Song Zhang and the deceased Ouyang. Lu Yao stood slightly behind Song Zhang. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant dress, with a touch of makeup that could not conceal the faint signs of weariness and fatigue upon her brow. After several rounds of selection, dozens of fortunate individuals emerged, qualifying as registered disciples of the Jinshan Palace. Most of these disciples were at the early stage of golden core cultivation, with 2 possessing extraordinary, mutated, high-quality spiritual roots. Such talent would undoubtedly be nurtured as core disciples in any other lesser sect. However, within the profoundly established Guiyuan sect, they could only be considered inner registered disciples, requiring rigorous trials to attain the status of direct disciples. Song Zhang surveyed the vibrant new junior disciples before him, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, as his gaze swept through the crowd, his brows involuntarily furrowed. One figure stood out conspicuously among the throng, a slightly plump young man clad in a long robe adorned with gold thread, making him remarkably eye-catching amongst the otherwise modest cultivators. His features were unremarkable, even somewhat simple-minded, with a cultivation level barely at the first stage of golden core, and his spiritual root was merely an average mid-grade fire root. This was Yun. The name immediately surfaced in Song Zhang's mind. He recalled distinctly that this individual had been specifically recommended by his junior sister, Lu Yao, and was a beneficiary of nepotism. Coming from humble beginnings, Song Zhang had ascended to his current position through sheer effort and a modicum of fortune. He harbored a natural disdain for those who relied on their familial connections to gain unearned advantages, and a wave of innate animosity surged within him. Just as he contemplated addressing this Yu Yun with a sharp rebuke, or perhaps concocting an excuse to dismiss him, Lu Yao stepped forward, her voice ringing clear and imbued with an undeniable authority. Second senior brother, my cultivation is still in its infancy, and it may be difficult for me to mentor too many disciples. These three, she elegantly gestured with her delicate fingers toward the trio in the crowd, including the slightly plump Yu Yun, I shall take under my wing. The trio, Yu Yun included, could hardly conceal their delight at being singled out. Envious glances were cast by other disciples, who recognized that studying under this beautiful junior sister was far preferable to training with the serious and somewhat greasy second senior brother, whose long hair parted in the middle gleamed in the sunlight, creating a rather glaring sight when paired with his feigned solemnity. The three quickly bowed in respect and hurried to stand behind Lu Yao, anxious to avoid any unforeseen changes. Only then did Lu Yao turn to Song Zhang, a perfectly measured apologetic smile gracing her features. Second senior brother, I shall take these three. The remaining disciples will require your diligent guidance. As Song Zhang beheld Lu Yao's enchanting visage so close, noticing the faint trace of weariness and vulnerability in her eyes, his earlier displeasure dissipated like mist, replaced by a surge of tenderness and a protective instinct. A self-assured smile graced his lips as he responded gently, of course, junior sister. Rest assured that I shall dedicate myself to their instruction. Chapter 196. I must extend special consideration. Watching Lu Yao summon a pristine spirit cloud to carry the three new disciples away, Song Zhang felt ripples of emotion stir within him. Over the centuries he had spent within the sect, he had harbored feelings of admiration for this lovely junior sister, yet lamentably, had never been able to advance their relationship further. The rumors circulating within the sect, suggesting that this junior sister was the master's alchemical furnace, had always drawn his scorn. The Guiyuan sect, a distinguished pillar of the Central Plains, could not possibly engage in such nefarious practices. These were merely slanderous fabrications from petty individuals. Sighing, he recalled that his junior sister had recently ventured into a cave and encountered resentful thoughts. Even senior sister Lu Shu had expressed concern over her pallor and melancholic demeanor. During this period, he resolved to provide her with comfort and care. It was only when the spirit cloud had completely vanished into the depths of the sea of clouds that he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, gathered his thoughts, and resumed his stern demeanor to instruct the remaining disciples. Lu Yao led the three new disciples into the mountainous realm of Jinshan Palace, assigning them independent quarters. She deliberately arranged for Yu Yun's room to be situated in the tranquil courtyard closest to her own. In the side hall, Lu Yao sat upright in the main seat, briefly elucidating some of the rules and precepts of the Guiyuan sect. She then distributed several jade slips containing the inner sect's techniques and knowledge. Before gesturing for them to withdraw and contemplate on their own, you may go and diligently cultivate. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. She retained Yu Yun. The other two disciples bowed in acknowledgement, yet their eyes could not help but dart towards the portly Yu Yun standing aside, their hearts tinged with resentment. This rotund fellow, of unremarkable appearance and talent, evidently received greater favor from the junior sister. However, they dared not voice their thoughts and silently exited. Only Lu Yao and Yu Yun remained within the hall. The tension within Lu Yao gradually eased as she waved her hand to establish a barrier, gazing at the endearing figure of the chubby man before her. Her eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Who are you to the senior? She found it difficult to associate this individual with the decisive and unfathomable Lin Xianwei, thinking he might be merely another pawn of the senior like herself. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yun's innocent and harmless smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an air of calmness and depth that seemed to perceive all. He scrutinized Lu Yao, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, you have successfully completed the second step. I had anticipated that I would encounter the ambush of the Guiyuan sect waiting for me here, but it seems you have been quite obedient. Lu Yao was taken aback, her hair standing on end, though their appearances and physiques were entirely different. The indifference exuding a sense of control was eerily reminiscent of that killing god in the quiet chamber. Senior? Lu Yao exclaimed in astonishment, her legs weakening as she prepared to kneel in reverence. I, Lu Yao, shall act according to the senior's instructions. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhang Xian conjured an invisible, gentle force that supported her as she knelt. No need for excessive formality. You have performed commendably. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. As long as you continue to follow my guidance, I shall ensure your safety. Is Xianxia in seclusion? Yes, Lu Yao quickly replied, her voice laced with excitement and trepidation. After the master obtained that jade slip, he immediately announced his retreat for contemplation. That particular jade slip was indeed a volume from the system concerning the dual cultivation method of the highest grade. Zhang Xian had excised the crucial content, leaving only trivial details for Xianxia to ponder at his leisure. Does he harbor any suspicion towards you? Zhang Xian inquired. The master activated the Devour Yuan spell. Lu Yao shuddered at the memory. Had it not been for the senior's icy needle poison suppressing the spell's power, I would have certainly faced a fate worse than death. I fear I could not have endured. It seems your acting skills are commendable. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, appearing unsurprised. With Xianxia in seclusion, he will be unavailable for some time. Now, within this Golden Zen Palace, how many resources can you mobilize in your current capacity? Can you influence matters? Lu Yao steadied herself, carefully considering her response. In reply to the senior, with the master in seclusion, several senior brothers with profound cultivation are also engaged in their own practices. Currently, the affairs are managed by second senior brother Song Zhang. He harbors a favorable impression of me. As long as I employ some subtlety, he typically will not inquire too closely. Most of the other senior brothers are similarly inclined. As she spoke towards the end, her voice softened, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of embarrassment. Zhang Xian, upon hearing this, revealed a knowing smile. Ah, it appears you are quite popular. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Zhang Xian chose not to elaborate further, his fingertips shimmering with ethereal light as he swiftly inscribed several names in the air, along with an additional task. These individuals, please investigate their circumstances in detail. The more comprehensive, the better. Lu Yao looked up, her expression gradually shifting to one of peculiarity as she regarded the names suspended in the air. Each of these women was renowned within the sect. Some possessed profound cultivation, others exhibited extraordinary talent, or were simply breathtakingly beautiful. It seemed that even the most formidable men could not escape the allure of such enchanting women. What is it? Zhang Xian inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. These names represented the fated daughters with significant destinies, as sensed by the system upon his entry into the Guiyuan sect's inner sanctum. Lu Yao quickly composed herself and replied respectfully, "It is nothing." She took a deep breath and began to introduce them one by one. Wen Yin is the leader of the upper 6 palaces, the Window Palace, within the 36 palaces of the Guiyuan sect. Her cultivation is unfathomable, reportedly having reached the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and she rarely makes public appearances due to her esteemed status. Song Zheng is the direct granddaughter of the true man of primordial beginning, possessing an extraordinarily noble lineage. She has spent most of her time in secluded cultivation under the true man's guidance, rarely seen within the sect, rendering her an enigma to many. Junior sister Yu Zhuwei entered the Guizhong Palace 2 years ago, endowed with a supreme fire spiritual root and remarkable talent. Her beauty is legendary, making her the object of admiration for countless disciples within the sect. She is a direct disciple of the Guizhong Palace. Zhang Xian listened quietly, and when he heard that Yu Zhuwei was a direct disciple of the Guizhong Palace, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Oh, she is in the Guizhong Palace? If I recall correctly, the leader of the Guizhong Palace is named Yang Pashao. Is that not so? Indeed, Lu Yao affirmed. Master Yang Pashao joined the Guiyuan sect 3 years ago. Initially, she was relatively unknown, but soon demonstrated astonishing talent, breaking through to the nascent soul realm and being personally appointed as the leader of the Guizhong Palace by the Grand Elder. She is the only individual in our sect's history to ascend to the position of leader of the upper 6 palaces with only initial-level nascent soul cultivation, which is nothing short of legendary. Due to her supreme fire spiritual root, junior sister Yu was taken as a direct disciple, receiving considerable favor. The 36 palaces of the Guiyuan sect are ranked, divided into the upper 6 palaces, the middle 12 palaces, and the lower 18 palaces, with both the Winda Palace and Guizhong Palace classified among the upper 6, while the Jinzhan Palace must humbly accept its place among the lower 18. I see. Zhang Xian mused. A talented disciple of an old friend's sect, I shall need to pay her special attention. He turned to Lu Yao. Are you familiar with her? Chapter 197, A Fortuitous Discovery. Lu Yao shook her head. Although junior sister Yu's reputation is grand, her temperament is quite aloof, and she is not adept at social interactions. I have only seen her from a distance a few times and have never spoken with her. She paused, seemingly recollecting something, and added, however, I am quite close with a senior sister from the Guizhong Palace, who I refer to as a sister in private. Her name is Zishao, and she is one of Master Yang's consorts, reportedly hailing from the southern region. Xianxia. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, the name sounding somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Suppressing his doubts for the moment, he inquired. Yang Pashao was brought back to the Guiyuan sect by Hu Yanqing, correct? What is their relationship like? Lu Yao pondered carefully before responding. Initially, their relationship was indeed quite amiable. My master even referred to him as a brother. However, ever since Yang Gongzhu assumed control of the Guizhong Palace, ascending to the position of master of the upper 6 palaces, the bond between them has gradually grown distant. Though my master has said nothing outwardly, the Jinshan Palace is but one of the lower 18 palaces, where he has toiled for nearly a millennium. In contrast, Yang Gongzhu, a newcomer, has garnered such esteem from the Grand Elder based solely on his initial stage of nascent soul cultivation, which must have left my master feeling somewhat aggrieved. Zhang Xian nodded gently, finding this explanation unsurprising. Lu Yao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously probed, May I ask, esteemed elder, do you have an acquaintance with Yang Gongzhu, or perhaps an enmity? Zhang Xian shot her a cold glance, his gaze sharp as ice. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Lu Yao felt a chill run down her spine and quickly bowed her head. Yes, I was in the wrong. Zhang Xian continued. In the upcoming period, I want you to engage more with the Guizhong Palace. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other affairs. Additionally, every half-month, convene us once, under the pretense of providing instruction from a senior sister to a junior brother. At that time, I will assign you any tasks that may arise. With that, he flipped his palm, revealing a storage ring that materialized in his hand, casually tossing it. The ring landed steadily before Lu Yao. Inside, you will find a low-grade defensive spiritual treasure, an ascension pill, and 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Consider this your reward for completing the task. Lu Yao was taken aback by his words. A defensive spiritual treasure? Such a coveted artifact was the dream of any nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the Ascension Pill, a premier earth-grade elixir capable of enhancing the quality of one's spiritual root, was of incalculable value. In comparison, the 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones seemed rather inconsequential. She doubted her own hearing. Any one of these items would make a nascent soul cultivator envious, yet the elder had so readily bestowed them upon her. Coupled with the previous advance, her current wealth had already surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. However, Zhang Xian's voice drew her back from her astonishment. Do not reveal these items yet, lest you arouse suspicion. I will find an appropriate opportunity to take you out for some practical experience. When the time comes, these treasures will serve as the fortune you acquired during your journey. The immense surprise and overwhelming impact caused Lu Yao to tremble uncontrollably. She fell to her knees with a thud, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to repay your great kindness. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave the hall. As he pushed open the doors, the inscrutable aura around him dissipated in an instant, replaced by an innocuous, affable smile as he waddled away, his slightly rotund belly swaying gently. Lu Yao watched Zhang Xian's receding figure, then glanced down at the heavy storage ring in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously extended her trembling consciousness into its depths. Everything is indeed true. Lu Yao gripped the storage ring tightly, her knuckles whitening under the pressure. Her expression transitioned from initial shock and euphoria to unwavering resolve as she murmured to herself, her voice imbued with an unprecedented determination. This is truly an opportunity. It is my chance to soar. Time slipped quietly by beneath a calm facade. Yu Yun, a slightly plump and somewhat clumsy youth, lived an unremarkable existence among the registered disciples of the Xianxia Palace. He diligently practiced the fundamental techniques of the Guiyuan sect daily, occasionally seeking advice from his senior sister Lu Yao on seemingly foolish questions, appearing no different from his fellow disciples. However, unbeknownst to them, his consciousness extended like intangible tendrils, subtly permeating every corner of the Xianxia Palace. He participated in the exchanges among disciples, listening to various rumors and inadvertently passing by the elders' preaching sessions, capturing snippets of conversation. Utilizing the conveniences provided by Lu Yao, he perused publicly accessible sect records and task briefs. Through these seemingly mundane actions, Zhang Xian gained a deeper understanding of the internal dynamics of the Guiyuan sect. Factions were rife, with open and covert conflicts. The disparity in status between the upper 6 palaces and the lower 18 palaces led to uneven resource allocation and the emergence of latent tensions, with currents swirling within each palace. Zhang Xian found himself troubled by the fact that his primary target, Yang Pashao, had remained in seclusion deep within the Gui Tsang Palace. The Gui Tsang Palace, located in the core area of the Guiyuan sect, was adjacent to the Tai Chu Palace of the esteemed Tai Chu Zhanren. The spiritual energy in that area was so dense it seemed to solidify, surrounded by numerous restrictions, with the unfathomable presence of Tai Chu Zhanren subtly enveloping it. Even with his confidence, Zhang Xian dared not act under the watchful eye of a half-step transformation deity. He required a plan, a strategy to draw Yang Pashao out. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xian had been lurking within the Guiyuan sect for nearly 3 months. Fortunately, the Guiyuan sect's restrictions on its disciples were not overly stringent, akin to those of the Yun Yao sect. He ventured outside the sect every fortnight, deploying specially disguised puppets to scatter like a net along the periphery of the Guiyuan sect's influence, gathering various intelligence. On one particular day, a piece of information from a remote market piqued his interest. Within the Junyi forest, on its southeastern edge, there were suspected residual traces of hatred alongside reports of small-scale missing cultivators. The Junyi forest? Instantly, images of this perilous land flooded Zhang Xian's mind. A vast, unending primal forest, named for the strange, thunderous firestorms that descended upon its depths year-round, characterized by its harsh and exceedingly dangerous environment. Half a month later, at the entrance plaza of the Guiyuan sect, dozens of disciples prepared for departure. This was no ordinary training expedition, but a formal mission jointly initiated by the Xianxia Palace and the Gui Tsang Palace to explore the Junyi forest, search for the missing son of the Ling Yuan Tower, and investigate the traces of hatred. The Ling Yuan Tower, a formidable affiliated sect under the Guiyuan sect, had its lord's son go missing in the Junyi forest with a bounty reaching several million mid-grade spirit stones. This task, due to its exceptional cost-effectiveness, was highly sought after, yet somehow it had fallen into Lu Yao's hands. Lu Yao warmly invited the members of Guizhong Palace to join the endeavor, and faced with such an enticing opportunity, they readily accepted. Chapter 198, An Unfortunate Collision with a Hairstyle. The leader of this mission was the senior brother of Guizhong Palace, Bao Yuanjinren. In his middle age, he possessed a square visage and emanated a formidable aura characteristic of the second stage of the nascent soul realm. Originally, he was the favored disciple of the former Guizhong Palace master, and he had anticipated that the palace would eventually belong to him. However, unexpectedly, he was thwarted by the sudden emergence of Yang Pashao, who was only at the first stage of the nascent soul. Naturally, he harbored resentment and had publicly challenged Yang, only to be decisively defeated, losing face in the process. Accompanying Bao Yuanjinren on this journey were 3 other cultivators. Zixiao, one of Yang Pashao's concubines, she was adorned in a striking fire-red gown, her figure graceful. Yu Wei, Yang Pashao's personal disciple. She wore the standard black and white robe of Guiyuan sect, yet her elegance was undeniable. Her demeanor was cool, with her azure hair casually tied up, the ends faintly shimmering with a hint of fiery red, an indication of her exceptionally pure fire spiritual root. Zhong Finxiong, a youthful cultivator with similarly parted long hair. At the later stage of the golden core, his gaze was haughty, a devoted follower of Baoyuan Jinren. On the side of Jinqiang Palace, Song Zhang and Lu Yao led the charge, accompanied by 4 newly initiated disciples, Yu Yun, Qianji, Sun Gong, and Liexia. This formidable assembly was indeed luxurious for a mere search mission. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Xian, disguised as Yu Yun, casually scanned the members of Guizhong Palace. When his gaze fell upon Xiao, he paused momentarily. The fire-red gown and her long legs reminded him instantly. Was she not the red-clad female cultivator who hosted the auction at the Baoqing Square years ago? How had she become Yang Pashao as concubine? Subsequently, his attention shifted to Yu Jiwei. Ding. Detected a woman of 68 points of fortune. Yu Jiwei. Ding. Yu Jiwei's affinity towards you is 0, binding successful. Zhang Xian realized that Yu Jiwei bore resemblance to Long Ji, which explained Yang Pajiao's decision to take her as his personal disciple. It was just the right time to seek a destined woman to replenish his resources, as his recent expenditures had been excessive. Zhang Xian's scrutiny did not escape the notice of Guizhong Palace members. Baoyuan Jinren snorted coldly, his eyes betraying disdain. Zhong Fenxiong shot Zhang Xian a fierce glare, as though warning the portly figure not to stare indiscreetly. Junior sister Lu, junior brother Song. Baoyuan Jinren's voice was deep, carrying a hint of condescension. For this mission, I shall take the lead. I hope the 2 of you can keep your disciples in check and refrain from acting independently to avoid unnecessary complications. A gentle smile adorned Lu Yao's face as she responded with a graceful bow. Rest assured, senior brother Baoyuan, I and junior brother Song shall fully cooperate. Her voice was melodious and her demeanor humble. Although Song Zhang felt somewhat displeased with Baoyuan Jinren's attitude, he could only clasp his fists in acknowledgement. Given the latter's status as a nascent soul master, Baoyuan Jinren nodded in satisfaction and ceased further discussion. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned a completely black flying vessel. Aboard the ship, Baoyuan Jinren stepped onto the vessel first. The crowd followed closely behind. As Lu Yao boarded the flying vessel, she affectionately linked her arm with Xiao's, and the 2 engaged in lively conversation, resembling sisters in spirit. Master Baoyuan cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pronounced, "The journey is arduous, and I commend your efforts. I have prepared a tranquil chamber for the esteemed junior sisters to rest." He was, of course, referring to Lu Yao, Xiao, and Yu Jiwei. The others, however, would have to remain on the deck, exposed to the elements. This preferential treatment from Master Baoyuan caused Song Zhang's countenance to darken instantly. Despite being the 2nd senior brother of the Golden Zen Palace and possessing peak golden core cultivation, he found himself without even a room, a clear affront to his dignity. Yet, brother Zhongfeng from the Guizhong Song Palace also lacked a chamber, leaving Song Zhang at a loss for justification to express his discontent. Zhang Xian and 3 other nameless disciples quietly huddled in a corner at the ship's stern, appearing desolate. Song Zhang and brother Zhongfeng, both sporting similar hairstyles, stood awkwardly in the center of the deck, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fortunately, Lu Yao, ever charming and adept, occasionally engaged in conversation with Song Zhang and brother Zhongfeng, managing to uphold a semblance of harmony. After a while, Lu Yao appeared somewhat fatigued. She offered an apologetic smile to Song Zhang and brother Zhongfeng before turning to enter the tranquil chamber arranged for her by Master Baoyuan. 3 days later, the flying vessel finally reached the fringes of the Jinhe forest. As everyone disembarked, a wild, sulphurous scent assailed their senses. Before them lay an endless expanse of primal woodland, towering ancient trees entwined with thick vines. As was customary, Master Baoyuan distributed Tongqi Lianzitai to each person. All were to operate within a 100-mile radius centered around him. The objective was to locate the young master of Lingyuan Tower, alive or dead. They were also to remain vigilant for traces of Henyan, claiming any spiritual materials discovered along the way for personal use. A firm reminder echoed in their minds. Do not exceed the range of the Jade Talisman's sensing capabilities, or face the dire consequences. The group nodded in agreement. For those at the late Golden Core stage, and even Yuaning cultivators, the beasts of the forest posed little threat. The real concern lay with the potential emergence of Henyan. Subsequently, Master Baoyuan retrieved a piece of raw jade, evidently of a higher grade than the one Lu Yao had previously possessed, emanating a gentle, purifying aura, capable of faintly sensing the direction of malevolent thoughts. He infused it with spiritual energy, causing a soft white light to glow from its surface, yet it did not indicate any specific direction. Clearly, they were still at a considerable distance, or perhaps Yin had either dissipated or concealed itself. Master Baoyuan spoke with gravity. We shall split up and delve deeper into the forest, remaining vigilant. The group acknowledged his directive and began to disperse into the woods. Lu Yao promptly addressed Song Zhang. Second brother, let us take a few junior brothers to explore this way, allowing them some practical experience. She gestured toward Yu Yun and 3 other outer disciples. Naturally, Song Zhang agreed, eager to distance himself from Master Baoyuan. Lu Yao then affectionately grasped Zixiao's hand. Sister Zixiao, do join us. I have much to discuss with you. Zixiao, having been persuaded by Lu Yao, readily acquiesced. Lu Yao then turned her gaze to Yu Jiwei. Junior sister Yu, how about joining us as well? Yu Jiwei's cold gaze swept over Lu Yao, her voice devoid of emotion. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Lu. I shall accompany my fellow brothers. Upon finishing her words, she strode directly towards the direction of Baoyuan Jinren and Zhong Fenxiong. A fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Yao's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile, saying, Very well then, be careful, junior sister. Having separated from the main group, Lu Yao and her entourage of 7 ventured deeper into the forest. Once beyond the territory of Guyuan's sect, Zhang Xian felt emboldened to discreetly communicate with Lu Yao, subtly directing their course. Lu Yao, maintaining her composure, guided the team forward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of low-tier demon beasts. Under the protection of Song Zhang and Lu Yao, the 4 outer disciples clumsily engaged in battle, managing to slay a few beasts and collect some materials of minimal value. The entire process rather uneventful. However, as they delved deeper, Song Zhang gradually sensed something amiss. It appeared they were straying further off course, moving increasingly away from the direction of Baoyuan Jinren, and they were nearing the edge of the Sensing Talisman's 100-mile range. Chapter 199. My performance is utterly childish. Junior sister. Song Zhang could not help but halt his steps, frowning as he cautioned, It seems we have deviated too far. We are almost at the boundary of the sensing range. If we proceed any further, I fear upon hearing this. Lu Yao halted, turned around, and bestowed upon Song Zhang a gentle smile, her eyes imbued with just the right amount of grievance and dependence. Second brother, why must we adhere to Brother Baoyuan's route? Back on the flying vessel, he treated senior brother with such disdain, not even arranging a quiet room for him. It has left me feeling quite unsettled. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of coaxing. Searching for a missing gentleman is hardly a monumental task. Besides, we are primarily here to provide a few junior brothers with some training. If Baoyuan can accomplish it, surely you, with your capabilities, could do the same, can't you? I believe your cultivation and wisdom far surpass those of Brother Baoyuan. Why should we be under his command? Her words fell upon Song Zhang like a refreshing rain, especially the sentiment that he was far superior to Brother Baoyuan, which resonated deeply within him. Gazing into Lu Yao's adoring eyes and listening to her gentle encouragement, a surge of ambition flooded his heart, dissipating the frustration that had lingered for being overshadowed by Baoyuan Jinren in recent days. Haha, junior sister is absolutely right. That Baoyuan is merely relying on his early entrance into the sect. This time, we shall accomplish the task independently. Let him witness the prowess of Jinshan Palace. Even if we truly encounter deep resentment, what is there to fear with you and I joining forces? Yes, I believe in you, senior brother. Lu Yao nodded vigorously. Nearby, Zhang Xian observed this scene, a quiet sigh escaping him. He regarded Song Zhang with a subtle hint of sympathy. Zixiao furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that Lu Yao seemed somewhat different today. However, upon recalling the protective talisman bestowed upon her by her husband, she felt reassured that Lu Yao would not pose a threat to her. Thus, she merely offered a faint smile without further comment. Lu Yao effortlessly ignited Song Zhang, following Zhang Xian's instructions, and continued to lead the team deeper into the forest. In the depths of the Xianxia forest, the light grew increasingly dim, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and char. An invisible force interfered with the practitioner's perceptions, sharply compressing the range of their spiritual awareness. Zhang Xian mingled among the group, appearing tense as he glanced around, yet internally, he was as calm as ice. The ambient thunderous energy in the air was exceptionally volatile, even carrying a hint of a destructive ferocity. Almost there, Zhang Xian mused inwardly. In such an environment, even his formidable spiritual consciousness faced significant suppression, allowing only a vague sense of the puppets he had previously arranged. His plan was crystal clear: to utilize a puppet disguised as Elder Chun to orchestrate an ambush in this area. The puppet would suddenly appear, unleashing a pressure akin to that of a nascent soul, creating the illusion of being attacked by resentment. He would then swiftly detach from the group and charge directly at the team, led by Bao Yuanjinren, intending to abduct Zixiao and Yu Wei. Perhaps these two women could lure Yang Pashao out. Lu Yao walked at the forefront, occasionally glancing sideways at the cowering Yu Yun behind her. The sight of the little chubby figure, sweating profusely and seemingly petrified by the forest's ominous atmosphere, filled her with a sense of admiration. Experience truly matters. The elder's acting skills were impeccable. By comparison, her own performance seemed utterly juvenile. Observing Yu Yun's demeanor, she felt a growing sense of reassurance. Everything was under the elder's control. She merely needed to play her role well. Indeed, the first step of their plan arrived as scheduled. At the front of the group, Song Zhang, vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, suddenly changed countenance. A terrifying pressure descended without warning, enveloping the entire team in an instant. "This is bad," Song Zhang exclaimed, his body bristling with alarm. The pressure was unmistakably that of a nascent soul entity. Lu Yao immediately joined in with a feigned scream, her face instantly marked by terror, while her heart secretly rejoiced. "It's here. Elder Chun has returned from the dead, and now my suspicions will be completely cleared." Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure appeared gracefully. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Bao Yuanjinren traversed the dimly lit woods with Yu Wei and Zhongfen, his face ashen with fury. He had initially sensed that Song Zhang and his group were slowly straying from the main path, leading him to surmise their intentions. Bao Yuan had planned to wait until they strayed a little further before making a sudden appearance to severely reprimand the audacious Song Zhang. He had even prepared his words, intending to chastise him until he couldn't hold his head up high. As for junior sister Lu Yao, being a woman and one who harbored feelings for him, a slight reprimand would suffice to teach her a lesson. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. Before he could seize the opportune moment, he suddenly realized that the sensing jade talisman signals from Song Zhang's group had inexplicably vanished. "Song Zhang, you fool!" The esteemed master, Bao Yuan, gritted his teeth, seething with indignation. Cursing inwardly, convinced it was that self-righteous individual who, in a bid to elude him, had resorted to some sort of shielding artifact. Utterly foolish. In such a cursed place, to obscure sensing capabilities could spell disaster. Should he truly encounter the resentment, there would be no time for a plea for help. His heart raced with urgency and fury. The death of Song Zhang was of little consequence, yet his junior sister, Lu Yao, remained within. And then there was junior sister Zixiao. If anything were to befall them, how could he justify this to the sect, to the palace master? Despite his grievances against Yang Pashao, Zixiao was, after all, the favored concubine of the palace master, and her safety could not be compromised. Cursed fate! Master Bao Yuan let out a low roar, dismissing all else, and immediately altered his course, hastening towards the last known location of Song Zhang and the others. He vowed with fervor, "Song Zhang, you had better pray that junior sister Lu and the others are unharmed. Otherwise, I shall make you rue the day." Following closely behind were Yu Wei and brother Zhongfen, who also sensed the gravity of the situation, their expressions grave. As Master Bao Yuan flew swiftly, he pushed his consciousness to the utmost limit, meticulously searching for any trace of clues amidst the surrounding wilderness. The depths of the forest were fraught with peril and overwhelming interference, hindering his search and igniting a fire of impatience within him. Just as Master Bao Yuan anxiously scoured the area, a figure suddenly charged towards him with astonishing speed through the dimly lit woods, arriving almost instantaneously. "Who is it?" Master Bao Yuan was taken aback, nearly colliding with the approaching individual. He abruptly halted, squinting to gain clarity, and his pupils constricted in shock. Elder Chun? The figure before him was none other than Elder Chun from the law enforcement hall, her aura somewhat unsteady, a hint of bewilderment glimmering in her eyes. In an instant, Master Bao Yuan recalled the sect's wanted notice. It clearly stated that Elder Chun had succumbed to the resentment and had fled after a massacre in the Guiyuan mountain range. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 200, she was not part of the script. Observing the direction from which Elder Chun approached, he realized it aligned precisely with the area where the signals from Song Zhang and Lu Yao had vanished. A chill surged from his core, and dread gripped him. It was over. Song Zhang and the others were likely in grave danger. This Elder Chun was now advancing towards him. Master Bao Yuan barked a command, summoning his flying sword without hesitation. The blade's radiance surged, instantly blocking Elder Chen's path. His gaze sharpened, and the oppressive force of his second-tier nascent soul erupted with a resounding intensity. Elder Chen, have you encountered any members of Jinshan Palace? What have you done to them? He quickly assessed the situation. Although Elder Chen was also at the second tier of a nascent soul, having been tainted by the resentment, her clarity of mind was undoubtedly compromised, thereby diminishing her strength. Bearing the authentic legacy of the Guizhong Palace, if he were cautious and remained untainted by the resentment, his chances of victory were substantial. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Elder Chen, upon being intercepted, appeared startled, abruptly halting her advance and retreating with a swift motion, her sword held defensively before her, seemingly devoid of any immediate intention to attack. Master Baoyuan spoke in a grave tone. Elder Chen, if you possess even a sliver of awareness, surrender immediately and return to the sect with me. Elder Chen stood frozen, offering no response. Master Baoyuan continued, the encroachment of the resentment is not your will. The sect will find a way to expel it. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. However, Elder Chen across the way remained silent, his hollow eyes fixated on Baoyuan, the spiritual light on his sword flickering uncertainly, as if hesitating or perhaps waiting for something. The furrows on Baoyuan's brow grew deeper, and an unsettling sense of dread enveloped him. The presence of Elder Chen was shrouded in enigma. What was her true intent? Meanwhile, Song Zhang's gaze was locked onto the ethereal figure suspended in midair. Her beauty was striking, yet he found no solace in admiration, as he was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fear and regret. How could he have been so foolish as to heed Lu Yao's words and separate from the main force? Now, confronted with a vengeful spirit that turned out to be a nascent soul cultivator, the entire army could very well face annihilation. Lu Yao looked up at the newcomer, her expression one of bewilderment. To her astonishment, it was not Elder Chen, but an extraordinarily beautiful, unfamiliar female cultivator, clad in a gown as pure as snow. Her exquisite features were matched only by the frigid detachment in her gaze. Her long, jet-black hair was simply tied with a white ribbon, dancing in the tempest. The tips glimmered with faint purple arcs of electricity. A faint, disquieting aura of deep purple-black energy enveloped her, intertwining with the ferocious power of thunder. Longji, Zixiao exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. Hailing from the southern region, Longji had gained renown from a young age. Years ago, she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Longji's stunning silhouette, experiencing a profound sense of inadequacy, deeply impressed by her cool and lofty demeanor. Zhang Xian, under the scrutiny of Yu Yun's face, was equally astonished. How could she be here? According to system alerts, he knew Longji was alive and had drifted to Zhongzhou. Yet he never anticipated their reunion would occur in the depths of the Emberwild Forest under such circumstances. What unsettled him further was Longji's current state. The aura surrounding her was exceedingly peculiar. Within the pure and formidable power of thunder, strands of vengeful energy intertwined, and her cold gaze concealed an uncontainable murderous intent. Was she refining the thunder technique through vengeful energy? Such audacity! Zhang Xian realized this instantly, silently praising her. Truly, a paragon of extraordinary destiny, daring to cultivate through such perilous means. She was leveraging the natural thunder-fire environment of the Emberwild Forest, drawing upon her pure lightning root to attempt to absorb and refine a fragment of vengeful energy, seeking to turn it to her advantage, dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, it was evident that she had overstepped. The corrosive power of vengefulness exceeded her expectations, even with the thunder technique to temper it. She had failed to fully control it. At this moment, Longji was clearly influenced by the vengeful energy, her murderous intent boiling over. Song Zhang gazed at this breathtaking yet deadly woman, his heart pounding with terror. Suppressing his fear, he bellowed, "Everyone, heed my command. The moment she makes a move, scatter and flee. Every escapee counts." His sole thought was to escape. This woman was terrifying, far more so than the average nascent soul cultivator. However, no sooner had he spoken than, with a light lift of her delicate hand, Longjiu instantaneously conjured numerous colossal thunder nets that formed without warning, enveloping the area within several hundred zhang. The lightning flickered menacingly, sealing off all possible escape routes. Song Zhang's countenance turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The last vestiges of his courage surged forth, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy without reservation, summoning his life-bound sword. Its brilliance soaring as he attempted a desperate fight for survival. Fall! Long Zhiyu's crimson lips parted slightly as she coldly uttered a single word. A terrifying bolt of thunder, as thick as a water barrel, descended with unerring precision upon Song Zhang. He was caught completely off guard, struck directly. His hair stood on end and his body convulsed before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In a mere instant, the pinnacle cultivator, Song Zhang, had been utterly obliterated without even a semblance of resistance. Lu Yao, Xiao, and the other 3 outer disciples stood frozen in place, their gazes shifting from the charred figure of Song Zhang on the ground to the icy expression of Long Zhiyu above them. An overwhelming dread gripped them, rendering their breaths shallow. Lu Yao was utterly bewildered. This was entirely outside of their plans. Who was this terrifying woman? She was not mentioned in the script provided by her senior. Instinctively, she glanced at Yu Yun, only to find the plump boy equally dazed, which only heightened her sense of panic. She could not discern whether her senior was feigning or genuinely terrified. Zixiao's expression was grave, acutely aware of the peril they faced as she observed the emotionless gaze of Long Zhiyu. Quietly, she reached for her waist, where a dimensional shuttle bestowed by Yang Pashao resided, capable of tearing through space for an instantaneous escape. Though the cost was steep, she had no time to hesitate. My apologies, Lu's sister, she thought silently, preparing to shatter the jade shuttle. However, just as her fingers were about to exert force, a faint sound of air being pierced echoed almost imperceptibly. Lu Yao, Xiao, and the other 3 felt a sudden darkness envelop them, their bodies collapsing softly to the ground, completely unconscious. The one responsible was Zhang Xian, who had unleashed an imperceptible force from his fingertips, simultaneously incapacitating them all. In an instant, only Zhang Xian, disguised as Yu Yun, remained standing. Long Zhiyu's frigid gaze fell upon the chubby figure, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. Zhang Xian slowly raised his hand and, under Long Zhiyu's icy scrutiny, gently brushed his face. The contours of his plump cheeks swiftly morphed into those of a handsome and composed visage, replacing Yu Yun's disguise, and vividly presented itself before Long Zhiyu. Meeting her gaze, filled with murderous intent and chaos, he waved gently, "Long Dao friend, it has been a while." Yet, to his surprise, Long Zhiyu could no longer recognize him. Without uttering another word, she slightly elevated the mid-grade spirit sword in her hand, its lightning energy accumulating furiously. Observing her poised to strike, Zhang Xian inwardly sighed. It seemed that his old friend's condition was more dire than he had anticipated. Chapter 201. Return the favor in kind. Deep within the forest of Ashen Wilds, confronted by Long Zhi's frigid, piercing gaze, Zhang Xian realized that words could no longer rouse the remnants of her sanity. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to subdue her with overwhelming force. Zhang Xian took the initiative, flicking his wrist, and a multitude of talismans shimmering with aquamarine light shot forth. The talismans activated in an instant, transforming into torrents resembling water dragons, surging directly towards Long Zhi. Yet, Long Zhi remained immobile in the face of the advancing water dragons, her surrounding lightning aura suddenly swelling, causing arcs of electricity to expand instantaneously. Those water dragons, imbued with potent spiritual energy, were evaporated the moment they made contact with the lightning. However, at the very moment the water dragons dissipated, Zhang Xian had vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, he materialized before Long Zhi, his speed reaching its zenith, wielding an ancient longsword radiating a spectrum of colors. Indeed, it was a precious spiritual treasure returned after a system upgrade. With a low shout, Zhang Xian brought the sword down with unadorned ferocity. Long Zhi, unwavering, raised her lightning song, sword to parry. The clash reverberated with a violent shockwave, obliterating the ancient trees and boulders within dozens of feet. Long Zhi let out a suppressed groan, feeling an immense force coursing down the blade. Her mid-tier spiritual treasure, the lightning song sword, emitted a mournful cry, its spiritual brilliance dimming instantaneously. A nearly imperceptible crack began to spread along the sword's length. Zhang Xian aimed to exploit the absolute dominance of his supreme spiritual treasure over her mid-tier one, forcefully severing Long Zhi's connection to her sword. For a sword cultivator, losing their sword is akin to losing an arm. Long Zhi's pupils constricted. Though her mind was clouded by resentment, her instinct for battle remained sharp. Her eyes flashed with violet light as she splayed her left hand, pressing forward into the void. A colossal net of lightning materialized out of thin air, descending upon Zhang Xian. Simultaneously, leveraging the recoil from the parry, she swiftly retreated to create distance. Unperturbed by the descending electric net, Zhang Xian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he gently pointed into the void. The moisture-laden air condensed instantly, forming a massive ice curtain several feet thick before him. With a thunderous crash, the electrifying net collided violently with the ice curtain, generating a cacophony of explosive sound. Ultimately, the electric net dissipated, and the ice curtain bore numerous cracks but succeeded in blocking the attack, thanks to the upgraded Yun Miao sword manual. As Long Ji and Zhang Xian distanced themselves, she murmured softly, her body enveloped in surging lightning. Once more, her lightning song sword blazed to life, a violet lightning bolt coalescing at its tip, hurtling towards Zhang Xian. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a nearly identical purple lightning bolt in response. The two bolts of lightning clashed fiercely in mid-air, erupting in a blinding brilliance, ultimately annihilating one another. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Long Ji's eyes as she traced intricate patterns with her spiritual sword, summoning a myriad of violet sword shadows that coalesced behind her, densely arrayed. This was none other than the renowned ultimate technique of the Lingshu sword sect, Return of All Spirits. Witnessing this, Zhang Xian too prepared to act. He swayed slightly, his movements strikingly reminiscent of Long Ji, as he too unveiled a dazzling display of swordplay. Unlike Long Ji, however, countless shimmering sword silhouettes appeared behind him, radiating hues of gold, green, blue, red, yellow, cyan, and purple. The seven-colored sword light swirled majestically, akin to a peacock fanning its feathers in a breathtaking display. Go! The two uttered simultaneously, their voices resonating with urgency. In an instant, a torrential downpour of sword shadows cascaded from the heavens. The violet thunderous sword light clashed fiercely with the myriad colors of the sword silhouettes in the air, creating a cacophony of explosive energy. The entire forest of Jinyan seemed to transform into a vast ocean of sword chi. The onslaught of sword shadows continued unabated, and after a brief moment, the seven-colored sword light gained a decisive upper hand, shredding Long Ji's violet sword shadows into fragments, while the remnants of the vibrant sword light surged relentlessly toward her. Long Ji's expression turned grave. She tilted her head slightly, and a protective thunder shield coalesced around her. As her body began to levitate gently, she uttered softly, "Consolidate." Instantly, a more substantial and massive violet thunder barrier materialized before her, its essence palpable as the lightning coursed through it, effectively blocking the remaining seven-colored sword light. This was her original creation, the Thunder Law's ultimate technique, the Zixiao Longing Mantra. Zhang Xian's countenance remained unchanged. He pointed his fingers like a sword and directed them skyward, exclaiming, "Descend!" A terrifying bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from above, striking precisely at Long Ji's violet thunder shield. Crack! The shield shattered upon impact, and the violent force of the thunder surged violently into Long Ji's body. She let out a muffled groan, staggering as disbelief flickered in her eyes for the first time. This Zixiao Longing Mantra was a secret technique she had painstakingly crafted. How could this individual possibly wield it, and with such overwhelming prowess? Little did she know, Zhang Xian's system had long since elevated her earthly tier Zixiao Longing Mantra to a heavenly tier, and coupled with the amplification of a supreme spiritual treasure. Its power was indeed incomparable. Unwilling to concede, Long Ji summoned her spiritual energy, pointing at Zhang Xian. "Descend." A bolt of violet lightning surged toward him. With a single hand, Zhang Xian formed a seal, and a luminous shield inscribed with earthy yellow runes materialized instantaneously. A heavenly tier defensive technique, the Xianhuang Jinyupan. Boom! The lightning struck the shield, only creating a ripple before dissipating into nothingness. "Descend! Descend! Descend!" A smile graced Zhang Xian's lips as he mimicked Long Ji's mannerisms, his fingers tapping rhythmically. A series of even thicker, dark golden bolts of lightning rained down upon Long Ji like a barrage of cannon fire. As she dodged, her astonishment reached a fever pitch. Not only could he employ her unique secret technique with greater potency, but he could also effortlessly mimic and counter her. Worse still, she observed Zhang Xian leisurely producing a pill and popping it into his mouth amidst the onslaught, exuding an air of nonchalance. Her instinct screamed in alarm. This seemingly peak golden core individual possessed unfathomable strength. If the battle continued, her defeat was all but assured. With no time for hesitation, she swept her sword fiercely while retreating rapidly into the depths of the forest, intent on fleeing. Trying to escape? Zhang Xian chuckled lightly, as though he had anticipated her move. With both hands forming a mystical gesture, he forcefully pressed down against the ground. A resonant hum echoed as a colossal earth-toned circular light shield descended from the heavens, enveloping both him and the area where Longji stood, manifesting the enemy confinement form of Xianhuang Town Supan. Longji struck the light shield with her sword, producing a dull thud. Yet the shield remained steadfast and unmoving. However, she did not succumb to panic. Instead, she closed her eyes and murmured incantations, her body instantly suffused with a crackling radiance, transforming her into a fleeting purple lightning. With a gentle chant, the ethereal lightning disregarded the barrier of the light shield, piercing through it and re-emerging outside its confines. Chapter 202. Allow me to invest a moment. Could the Zishao Long in true words be employed in such a manner? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Xian's eyes. Indeed, Longji's talent was astonishing, capable of wielding the lightning technique with such exquisite finesse, integrating a hint of spatial evasion's profundities. But he was well prepared, slowly lifting his gaze towards the heavens. Above, in the distant sky, a grander and more arcane light curtain, radiating a soft Buddhist luminescence, had long since enveloped an expanse of several dozen miles. Countless golden runes flowed languidly across the curtain, emanating formidable powers of confinement and purification. Beneath the light curtain stood 6 puppets, identical to Zhang Xian, stationed at 6 distinct array points, maintaining the operation of the formation. The 6 paths of Buddhist light had been laid out long ago. Longji felt a prickling pain piercing her mind, shaking her dulled consciousness awake. The descending Buddhist light from the curtain felt like invisible shackles, beginning to suppress the resentment within her. Just then, a voice resonated behind her. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, once you were completely consumed by darkness, wouldn't it be a disservice to that white robe? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Enduring the headache, Longji slowly turned around. Before her stood a visage marked by quiet composure and a gentle smile. Zhang Xian? She murmured, and then an overwhelming fatigue, along with a piercing pain, engulfed her. As darkness enveloped her vision, she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing softly backward. Time passed, and Longji gradually opened her heavy eyelids. The first sensation that struck her was an intense chill, yet it was not unbearable. Rather, it bore a soothing coolness that calmed her spirit. She then realized she was lying upon a massive slab of profound ice, emanating wisps of cold air. Surrounding her, at a distance of about 10 feet, 6 deep-breathing puppets stood vigil, maintaining the formation. Above her, a gentle green light curtain radiated vibrant vitality, nurturing her injured body. Struggling to sit up, she surveyed her surroundings. Not far away, a familiar figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. It was none other than Zhang Xian. Sensing her awakening, Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. Long Dao friend, do you still remember me? Zhang Xian, Longji replied, supporting her still aching forehead as memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The raging thunder of the Genie forest and that last familiar face. It was you who saved me. Longji cast a complex gaze towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, fortunately, the duration of your affliction by the hatred was not excessively prolonged, and your foundation remains intact. Otherwise, even the immortal beings would find it difficult to salvage you. However, to thoroughly eradicate the residual effects of hatred and stabilize your spirit, you will need to remain within the 6 paths of Buddha light for at least half a month. Longji fell silent for a moment. Although she had been consumed by hatred, she retained a clear recollection of everything that had transpired. Softly, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, intending to grasp the Lei sword, but found only emptiness. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she looked down, discovering that the Lei sword now lay quietly in a corner of the Xianbing, shattered into 2 pieces. A sudden pang of heartache surged within her, an ineffable sense of loss overwhelming her. She distinctly remembered that prior to her unconsciousness, the sword had merely borne some cracks and a dimming spiritual glow. Following her gaze, Zhang Xian's expression turned slightly awkward, and he cleared his throat, stating, "Ahem, I accidentally damaged your spiritual sword. Rest assured, I shall replace it with a new one." Longji found his words eerily familiar. However, as her consciousness was still reorienting, she merely gazed silently at the broken sword, her eyes dull with sorrow. "Zhang Xian, my friend," Longji lifted her head, suppressing her inner disappointment, and inquired, "What brings you to this place?" Zhang Xian recounted his recent experiences, omitting the true intention behind the assassination of Yang Pashao, and instead explained that he had been invited by Xia Chengyan to assist the Tian-Yuan Alliance in their battle against hatred. After sharing his tale, Zhang Xian turned the question back to her. "And you? How did you find yourself in Zhongzhou, and in such a state?" Long Ji sighed softly, a flicker of reminiscence and pain flashing in her cool gaze. Years ago, the demons launched a surprise attack on the Ling Su sword sect, leading to its downfall. My Grandmaster sacrificed himself to activate the ancient teleportation array, attempting to send the remaining third-generation disciples to safety. However, the demons forcefully disrupted the array, causing the fabric of space to shatter, and I was cast into the chaotic currents of space. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in Zhongzhou. Injured and with my essence compromised, I was also tainted by desire, believing my end was near. Strangely, however, within a few days, the desire that had been consuming me suddenly vanished. Later, I discovered that your master and disciple had eradicated the source of the demons, and, consequently, the desire within me dissipated as well. The subsequent events unfolded as Zhang Xian had surmised. During the days of her affliction by desire, Long Ji's cultivation surged unexpectedly. She realized that while the 7 emotions and evil thoughts were indeed perilous, if wielded appropriately, they could be harnessed for cultivation. At that time, she was unaware that Wang Chuan had perished. Her sole focus was on avenging her sect. Through her diligent search, she stumbled upon a trace of hatred and discovered the Xianxia forest, an ideal place for cultivation. She had believed that with her resistance to lightning, enhanced by the environment of the Xianxia forest, she could maintain her true self amidst the encroaching hatred. Yet by the time she learned of Wang Chuan's death, it was too late. She had succumbed to hatred and could only barely retain a semblance of her benevolent nature, preventing her from wreaking havoc until she encountered Zhang Xian. Having recounted her story, Longji struggled to rise from the Xianbing and deeply bowed to Zhang Xian. With desires extinguished and the demon-vanquishing technique accomplished, Longji expresses her gratitude to her companion for avenging the blood-soaked enmity against her Lingshu sword sect. Her voice quivers slightly, and for the first time, her icy demeanor reveals a hint of appreciation and sorrow. Despite her inherent aloofness, the thought of her nurturing sect and guiding masters prevents her from maintaining her composure. "Do not be so formal, dragon friend." Zhang Xian gently raises his hand, a wave of gentle energy, supporting her as she bows. He shifts the conversation, inquiring about her future plans. Longji takes a deep breath to steady her emotions, pondering for a moment before articulating her intent. "I wish to remain in Zhongzhou to continue the hunt against the 7 emotions' malevolent thoughts. Once matters here are settled, I shall return to the southern region to rebuild the Lingshu sword sect." "Rebuild the Lingshu sword sect?" Zhang Xian strokes his chin, impressed by her ambition. Yet doubts linger regarding her ability to achieve this alone. He pauses, a meaningful smile gracing his face. "How about I invest in this endeavor?" "Invest?" Longji is momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Zhang Xian's proposition. Then, she watches in astonishment as he begins to produce an array of items from seemingly thin air. One by one, he unveils jade boxes brimming with abundant spiritual stones, exuding potent spiritual energy. He retrieves scrolls emanating an ancient aura, inscribed with exquisite techniques and secrets. Additionally, he displays numerous jade vials filled with various healing and breakthrough elixirs. Finally, with a flash of brilliance, a beautifully archaic, long sword materializes in his hand, its blade adorned with flickering lightning patterns, emanating a formidable, thunderous pressure, undoubtedly a superior spiritual treasure. "Here, these are spiritual stones, techniques, and elixirs," Zhang Xian declares, presenting the trove before Longji, and hands her the shimmering sword. "This superior spiritual treasure suits you perfectly, given your pure, lightning affinity. With these resources, your strength will surely soar, and you'll be better equipped to rebuild your sect." Longji stands in utter disbelief, gazing at the mountain of precious resources and the alluring sword seemingly crafted for her. Her mind races, overwhelmed by the sword's quality, far surpassing that of her lost Thunder Chant sword. This is too much. She instinctively steps back, shaking her head vigorously. How could I accept such invaluable treasures? Zhang Xian waves his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor calm. You misunderstand. Reviving the 6 major forces of the southern region is a shared responsibility. Moreover, I do not offer this without expectation. I am merely investing. Investing? Long Zhi's confusion deepens, yet her delicate hand cannot resist caressing the chilling blade. Feeling the overwhelming force of thunder within it, her eyes sparkling with wonder. This sword is perfect. Indeed, investing, Zhang Xian elucidates. What it means is that as you rebuild the Lingshu sword sect, once you assume the role of the sect leader, a portion of the sect's resources and profits will belong to me. Rest assured, I will not interfere. The sect's development will remain entirely in your hands. Longji nodded with a semblance of understanding. Do you aspire to become the Grand Elder? Indeed, that is a fair interpretation. Still hesitating, Longji glanced at the spirit sword in her hand, and then at the resources before her mind a battlefield torn between desire and duty. The temptation was immense. As for the position of Grand Elder, in the current endeavor to reconstruct the Lingshu sword sect, it felt like mere wishful thinking, essentially a gift without substance. Zhang Xian noticed her indecision and remarked, but your spirit sword has been destroyed, and you possess no suitable weapon. How can you speak of pursuing the 7 emotions and rebuilding the sect? Without divine weaponry, how do you intend to contend with those malevolent entities? Take it for now. You may return it to me later. Long Zhi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, without formidable strength, all was but idle talk. The new spirit sword before her seemed destined to be hers. As a sword cultivator, she found it impossible to resist such a lure. Finally, she took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the spirit sword. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Beep. Successfully gifted a superior spirit treasure, triggering a return. Yielding 100 bottles of Supreme Spirit Treasure Essence. Supreme Spirit Treasure Essence, a divine essence of spirit treasures, can be refined with magical tools or lower-tier spirit treasures to enhance their quality to supreme spirit treasures. Beep. Successfully gifted 10,000 superior spirit stones, triggering a return. Yielding 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones. Beep. Successfully gifted 200 transformation pills, triggering a return, yielding 20,000 Jade Deity Pills. Jade Deity Pills, a heavenly grade elixir, can significantly enhance the cultivation of late-stage nascent soul practitioners, though the effect diminishes with increased consumption. Beep. Longji's favorability towards you is now 10. Current favorability is 28. Listening to the long-awaited system notification, Zhang Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Longji accepted the spirit sword and resources, her gaze drifting to the still unconscious Lu Yao and Zi Xiao not far away, refraining from further inquiries. She surveyed the surrounding forest, ravaged by the clash of 2 combatants, and sighed softly. You are quite formidable now, despite not having broken through to the nascent soul stage. I find myself no match for you. Zhang Xian waved his hand with a smile. It is merely the prowess granted by spirit treasures and resources. Yet Long Zhi shook her head, her expression earnest. No, your comprehension of the laws far surpasses mine. Whether it be Yuan Guishu Xiao, Longing Mantra, the power and essence you manifest are well beyond my capabilities. Especially the Zi Xiao Longing Mantra. Zhang Xian observed her eager, inquisitive gaze. A silent chuckle echoing within him. He affected an air of profundity, clearing his throat to say, I currently possess the 5 elemental spiritual roots, which affords me a unique understanding of the heavenly aura. Coupled with certain fortuitous encounters, I have gained some new insights into the application of these laws. At that moment, Zhang Xian sensed that the unconscious Song Zhang nearby was beginning to show signs of awakening. With a flick of his fingers, he intoned softly, Fall. A bolt of thunder struck accurately upon Song Zhang, enveloping him in a plume of blue smoke. The head he had just lifted fell back to the ground, rendering him still. Having felt the exquisite energy and overwhelming might contained within Zhang Xian's casual strike, Long Zhi's eyes widened with awe and curiosity. Zhang Xian smiled, choosing not to withhold any further information. With a subtle motion of his hand, 2 jade tablets, radiating a warm luster, appeared in his palm, which he presented to Long Zhi. These are my reflections and modifications on the wandering spirits and the purple sky dragon's chant that I composed during my leisure hours. They may provide you with some inspiration. Longji eagerly accepted the jade tablets, her consciousness delving into their depths. Instantly, she was captivated by the exquisite swordsmanship philosophies and the profound secrets of thunder within, which completely upended and elevated her lifelong studies. Enraptured, she lost herself in the experience, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations! You have successfully gifted a heavenly level technique, triggering a return of insight, granting you 2,000 insights in a heavenly level techniques. The insight into heavenly level techniques allows the host to comprehend lower quality techniques, potentially elevating their quality to that of heavenly level. Time slipped away unnoticed until Longji abruptly regained her senses. She found that dawn had broken, realizing she had spent the entire night holding the jade tablets, while Zhang Xian had quietly sat beside her, safeguarding her with meditative focus. I apologize, fellow Taoist Zhang Xian, for my rudeness. A rare blush tinged Longji's cheeks. Her face etched with deep remorse for such a generous gift and kindness, leaving her uncertain of how to repay it. Don't worry about it. Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed. He paused, gazing into the distance as if struck by a thought, then shifted the conversation. However, there's indeed a matter at hand where I could use your assistance. On the other side of the Juni forest, the pale-faced Baoyuan Jinren was bathed in sweat, his hands pressed against the wavering light shield before him. Outside the shield, 3 figures floated ominously. In the center stood Elder Chun, her expression blank and eyes hollow, merely suspended in the air. Flanking her were 2 cultivators clad in voluminous black robes, exuding the oppressive aura of the first stage of the nascent soul. What truly alarmed Baoyuan was the peculiar weapons wielded by these 2 individuals. Each swing against the light shield unleashed a terrifying force that far surpassed the typical early-stage nascent soul, indicating they were no ordinary spiritual treasures. With a resounding crash, the light shield trembled violently, and Baoyuan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, forcing himself to swallow it down, overwhelmed by an abyss of regret. Chapter 204. Longji's Misstep. Yesterday, when Baoyuan confronted Elder Chun, he noticed her reluctance to strike, and in a moment of impatience, he initiated an attack. To his dismay, Elder Chun did not engage him directly, but instead turned and fled. He pursued her relentlessly, only to be ambushed by the 2 black-robed, nascent soul cultivators, who encircled him. Alarmingly, despite their evident inferiority in cultivation, the power of their spiritual treasures was formidable. Baoyuan, a second-stage nascent soul cultivator and a legitimate heir of the Gui Tsang Palace, found himself retreating in disarray under their combined assault. Beside him, Yu Jiwei and his brother, with their meager core formation cultivation, were ill-equipped to contend with the battle at the nascent soul level, barely managing to protect themselves. Ultimately, Baoyuan was forced to deploy his most treasured shield talisman, just to maintain his footing amidst the chaos. However, the adversaries appeared unhurried to breach the shield, instead relentlessly depleting his spiritual energy, ensnaring him in this predicament. As day morphed into night, the spiritual power of Master Baoyuan neared exhaustion. Has the sect's message been dispatched? His voice grew hoarse. It has been sent. Brother Zhongfen replied with a quavering tone, but the distance from here to the sect is vast. Even if an elder were to rush here immediately, it would take at least 2 days. Brother, we cannot hold out until then. Yu Jiwei bit her lip, striving to maintain composure, yet her fingers, gripping the long sword, turned white from strain and trembled slightly. She gazed at the 3 figures outside the light shield, reminiscent of reapers, and a chill engulfed her heart. Master Baoyuan's countenance was as dark as water. He fixed his gaze upon the 3 outside the shield. After a day and a night of confrontation and observation, he finally discerned a clue. Although the 2 robed figures moved with ferocity, there was an indescribable stiffness to their motions. Their auras also lacked the vitality and fluidity characteristic of true nascent soul cultivators. Puppets. A flash of insight struck Master Baoyuan's mind. He understood in an instant. These 2 black-robed figures were merely puppets of the nascent soul level, manipulated by another. Who are you? Master Baoyuan demanded, his voice laced with despair. If their puppets were this formidable, he could only imagine how powerful their master must be, capable of controlling puppets to ensnare us. What was their intent? The black-robed figure on the left slowly raised his head, a hoarse voice resonating. I am Master Qianji. Knowing my name, you may close your eyes. The pupils of Master Baoyuan, Yu Jiwei, and Brother Zhongfen contracted suddenly, an icy dread surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Master Qianji, the legendary figure obsessed with the cruel art of puppetry, was being pursued by both the Guiyuan sect and the Tianyuan Alliance, and he had appeared here. What do you intend by trapping us? Master Baiyuan's voice trembled slightly. What do I intend? The black-robed figure's voice dripped with malicious mockery. Naturally. To turn you all into exquisite puppets, just like her. He gestured towards the motionless elder, Chen beside him. Turn us into puppets? No. Brother Zhongfen let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground. He had heard of Master Qianji's methods, being transformed into a flesh-and-blood puppet, retaining consciousness yet unable to transcend. Enduring endless torment, far more terrifying than death. Master Baiyuan's eyes brimmed with fury, a surge of blood coursing through him. He abruptly turned to the two behind him, roaring, Listen, I will dissolve the shield shortly. We three will fight with all we have. Remember, it is better to self-detonate our golden elixirs and obliterate our souls than to fall into the clutches of this old demon. We must never become puppets. Do you understand? Yu Jue took a deep breath, her gaze resolute, and nodded firmly. She tightened her grip on the longsword, prepared for a fight to the death. However, Brother Zhongfen, gripped by terror, cried out, Brother, I do not wish to die. I do not want to become a puppet. Let us endure a little longer. There must be a way. Master Baiyuan disregarded him, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. With both hands forming intricate seals, he was poised to unleash his full potential while simultaneously retracting his protective barrier. At that critical moment, two piercing sounds of air being split echoed from afar, slicing through the dim sky like meteors. One was a black-robed figure, slightly unsteady and seemingly wounded, his tattered robe suggesting he had endured significant injuries, his flight path erratic. The other, a radiant stream of purple light, heralded the arrival of a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty unparalleled. She was enveloped in crackling lightning, her hair dancing in the air, none other than Long Ji. Upon noticing her, the two black-robed puppets outside the light barrier turned in unison, abandoning their pursuit of Baiyuan Jinren without hesitation and lunged toward Long Ji. Her gaze was icy as she faced the approaching puppets. She did not even draw her sword. Instead, her cherry lips parted slightly as she uttered a single word, Fall. Two bolts of divine thunder descended from the heavens, striking the heads of the black-robed puppets with unerring accuracy. Crack! Crack! Those puppets, capable of subduing Baiyuan Jinren, were instantaneously torn apart by the ferocious might of the lightning, their skeletal remains scattering. Inside the light barrier, Baiyuan Jinren gasped in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. These were puppets of the Yuan Ying level, beings that had nearly driven them to self-destruction, yet were reduced to ashes by a mere word from this white-clad maiden. Both Baiyuan and the middle-parted brother found themselves captivated by Long Ji's ethereal beauty and godlike prowess, an indescribable thrill and admiration flooding their hearts. Baiyuan felt a surge of fervor rush to his head, casting aside his previous despair and fear, yearning only to demonstrate his valor before this celestial being. Fairy, I shall assist you, he bellowed with grandiose fervor. He abruptly withdrew the faltering light barrier, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the injured black-robed figure, intent on capturing this fiend and claiming the glory in front of the fairy. The wounded black-robed figure snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve with a swift motion. A beam of golden light, swift as lightning, struck Baiyuan Jinren squarely in the chest. Thud! Baiyuan was sent flying as though struck by a mighty hammer, spewing blood and crashing heavily into a pile of rubble dozens of yards away, his vitality instantly waning. This sudden turn of events extinguished the flicker of courage ignited in the middle-parted brother, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. Though the fairy was beautiful, he felt his life was not worth sacrificing for the sake of bravado. The black-robed figure then beckoned, summoning the cores of the two puppets into his grasp, while with his other hand forming seals. The previously silent elder, Chun, transformed into a stream of light and was drawn into his sleeve. Having completed his actions, he fixed his gaze upon Long Ji, his voice hoarse and laden with malice. Long Ji, this time I was careless. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Long Ji floated in the air, her expression impassive, her calm eyes fixed upon him. According to Zhang Xian's script, she should have coldly retorted, Qianji, old demon, your nefarious deeds have reached their zenith. Today marks your demise. Yet, ultimately, her acting skills fell short, leaving her silent and awkwardly gazing, unable to articulate a response. Chapter 205, affected by the thunderous arts. Internally cursing herself for being wooden, Zhang Xian maintained a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, "Humph, ensure that you never fall into my grasp." With that menacing remark, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. "Keep your distance while pursuing," echoed Zhang Xian's voice in Long Zhi's ear, and she immediately understood. In a flash of lightning, she transformed into a streak of white lightning, hot on his heels. The two figures rapidly disappeared into the dim horizon, their presence fleeting. From Long Zhi's thunderous annihilation of the puppet to the black-robed figure's grievous injury of Bao Yuan and his subsequent escape, the entire sequence transpired in mere moments. It was not until their silhouettes vanished completely into the distance that Yu Jiwei and the Zhongfen brothers awoke from their stupor, hurriedly rushing towards Bao Yuan Jinren. Time passed, and Lu Yao gradually regained consciousness. She found herself and the others safe and sound in a makeshift camp nearby, where Bao Yuan and his companions were also present. However, Bao Yuan Jinren and Song Zhang bore the brunt of their injuries. One was wrapped in thick bandages, his breath weak, while the other was swathed like a mummy, with only his bewildered eyes visible. Despite his severe wounds, Bao Yuan appeared to be in good spirits, chastising the heavily bandaged Song Zhang with a stern tone. Were it not for the timely intervention of the esteemed fairy, we would have long since become puppets of Qianji, old demon. Upon our return, I shall report your dereliction to the sect. Song Zhang, bewildered by the reprimand, struggled to recall the events leading to his unconsciousness. He seemed to have been struck down by a bolt of thunder from above, presumably conjured by that white-clad maiden. How had she become a savior in Bao Yuan's narrative? Bao Yuan, I can't help but gently interject, he stammered. I recall being struck by the esteemed fairy's lightning. At that moment, Lu Yao heard Zhang Xian's voice resonate in her ear. Instantly grasping the significance, she struggled to sit up, weakly stating, Song Shi Xiang, you've misunderstood Long Zhi. All eyes turned toward her. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yao seemed to recollect, carefully choosing her words. The situation was dire. Qianji, old demon, had been lurking nearby. In an effort to compel him to reveal himself, Senior Long Zhi utilized her thunderous arts, and you were inadvertently affected by them. Subsequently, when Qianji, old demon, manifested, he swiftly incapacitated Sister Zixiao and the other disciples, and I too was nearly caught in the fray. It was Senior Long Zhi who timely intervened to save me. Following that, she engaged in a fierce battle with Qianji, old demon. Eventually, she gained the upper hand, ensnaring him within a colossal net of lightning. Later, she revealed to me her name, Long Zhi, a senior from the Lingshu sword sect of the southern domain. She came to the Juni forest to track down Qianji, old demon. She further remarked that the Thousand Mechanisms old devil had wreaked havoc in the southern region, employing cruel methods, and it was highly probable that this was linked to the spread of hatred. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lu Yao continued, stating that the venerable fairy had proclaimed that once the matters here were resolved, she would immediately set off for the western battlefield to continue her pursuit of the origins of hatred. She also mentioned that she felt a connection with me, gently tapping my forehead, indicating that she would enlighten me, after which I fell into oblivion. Enlightenment? The gazes of the others, including Zhongfen, turned envious and filled with jealousy as they regarded Lu Yao. This was a tremendous opportunity, implying the potential for receiving the elder's legacy or profound insights akin to divine revelation. No wonder she appeared significantly revitalized. Realizing the implications, Bao Yuan Jinren suddenly understood, mentally piecing together the subsequent events. So that's it. I comprehend now. The Thousand Mechanisms old devil must have employed some secret technique to escape from the thunder net of the Dragon G fairy. It is no wonder that after his minions ensnared us, they hesitated to strike. The true body of the old devil was engaged in a fierce battle with the elder fairy, unable to spare any attention towards us. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed, intensifying his feelings of gratitude and admiration for Dragon G. He quietly resolved that once his injuries healed, he would immediately request a transfer to the western battlefield, not only for the righteousness of the sect in combating hatred, but also to once again behold the fairy Dragon G, who resembled a goddess descended to earth. Only Song Zhang appeared perplexed, hesitatingly saying, "Is that so? I feel as if I've been struck by lightning several times." Zhongfen scoffed. The elder fairy and the Thousand Mechanisms old devil were locked in fierce combat, and you were at the very center of the battlefield. You merely suffered a few collateral blows. It is fortunate that you survived it all. If the elder truly intended to target you, you would have perished countless times over. There was merit to his argument. Song Zhang nodded in agreement, instantly persuaded. In the days that followed, everyone tended to their injuries while searching the forest. By a stroke of luck, Song Zhang, tricked by Lu Yao into capturing spirit beasts, discovered the long-missing young master of Lingyuan Tower in a concealed cave. He had only suffered some fright. Thus, Song Zhang redeemed himself, and the group successfully completed their mission. On the return voyage aboard the flying vessel, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Although Baoyuan Jinren had not yet recovered from his severe wounds, his spirit was invigorated. Zhongfen and Song Zhang surrounded Lu Yao, showering her with concern and care, to which Lu Yao responded with a smile. In contrast, Zishao had remained disinterested since encountering Dragon Ji. As for the few unfortunate named disciples, they were still braving the cold wind on the deck. At last, Lu Yao embraced her responsibilities as a senior sister, summoning each of them into the cabin for guidance. When it was Yu Yun's turn, Lu Yao could no longer restrain herself, saying, "Elder, your purpose in coming out this time was not to abduct Yu Jiwei and Sister Zishao. Why did you not take action?" Zhang Xian's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he replied, "Plans have changed. There is no need for you to inquire further." His gaze was profound, fixed upon the rolling sea of clouds outside the vessel. He was acutely aware that in Yang Pezhao's heart, the combined worth of 10 Zishaos and Yu Jiwei's paled in comparison to that of a single Dragon Ji. Upon learning that Long Ji is still alive and present on the battlefield of the western region of Zhongzhou, could Yang Pezhao remain composed? Upon returning to the Guiyuan sect, tranquility was restored. The esteemed master of Jinchang Palace, Hu Yanqing, continued in seclusion, pondering the remnants of the alchemical law he had fortuitously acquired. The various affairs within and outside the palace were temporarily managed by Song Zhang and Lu Yao. With the residual influence of the immortal Long Ji, Lu Yao gradually began to shine, subtly elevating her status within the palace, thus facilitating her endeavors. Zhang Xian remained in the guise of the earnest disciple Yu Yun, adhering to a daily regimen of cultivation. Every month, he would depart from the Guiyuan sect under the pretext of seeking experience in the world below. Although Zhongzhou was vast and prosperous, its means of communication paled in comparison to the convenience found in the southern domain. Here, long-distance correspondence primarily relied on specially crafted flying jade slips, which were carried by designated messenger cultivators who traversed between the strongholds of various factions using flying vessels or their own evasion techniques. This method was not only slow, often taking months, but also fraught with peril, as theft and loss during transit were commonplace. Zhang Xian arrived at a discreet stronghold of the Tianyuan Alliance, situated in a secluded valley on the outskirts of the Guiyuan mountain range. The leader of the stronghold, a young man in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, showed Zhang Xian considerable respect. He presented a heavy jade box containing all the recent communication jade slips. Chapter 206, The Resplendence of My Sister-in-Law. Zhang Xian accepted the jade box and, with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered that the messages contained within these slips had traversed vast distances and were largely dated a few months prior. It seemed that the plan to establish the wandering spirits weaving mystery in Zhongzhou needed to be prioritized. Zhang Xian mused inwardly, recognizing that this initiative was not merely a service to the populace, but a critical step in mastering information flow. He sought a quiet chamber and began to peruse the messages within the jade slips one by one. The first slip was from Lin Yining. As he immersed his consciousness, the melodious and lively voice of the girl echoed, "Brother, are you behaving well in Zhongzhou? You must not bring back any new pretty sisters. If my master and I find out, we will ignore you." Following this were her daily musings, amusing anecdotes from Yumiao sect, updates on her cultivation progress, and expressions of her longing for Zhang Xian. Her words were imbued with the innocence and affection of youth. A gentle smile unconsciously graced Zhang Xian's lips as Lin Yining's playful visage danced in his mind. The second slip was from Li Fuxi. Her tone was subdued, yet suffused with lingering tenderness. "Zhang Xian, reading this feels like meeting you face to face. I sense that the Yuaning tribulation is imminent, and am currently in seclusion to prepare, so do not worry. Once I transcend this realm successfully, I shall seek you out in Zhongzhou. The situation there is complex, with formidable enemies lurking. Please take care of yourself and remain vigilant." Although devoid of excessive sweet talk, every word conveyed her concern. Zhang Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Li Fuxi had a solid foundation, and, With the exquisite spiritual treasures and elixirs he had left her, she should have no trouble overcoming the Yuan-ing tribulation. He took care to respond to each of them, assuring them of his safety and urging them to exercise caution. Next came messages from Yun Wanqing and Lu Xian. However, one slip from the real person Wangya captured Zhang Xian's attention. Wangya, the representative of the Yumiao sect, expressed gratitude to Zhang Xian for his generous donation and formally conferred upon him the honorary title of elder of the Yumiao sect. He then recounted a peculiar incident. Recently, the Nangong family of Tianmu City faced a grave calamity. In the span of a single night, the entire clan, over 100 souls, vanished without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, no remnants of blood, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm. The sect dispatched elders to investigate, yet no clues emerged, rendering the situation exceedingly strange. This case had drawn the attention of the Daxiao royal family, which was now diligently pursuing the matter. The mention of the Nangong family and Nangong Yao caused Zhang Xian's gaze to sharpen. He certainly recalled this ruthless woman. The Nangong family was but a modest clan, with their grand elder at merely the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. After he had incapacitated Nangong Yao, the family had further declined, and he had paid them no heed. To his surprise, years later, they had met with such a total obliteration, vanishing in such a mysterious manner. With this thought, he promptly accessed the system to check the status of the fated daughters he was bound to, a new feature following the system's upgrade. Li Miaoyin, Fate Score, 55, Current Affection, 58, Location, Southern Domain Small World. Lin Yinin, Fate Score, 84, Current Affection, 93, Location, Southern Domain. Li Fuxi, Fate Score, 87, Current Affection, 93, Location, Southern Domain. Yin Wanjing, Fate Score, 70, Current Affection, 84, Location, Southern Domain. Lu Xian, Fate Score, 72, Current Affection, 88, Location, Southern Domain. Long Ji, Fate Score, 93, Current Affection, 33. Location, Central Continent. Nangong Yao, Fate Score, 75, Current Affection, 99, Location, Central Continent. 75 points of fate. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. This was exceedingly abnormal. A woman he had rendered powerless, whose fate score should have been reduced to 0, now astonishingly boasted a score of 75. And her location was indicated as the Central Continent. This massacre was most likely intertwined with her. A sense of vigilance arose within Zhang Xian. However, he found himself lacking information and direction. The final jade slip was from Xianxia. As his consciousness delved in, Xianxia's cheerful voice resonated. Elder brother, allow me to pay my respects. We have received news of a new sister-in-law, Long Ji. All is well. She is extraordinarily beautiful and possesses formidable strength, having swiftly made a name for herself on the Western battlefield. However, cough, her allure has attracted a swarm of infatuated admirers within the Alliance. While she battles on the front lines, I have had to fend off several suitors acting as her protectors. Despite my efforts, some individuals possess a tenacity thicker than city walls, and I find myself outmatched. When shall you return to intimidate these rascals with your imposing presence? Zhang Xian found the message both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, the information was clear. Long Ji had safely arrived at the Tianyuan Alliance's western territory and had swiftly begun to shine. After perusing all the messages, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. As for the Guiyuan sect, Yang Pashao had remained reclusive, and he had yet to find an opportunity. The seed of discord sown by Lu Yao had been firmly planted. All that remained was to await the right moment. According to the intelligence, Yang Pashao remains at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Despite the formidable prowess of his disciple's halo, it is unlikely he will catch up to the half-step divine transformation of Tai Chu Zhenrun in the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, in the western battlefield, the grudge runs rampant, and the situation grows increasingly tense, with Long Ji drawing considerable attention. He is eager to discern the limits of his capabilities. Now armed with a supreme spiritual treasure and a divine technique of the highest order on a battlefield truly representative of the nascent soul level, it is time to embark on his journey. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Zhang Xian's eyes. Without further hesitation, he forged a long-term training expedition document through Lu Yao, successfully departing from the Guiyuan sect under the guise of Yu Yun. Upon leaving the sect's territory, he sought a secluded valley, where he flickered and restored his handsome visage. Summoning his flying vessel, he sped towards the Tianyuan Alliance located in the western region of Zhongzhou. The Tianyuan Alliance, situated in the western region of Zhongzhou, differs significantly from the Guiyuan sect, which boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years. The alliance was founded merely over a millennium ago. It comprises several powerful families and sects, evolving over the years into a core leadership model consisting of one chairman and 9 counselors, totaling 10 individuals. The chairman is rotated every century, and the current chairman is Lin Jianyuan, the uncle of Lin Xiaozhu, who stands at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The headquarters of the Tianyuan Alliance lies on the outskirts of the western region, originally a barren desert that is transformed into a vast and sprawling cultivation city aptly named Tianyuan. Its expanse exceeds that of the southern domain's capital, Nandu, by more than tenfold, and it is surrounded by several smaller satellite cities. The identity Zhang Xian previously adopted, Lin Xianwei, was fabricated from the vicinity of Jinyuan City, one of Tianyuan's primary satellite cities. A month later, Zhang Xian's flying vessel descended gracefully upon Jinyuan City. The city's walls soared into the clouds, constructed from massive obsidian blocks, emanating a cold and resilient sheen. The architectural style within the city is both rugged and grand, with wide streets teeming with rich spiritual energy, intermingled with a faint yet discernible scent of blood and gunpowder, serving as a reminder of the proximity to the frontline battlefield. As the vessel touched down, a familiar figure eagerly approached him. "Elder brother, you have finally arrived." Before Zhang Xian could respond, Xia Chengyan leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. "Sister-in-law is still at the front line, but rest assured, Xiaozhu is steadfastly guarding her. Some oblivious individuals would struggle to approach within 10 feet. Zhang Xian shook his head in exasperation. "I've already said, Long Ji is merely a friend." I understand, Xia Chengyan replied, wearing an expression of complete comprehension. "Absolutely just friends. My lips are sealed regarding your acquaintances in the southern domain. They will remain blissfully unaware." Zhang Xian, weary of further explanations, shifted the topic. "What is the current state of affairs in the western region?" Xia Chengyan's expression grew more serious. "The outlook is grim. The grudge spreads like a plague, expanding rapidly, and the pressure on the front lines is immense. We frequently encounter some cultivators from the western regions, even some nascent soul experts who have lost their sanity. However, the situation has improved somewhat since sister-in-law's arrival. Her lightning technique possesses an extraordinary efficacy against the resentment affliction, rendering her an indispensable force on the front lines. So what are we waiting for? Let us proceed to witness it ourselves." Zhang Xian had not yet encountered the battlefield during his last visit, being too preoccupied with his desire to confront Yang Pashao. However, Xia Chengyan hastily gestured for him to pause. "Brother, I understand your longing for your sister-in-law, but there is no need to rush. There is someone who wishes to meet you." "Who?" "It is our esteemed speaker." Xia Chengyan lowered his voice, revealing that he had heard of Zhang Xian's arrival and was specifically waiting for him. "Lin Jianyuan, the speaker of the Tianyuan Alliance, a pinnacle cultivator at the 8th level of the nascent soul." Zhang Xian felt a stir of curiosity. He was eager to delve deeper into the inner workings of the Tianyuan Alliance, particularly regarding this legendary figure known as the second greatest in the world. It was unexpected that the other party would extend an invitation. "Very well, let us first pay our respects to Speaker Lin." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Xia Chengyan guided Zhang Xian through several secluded streets of Jinyuan City, leading them to an elegantly serene garden. The courtyard was adorned with a gentle stream and quaint bridges, exuding a certain charm reminiscent of a classical garden. Upon entering the inner courtyard, they beheld 2 individuals engrossed in a game of chess beside a stone table at the center of the yard. One of them, clad in the formal military garb of the great Xia dynasty, emanated a steady demeanor akin to a mountain. It was none other than Zhang Xian's acquaintance, General Chen of the southern domain, who observed his opponent with an air of tranquility. Opposite him sat a strikingly handsome young man dressed in black attire, his temples flecked with strands of silver. His gaze was bright and clear, and his aura was restrained to the utmost degree, resembling an ordinary mortal, seamlessly blending into the courtyard with a sense of natural harmony. Although Zhang Xian had never met him before, he immediately recognized him as Lin Jianyuan. The profound simplicity and harmonious essence he exuded were far beyond that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. "General Han." Zhang Xian was the first to speak, offering a respectful gesture to Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes as he rose to clasp his fists. "Zhang Xian, my friend, it has been too long. I did not expect to reunite here." The joy of encountering an old acquaintance in such a perilous place as the Western Front brought a genuine smile to his face. Lin Jianyuan lifted his gaze, warmth radiating from his eyes as they fell upon Zhang Xian. He quickly stirred the chessboard with both hands, disrupting the previously tense game. No more play. A distinguished guest has arrived. How could I be remiss? Lin Jianyuan said, standing with a casual grace, devoid of any pretense befitting a top-tier expert. He overlooked the momentary look of helplessness on Han Yichen's face and addressed Zhang Xian with a smile and a bow. You must be the young friend Zhang Xian from the southern domain. Indeed, a striking figure, full of vigor, reminiscent of my own youth, ha ha ha. Zhang Xian felt a slight astonishment in his heart. This legendary figure was surprisingly affable, perhaps even a bit whimsical, starkly contrasting with the imposing image he had envisioned of the Alliance leader. However, he did not reveal his thoughts, respectfully returning the gesture. I am the junior Zhang Xian. It is an honor to meet you, Speaker Lin. No need for excessive formalities. Lin Jianyuan waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Nearby, Xianxia could not resist teasing. Old Lin, are you perhaps playing poorly and resorting to tricks to salvage your impending defeat? Lin Jianyuan let out a soft click of his tongue and shot a glare at Xianxia. You insolent brat, how can you speak like that? I am merely observing our esteemed guest, Zhang Xian, who has traveled from afar. It would be quite discourteous to have him merely watch us play chess, wouldn't it? Zhang Xian's gaze naturally fell upon the disordered chessboard, the black and white pieces scattered about. The familiar grid of 19 lines stirred memories of Go from his past life. A tumult of thoughts surged within him. Since arriving in Zhongzhou, he had uncovered myriad traces of his former existence. From a nascent council of the Tianyuan Alliance to this game of Go, all pointing towards the ancient predecessors of the time travelers. The individual before him, the helm of the Tianyuan Alliance, was undoubtedly one of the informed. Maintaining an impassive expression, he feigned curiosity and inquired, Chairman Lin, what is this game? I do not believe I have seen it in the southern region. Lin Jianyuan smiled and replied, this game is called Go, quite popular in the mundane world of Zhongzhou, though few in the realm of cultivation are familiar with it. Han Yichen chimed in, I too learned it upon my arrival in Zhongzhou, thanks to Chairman Lin's insistence. At first glance, it may appear simple, yet its depths are profound. The calculations become increasingly complex as the game progresses. Oh, that sounds intriguing, Zhang Xian remarked. His interest piqued. Noticing Zhang's enthusiasm, Lin Jianyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he said, if you are interested, I will be happy to teach you. Shall we engage in a match? He resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy, brimming with excitement. Zhang Xian nodded, very well. I shall be in your care, Chairman Lin. Han Yichen smiled and vacated a seat. Lin Jianyuan proceeded to elaborate on the fundamental rules of Go, explaining the concepts of liberties, captures, and win-loss determinations. Zhang Xian pretended to be a novice, listening attentively and nodding occasionally. Once the explanation concluded, Lin Jianyuan eagerly sought to engage Zhang Xian in a game. Xianxia interjected with a chuckle. Old Lin, you are taking advantage of the newcomer. Lin Jianyuan laughed heartily. Not at all, just a casual game. Although Zhang Xian was familiar with the rules from his past life, his skill in the game was average at best, a far cry from the expertise of Lin Jianyuan, who had immersed himself in this art for many years. He deliberately concealed his prowess, playing conservatively and occasionally revealing the blunders of a novice. Lin Jianyuan, on the other hand, pressed forward with unyielding determination, swiftly dismantling Zhang Xian's black stones, leaving them in disarray. Han Yichen and Xianxia exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. And Xianxia did not hold back in teasing Lin Jianyuan for bullying the inexperienced player. After winning the match, Lin Jianyuan wore an expression of unquenched enthusiasm. His spirits high. He clapped Zhang Xian on the shoulder and encouraged, young friend Zhang, considering it is your first match, you performed quite admirably. Do not underestimate Go. The strategic depth and calculations involve sheer connection with the art of cultivation and array formations. Pondering it in your leisure time may yield great benefits. Zhang Xian humbly accepted the advice. Your words are most enlightening, Chairman Lin. I am grateful for your guidance. Chapter 208. Where have the predecessors of time travelers gone? As the game concluded, Lin Jianyuan waved to dismiss the chessboard. Servants promptly brought forth several exquisite spirit fruits and delicacies, along with a fragrant pitcher of spirit wine. The four gathered around the stone table, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Lin Jianyuan truly exuded humility, accompanied by youthful sincerity and nonchalance. He engaged in lively banter, devoid of pretense, exchanging playful jests with Xianxia, while showing great respect towards General Hanichen, their external ally. Zhang Xian learned from Hanichen that the latter had represented the great Xia dynasty to provide support in the Central Plains for nearly 2 years, bringing along numerous cultivators from the southern region to jointly combat the menace of hatred. During the gathering, Lin Jianyuan did not delve much into Zhang Xian's personal matters, instead engaging in light conversation about the local customs and stories of cultivation in the Central Plains. However, when the topic shifted to Zhang Xian's beloved confidant, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes as he teased, "Young friend Zhang, at such a tender age, you are indeed quite fortunate in matters of romance." "Ha." Zhang Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only respond with a smile. Lin Jianyuan laughed heartily, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned elder. "Ah, the vitality of youth. I understand." As he spoke, his gaze turned to the side where Xianxia was engrossed in dealing with the spiritual fruit. Sensing the attention, Xianxia immediately asserted, "Uncle Lin, please do not look at me like that. I am quite different from my brother, who is an old lecher. My heart belongs solely to Xiaozhu." "Oh." Lin Jianyuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "So now you acknowledge me as Uncle Lin? Just a moment ago, you were calling me Old Lin with such enthusiasm." Xianxia was momentarily speechless, his face flushed, hastily returning to his task of peeling the spiritual fruit, which drew a round of light laughter. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere became more convivial, Lin Jianyuan's smile gradually faded, his expression turning earnest. He set down his cup and fixed his gaze on Zhang Xian. "Young friend Zhang, your presence here today is not solely to meet the southern region's talents. I have a matter of business to discuss." Zhang Xian placed his chopsticks down and sat up straight. "Please, senior, speak on." Lin Jianyuan wasted no time, his words striking with gravity. "I wish to invite you to accompany Qingyan and Xiaozhu into the heart of the western region to investigate the source of hatred." Upon hearing this, Xianxia abruptly raised his head, aware of the underlying details, but puzzled as to why Uncle Lin would propose such a perilous request to a stranger he had just met. Zhang Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor, patiently awaiting further explanation. Lin Jianyuan continued, "I have heard from Xiaozhu that the calamity of hatred in the southern region was ultimately resolved by your intervention. You possess experiences and capabilities that others cannot match in this regard." He paused, sincerity evident in his tone. "My initial plan was to send Xiaozhu and Qingyan to lead the expedition. Xiaozhu, with her celestial mechanism, can predict fate and guide the way, making her an excellent guide. However, while she is highly intelligent, she lacks adaptability. As for Qingyan, it is better left unsaid. Thus, I seek your assistance to safeguard them with your expertise and methods." Xianxia was taken aback. "Hey, why am I better left unsaid? You need to clarify your words, old man." Lin Jianyuan chose to ignore him, continuing earnestly, "Of course, this journey is fraught with danger. I will provide you with the finest equipment and life-preserving items. Should you encounter insurmountable forces, prioritize your safety above all else. This matter is not obligatory. If young friend Zhang finds it unsuitable, you may decline, and I will not press you." After listening, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before countering, "Senior, I have a question. With your cultivation and abilities, why do you not venture forth personally to investigate? Would that not ensure greater certainty?" Lin Jianyuan, upon hearing this, revealed a complex and bittersweet smile. He sighed, his voice deepening. "To be frank, I have already been there." He gazed towards the west, imbued with profound concern. Not only had he ventured there, but on multiple occasions. In truth, the western regions had met their utter demise. Our silence stemmed from a fear of inciting panic among the populace of the Central Plains. A fleeting sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he reflected on the shattered gates of the major sects in the Western territories, now reduced to ashes, with all beings suffering amidst the devastation. My pursuit of the traces of resentment led me deeper, yet it felt akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The true source ever elusive. That sensation seemed omnipresent, yet without a trace to follow. Furthermore, the situation in the Central Plains was equally dire. Although the Guiyuan sect ostensibly allied with us, their duplicity was evident. They preserved their strength while covertly impeding our efforts. As the chairman, I must remain at the helm, orchestrating the overall strategy. It is simply untenable for me to be absent for an extended period." He paused, his tone tinged with an imperceptible urgency. My term as chairman will conclude in 3 years. At that juncture, I will revert to being a mere council member, constrained by the council's authority, rendering my actions considerably more cumbersome. I aspire to resolve the calamity of resentment before my tenure concludes. Xianxia could not refrain from interjecting. Old Lin, I must say, when you established the Tianyuan Alliance, why insist on a parliamentary system? Wouldn't it be better to simply be the leader? As it stands, your words carry little weight, and you are bound in your actions. If it were me, I could hardly bear it. It's akin to my father knowing that I relinquished the throne. He would surely punish me severely. Lin Jinyuan smiled, a countenance reflecting a timeless openness and resolve. Chengyan, this is what we call democracy. A single person's autocracy may yield fleeting gratification. It is far from a sustainable solution. Only through the collective wisdom and strength of many can we truly advance. Look at the current state of the Tianyuan Alliance. Flourishing and thriving. The alliance has evolved into the foremost stronghold in the realm of cultivation, and my role in this is minimal. It is the council that has propelled this progress. Zhang Xian listened intently, his fingers gently tapping on the stone table. Aware of the gravity of the matter at hand, esteemed senior, please allow me 2 days to ponder before I respond. Lin Jinyuan readily nodded. Very well. It is only right that you, young friend Zhang, deliberate carefully. As the banquet dispersed, Xianxia escorted Zhang Xian to the tranquil retreat he had arranged for him. Observing that Zhang Xian appeared preoccupied, Xianxia assumed he was troubled by the expedition to the western regions and offered reassurance. Elder brother, do not bear too much pressure. In truth, this matter had long been settled. Originally, it was to be led by myself and Xiao Zhu. However, due to the recent ambush by that scoundrel Yang Pashao, we have temporarily postponed it. Our plan was to recommence our journey next month. Zhang Xian shook his head. That is not what I am contemplating. His thoughts dwelt upon the enigmatic clues related to that mysterious elder from his hometown, as well as Lin Jinyuan's connection to him. Yet, such matters were not suitable to disclose to Xianxia at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up. Changyan, can I trust you? Xianxia was taken aback, but promptly replied with unyielding conviction. Elder brother, what are you saying? Of course you can. I, Xianxia, swear to the heavens that aside from Xiao Zhu, I would even relinquish the throne of great Xia to you. I would brave fire and water without a second thought. That may not be necessary. What I truly intend is to establish a vast spirit-weaving array in the Central Plains, connecting with the southern territories to construct a more extensive communication network. What? Xianxia was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. Elder brother, this is impossible. The expanse of Zhongzhou far exceeds that of the southern domain. The grand formation in the southern domain was a culmination of the powers of 6 major forces, constructed over hundreds of years with immense resources. The issue of spirit stones is trivial. Chapter 209. Welcome aboard the luxurious airship. Xianxia paused, still shaking his head. The situation in Zhongzhou is intricate, incomparable to that of the southern domain. The Tianyuan Alliance and the Guiyuan sect engage in both overt and covert conflicts, while numerous factions beneath them are embroiled in continuous strife. Do you believe that if you establish the foundation of the formation on the Guiyuan sect's territory today, it won't be dismantled by them by tomorrow? It is utterly unsustainable. Then let us take it step by step, commencing from the core area of the Tianyuan Alliance, creating a ripple effect. If it is dismantled, we shall simply restore it. After all, it is merely a matter of some spirit stones. Observing Zhang Xian's unyielding demeanor, Xianxia ultimately swallowed his words of persuasion, murmuring, this is not merely about some spirit stones. Yet, he refrained from further argument. However, Xianxia inquired, what does this have to do with trusting me? Zhang Xian smiled faintly, producing an antiquated storage ring and handing it to Xianxia. I entrust you with all the necessary resources. Under the name of the Great Xia Dynasty, you shall advance the construction of this grand formation. Moreover, it will not be limited to the formation itself. I will also provide a substantial quantity of magical artifacts, elixirs, and spirit treasures to arm the practitioners of the southern domain, thereby enhancing the Tianyuan Alliance's strength on the front lines of the western region to collectively resist hatred. Xianxia instinctively accepted the ring, his consciousness probing within. Boom! He felt as though struck by lightning, freezing in place as his expression shifted from confusion to shock and finally to disbelief. The ring contained a staggering accumulation of high-grade spirit stones, resplendent spirit treasures, and ethereal elixirs, their value far surpassing the entirety of the great Xia dynasty's treasury. His lips trembled as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, if it were not for the resemblance between my father and me, I would truly suspect you to be my biological father. Step aside. I have no such ungrateful offspring." Zhang Xian laughed heartily. "I will send a message to His Majesty the Xia Emperor to explain the situation. The specifics of execution shall be determined by you and your father." Clutching the ring, Xianxia was filled with a blend of excitement and trepidation. "Elder brother, this is an enormous undertaking, but does it truly hold significance? The wealth of the great Xia dynasty is well known among the major forces. Suddenly producing such an abundance of resources, even a fool would discern that someone is backing us. Sooner or later, they will trace it back to you." Zhang Xian's gaze was profound. "You need only follow my instructions. I have my own arrangements." Though Xianxia was forthright, he was not dim-witted. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, his eyes brimming with astonishment and understanding. "Elder brother, are you anticipating the Tianyuan Alliance's move? Or perhaps preparing against Uncle Lin? Intending to conceal yourself in the shadows?" Zhang Xian did not refute this, merely responding with a nonchalant remark, only to a certain extent. Xianxia remained silent for a moment, a complex expression gracing his features. He patted Zhang Xian's shoulder, his tone imbued with understanding. "Elder brother, I comprehend. Hypocrites, those of your intellect, will certainly perceive things this way. In the folk tales of yore, which villain is not cloaked in a guise of virtue, hidden from plain sight? Given the matters concerning your master's ancestor, your apprehension is entirely understandable." He paused momentarily, then added, "However, dear brother, one learns the true nature of a person through prolonged association. Uncle Lin is not that sort of individual. His establishment of the council and his self-imposed limitations on power genuinely reflect his desire to contribute positively to this land." Zhang Xian smiled faintly. "Let us hope so." Xianxia weighed the storage ring in his hand, heavy as a mountain, and a glimmer of determination and excitement flickered in his eyes. "Brother, if you have made your decision, then I shall take the lead in this endeavor. Consider it an early congratulatory gift for me. Spend it as you wish, as long as it furthers the construction of the Grand Formation and supports the front lines." 2 days later, at the launch site of the flying vessel near Jinyuan City, Zhang Xian arrived as promised. The team assembled, and to his astonishment, besides Xiaoqing, Lin Xiaozhu, and Long Ji, another individual awaited them, Jin, the overseer of Tian Kai Peak from Yumiao sect. What surprised Zhang Xian was the aura emanating from her, now at the second level of the nascent soul realm. "Jin, the overseer?" Zhang Xian clasped his hands in greeting, his tone tinged with astonishment and congratulations. "Congratulations. By the looks of your realm, Overseer Wei has successfully advanced to the nascent soul as well." Jin maintained a calm demeanor and nodded slightly. "Thanks to your generosity in providing vast resources to Yumiao sect, Master Wang reciprocated, favoring Lingjian Peak and Tian Kai Peak with additional resources. My master has long been at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, and with the accumulation of years, the breakthrough to nascent soul was inevitable." Her gaze swept over Long Ji, who stood beside Zhang Xian like an ethereal being, her tone laced with gentle teasing. "I did not expect that after months apart, Elder Zhang would be accompanied by Long Ji. Truly, you live up to your reputation." Zhang Xian quickly shook his head. "You misunderstand. Long Ji is solely focused on eradicating the resentment. Upon learning of our mission's purpose, she chose to accompany and assist us." Long Ji interjected at the opportune moment, her voice cool and clear. "Indeed, that is the case. By the way, what brings you here?" Zhang Xian inquired. "My 1,000 puppets technique excels in reconnaissance and tracking, making it ideal for delving into the heart of the western region to seek traces of resentment. Furthermore, we suspect that the calamity sweeping through the western region is connected to Daoist Qianji." Zhang Xian's heart stirred. "Qianji? What evidence do we possess?" "Currently, there is no conclusive evidence, only conjectures based on clues," Jin candidly admitted. "Firstly, Daoist Qianji has deep ties with the southern region's demon nest, his methods being both enigmatic and unpredictable. After the battle at the demon nest 3 years ago, he vanished as if he had never existed. Secondly, we have been covertly investigating the source of resentment for years. Recently, we discovered traces of resentment near the ruins of Yujing City, and the timeline predates the outbreak in the western region. Are you suggesting that the origin of resentment could lie within the southern region? That was brought to Zhongzhou by Qianji, igniting the chaos in the western region?" Jin replied, "That possibility cannot be dismissed. Perhaps this journey to the western region will unravel the mystery. Zhang Xian could not help but reflect. Previously, in the Genie Forest, he had deliberately shifted suspicion onto Qianji, and now it appeared that the blame had indeed fallen upon the right individual. Subsequently, several individuals boarded Zhang Xian's flying vessel. Externally, this craft appeared even more compact and exquisite than the one Zhang Xian possessed previously. However, the interior space employed a remarkable technique akin to the mystical expansion of the universe, maximizing its dimensions to an extraordinary degree. Zhang Xian guided his companions on a tour, revealing that each person had their own private chamber. Upon opening the door, they discovered that the room was not merely a simple bedroom, but rather a partitioned space encompassing a study, a tea room, a meditation area, and a sleeping quarter, everything one could desire. "This is rather extravagant," Xianxia exclaimed, awestruck, as he beheld the opulence of a single bedroom aboard a flying vessel. Next, they visited the library, where an extensive collection of texts, categorized meticulously, encompassed a myriad of disciplines including techniques, formations, alchemy, and miscellaneous scholarly works, causing Lin Xiaoju's eyes to sparkle with delight. Following that was the sword nurturing chamber, a serene space dedicated to the care of flying swords. Most astonishingly, the vessel even featured a lavish dining hall, with a long table sculpted from a single block of warm jade, surrounded by automaton attendants gracefully serving exquisite spiritual fruits and delicacies. Chapter 210. Your time is running short. Big brother. Xianxia casually grabbed a fruit and began to nibble on it, mumbling, "Big brother, how many spiritual stones did this flying vessel cost?" "Well, I can't recall exactly, but perhaps something over 10 million. Over 10 million? Xianxia gasped. Though it seemed extravagant, it appeared to be quite worth it. "I might just grit my teeth and acquire one myself. This is essentially a mobile fortress combined with a retreat. I feel I could reside here for a lifetime without ever descending." A nearby confidant kindly interjected, "That is in superior quality spiritual stones." "Whoa." Xianxia nearly spat out the fruit in his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. Superior quality spiritual stones? Over 10 million superior quality spiritual stones? He began to count on his fingers, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of its value, enough to purchase several mid-tier sections. Finally, Zhang Xian led them to the sword training room. Upon pushing open the stone door, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Before their eyes lay an expansive space, its floors smoothed with glossy obsidian, while a resplendent starry sky adorned the ceiling. Lin Xiaoju immediately recognized that each of those stars was a superior quality spiritual stone. The sheer number and size constructed an immense gathering formation. She was utterly astonished, gaining a terrifyingly clear understanding of Zhang Xian's financial prowess. Zhang Xian calmly explained, originally, the flying vessel contained only one sword room. This upgrade specifically added 4 more, and the scale of the gathering formation has increased severalfold. Lin Xiaoju remained silent, slowly closing her eyes to release her consciousness, carefully attuning herself to the flowing spiritual energy and the rhythm of the formations within the space. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her cool gaze fixed upon Zhang Xian. "May I have one?" Zhang Xian smiled and nodded, "Of course. All facilities here are available for everyone's use. Feel free to peruse the texts. The dining hall will satisfy your hunger." As Lin Xiaoju savored the almost liquefied spiritual energy surrounding her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeds any sanctum I have ever known. Practicing here will undoubtedly yield remarkable results." Just then, one of the stars above dimmed abruptly. Lin Xiaoju extended her delicate hand, and the lifeless high-grade spirit stone gradually fell into her palm. The spirit stone had exhausted its energy and required no further attention. Zhang Xian explained that it would dissipate on its own, and after a while, the formation would automatically retrieve a spare spirit stone to replace it. Lin Xiaoju silently calculated the daily consumption required to maintain such a sword chamber, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This level of expenditure and such grandiosity, surely no one in the cultivation realm could compare, not even her uncle Lin Jianyuan or the esteemed Taichu. Gazing at the resplendent starry sky, Zhang Xian expressed a hint of regret, remarking, "What a pity. The current spirit gathering formation cannot directly absorb supreme spirit stones. Otherwise, I would truly wish to experience what that would be like." "Supreme spirit stones?" Xianxia exclaimed. "Brother, stop jesting. Do such things truly exist?" Aren't they mere legends? Zhang Xian smiled slightly and casually tossed him a stone the size of an egg, entirely milky white. Xianxia caught it, feeling its slight weight and smooth texture. As if he were holding a piece of warm jade. He examined it closely, marveling, is this truly a supreme spirit stone? It appears similar in size to a high-grade spirit stone, yet the luster and sensation are entirely different. Zhang Xian explained. Supreme spirit stones lack any elemental attributes and contain the purest essence of the natural world's primal force. Regrettably, given our current level, we are utterly incapable of directly absorbing or comprehending the power within. For now, it remains merely a rare collectible. Lin Xiaozhu, being the most curious about this novel object, gazed eagerly at the spirit stone in Xiaoqingyan's hand. Observing her fascination, Zhang Xian casually tossed her an exquisite silk pouch. Lin Xiaozhu accepted it, and with a sweep of her consciousness, discovered nearly 100 identical, milky white, supreme spirit stones nestled within. This is for you, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Lin Xiaozhu, delighted, extracted one for careful examination. She attempted to channel a trace of spiritual energy into it, only to find that her energy was completely obstructed by the stone's seemingly smooth exterior, unable to penetrate even a fraction. They are remarkably hard. Even attempting to break them is quite the challenge, Zhang Xian added. Hearing this, Xiaoqingyan's curiosity surged. He pointed his finger like a sword, concentrating a sharp sword chi, and slashed at the supreme spirit stone. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, and Xiaoqingyan felt a tingling in his fingertips. Upon inspection, the stone bore not a single scratch. Wow, it truly is. What a shame it cannot be refined. Otherwise, crafting armor from it would be extraordinary, he exclaimed in awe. Nearby, Longji turned her gaze toward Zhang Xian and spoke, fellow Taoist Zhang. Might you grant me a few as well for observation? Of course, Zhang Xian replied without hesitation. Tossing another silk pouch, Longji accepted it and, unlike Lin Xiaozhu, did not attempt to channel spiritual energy. Instead, she summoned a delicate purple arc of electricity at her fingertips and cautiously approached the surface of the spirit stone. The pure force of thunder seemed to resonate, albeit extremely faintly, with a certain power within the stone, producing a subtle, crackling sound. She furrowed her brows, lost in contemplation, observing Zhang Xian admiringly gazing at Longji, who was engrossed in her research. Ji Yin casually remarked, Zhang Xian, in due time, the second contingent of cultivators from the southern region will arrive at Tianyuan City. Among them are Supervisor Lin Yin and Chief Lu Qingxian, along with the esteemed Yun Wanqing of Yunchang Pavilion, who will oversee the construction at the rear. Zhang Xian nodded, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. This was preferable. He had never wished to confine them like caged canaries. Their extraordinary talents and deepening cultivation deserved a broader horizon, a chance to encounter the tempestuous nature of the world. Moreover, with the world-breaking shuttle and 9 nether puppet as safeguards, their safety was assured. The prospect of reuniting with them in Central State was indeed delightful. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Xian was reminded by Ji Yin, your time is limited. Once they arrive, your opportunity will be lost. The group left the sword chamber to allow Longji to focus on her studies and stepped onto the expansive deck of the flying vessel. At this moment, the vessel had reached the boundary between Central State's western region and the western domain. This was the very front line of fierce warfare. Zhang Xian expanded his divine consciousness and immediately sensed the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter and chaos. He could faintly hear the thunderous clashes of spiritual energy, the explosions of spells, and the anguished screams of cultivators. Further ahead, 3 colossal energy membranes spanned the heavens like an impassable chasm. This was the barrier relied upon by the Tianyuan Alliance to thwart the flood of resentment from the western domain, known as the discontinuity light wall. Each of these 3 membranes was mightier than the last. They functioned like an enormous sieve, preventing the vast majority of western domain cultivators from breaching their defenses. However, the formation was not entirely sealed. It periodically opened gaps, intentionally allowing a portion of the tainted cultivators to pass through for controlled extermination, thus avoiding an overwhelming buildup of pressure that could lead to the formation's collapse. Chapter 2:11. The wealthy divine dragon team requests to engage in battle. Lin Xiaozhu stood at the bow, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she chanted incantations. A unique luminescent energy surged from her hands, shooting towards the outermost membrane. The membrane rippled like water, slowly parting to create a narrow passage for the flying vessel. Silently, The vessel glided through the second and third membranes. Upon completely traversing the final discontinuity light wall, the sight that greeted Zhang Xian on the deck left him momentarily breathless. Before him stretched a desolate expanse. 1,000 miles of scorched earth. The land was engulfed in raging flames, dense smoke billowing skyward, obscuring the sun. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur, charred remains, and a heavy metallic scent of blood. Upon that smoldering ground, countless figures surged forward like a frenzied swarm of ants, racing towards the three immense discontinuity light walls behind them, their faces twisted in fury, their eyes gleaming with a maniacal light. Among them were cultivators, demonic beasts, and even grotesque monsters, forming torrents of darkness that relentlessly crashed against the membranes, their numbers so vast that they seemed endless. At the forefront of the formation stood the vigilant allied forces of Central State, poised for battle. The cultivators from the Tianyuan Alliance, the Guiyuan sect, the Great Xia dynasty, and various other factions formed a formidable bastion of flesh and blood, engaging in fierce combat with the frenzied assailants. Zhang Xian could even catch glimpses of the scattered figures of the Yunmiao sect's cultivators. Gazing upon the hellish scene before him, he finally comprehended the gravity of what Xianxia had described about the tense frontline situation. It was evidently a battle against an entire realm plunged into madness. He immediately discerned that those cultivators and demonic beasts, corrupted by resentment, though deranged, were not entirely chaotic. Apart from the lowest ranks that would merely tear at each other, the slightly stronger ones exhibited a subtle semblance of coordination, their assault directions clear and their objectives aligned. It was evident that they were driven by a common leader or will, compelling them to invade the Western territories. Have we not captured anyone for interrogation to uncover who is orchestrating them? Zhang Xian inquired. Xianxia sighed softly. We have attempted that long ago, capturing numerous prisoners in hopes of extracting information or probing their consciousness, only to find their minds shrouded in chaos, rendering any useful information elusive. We later realized that those at the forefront, deeply tainted by resentment, are also the most deranged. Perhaps only by penetrating deep into the Western lands can we uncover the true source. As if to lighten the mood, Xianxia suddenly produced a flag adorned with golden edges from his storage ring, thrusting it into the deck's forefront with a flourish. The flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a magnificent golden character for dragon. All right, this mission shall be undertaken by our wealthy divine dragon team, Xianxia declared with a proud chest and grandiosity. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback by Xianxia's antics. Wealthy divine dragon team? What on earth is that? Xianxia explained matter-of-factly. For this expedition into the Western territories, there are 5 teams in total, and we are the 4th. Our captain, being the most formidable, is referred to as Big Sister. Hence the name must include the character for dragon. I came up with this name, and when I asked Big Sister, she said it was fine, so it was settled. I thought she had mentioned it to you already. Zhang Xian, Long Ji, having emerged from the swordroom at some point, stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the fluttering dragon flag with a cold, expressionless face, as if tacitly accepting the title. Lin Xiaozhu glanced at the flag, her lips twitching slightly before she promptly turned and walked toward the opposite side of the ship. I will fetch the celestial mechanism to ascertain our course. I will disperse the puppets to scout the situation ahead. Jiyin followed closely behind. With that, she slightly spread her hands, as if unfurling wings. In an instant, countless small puppets resembling Jiyin swarmed out from her sleeves like a hive of bees, moving swiftly and silently to scatter in all directions beneath the flying vessel. Vanishing from sight, above the Western territories, the flying vessel pierced through the clouds. For 7 consecutive days, it glided like a phantom through the smoke and blood-red sky, beneath which lay a devastated landscape of scorched forests, crumbling mountains, and parched riverbeds. Lin Xiaozhu held a starry array, her demeanor intensely focused as she occasionally adjusted the course of the flying vessel with intricate gestures. Jiyin stood beside the ship's railing like a calm battlefield commander, her eyes gently closed, her consciousness sifting through countless scattered Jiyin puppets to gather the latest intelligence. 300 miles to the northeast, a desolate ruin of a mortal city was discovered, devoid of life yet infested with numerous low-tier resentment entities. Directly ahead lay signs of a large-scale spiritual energy conflict, likely remnants of an encounter at the nascent soul level. To the left, a team of about 20 surviving cultivators was besieged by 3 times their number of resentment cultivators. Their situation dire. Jiyin's voice remained tranquil. conveying each piece of information with clarity. In the initial days, when they encountered survivors under siege, Zhang Xian and the others would lend their aid. Yet, as they ventured deeper, such encounters became increasingly frequent and tragic. Zhang Xian's consciousness expanded, revealing dozens of similar calamities unfolding simultaneously within a 100-mile radius. They were simply unable to provide assistance. A sense of helplessness filled Lin Xiaoju's eyes, and she fell into silence. Xian, however, maintained absolute rationality, devoid of any emotional entanglement. For her, locating the source of resentment was the paramount objective. To that end, relinquishing opportunities for rescue along the way was a necessary sacrifice. Her small Xian had already suffered considerable damage, yet she did not even furrow her brow. One day, as the flying vessel soared steadily through the skies, Lin Xiaoju retreated to the inner cabin to rest, accompanied by Xianxia, while Long Zhi practiced in the sword chamber as usual. At that moment, only Xian and Zhang Xian remained on the deck. Suddenly, Zhang Xian directed a sharp gaze toward the right front of the vessel. 50 miles ahead, a valley shrouded in gray mist piqued his curiosity. Xian did not inquire further, simply responding calmly, "I shall investigate." With a subtle shift of thought, a nearby small Xian puppet altered its course and silently ventured into the swirling gray fog. Yet, merely a minute later, a faint streak of light, akin to a startled firefly, instantaneously entered Xian's body. This was the core of the small Xian puppet, now destroyed. Concurrently, Xian's voice echoed. Within the valley lies a dilapidated demon clan cave, where a group of half-demons is being besieged by dozens of resentment cultivators, led by one at the peak of the golden core stage. He detected my puppet and struck it down. The half-demons have suffered heavy losses and are on the verge of collapse. I shall return shortly. Zhang Xian replied, Chapter 212. Brother, you have been deceived. This is a counterfeit. On the deck, it was as if a silent thunderclap had erupted, and Zhang Xian's figure vanished, leaving behind only a faint purple arc as a remnant. The next moment, a thunderous roar resonated from 50 miles away, deep within the mist-covered valley. Subsequently, an even more intense sound erupted, unleashing a more ferocious, blazing energy. Blinding flames shot into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that thoroughly dispersed the gray mist above the valley. A visibly crimson shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and stones to tumble. Even the deck of the flying vessel, located dozens of miles away, felt a distinct vibration. Xian maintained a calm demeanor. Zhang Xian had made his move. She understood that with his current cultivation level, there were few entities in the entire western region that could rival him. Before long, a flash of violet lightning materialized on the deck of the flying vessel. As the radiance dissipated, Zhang Xian's figure emerged. He appeared impeccably groomed, his aura composed, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, utterly unscathed. However, in his arms, he cradled an additional presence. It was a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. Her tattered garments barely concealed her form, with bare feet exposed. One side of her body was soaked in dark red blood, indicating she had sustained grave injuries. Her features were delicate, yet at this moment, due to excessive blood loss. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed. Even so, her striking beauty could not be obscured, marking her as a true gem. Most striking were the pair of furry, brown-black ears that drooped atop her head, along with a tail that peeked out from beneath her tattered clothing. She was a half-demon maiden. Xian reacted swiftly, retrieving several high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring. With a flick of her fingers, the stones landed precisely around the girl, instantly forming a rudimentary healing array. Zhang Xian gently laid the girl in the center of the array. Standing up, he formed hand seals, and in an instant, a shadowy image of a sprawling ancient tree began to materialize behind him. The branches swayed gently, releasing streams of pure azure light that cascaded like fine rain, continuously infusing the girl with vital energy. The commotion caused by Zhang Xian had alarmed Xianxia and Lin Xiaoju in the cabin, prompting them to hasten to the deck. "Wow!" exclaimed Xianxia, immediately spotting the unconscious girl within the array. "Brother, after so many days in the western region, it's the first time I've seen you bring someone aboard the flying vessel. And she's quite the catch." His gaze roamed over the girl as exquisite features and her furry ears, a knowing expression crossing his face. Indeed, heroes find it hard to resist the charms of beauty, especially with those fox ears, brother, you certainly cannot refuse such a temptation. Lin Xiaozhu, cradling her pure white fox spirit pet, Diogio, observed in awe as the girl's injuries visibly healed at an extraordinary pace. Fractured bones reconnected under the nurturing azure light, and the pallor of her face gradually regained a hint of color, leaving Lin Xiaozhu astonished. She recognized the technique Zhang Xian was employing, the Azure Emperor's rejuvenation technique, but its effects were astonishingly remarkable. She couldn't help but glance at the ancient tree shadow behind Zhang Xian, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Xianxia continued to express his astonishment. I say, brother, your wife is still on the flying vessel. Bringing a girl up here like this, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Zhang Xian sighed in exasperation. Changyan, Daoist Long Ji is not my partner. Your constant references will only make her uncomfortable. Oh, is that so? But I've mentioned sister-in-law in front of her several times. And she didn't seem displeased at all. Lin Xiaozhu cradled the little fox and coldly interjected, that is simply because it couldn't be bothered to acknowledge you. Xiaoqingyan pursed his lips, no longer fixated on the issue of titles. He circled around the healing array, scrutinizing the pair of dark brown ears and bushy tail. Suddenly, as if a revelation had struck him, his voice rose sharply. Brother, you've been deceived. This is a counterfeit. Zhang Xian was taken aback. What counterfeit? Oh dear, Xiaoqingyan exclaimed, his expression one of heartfelt dismay. The creature you've saved is not a fox spirit. She is merely a dog demon. You have mistaken her identity. He pointed at the girl's ears, earnestly expounding, Brother, take a look. There's a distinction between fox and dog demons. Fox spirits typically possess ears that are sharper and more agile, with fluffier, more ethereal tips. Yet in her case, while the ears are pointed, they are more rounded in shape, thicker at the base, and the fur at the tips is short and coarse, indicative of canine ears. He sighed, continuing with a tone of regret. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that a true fox spirit naturally exudes an almost ethereal fragrance that captivates the senses, leaving one entranced. Yours, however, lacks this entirely. Instead, it carries a strong odor of blood and earth. The little fox in Lin Xiaozhu's arms let out a soft sound, seemingly in agreement with Xiaoqingyan's assertion. Zhang Xian, perplexed, asked, What are you rambling on about? I don't care whether she is a fox or a dog. Saving a life is paramount. Oh, brother, it makes a difference. If she is not a fox spirit, then the essence is lost. That enchanting allure, that tantalizing charm. He wore an expression of wistful disappointment, which Lin Xiaozhu observed with keen interest. Lin Xiaozhu fixed him with a cold stare. You are quite knowledgeable, Xiaoqingyan. Speaking of ear shapes and alluring fragrances, you seem well-versed. It appears you have had quite a few experiences. Xiaoqingyan shivered, cold sweat immediately beading on his brow. Xiaozhu, I only read about these things. In those novels, fox spirits are popular characters, very much in vogue. My knowledge is purely theoretical. I have absolutely no practical experience. Oh, is that so? Then you certainly have a penchant for this type. Absolutely not. I only worry that my brother might be deceived. As the two continue their banter, the girl at the center of the array let out a soft moan, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gradually opened her eyes. They were as clear and luminous as amber, but now reflected confusion and fear from her recent awakening. Suddenly, her body tensed, resembling a startled creature. With a swift motion, she flipped over, her limbs braced against the ground, arching her back in a defensive posture, pressing against the railing of the ship as she emitted a low growl from her throat. Her amber eyes darted nervously across the deck, surveying the group. Look, that posture. I told you she resembles a dog, Xiaoqingyan exclaimed without thinking. Upon hearing this, the girl shot him a fierce glare, her growl intensifying. Yet, she seemed to realize that she was no match for these strangers and that she was perilously close to the ship's edge, perhaps with an opportunity to escape. With a sudden burst of strength, she propelled herself forward, leaping toward the ship's railing. She was attempting to jump overboard. Yet, at the very moment she soared into the air, a stream of crystalline water ensnared her ankle with precision. Ouch! The girl exclaimed, losing her balance and tumbling unceremoniously to the ground, landing squarely on all fours upon the deck. Zhang Xian observed her disheveled state and couldn't help but chuckle. Little pup, I exerted great effort to rescue you, not to have you leap down and meet your demise. Struggling to rise, the girl lifted her dusty face, indignantly retorting, I'm not a dog. I'm a wolf. A wolf. Chapter 213. The werewolf incident under the moonlight. Gradually, she sat up, and only then did the memories of her unconsciousness flood back to her mind. She had once been an ordinary half-demon living in the mountains, blessed with a warm family and cherished companions. However, 3 years ago, a wave of hatred spread like a plague throughout the western regions. The elders of her clan, depleting their energies, activated an ancient protective array, sealing off the entire mountain range from the madness and slaughter of the outside world. Yet just days prior, a group of frenzied cultivators discovered their sanctuary and began a relentless assault on the array. Despair enveloped her as, that very morning, the protective barrier was finally breached, unleashing a merciless massacre. She witnessed her father being struck away with a single blow, while her mother shielded her with unwavering resolve. In the final moments, a cold blade of light struck her, and she barely glimpsed her mother-esque expression of despair before a searing pain engulfed her, plunging her into darkness. When she awoke, she found herself aboard this wondrous flying vessel, facing the enigmatic youth who had pulled her back from the brink of death. The immense sorrow for her parents and sister washed over her like a frigid tide, overwhelming her. She bit her lip fiercely, willing herself not to cry aloud. Gazing at Zhang Xian, she implored, "My benefactor, what are the others? My kin, my parents, what has become of them?" Zhang Xian sighed inwardly, sitting upright and meeting her gaze with calmness. By the time I arrived, the battle had concluded. The cultivators are now clearing the battlefield. As for your kin, you are the only survivor. He paused, adding somberly, as for your adversaries, they were deeply consumed by hatred, rendered utterly uncommunicative, and I have dispatched them all. His words struck the girl like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of hope within her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the cold deck with a thud. Tremors coursed through her body uncontrollably as tears surged forth, and she wept inconsolably, gasping for breath. The others silently bore witness to the girl kneeling on the deck, crying like an abandoned cub, and a profound weight of sorrow and compassion surged within them. Lin Xiaozhu felt tears welling in her eyes, instinctively clutching the little fox, Diao Diao, in her arms. Zhang Xian did not approach to offer comfort, nor did he utter a word. He simply observed quietly, his gaze deep and contemplative, knowing that in this moment, any words would be but a pale echo. The anguish of losing her closest kin and witnessing her home laid to waste can only be gradually soothed by the passage of time. For now, the most pressing matter is to allow her emotions to surge forth. The girl's cries eventually became hoarse, ultimately transforming into silent sobs. Exhausted, she slumped down, surrendering once more to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, she slowly opened her eyes. Above her was a wooden dome intricately carved with ornate designs. Beneath her lay a soft silken quilt, exuding a faint, delightful fragrance. Blinking her amber eyes in bewilderment, she gazed vacantly at the unfamiliar canopy above. After a long while, she struggled to sit up, glancing down at herself. The tattered animal hide she had worn was gone, replaced by an elegant silk gown. Though slightly loose, it enveloped her in an exquisite comfort she had never before experienced. Instinctively, she moved her arms and cautiously touched her abdomen, where a blade had previously torn her flesh. To her astonishment, the skin was smooth and unblemished, as if the horrific injury had never occurred. It dawned on her that the skill of her savior was nothing short of miraculous. She rose from the bed, her bare feet making contact with the cool, mirror-like floor, and surveyed her surroundings. The cabin was larger than her entire home. Delicate tables and chairs were arranged beside a curio cabinet filled with peculiar trinkets, and wall sconces emitted a soft, inviting glow, rendering the space opulent yet foreign. She gently inhaled, her gaze drawn to an array of delicacies displayed on a fine porcelain plate. Intricately shaped pastries wafted a tantalizing sweetness, accompanied by several steaming dishes that filled the air with their savory aromas. Her stomach audibly grumbled, awakening a profound hunger within her. With heightened caution, she perked up her ears, ensuring she was alone in the room before cautiously reaching out to grasp a pastry, tentatively biting into it. The sweet, tender flavor burst upon her tongue, and her eyes sparkled with delight. No longer able to restrain herself, she devoured several more pastries with abandon, swiftly turning her attention to the steaming dishes. In a whirlwind, the table was left devoid of food. The girl, content, licked her lips, and her once drooping brown-black wolf ears perked up energetically, twitching slightly. She caressed her slightly swollen belly, her heart a cacophony of emotions. The food had been so delicious, beyond her imagination. She longed to share this experience with her parents and friends, Yet the opportunity was lost forever. With this thought, her amber eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rising to her feet, she curiously wandered around the room, touching this and examining that. Everything felt so novel. Approaching the window, she peered through the crystal-embedded panes to behold the profound night sky and the swiftly passing clouds. She finally affirmed that her rescuer was not only powerful, but also exceedingly generous. After much hesitation, she gathered her courage and gently opened the door. Outside the door, a puppet maid with a gentle smile stood quietly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Startled, the young girl instinctively took a step back, inhaling deeply. Oddly enough, she sensed no breath of a living being. "You are awake now. Have you rested well? Are you full?" The maid inquired with a smile. The girl timidly nodded. "I am full. Would you like to take a stroll on the deck and meet the master?" After a moment's contemplation, the girl nodded vigorously. Guided by the puppet maid, she traversed the opulent corridor and arrived at the expansive deck. It was deep into the night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a veil of darkness outside the ship. The cool moonlight illuminated the deck's edges, where faintly glowing runes lit up a small area. The girl quickly spotted the figure reclining on a chaise lounge. It was the young man, Zhang Xian, who had rescued her. He appeared languid, seemingly lost in admiration of the night sky, or perhaps resting his eyes. On the opposite side of the deck stood three others, a serene woman skillfully controlling a puppet, a beautiful sister intently holding a formation plate, and a somewhat annoying yet seemingly harmless young man. They were engaged in quiet conversation, their gazes directed towards the deep, enigmatic darkness beyond. The puppet maid brought the girl before Zhang Xian and then silently withdrew. Zhang Xian appeared to sense her presence, slightly turning his head to glance at her. "How was your rest?" The girl took a deep breath, suppressing her unease, mimicking the worship she had observed before the statue. She clasped her hands and bowed deeply, her movements clumsy yet sincere. "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing her gesture reminiscent of a New Year greeting, Zhang Xian casually waved his hand. It was a mere trifling effort. He gestured to a nearby seat. "Please, take a seat." As his words fell, a slightly smaller chaise lounge materialized beside him. The girl hesitated, gazing at the exquisite chair, and chose to remain standing, her demeanor still reserved. Zhang Xian did not press her and asked, "What is your name?" "Xiao Lu," she replied. Zhang Xian nodded, noticing her clear pronunciation. Aside from the conspicuous wolf ears and tail, she appeared no different from an ordinary human girl. "Can you read and write?" he inquired. "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. Zhang Xian's gaze swept over her dark brown wolf ears, and he casually remarked, "Given your dark ears and tail, perhaps I shall call you Xiao He Lu, or Xiao Lu He would suffice." The girl's ears drooped instantly, her lips forming a pout as her face expressed a mix of grievance and discontent. The name was far from appealing, even less charming than Xiao Lu. Yet, she dared not retort, lowering her head and twisting the hem of her garment. Nearby, Lin Xiaozhu, while observing the formation plate, had her attention captured by the unfolding scene. Unable to bear Zhang Xian's teasing any longer upon witnessing the girl's woeful expression, she set aside the formation plate, cradled her little fox companion, and gracefully approached. "Do not heed his words," Lin Xiaozhu spoke softly. She gazed upon the delicate visage of the young girl, her clear amber eyes shimmering like precious gems, and gently inquired, "Shall I bestow a name upon you?" The girl looked up at her beautiful and tender sister, a sense of familial warmth enveloping her, and nodded with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaozhu, captivated by the girl's luminous gaze beneath the moonlight, softly proclaimed, "I shall name you Xiaoli. From now on, you shall carry the Lin surname, Lin Xiaoli. What does that sound?" Upon hearing her new name, Lin Xiaoli echoed it softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lioli resonated like a crystalline treasure, a name most enchanting. She nodded vigorously, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Yes, thank you, sister. Xiaoli, that works as well." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Seeing the joy radiating from the girl, Lin Xiaozhu smiled and asked, "Xiao Lioli, what is your spiritual root?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lioli extended her small hand, palm facing upward, concentrating intently. Suddenly, a small orb of fiery orange flame burst forth, dancing momentarily in her palm before gently dissipating. A fire's spiritual root. Zhang Xian was taken aback, as he was only familiar with the half-demon race and had limited understanding of the cultivation system of the demon clan in the western regions. In his recollection, The demon beasts of the southern region primarily relied on instinct and innate talents, with a cultivation approach vastly different from that of the human race. After sensing Xiao Liuli's aura closely, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are already at the late stage of foundation establishment, on the brink of forming your golden core?" Xianxia approached, noticing Zhang Xian's bewilderment, and quickly clarified, "Elder brother, you may be unaware, but here in the western regions, the cultivation systems of the demon clan and half-demons are quite similar to that of humans. The realm divisions are entirely consistent, thanks to the contributions of the Drifting King." "Oh, the Drifting King?" Xianxia was about to elaborate when he caught sight of Xiao Liuli's sparkling eyes, her expression hinting at words unspoken. He chuckled softly, deciding it best to let her share. "Xiao Liuli, would you recount the tale of the Drifting King for us?" The girl looked around at the encouraging expressions of the gathered audience, took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart, and began to speak with a tone imbued with reverence and pride. "The Drifting King is the greatest sage of our western regions, a benefactor to all demon and human clans alike. Every tribe venerates his statue." Hearing this, Zhang Xian recalled having seen a toppled statue of a human amidst the ruins of a valley, though he had not paid it much mind at the time. The girl continued her narration, her voice gradually transforming into an ethereal and distant melody. "Long ago, during times of strife in the western regions, the human and demon clans were embroiled in eternal enmity and bloodshed. Half-demons were scorned by both sides, living in conditions harsher than beasts. In the darkest of moments, the Drifting King descended upon the world like a shooting star piercing the night sky. He possessed unparalleled wisdom and boundless magical power. He quelled the flames of war and dissolved hatred. He taught us language and writing, enabling communication among diverse races. He refined the cultivation methods, seamlessly integrating the inner alchemy practices of the demon clan into the human cultivation system, opening the pathways for elixir and spiritual sea, facilitating the cultivation of the golden core and nascent soul. He liberated half-demons from discrimination, allowing them to live freely under the sun." In her eyes sparkled a light of reverence. "There exists a ballad, a melody we have sung since our childhood, dedicated to extolling the benevolence of the Drifting King." Clearing her throat, she began to softly chant in a clear voice imbued with an ethereal quality. He emerged from the unknown shores, bearing the faint glimmer of stars. Slicing through the chaos of the night, he taught us to lay down our blood-stained weapons, weaving a covenant of peace with words. He guided the lost lambs, integrating the wild strength into the fabric of order. He allowed the seeds of hatred to wither under the weight of wisdom, while the tender sprouts of hope blossomed amidst the ruins. He is the wandering traveler, the eternal lighthouse, illuminating the long nights of the western regions for millennia. As her song ceased, a brief silence enveloped the deck. Lin Xiaozhu sighed softly, lamenting the fact that the Drifting King, after resolving the conflicts of the western regions, vanished from the human realm, never to be seen again. Some say he achieved enlightenment and ascended, while others claim he departed this world for a higher realm. Regardless, in the western regions, the Drifting King remains the most exalted deity in the hearts of all beings. Xiao Liuli's gaze dimmed, no matter the Drifting King's grand achievements. The western regions have now turned to scorched earth under the ravages of hatred. Zhang Xian fell silent for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the lounge chair, inquiring, "Did the Drifting King leave any tangible clues in this world?" Xiao Liuli shook her head, her voice somber. "No, the Drifting King once had a wife, the half-demon queen of our western regions, a source of pride for our half-demon lineage. Alas, she transcended 3,000 years ago, and all that remains of the Drifting King are legends and ballads." At that moment, the quiet confidant from afar suddenly spoke. "There is." Chapter 215, The Great Adventure of the Forest Association Ruins. Upon hearing her voice, everyone's gaze instantly turned towards her. The confidant continued, "In the depths of the western regions, the Drifting King once established a sect by the name of the Forest Association, hidden deep within the vast forests." Xianxia asked, "Why have I never heard of it?" The confidant replied nonchalantly, "You simply haven't read enough." "The Forest Association, you say?" A playful smile crept across Zhang Xian's lips. The name indeed felt familiar. "Shall we visit this Forest Association?" However, Lin Xiaozhu sighed in response. "It is futile. That sect has long ceased to exist. Qingyan and I once encountered their leader near the boundary of light, but he had completely lost his sanity, ravaged by hatred to an unrecognizable state. Although he escaped severely injured, the sect must have long since perished in such a condition. Zhang Xian, however, remained undeterred, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. We should explore the ruins. Perhaps the Drifting King left behind some clues to aid us in uncovering the source of hatred. It is certainly more productive than wandering aimlessly here. Lin Xiaozhu exchanged a glance with the confidant, the former nodding slightly. I will follow your lead. I have a general sense of the direction. The flying vessel emitted a deep, resonant hum as it adjusted its course towards the legendary relics left behind by the Drift King, piercing through the thick smoke and the shroud of night with great haste. In the days that followed, the young girl, Xiaolu Li, gradually regained her spirits. One day, Zhang Xian took the initiative to inquire, Xiaolu Li, would you like to learn some skills? The amber glow in Lin Xiaoli's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously yes. Benefactor, Zhang Xian spoke no more. Flames erupted around him in a sudden blaze. This fire shimmered in a profound dark golden hue, with tendrils of pure black flame swirling at the edges, exuding an intense aura of destruction that enveloped him. Watch closely. Zhang Xian's voice remained calm as he began his demonstration. His movements appeared slow, yet they were imbued with boundless variations. The dark golden flames occasionally coalesced into sharp spear tips and then erupted into a torrential rain of fire. The black flames at the edges were particularly eerie, as if they could scorch the very fabric of space, causing the surrounding light to shimmer and warp. Lin Xiaoli watched in rapt attention, completely absorbed in the spectacle. As a natural fire elemental and a half-demon of the Wolf Clan, she possessed an innate affinity for close combat. After Zhang Xian completed his demonstration, she eagerly began to mimic his movements. To the astonishment of both Xiaxia and Lin Xiaozhu, Lin Xiaoli's learning speed was nothing short of remarkable. Her comprehension was exceptionally high, and her physical coordination surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Though her movements were still somewhat clumsy, she exhibited a certain grace. After merely a few repetitions, the edges of her flames began to flicker with hints of black light, indicating the emergence of her burgeoning skill. Xiaoqingyan's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he fixated on the faintly discernible, unstable black flames surrounding Lin Xiaoli, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. He recognized that the core of this technique was unmistakably the deadly move, Shadow Flame, which had nearly cost him his life. The black flames, capable of incinerating the very soul, were unmistakable. Even more alarming was the fact that this technique, when wielded by Zhang Xian, demonstrated a heightened potency. The black flames became more refined and profound, seemingly containing the true essence of annihilation. Remarkably, Lin Xiaoli was able to grasp a glimpse of this path even in her foundational stage. Her talent was simply extraordinary. After more than half a month, Lin Xiaoli danced gracefully on the deck, her mastery of the shadow flame technique now exuding vigor. Her agile form leaped and twirled, with dark golden flames entwining her arms. Although the black light at the edges was faint, it carried an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. The pair of brownish-black wolf ears atop her head stood perked up, quivering slightly with her movements. However, the shadow flame technique demanded an immense toll on her spiritual energy and mental fortitude. After merely sustaining it for a brief duration, Lin Xiaoli's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Her internal energy nearly depleted, and the black flames dissipated completely. Breathing heavily, her legs weakened beneath her, almost causing her to collapse. Well done. You've managed to endure longer than in previous days, Zhang Xian remarked at an opportune moment. That'll be all for today. Go and soak in a hot spring to recuperate. Lin Xiaoli, panting, her face flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with determination, replied, Yes, benefactor. She dragged her weary body into the interior of the airship. The upgraded vessel now boasted several additional hot spring rooms. Xiaoqingyan had once indulged in the experience, and it was indeed delightful. He had earnestly invited Lin Xiaozhu to join him, only to be met with a cold refusal. Watching as Xiao Liuli walked away, Xiaoqingyan leaned closer to Zhang Xian, lowering his voice with a hint of disbelief. Brother, this girl has progressed remarkably, hasn't she? Initially, I thought you were merely captivated by her beauty, but it seems you have developed a genuine appreciation for her talent. How did you discern her extraordinary potential? Zhang Xian chuckled. Of course, I discern it with my eyes. He refrained from elaborating further, for the system had indicated her as a girl of exceptional fortune with a score of 90. How could her talent be anything less than extraordinary. It was upon hearing the system's prompt that he was compelled to rescue her. Indeed, Xiao Yoli's aptitude was astonishing. Within less than a month, she had soared from the 7th level of Foundation establishment to its pinnacle. The cultivation of half-demons bore resemblance to that of humans. Yet the essence lay within the innate demon core. As one's realm advanced, the demon core would continually solidify and expand, culminating in a metamorphosis upon reaching the golden core stage, akin to the golden cores of human cultivators, serving as the wellspring of power. Xianxia clicked his tongue in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, the talent of your child bride leaves me feeling somewhat inadequate." Unfortunately, he did not articulate the latter part of his thought, but the regret in his gaze was palpable. It was a pity she was not a fox demon. Zhang Xian chose to ignore him. As dusk descended, the setting sun bathed the horizon in a haunting crimson hue. The airship gradually decelerated. Lin Xiaozhu, holding the celestial compass, approached the bow with a solemn expression and declared, "We have arrived." The ruins of the Motion Forest Association lie directly below. Zhang Xian extended his consciousness, probing downwards like a tide. Below lay a primordial forest shrouded in dense black mist, ancient trees towering above, vines twisted grotesquely, all exhibiting an eerie charred hue. Devoid of life, deep within the forest, a vast ruin was faintly visible. Collapsed stone halls, fractured columns, and desiccated streams. What had once been a thriving sect now remained as mere remnants of walls and debris. "I shall take a look," Zhang Xian announced as he stood. "Let us go together," Lin Xiaozhu interjected. "I too wish to witness the marks left by the esteemed Drifting King." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. As the airship hovered, Long Ji, who had been in secluded cultivation, and Xiao Liuli, who had completed her rest, emerged one after the other. Chapter 216. It turns out to be the master of Pokemon. Long Ji remained clad in white, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to the moon. Her aura had grown even more refined and substantial, evidently enhanced by the expulsion of residual resentment, and her diligent practice during this time, bringing her closer to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was Xiao Yoli's first encounter with Long Ji, and she was momentarily stunned by her unparalleled beauty and icy demeanor, her mouth agape, as she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Long Ji merely cast a fleeting glance at the half-demon girl who had inexplicably appeared on the airship, her gaze shifting downward without a trace of curiosity. Not only Long Ji, but Xia Qingyin and Lin Xiaozhu also radiated a significantly more formidable presence than before. Under the auspices of the illustrious Zhang's grand gift provided by Zhang Xian, the two individuals simultaneously transcended to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. The crowd stood at the edge of the vessel, gazing downwards. The forest below lay shrouded in an ominous black mist, enveloped in a profound silence where not even the faintest chirp of insects or birds could be heard. An unsettling air of oppression permeated the atmosphere. Xia Qingyin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Little wolf sister, your cultivation is still rather nascent. You might not be able to endure this. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain aboard the flying vessel." Upon hearing this, one of Lin Xiaoli's previously perked wolf ears drooped immediately, her eyes reflecting a mix of disappointment and defiance. As a devoted fan of the Drifting King, she was undeniably eager to explore the relics left behind. Zhang Xian observed the girl's drooping ear with amusement, finding it an amusing barometer of her emotions. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Little Lioli, do you wish to go?" Lin Xiaoli abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she replied, "Yes." However, her voice soon softened, "But, esteemed benefactor, may I? Would it inconvenience everyone?" With a hearty laugh, Zhang Xian reached out, playfully adjusting her drooping ear back into place. "Come along. I shall protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly leaped from the flying vessel. Lin Xiaoli felt a gentle force envelop her, and her body was uncontrollably propelled into the air. "Wow!" she exclaimed, as the wind howled past her ears. Just as she was about to plunge into the nauseating black mist, fear compelled her to close her eyes. Yet, the anticipated chill of encroaching darkness did not arrive. Instead, a warm, earthy glow materialized around her, shielding her from all discomfort. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and found herself descending smoothly towards the ground. The protective aura clung to her, emanating a gentle warmth that instilled a profound sense of security. It was only when her bare feet touched the ground that she regained control of her body, and upon looking up at the tall figure before her, a wave of warmth surged within her. The benefactor may appear languid, yet he is truly a kind-hearted soul. Notification: Lin Xiaoli's affinity for you has increased by 5. Current affinity is 35. Long Ji and the others also descended in succession. As soon as they touched the ground, they were enveloped by the pervasive and intense aura of resentment that lingered in the air, penetrating everywhere. Zhang Xian extended his finger, gathering faint strands of purplish-black silk at his fingertips, their hue so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. The concentration of resentment here was exceedingly high. An ordinary person would succumb to madness after a brief stay, while even an average golden core cultivator would struggle to endure for more than a few days. Ji Yin remained silent, her hands slightly outstretched as countless small echoes silently dispersed, infiltrating the ruins and the black mist. As a puppet body, she was entirely unaffected by the resentment here. Lin Xiaozhu summoned the heavenly mechanism disc once more, its pointers spinning erratically. The magnetic field was chaotic, severely disrupting the divine mechanism. She furrowed her brow, reflecting that the Motion Forest Association had once been a premier force in the western regions, with its leader at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. The individual they had encountered at the borders should not be present here, but it was prudent to remain cautious. Zhang Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the desolate ruins. He approached a collapsed stone pillar, upon which were inscribed 4 archaic characters: Animal Crossing Association. Beneath the text, there was a peculiar spherical emblem. The upper half was red, the lower half white, bisected by a black horizontal line. Although the paint had long since chipped away, Zhang Xian recognized it at a glance. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his amusement. It seemed this senior was quite the gaming enthusiast. The group began to explore the ruins. Scattered throughout were remnants of broken bridges, withered streams, dilapidated stone houses, and decayed spiritual plants, alongside a multitude of bones, some belonging to half-demons, others to humans and spirits alike. The architectural style here was rustic and natural, primarily utilizing massive stones and timber, embodying a seamless harmony with the forest, starkly contrasting with the styles of Zhongzhou and the southern region. One could imagine that this place had once thrived as a vibrant sanctuary of cultivation, yet now it lay in utter silence and decay. After searching for more than half an hour, they had traversed nearly the entirety of the site, yet found nothing, just as Lin Xiaozhu had suggested. Those who had survived had either fled long ago or become the minions of hatred. Subsequently, they arrived at the edge of a vast lake. Though calling it a lake was a misnomer. The water was no longer the clear azure waves, but a viscous, repugnant liquid resembling congealed blood, with ominous white bones and various decomposing remains floating upon its surface, the stench assaulting their senses. Xiao Yuli glanced once and immediately furrowed her brow, her stomach churning. With her keen sense of smell, the foul odor was magnified tenfold for her. However, Zhang Xian suddenly halted, his gaze calmly fixed upon the nauseating surface of the lake. "What is wrong?" Xianxia noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired softly. "Be wary," Zhang Xian replied tersely. Then, with his left hand poised like a sword, he pointed at the lake's surface. An extreme wave of cold surged forth, swiftly freezing the entire viscous blood lake at a visible pace, transforming it into a massive chunk of dark red ice in the blink of an eye. Next, he clenched his right hand, summoning a colossal sword of pure spiritual energy that materialized out of thin air. With a resounding crash, the gigantic sword plunged into the icy lake, then rotated, forcibly prying the entire ice mass from the lakebed, sending it soaring like a small mountain into the distance. It crashed down into the distant forest, raising a cloud of dust. Xiaoqingyan felt a shiver run down his spine. His brother's mastery over the 5 elemental roots was overwhelmingly formidable. There seemed to be no weaknesses, a feat far beyond that of a mere pinnacle of Golden Core stage. As the lakebed was laid bare, it revealed a mire of decayed bones and refuse. However, at the very center of the lakebed, there lay a circular halo emanating a soft white light. The glow was faint yet remarkably stable, as if it had carved out a sanctuary within the muck. "Is this a mustard seed of Shimi?" Lin Xiaozhu exclaimed in astonishment, while Long Ji's eyes flickered with surprise. Ji Yin looked at Zhang Xian with a gaze full of inquiry. "How did you discern this?" This concealed space was exquisitely intricate, isolating all traces of presence, and even the top-tier prodigies present, all at the nascent soul stage, had failed to notice it. Zhang Xian would naturally refrain from disclosing that the system had indicated the presence of a fateful girl endowed with immense luck. Instead, he merely offered a faint smile, feigning profundity. It is simply my discerning eye. Just as his words fell, a gentle halo suddenly flickered, and a gray figure shot forth from it with unparalleled speed, wielding an unyielding sword aura that descended upon Zhang Xian with lethal intent. Chapter 217. The selectively deaf old tiger faced with this unexpected assault. Zhang Xian appeared to have anticipated it, responding with a swift slap. With a resounding crack, the gray figure, propelled by its own momentum, was sent hurtling backward at even greater speed, crashing violently into a distant, shattered stone pillar, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Die, you aberration! From within the dust cloud, the figure roared as it charged once more at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, and with a flourish, conjured a sword blossom in the air. Countless emerald branches of spiritual energy sprouted and intertwined, forming a vast net that ensnared the advancing figure securely. At this moment, the onlookers finally discerned the assailant's form. It was an exceptionally robust male half-demon, his upper body adorned with a pattern of black and yellow stripes, and a prominent Wang insignia gracing his forehead, unmistakably a tiger demon of considerable prowess. He exuded the fluctuating waves of nascent soul energy, yet this aura was alarmingly unstable, clearly indicating severe internal injuries that had lingered for far too long. Zhang Xian spoke calmly. "Dear tiger brother, I harbor no ill will." Roar! Before he could finish, the tiger demon unleashed a thunderous roar. A wave of searing heat erupted from his body, shattering the green net that bound him into countless fragments. Witness my power as I defy the heavens. The nascent soul energy within the tiger demon began to reverse and compress with wild fervor, indicating his intention to self-destruct right then and there. Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing before the tiger demon. With a flick of his sleeve, an intense chill surged forth, striking the tiger demon's face with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! A thick layer of frost rapidly formed upon the surface of the tiger demon, interrupting the impending explosion of his nascent soul energy with an overwhelming wave of cold. The tiger demon, maintaining a fierce expression on the brink of self-detonation, became rigid with ice, his eyes the only part still capable of moving, filled with terror and disbelief. Zhang Xian regarded him with a hint of exasperation. "I must ask, would you care to listen to what I have to say? The propensity to self-destruct is rather alarming." The tiger demon bit through the ice before him, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Wicked fiend, do not think you can deceive me. Whether to kill or maim, I leave it to your discretion." Chunks of ice nearly splattered Zhang Xian's face. Observing the tiger demon's utter refusal to communicate, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, preparing to intensify the cold to instill a sense of calm. At that moment, Xian stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Xian. She first directed a remarkably enchanting and gentle smile towards the frostbitten tiger demon, her voice melodious and soothing. "Great Master Tiger, please temper your fury. We are but an advance party from Zhongzhou, not malevolent beings. My friend, moments ago, may have acted a tad too forcefully. I sincerely apologize and hope the esteemed master can forgive us." To Zhang Xian's astonishment, the once ferocious tiger demon, upon beholding the exquisite beauty of Xian and hearing her gentle voice, was momentarily taken aback. The wild, menacing expression faded swiftly, and he smoothed the tousled fur atop his head, realizing she was a friend from the Central Plains, and thus his demeanor instantly adopted a more gentlemanly tone. Zhang Xian was left perplexed. How could such a rapid transformation occur? Just moments ago, the creature had vowed eternal rivalry, yet now, the mere sight of a fair maiden had rendered him calm. The tiger demon warily surveyed the group, and upon noticing the clear-eyed Xiao Luli nearby, he finally lowered his guard. Clearing his throat, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xian and attempted to salvage his dignity, stating, "It is indeed rare to possess such strength at the Golden Core stage. I did not expect that I exerted merely 30% of my power, and you managed to withstand it." Beside him, Xiaoqingyan could not help but roll his eyes, internally lamenting, "You were just moments from self-detonation, and you dare call that 30%? Your audacity rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator." Once the tiger demon had regained his composure, two small Xian puppets fluttered over, tenderly applying ointments to his wounds while emitting a gentle green glow to aid his healing. At last, Xianxia could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Dear tiger brother, what transpired here? Could you enlighten us?" To this, the tiger demon inhaled deeply, seemingly oblivious to Xianxia's question, his gaze still fixated on Jin. "Master Tiger," Jin interjected at an opportune moment, her voice remaining soothing. "Could you share with us what has occurred here?" A sorrowful expression crossed the tiger demon's face as he sighed. "Alas, as you can see, our Forest Movement Association has been utterly destroyed." Xianxia's mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts. Goodness, are you selectively deaf? Can you only hear the female cultivators? The tiger demon then began recounting their tale. His name was Wang Ming, a third-level nascent soul cultivator and the vice master of the Forest Movement Association. 3 years prior, the western regions had enjoyed a semblance of peace, marred only by occasional reports of frenzied cultivators committing murder. Initially, no one took these incidents seriously, believing them to be the work of rogue cultivators. However, as the situation escalated, entire mortal nations descended into a hell of mutual slaughter, and disputes among smaller sects erupted into bloodshed. Even venerable institutions like the Forest Movement Association were not spared. Disciples would turn on each other over trivial disagreements, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. It was only then that they realized the gravity of the situation, but sadly, it was too late. The hatred had fully erupted, and amidst the carnage, it only intensified the animosity within the hearts of cultivators. As a leading force in the western regions, the Forest Movement Association was inundated with desperate cries for help. Yet even the master of the association succumbed to madness, leading to a rapid internal collapse of an institution that had stood for millennia. At a critical juncture, their esteemed elder, a practitioner dedicated to divination and the path of the spirit, stepped forward. He repelled the frenzied disciples, gathering the remaining survivors and orchestrating a grand formation at the lake's bottom, concealing them, including Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou embarked on a quest to discover a means to shatter the resentment. However, over 3 years, he returned thrice, each time bearing wounds more grievous than the last. And it has now been over a year since his last departure, with no sign of his return. The space within the grand formation, a temporary construct, was limited in resources, and with the disappearance of Elder Zhou, it began to compress dramatically. Elder Wang Ming, in desperation, ventured out in search of supplies, only to be besieged by 2 deranged Yuan Ying practitioners, nearly losing his life. He spent over half a year recovering, leading to the present moment. Upon listening, Jin spoke with concern. "Master Wang Ming, if you find us trustworthy, may we accompany you to meet the remaining survivors?" She gestured toward Lin Xiaozhu, a fellow from the Tianyuan Alliance of Zhongzhou, well-versed in formations and divination, who might offer assistance. She then pointed to Long Ji and Xiao Lioli, mentioning Long Ji, a friend from the southern region skilled in thunder magic, effective against malevolent forces, and Xiao Lioli, a survivor they had rescued along their journey. Chapter 218. A beautiful woman should not deceive. As Jin made her introductions, she naturally overlooked Zhang Xian and Xianxia. Wang Ming surveyed the situation, understanding the gravity of it. The individuals before him possessed unfathomable strength, particularly the ethereal woman in white, whose presence stirred a sense of trepidation within him. With the exposure of the grand formation rendering resistance futile, he resolved to place his trust in them. He nodded, "Please follow me." Wang Ming led the group into the luminous circle at the lake's bottom. The scene shifted dramatically, revealing a space approximately 100 feet in length and width. The edges of this area appeared blurred and distorted, clearly unstable, with rudimentary shelters constructed of wood and stone. As Wang Ming entered with unfamiliar faces, several figures emerged from the makeshift dwellings, about a dozen individuals. Most bore pallid complexions, their eyes reflecting fatigue and fear, yet a glimmer of curiosity was also present. Zhang Xian's gaze swept over them. Their cultivation levels were generally low, with only 2 in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, while the rest were primarily at the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages, with a majority being half-demons and a few human practitioners. From his observations, he discerned that those with higher cultivation had either perished outside or succumbed to madness while seeking supplies, leaving the once hundreds of survivors dwindled to fewer than 30. His gaze soon fixed upon a half-demon girl, indistinguishable from a human maiden, who hid at the rear of the crowd. Indeed, the one heralded by the system as the girl of exceptional fortune. Wang Ming elucidated the origins of Zhang Xian and the others to the survivors. Upon hearing that they were an advance force from Zhongzhou, a wave of astonished gasps surged through the crowd, rekindling the light of hope in many eyes. Xian elaborated on the origins of the 7 emotions and malevolent thoughts, as well as the current state of warfare in the western region of Zhongzhou. It was only then that Wang Meng and his companions comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying calamity they faced. "But why have you come here?" Wang Meng inquired. Xian responded, "We have heard the legends of the Drifting King and understand that the Dong Sun Association was founded by him. We seek clues that may aid in resolving the calamity of resentment." Wang Meng replied, "To be precise, our sect's founding patriarch is the second wife of the Drifting King. Unfortunately, by the time I joined the sect, the patriarch had already passed away. Perhaps Elder Gio, our esteemed elder, knows more about the circumstances." He sighed and shook his head. At that moment, Zhang Xian interjected, "Has your esteemed patriarch or the Drifting King left behind any special artifacts? Perhaps texts or maps of ancient sites? Any clues would be invaluable." Wang Meng furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly at a loss. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaozhu, who had been attentively observing since entering the space, solemnly whispered to Zhang Xian, "This mustard seed space is exceedingly unstable. The internal rules are on the brink of collapse. It will not last more than 2 months before it is completely obliterated." Zhang Xian regarded her furrowed brow and then glanced at the survivors, whose faces bore expressions of hope mingled with anxiety. Suddenly, he smiled and said to Wang Meng, "Master Hu, take your time to ponder. There's no rush. How about we first escort everyone away from here? I can provide a more secure location." Wang Meng was taken aback. "Leave? How will we find shelter? The outside is rife with malevolence, and, aside from myself, these individuals cannot endure out there for long." Zhang Xian reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry. Just follow me." He turned and stepped out of the luminous circle. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's familiar, ostentatious smile, Lin Xiaozhu instantly understood his intentions. She smiled at Wang Meng, saying, "Master Hu, trust us. He has a plan." Although Wang Meng was skeptical of Zhang Xian, he believed that Lin Xiaozhu would not deceive him, especially since beautiful women were often the most truthful. As Wang Meng and the other survivors anxiously stepped out of the mustard seed space and returned to the desolate ruins, the sight that greeted them left them utterly petrified and gaping in astonishment. Above the ruins of their sect, an immense green light screen had enveloped the area without their notice. This luminous barrier completely shielded the region from the previously pervasive stench of blood and malevolence. A resplendent golden beam descended from the underside of a hovering vessel, akin to a spotlight illuminating a stage, casting its glow upon a cleared patch of ground. On that patch, a scene unfolded that would remain etched in their memories for eternity. A dozen agile puppet attendants busily engaged in various tasks, some expertly sautéing and frying, the enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air, others swiftly slicing spirit fruits and extracting their crystalline juices. Still others laying down luxurious carpets and arranging exquisite carved tables and shimmering tableware. A troupe of puppet musicians played soothing melodies nearby, while additional puppets adorned the surroundings with fresh flowers and ignited expensive calming incense. The golden beam of light appeared as a magnificent staircase, occasionally graced by puppet attendants floating up and down, replenishing materials from the flying vessel. This was no apocalyptic ruin. It was unmistakably a scene of preparation for a grand celestial banquet. The stark contrast with the surrounding desolate environment was absurd to the extreme. Wang Meng and the other survivors stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. "Who am I? Where am I?" Zhang Xian elegantly pulled out a chair, gesturing toward the astonished Wang Meng and the other survivors with a relaxed tone, as if hosting guests in his own backyard. "I prepared some modest food and drink for you all. I hope it meets your approval." Wang Meng, still in a daze, approached a chair and sat down, his gaze fixated on a puppet chef grilling a massive piece of spiritual beast meat nearby, sizzling with juices. His throat involuntarily bobbed. He lifted his head and looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes finally shining with clarity. "I want that, 10 pieces to start." After the survivors had their fill, expressions of long-lost comfort and satisfaction surfaced on their faces, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhang Xian glanced at Wang Meng at the head of the table and smiled, asking, "Master Hu, would you like some more?" Wang Meng, content, rubbed his full belly. He was not only satiated, the rare medicinal ingredients in the spiritual feast had nourished his long-depleted body and spirit. His tone became more courteous. "Brother Zhang, your hospitality is overwhelming, but I truly cannot eat another bite." He paused, gazing at Zhang Xian with a hint of apology. Regarding the clues about the Drifting King, alas. As you can see, he indeed left little of substance with the patriarch. His stay with the second madam was brief. At that moment, a former outer gate elder of the human cultivators stood up respectfully, saying, "Esteemed immortals, I happen to know a few things." He rummaged through their belongings and finally produced several artifacts, a crudely made chessboard and a pile of black and white stones shaped into go pieces, which Zhang Xian recognized at once, confirming that the spreader of this art and the Drifting King were indeed the same person as he had anticipated. There was also a meticulously framed piece of paper, faintly inscribed with the clumsy words, "In the night of the east wind, flowers bloom on 1,000 trees." Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile. He had copied this line himself in the Great Liang, and it had captivated the twin courtesans utterly. Lastly, there were a few uniquely textured and boldly styled fabrics, resembling stockings and bikinis. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. It seemed this predecessor had quite a rich personal life with the second madam, but these items held little value. Chapter 219. The Choice of the Stone of Fate. Disappointment was evident in everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before timidly adding, "Aside from these, there remains only the Holy Gate." The Holy Gate? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Before the elder could elaborate, the little Lu Li behind him brightened, her eyes sparkling like stars, and exclaimed with fervor, I know. It is the Holy Gate left by the Drifting King. It is said to conceal supreme treasures, known throughout the western regions." Zhang Xian's spirit was suddenly invigorated. There is indeed this thing. Let us go and take a look. Wang Ming, equally astonished, smacked his forehead. I can't believe I forgot about this place. He quickly rose to lead the way. The Holy Gate was concealed within an underground cavern, established jointly by the Ancestor and the Drifting King. The Ancestor had once proclaimed that only those with fate could unlock this door and witness its profound mysteries. Over time, this became a subtle assessment within their sect, and its reputation eventually spread. As he walked, memories flooded back, accompanied by a tinge of reverence. The Ancestor referred to this entrance as the Gate of Destiny. Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It truly resonated with the style of his predecessors, who were also traversers of time. The group ventured deeper underground, reaching the cavern's end, where a colossal door, forged from an enigmatic metal, stood before them. Wang Ming's voice dropped to a solemn tone. "This is it." Zhang Xian stepped forward, gently brushing away the thick layers of dust that had accumulated over the years. As the particles dispersed, a series of symbols and numbers, etched in a material akin to gilded gold, became distinctly visible. 3. Zhang Xian couldn't suppress a laugh. The written language of this world was fundamentally similar to that of his previous life, yet it bore no trace of Greek letters or Arabic numerals. This conundrum was exceedingly simple, but it was evident that only a fellow traveler like himself could decipher it. Beside him, Xianxia furrowed his brow at the peculiar symbols. What are these? Ancient, lost pictographs, or some form of mysterious runic marks? Wang Ming shook his head. "I do not know. For countless years, numerous exceptionally talented individuals have attempted to unravel this mystery, including those from the Central Plains." He gestured toward the stone wall beside the door, which shimmered faintly. After each attempt, the light rapidly fades, requiring a 10-day wait before another attempt can be made. Zhang Xian slowly approached, placing his palm against the cold metal surface of the door. The sensation was icy, unlike any known cultivation materials. He inquired, did the Drifting King leave any other words behind? Perhaps something about opening the door in times of crisis, or any hints? Wang Ming again shook his head. None. Only a phrase stating that those with fate may obtain treasures, which has drawn countless seekers since. Treasures? Zhang Xian's gaze drifted over the two blank spaces. He knew that entering the number 14 would unlock the stone door. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned slowly, scanning the faces of those behind him. Wang Ming, Lin Xiaozhu, Yin, Long Ji, Xiaoqingyan, and Xiao Liuli, the surviving disciples. Their eyes were interwoven with anticipation, confusion, and hope. A chilling breeze wafted from the depths of the cavern, brushing past everyone, causing a sense of inexplicable unease to rise within Zhang Xian. Since he had begun to cultivate the 5 elements heavenly technique, his sensitivity to the energies of the universe and the premonitions of danger had sharpened to an almost arcane level. Words could scarcely convey it. At this moment, he felt an elusive thread wrapping around him, unsettling his mind. The closer he drew to the stone door, the more pronounced this sensation became. "Brother, what is the matter?" Xianxia asked when she noticed Zhang Xian's hesitance. Zhang Xian continued to survey the faces around him, his voice flat. "I'm contemplating what characters should be inscribed in these two blanks." He endeavored to capture the subtle reactions of each individual. Xianxia smacked his lips, pondering aloud that if it were him, he would inscribe the word drift. However, he suspected that brother who had already attempted that. A moment later, he chuckled, contemplating the possibility of writing Qingyan instead. Perhaps he would become the fated one. Wang Ming interjected, his tone tinged with resignation, admitting that he had tried similar notions. Yet the stone door remained unresponsive. To be candid, he had made no fewer than 10 attempts himself, experimenting with names like Drift, Wang Ming, Tiger, and Hu Ming. Xiaoqingyan shrugged, suggesting that it might not be about what is written, but rather who writes it. If one were truly fated, any inscription could suffice to unlock the door. Zhang Xian remained silent, quietly accessing the system panel. The initial few favor companions displayed no changes. Long Ji, 93 points. Daughter of Fortune, current affection level 33, location, Western regions. Lin Xiao Zhu, 78 points. Daughter of Fortune, current affection level 30, location, Western regions. Lin Xiaoli, 90 points. Daughter of Fortune, current affection level 35, location, Western regions. Unnamed half-demon, 10 points. Daughter of Fortune, current affection level 15, location, Western regions. Nangong Yao, 80 points. Daughter of Fortune, current affection level 99, location, Western regions. Nangong Yao had also arrived in the Western regions. The fortune score had unexpectedly increased, maintaining an impassive expression. He turned back, deciding to try casually. With that, he shaped his fingers like a blade and inscribed the name Zhang Xian into the empty space. As anticipated, the golden light on the door dimmed abruptly, plunging into silence. Despite their preparations, a hint of disappointment flickered across everyone's faces. Xia Qingyan laughed heartily, dispelling the awkwardness. "No worries. In a few days, I shall try my luck as well. Perhaps I am the destined one, destined to claim the treasures of the Drift King and soar into the skies. When that happens, big brother, you will have to cling to my leg." Zhang Xian chuckled in response, appearing quite magnanimous. "Well, it seems the Drift King has left us no clues. Let us return for now." The group returned to the open area on the ground, where the puppet attendants were briskly clearing the tableware and transporting it onto the flying vessel above. Zhang Xian glanced at the survivors led by Wang Ming, then waved his sleeve lightly. A ripple in space heralded the sudden appearance of another luxurious flying vessel, nearly identical to the one above, landing steadily with the same oppressive aura and brilliance. "Goodness." Xia Qingyan stared in astonishment. "Big brother, you have a spare flying vessel?" Zhang Xian replied with an air of nonchalance. "Of course. This is the essence of preparedness. A true man's vehicle cannot be limited to a single one. I have another parked at Yunmiao sect." He turned to Wang Ming, his smile gentle. "Master Hu, please lead everyone aboard this ship to accompany us. Once our affairs are settled, we shall return to Zhongzhou and arrange new homes for you." The ship boasted an array of facilities for cultivation, relaxation, and entertainment. Should anyone require anything or have questions regarding cultivation, they could directly consult the puppet captain aboard. Wang Ming gazed at the dazzling luxury of the vessel before him and quickly bowed deeply to Zhang Xian, his voice trembling with excitement. "Your kindness is beyond words. This favor shall be remembered by our Matsun Association." Under the orchestrations of the puppeteer, the survivors, filled with a sense of gratitude for having escaped calamity, gradually boarded the second flying vessel. As the engines roared to life, the two vessels soared through the sky like two magnificent streams of light, swiftly leaving behind the ruins of the forest and the fateful stone gate. Chapter 220, Cackle, 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 I have come to play with you. Upon returning to the main flying vessel, Zhang Xian stood alone on the deck, contemplating the swiftly passing clouds. Xia Qingyan approached, noticing the weight of worry upon him, and offered comfort. "Brother, the king of drifting has been missing for many years. It is entirely normal not to find any leads. Do not dwell too deeply on it." Zhang Xian nodded, yet his gaze remained profound. "Indeed, although we have not uncovered any overt clues on this journey, there are still other gains to be had. For the time being, I intend to seclude myself in the sword chamber. Any matters aboard the vessel can be discussed among you." "Oh, brother, are you attempting to break through to the nascent soul? Your golden core is already formidable. If you achieve nascent soul, you could ascend to the heavens. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. The nascent soul is not so easily attained. He then turned and entered the inner cabin. Within the sword chamber, ethereal spirit stones radiated a gentle glow, akin to a sky full of stars. Rather than cultivating, Zhang Xian sat and meticulously reviewed the events of the day, the discovery of the stone gate, the reactions of everyone, and Nangong Yao's surging fortunes and movements. The sensation of being pricked by needles before the stone gate was certainly no mere illusion. After a while, the door to the sword chamber opened silently, and Long Ji and Ji Yin entered one after the other. Ji Yin directly inquired, "You summoned us here alone? Is there something amiss?" Her gaze fell upon the shimmering sword shadow coalescing in the space beside Zhang Xian, the heart-questioning sword. "It appears the matter is quite significant. Do you suspect us, or someone else? I am uncertain, yet what I am about to say must be foolproof, which may offend." Long Ji furrowed her brow, a flash of lightning igniting in her eyes, not in anger, but stepping forward with resolve. "Do you suspect that the hatred within me has not been cleansed? Very well. Let's test it. I too wish to be assured." Zhang Xian explained calmly. Previously, while dealing with the desires in the southern domain, there were cultivators who lurked within the 6 major factions, going mad in the heat of battle without prior detection. Later, I chanced upon a technique known as heart-cutting art, which can fabricate memories, ensnaring the individual in delusion. The heart-questioning sword of Yunmiao sect directly targets the true self, discerning demonic obstructions and penetrating falsehoods. Moreover, having elevated this technique to the celestial grade, I can surely dispel the illusions of the heart-cutting art, then let it offend. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and with a pointed gesture, 2 beams of pure white sword light, like decrees of judgment, instantly entered the bodies of Long Ji and Ji Yin. Long Ji's body trembled slightly, becoming utterly clear, though the lightning mark upon her brow glowed brighter. Ji Yin, however, remained unaffected, a subtle sound of mechanisms whirring around her. "Whether it be your heart-cutting art or the heart-questioning sword, they hold no power over us puppets." Her voice remained tranquil. Seeing that both were unharmed, Zhang Xian finally exhaled in relief. The discerning Ji Yin reacted swiftly, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Was it truly Lin Xiaozhu and her companions you doubted, or rather those from the Animal Crossing Association? Zhang Xian did not deny it, responding in a low voice, "I am uncertain of who it might be. Perhaps I am overthinking. However, I cannot shake this inexplicable sense of impending danger. Ever since we approached the Stone Gate of Destiny, it feels as though unseen eyes have been scrutinizing our every move. I even sense that since our expedition to the western regions commenced, there are unseen hands orchestrating events behind the scenes, attempting to lead us to the Stone Gate and compel us to unlock it. Any evidence?" Long Ji inquired directly. "Do you suspect Lin Jianyuan?" Jin followed up with a question. "It may not necessarily be him." Zhang Xian replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "I possess no evidence, merely instincts and a sense of unease. What troubles me most is that with my current spiritual awareness and cultivation, when I closely observe Chang Yan and Miss Xiao Zhu, as well as Xiao Lu Li and that group of survivors, I cannot discern anything amiss among them. Of course, it is also possible that this feeling of dread originates from beyond the Stone Gate of Destiny." Ji Yin interjected, "High-level cultivators possess a form of celestial perception, which can occasionally provide forewarnings of potential dangers. Such feelings are seldom erroneous. Your caution is indeed warranted." After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian produced 2 heart and wing tokens and a small black puppet, 9 nether calamity puppet. "Here, take these," he said, handing the jade tokens and puppet to Long Ji and Ji Yin, while explaining their functions and effects. "For the time being, I will publicly declare that I am in seclusion, leaving behind a puppet as a decoy, while my true self will act independently. These 2 items are for your protection." Long Ji silently accepted and carefully stowed them away. "I will meditate in this vessel. I will keep a close watch on the others aboard and the survivors." Beep. Successfully gifted heart and wing token. Triggering return, returning 1,000 heart and wing tokens. Heart and wing token, a treasure of earthly grade. A one-time use item that allows instant teleportation to the user's location, disregarding most restrictions and distances. United like Mandarin ducks, a thought brings you to me. Beep. Successfully gifted 9 nether calamity puppet. Triggering return, returning 1,009 nether calamity puppets. 9 nether calamity puppet, a treasure of earthly grade, once refined. can substitute for the host's death, transporting the host to a random safe location. The death substitution effect will be nullified if the 9 Nether Calamity puppet reaches its damage threshold. Beep. Longji's affinity for you increases by 2, current affinity 35. Xian pushed the 2 items back, stating, I am merely a puppet. I cannot utilize these treasures. Besides, as a puppet, I can assume countless forms. So there's no need to worry if this body encounters peril. She then inquired, but the western regions are vast. How do you intend to investigate alone? A somewhat enigmatic smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Who said I was going to investigate? Observing the puzzled expressions of the 2 women, he continued, I have discovered that an old friend of mine has also arrived in the western regions, and I intend to seek her out for a conversation. The 2 women refrained from pressing further and quietly exited the sword chamber. In the stillness of the night, 2 flying vessels glided smoothly, enveloped in a serene, protective aura, while below lay an endless expanse of dark desolation. At the bottom of the main vessel, a remarkably concealed hatch silently slid open. A shadow, as intangible as a wisp of air, stealthily emerged from the opening, seamlessly blending into the surrounding abyss of night, without causing the slightest ripple in the currents of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the 2 vessels maintained their speed, resembling 2 resplendent meteors as they accelerated and vanished into the distant horizon. The shadow deftly alighted upon a ridge. With a flick of his hand, a tattered, oversized black robe enveloped his entire form. Accompanied by a faint clicking sound, the figure beneath the robe instantly shrank and became hunched. In a chilling night breeze, a hoarse voice pierced the silence. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian, oh no, Qiandian are not going to play with you. As he spoke, he gathered a feeble green flame with his fingers, a mark he had implanted on Nangong Yao years prior. This mark was designed to sense her whereabouts. Originally intended for the pursuit of her life, though its effective range was quite limited. Years had passed without an opportunity to confront her. But now that they were both in the western regions, it was only fitting to meet. The hunched figure in the black robe swayed, and dozens of figures scattered in all directions, swiftly splitting into multiple forms like blossoming fireworks, disappearing into the night. Chapter 221. I have returned after 200 chapters. At the border of the southern domain, the once ruined Yujing city, ravaged by the river of forgetfulness, now radiated a newfound vitality. Artisans and cultivators bustled about, laying foundations anew, as the outlines of fresh city walls began to take shape. Not far from Yujing city, in an abandoned mine, an elderly man with hair and beard like snow sat cross-legged deep within the dark cavern, attempting to absorb the scant spiritual energy. He was none other than Zhao Qiangyue, the former head of the Zhao family from Shuiyuan City. Ever since he had been repelled by Zhang Xian at the foot of the mountain, he had scarcely caught his breath before facing the thunderous purge from Yunshang Pavilion. The once mighty Zhao family crumbled in an instant, scattering like monkeys from a fallen tree. This former patriarch now resembled a stray dog, forced to hide and flee under the threat of a bounty, struggling to survive, let alone seek vengeance. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from deep within the mine, the sound of pebbles rolling. Who is it? Zhao Qiangyue jolted awake, alertly turning around. He beheld a figure at the entrance of the mine, who had appeared silently without his notice. The figure was shrouded in a golden glow, rendering their features inscrutable. Zhao Qiangyue's heart raced. The ability to approach him without a sound indicated that this person's cultivation far surpassed his own. Suppressing his fear, he asked in a low voice, May I inquire as to who you are, senior? What business do you have with me? The figure cloaked in golden light let out a gentle laugh. I never imagined the former head of the Zhao family would fall so low, hiding like a rat in this abandoned mine, clinging to life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiangyue felt a measure of calm return. At the very least, the individual before him did not seem to be a vengeful enemy intent on taking his life. He managed a bitter smile and replied, What remains of the Zhao family now? I am but a pitiful soul. Speak plainly, senior. What is it that this useless person can do for you? The figure bathed in golden light seemed quite pleased with his perceptiveness. After all, one who has personally established a family possesses a certain calmness and discernment. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. Let us engage in a transaction. What transaction? I require you to eradicate the stronghold of your adversary, Zhang Xian. Kill as many as you can. The more, the better. After hearing this, Zhao Qiangyue appeared to find the proposition utterly laughable and interrupted, laughing heartily. Afterwards? Spare me the afterwards, senior. You overestimate me, Zhao. At present, I am merely a waste in the early stage of the Golden Core. Not only can I not seek revenge, but I cannot even lay eyes on him. At Yunmiao Sec's Yunshang Pavilion, which of them does not have a nascent soul powerhouse stationed there? Am I to walk into my own demise? The figure of golden light spoke softly. Of course, I do not intend for you to confront the great sects of the southern region head-on. I am well aware of your capabilities. What I mean is for you to venture to his birthplace, the small world where he hails from, and slay his kin and friends. Small world? Zhao Qinghua paused, completely unfamiliar with the term. Near your Shuiyun city, there exists a hidden entrance to a small world. The person accurately indicated a location, then flicked his fingers, sending a small pouch flying toward Zhao Changwei. The entrance is protected by a formation. Inside the pouch is a vial of life essence that will gradually corrode the formation, allowing you to infiltrate silently. There's also a shadow cloak that will help you conceal your movements. Once you arrive there, you will understand why it is Zhang Xian's hometown. Zhao Changwei accepted the pouch, his consciousness sweeping over its contents. The figure continued. Lastly, there's a blood-burning soul ignition pill. Consuming it will forcibly elevate your cultivation to its zenith. But the cost is that you can only last for a maximum of 15 minutes. Afterward, you will suffer a catastrophic rupture of your meridians and perish. Whether to use it or not, the choice is yours to ponder. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Chanyue grasped the pouch tightly, his eyes igniting with a frenzied light. I never expected that the heavens would grant me such an opportunity. Of course, should you complete the task without relying on the pill, I would consider taking you under my wing and offering you a path to survival. Gazing at the ominous black pill within the pouch, a cruel smile spread across Zhao Qingyue's face. A path to survival? Huh. I am now devoid of everything. Merely a wasted life. I have nothing left to lose. I only wish to know, what kind of deity has Zhang Xian offended? Very well, let me enlighten you. Upon hearing this, the figure of golden light began to slowly dissipate. Zhao Qingyue involuntarily narrowed his pupils as the radiance faded, revealing a Dao robe adorned with intricate black and white patterns. The gold-trimmed robe bore the clear embroidery of two ancient characters. Xianxiao, a youthful man of striking countenance, emerged, his gaze imbued with a hint of arrogance. I am a master of the Xianxiao Palace of the Guiyuan sect in the central region. Are you at ease now? The Guiyuan sect. Master of the Xianxiao Palace? Initially taken aback, Zhao Qingyue's face soon blossomed with overwhelming excitement and joy, erupting into a wild laughter that had long been suppressed. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Zhang Xian, you have met your match today. I shall relish how you meet your end. Half a month later, in the small world of the Liang Kingdom, Yong City, an inconspicuous old man emerged from an inn. It was none other than Zhao Changyue, who had stealthily infiltrated this place. As the master of Xianjiao Palace had foretold, the entrance to this miniature world was indeed protected by several extraordinarily sophisticated formations. Were it not for the peculiar essence of life that had corroded a breach, he would have been unable to gain entry. Subsequently, with the aid of the shadow cloak, he effortlessly disguised himself as an ordinary innate realm expert, blending seamlessly into the territory of the great Liang Kingdom. As he journeyed forth, a growing sense of astonishment filled him. This was ostensibly a mundane world devoid of spiritual energy, yet now, whether within the city walls or amidst the mountains and rivers, a faint spiritual aura was perceptibly emanating. Having once possessed a spiritual stone mine, his discerning eye immediately recognized that a vast formation, underpinned by an immense quantity of spiritual stones, had been established to gradually release spiritual energy, nurturing the entire realm. A truly astonishing feat. It was clear that someone was intent on transforming this small world into a land rich in spiritual essence. The expenditure of spiritual stones required for such an endeavor was unfathomable. Within the realm known as Great Liang, the reputation of Duke Yuyun was soaring. However, Zhao Qingyue maintained his composure, trusting that the Guiyuan sect would not deceive him. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. For he soon learned of the whereabouts of the Duke of the Kingdom, Zhang Xian. Historical records indicated that he was here, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, one of whom was even a princess of the empire. Elation washed over Zhao Qingyue. This was indeed the root of Zhang Xian, his ancestral home. Though he could not ascertain the precise location of Zhang Xian's direct descendants, he sensed that within the imperial city, the strongest presence belonged to the so-called Duke Yuyun, who was in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. The others were merely insignificant figures, barely touching the threshold of the qi refinement stage, hardly worth mentioning. With a cold smile, Zhao Chengyue resolved to first eliminate Duke Yu, then eradicate all the royal relatives within the imperial city. Zhang Xian, you caused my family to be shattered and displaced. I shall ensure you experience the agony of losing your own kin and foundation. When you return and behold the devastation, your expression will surely be a sight to behold. How delightful! Chapter 222, Sister, I, Yu Yin, have arrived. Today, on the outskirts of the imperial city, it was the day of the monthly Cultivation Mobilization Conference hosted by Duke Yu Yin, drawing a throng of people, bustling and lively. Zhao Chengyue mingled among the crowd, initially planning to strike with thunderous force as he approached Duke Yu Yin during the spiritual root assessment segment. However, to his dismay, the Duke on stage rambled incessantly, his opening remarks stretching over an hour without any sign of addressing the main topic. Zhao Chengyue felt his blood pressure soar, unable to endure any longer. As a dignified golden core expert, why should he tolerate this? Would it not be more fitting to unleash a massacre? Damn it, this loquacious fat man. He abruptly raised his hand, and the golden core's spiritual energy surged violently within him. In an instant, a torrential rain of flames coalesced from thin air, imbued with a sense of destruction, crashing down upon Yu Yin atop the platform. As Yu Yin was animatedly speaking, he suddenly felt a warmth above his head. Looking up, he was met with a deluge of fire raining down, draining the color from his plump face. What in the world? He reacted with remarkable swiftness, letting out a peculiar cry as he instinctively withdrew a soil-colored talisman and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. An imposing shield of golden earth immediately rose, enveloping him and several of his loyal guards within its protective embrace. Boom! A torrential rain of fire pounded against the shield, producing a thunderous explosion. The shield trembled violently, fissures appearing in multitude as powerful shock waves and searing heat radiated outward, causing the onlookers to stagger and scream in terror. Who dares to assault the Duke of our nation? Yu Yin exclaimed in both shock and fury, swiftly identifying the elder in the crowd whose aura was surging alarmingly. With a flick of his fingers, a glimmering flying sword unsheathed itself, howling as it shot directly towards Zhao Chengyue. The crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions amidst cries of panic. Zhao Chengyue snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a burst of flame that accurately struck the flying sword. Clang! The sword was deflected, yet Zhao Chengyue's arm tingled with discomfort. Alarmed, he thought, what a formidable fellow. A mere foundation establishment cultivator possesses a top-grade magical artifact? Such extravagance must be connected to that rascal Zhang Xian. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a tumultuous surge of unstable energy emanating from the fallen sword. What? Is it going to self-destruct? Zhao Chengyue's face turned pale as unsettling memories flooded back, prompting him to retreat hastily. In midair, a blinding bolt of lightning descended without warning. Zhao Chengyue was struck, smoke billowing from him as he crashed heavily to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Damn it, this familiar ploy is just like that thieving Zhang Xian. Zhao Chengyue seethed, nearly spitting blood from his anger, vowing to exact revenge on the rotund figure. Meanwhile, Yu Yin, seeing his ambush succeed, wasted no time and leapt onto the flying sword, darting away towards the outskirts of the city. Trying to escape? Zhao Chengyue immediately took to the air in pursuit. Being at the golden core stage, his cultivation vastly surpassed Yu Yin's, allowing him to quickly close the distance. Up ahead, Yu Yin felt a sense of dread wash over him. It's over. This old man is undoubtedly a golden core master. Surely, it's Zhang Xian's enemies seeking vengeance upon us. I've already exhausted my most powerful talismans and self-destructing sword, yet I cannot shake him off. As a menacing figure closed in, despair gripped Yu Yin. Is this how my illustrious life as Duke of the Nation meets its end? Sister, I am coming. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await his fate, a swift and crystalline sword light, akin to an ethereal being, streaked past him, accurately slicing towards the pursuing Zhao Chengyue. Zhao Chengyue barely comprehended what had occurred, only feeling an immense force strike him, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash into the earth, where he spat a mouthful of blood. A clear, melodious voice, tinged with curiosity, rang in Yu Yin's ears. Oh, little chubby Duke, what kind of trouble have you stirred up to be chased so disheveled? Upon hearing that voice, Yu Yun was nearly moved to tears. He suddenly turned around and beheld a young girl, elegantly dressed in a simple yet graceful azure gown. Her features exquisite and her demeanor spirited, hovering beside him as she curiously surveyed the billowing dust of the large pit below. It was Lin Yining. Over the past few years, as Zhang Xian vigorously developed the small world of the Liang Kingdom, Lin Yining, finding her time at Yunyao's sect rather dull, often came to lend a hand. Just moments ago, while casually wandering nearby to purchase some books, she sensed the fluctuations of golden core level spiritual energy and hastened over. Senior Lin, Yu Yun exclaimed, gesturing toward the pit below, it is undoubtedly your husband who has provoked enemies outside, unable to confront the main adversary. He has come here to bully innocent people. Oh, Lin Yining raised an elegant brow, directing her gaze towards the bottom of the pit, as the dust began to settle. Revealing Zhao Changyue's disheveled face, her eyes widened in astonishment. It's you. How did you end up here? At the pit's bottom, Zhao Qingyue struggled to lift his head, and upon recognizing her, his pupils constricted sharply. Lin Yining. Once, she had merely been a small girl working in his mine, at the qi refining stage. Now, he found himself unable to withstand even a casual strike from her. Had it not been for the shadowy cloak that had mitigated much of the impact, he would have likely been annihilated in an instant. A wave of immense humiliation and hatred engulfed Zhao Qingyue. Upon encountering his foe, his rage surged. He struggled to rise, his bloodied and dirt-streaked face breaking into a maniacal grin. Ha ha, excellent, truly splendid. I never expected to encounter you here. Today, I shall torment you to death. I can only imagine how Zhang Xian would react to the news of your demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he violently produced the blood-burning soul pill and swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it instantaneously dissolved. Ugh! Zhao Qingyue emitted a wretched and frenzied howl, his body visibly swelling, his skin taking on an abnormal crimson hue, veins bulging as turbulent spiritual energy surged forth from him, escalating rapidly. Golden core mid-stage. Golden core late stage. His aura ultimately stabilized at the pinnacle of the golden core, yet remained exceedingly unstable, rife with destructive fluctuations. He could distinctly feel his dantian and meridians being scorched by this frenzied power. Nevertheless, he cared not. He craved power, and he desired Lin Yining's death. Lin Yining's expression grew grave. She discerned that Zhao Changyue's internal golden core was beginning to collapse, driven by an intense hatred for her, intent on mutual destruction. Zhao Changyue felt an overwhelming surge of power. He roared, flames igniting around him in a fierce blaze, propelled by a mad momentum as he charged at Lin Yining. Lin Yining remained composed, her delicate hand raised as she activated the Yunyao sword cannon. Waves of azure sword light, flowing like water, cascaded towards Zhao Qingyue in layers. Zhao Qingyue laughed maniacally, pushing the flames surrounding him to their zenith, feeling invincible. However, fate had other designs. Boom! He was once again forcefully struck into the ground by the seemingly gentle water sword, this time deeper, with dust billowing into the sky. Chapter 223. How has this wretched person changed so drastically? Zhao Qingyue lay at the bottom of the pit, feeling as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration. What he expelled was not merely blood, but also fragments of charred internal organs. He gazed at Lin Yining, his eyes filled with incomprehensible horror and despair. Impossible. I have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. How could I possibly be unable to withstand a single strike from her? This cannot be true. Lin Yining herself was somewhat taken aback. Blinking her eyes, she murmured to herself in quiet reassurance. Phew, that startled me. I thought she was formidable, but it turns out she is so fragile. This was the newly revised Cloud Mysterious Sword Classic given to her by Zhang Xian before his departure, along with the 12 transformations of Condensed Jade Classic. The former possessed immense power, while the latter was said to allow cultivation to continue even after severe injuries. After a period of seclusion, she felt significantly stronger than before. Yet she had not anticipated such exaggerated results in practical combat. What Lin Yining did not realize was that it was not that Zhao Changyue was weak, but rather that she had become exceptionally powerful. The heavenly grade Cloud Mysterious Sword Classic, combined with the terrifying enhancement of a supreme spiritual treasure, could overwhelm even an opponent forcibly elevated to the golden core pinnacle. Her murmured words to Zhao Changyue were the most venomous of taunts. With a furious grunt, He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes turning crimson as reason was consumed entirely by hatred. "Let's perish together," he bellowed in madness, the already volatile power of his golden core beginning to reverse and compress. He intended to self-destruct, taking Lin Yining and everything nearby with him. Beside him, Yu Yin was struck with alarm. He is going to self-destruct. Just then, Zhao Qingyue felt the sunlight above him obscured by a massive shadow. Instinctively, he looked up to see a flying vessel quietly hovering high above him. At the vessel's base, a cannon was rapidly charging, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. "What is this?" Zhao Qingyue's frenzy was instantly replaced by an overwhelming dread. In the next moment, a thick, pure white beam of energy descended from the heavens like divine retribution. There were no screams, no struggles. Under the absolute pressure of energy, Zhao Qingyue, along with his soon-to-explode golden core, was instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace behind, not even a speck of ash. All that remained was a smooth, bottomless circular pit. The cannon of the flying vessel dimmed its glow, silently ascending, vanishing into the clouds. Lin Yining patted her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost succeeded in self-destruction. Thankfully, my brother left behind this vessel. Beside her, Yu Yin stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. He glanced at the layer of seemingly thin yet potent protective spiritual light enveloping Lin Yining and internally scoffed. "What do you mean close? Even if that old man had succeeded in self-destruction, he likely wouldn't have even scratched your protective light. The real danger is me, you know." The outside world was truly terrifying. Yu Yin silently resolved to remain safely within his own little realm, content to be the Duke of Pillar State. The scene shifted back to the western regions. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xian, an incident was unfolding in the distant little world of Liang Kingdom. At this moment, he sat cross-legged within a makeshift, rudimentary cave, his consciousness woven like an invisible web, connecting with the puppets scattered beyond. Suddenly, a faint sensation emanated from one of the puppets, a unique vibration from the seed he had planted within Nangong Yao's body many years ago. "Found you." Zhang Xian opened his eyes wide, instantly shattering the concealment barrier at the cave's entrance. He transformed into a streak of meteor, hurtling towards the source of the sensation. Half a day later, he arrived at a valley shrouded in thick fog. Retrieving his puppets, he suspended them in mid-air, his icy gaze sweeping across the surrounding mountains. Without uttering a word, he pointed with his fingers, resembling a sword, towards the heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Several colossal flames of destruction, trailing long tails, plummeted ruthlessly from the skies above. Thunderous roars erupted as the earth trembled. A series of terrifying explosions resounded. Flames and shock waves ravaged the land, and vast segments of the mountains collapsed, billowing clouds of dust into the sky. "Who dares to act so recklessly here?" A hoarse voice suddenly resonated from the crumbling mountains. A shadow then broke through the smoke and flames, hovering in the air, emanating the aura of the nascent soul stage, its flowing black robe rustling ominously. When the two figures locked eyes from afar, both were momentarily stunned. The newcomer, clad in a similarly voluminous black robe, hunched in stature, exuded an equally chilling and sinister aura, mirroring Zhang Xian's current disguise. As the shadow discerned Zhang Xian's attire, it appeared momentarily bewildered, quickly followed by a surge of fury. "Who are you to dare impersonate me?" Zhang Xian, equally taken aback, realized he had followed the seed's mark of Nangong Yao, yet unexpectedly encountered the thousand mechanisms old demon. However, the system's response and the seed's mark distinctly pointed to the figure before him. Instinctively, he opened the system panel to check. Nangong Yao. Hatred, 81 points of fortune. Current favorability, 99. Damn it. Zhang Xian cursed inwardly, perplexed at how Nangong Yao had seemingly transformed into the thousand mechanisms old demon. Had she been refined into a puppet? But upon further reflection, something felt amiss. If she had indeed been transformed into a puppet, the system should indicate Nangong Yao's death, and the seed would have dissipated. It seemed that Nangong Yao had perhaps utilized some method to turn the tables, devouring or merging with the thousand mechanisms. In a flash of insight, Zhang Xian comprehended the bizarre situation. He swiftly suppressed his astonishment, mimicking the old demon's hoarse voice to retort. "Nonsense. Clearly, it is you who impersonates me." Before his words had fully left his lips, he struck first, with a flick of his dark long sword. A razor-sharp beam of sword light descended upon the thousand mechanisms. The figure opposite him hastily retreated while simultaneously forming hand seals. In an instant, a swarm of variously styled puppets erupted from the rubble of the collapsed mountains and the surrounding forest, charging toward Zhang Xian like a locust swarm. Zhang Xian cackled ominously, deliberately refraining from employing the techniques of the Yunmiao sect. With a deft twist of his spiritual sword, countless sword shadows materialized in the void behind him, cascading in layers like a peacock fanning its tail, radiating an unsettling aura of destructive sword intent. The expression of Qianji shifted dramatically. He instantly recognized this as the ultimate technique of the Lingshu sword sect, the 10,000 spirits returning to the void. However, the sheer number of sword shadows before him far surpassed anything he had previously encountered. In a flurry of movement, the endless sword shadows descended like a torrential downpour, sharp enough to rend all asunder, overwhelming him in a deluge. In mere moments, the cacophony of shattering sounds echoed incessantly. The puppet army that Qianji had painstakingly crafted was decimated, akin to wheat cut down in a field, suffering catastrophic losses in an instant. Limbs and shattered parts flew chaotically. Terrified, Qianji's true form evaded wildly, simultaneously conjuring two massive bone shields to defend himself against the relentless onslaught of sword rain, which forced him to retreat step by step, his spiritual light flickering wildly. Chapter 224. Grant me another decade. As the terrifying rain of blades subsided, a temporary stillness enveloped the world. Qianji, in disarray, steadied himself, surveying the utterly transformed landscape around him. Mountains had crumbled, the earth was riddled with chasms, and chaos reigned. His gaze turned to the figure suspended in the air, exuding a calm aura filled with dread. Despite the opponent's evident golden core aura, the power of the techniques displayed was utterly inconceivable, rendering him helpless. His voice hoarse, tinged with disbelief, he asked, "Who are you truly?" Zhang Xian flicked the sword's edge dismissively, responding with a tone of certainty. "As you can see, I am who I claim to be, Zhang Xian of the Qianji sect." "Preposterous!" Qianji retorted vehemently. "Where did you acquire the 10,000 spirits returning to the void? You claim to be Qianji, yet where are your puppets?" Zhang Xian had no intention of revealing his puppets. This time, his creations lacked any disguise and had exposed his identity upon appearance. He scoffed, "To combat a counterfeit like you, do I truly need to resort to my puppets? I wield my sword out of respect." With that, he raised his sword once more, transforming into a streak of black light charging forth. Qianji cursed under his breath, deeming him a madman, and fled without a moment's hesitation. Yet Zhang Xian would not relent, immediately pursuing him with all his might. During the chase, Zhang Xian keenly observed that numerous cultivators, their eyes consumed by hatred, surged forth from the surroundings, seemingly summoned to obstruct his path. So it was. Zhang Xian's gaze hardened. "Nangang Yao, you have indeed become a significant vessel, perhaps even one of the sources of hatred." In the depths of the forest, a bizarre chase unfolded. A shadow fled desperately ahead, while another shadow relentlessly pursued from behind. Occasionally, frenzied cultivators leapt from the thicket, yet they were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Xian's sword with ease, unable to hinder him in the slightest. The fleeing Qianji grew increasingly horrified. The one pursuing him was an unfathomable powerhouse, utterly unreasonable in strength. This incarnation of Qianji still held great potential. He could not afford to be destroyed here. With a determined grit of his teeth, he was prepared to invoke a certain blood escape secret technique at any cost. However, just as his secret method was on the verge of being unleashed, a brilliant blaze erupted from the pursuing Zhang Xian behind him. He seemed to transform into a burning meteor, his speed doubling in an instant, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. What? Qianji felt a blur before his eyes, an overwhelming heat and aura of destruction closing in. In an instant, before he could react, his body was pierced through by that fiery meteor. The mechanical joints fused with flesh exploded violently, scattering in all directions. All that remained was his head, adorned with an expression of horror and disbelief, helplessly spinning in midair. A large hand enveloped in black flames suddenly reached out, precisely grasping that head. The flames behind receded slowly, revealing Zhang Xian, still shrouded in ethereal light, obscuring his true form, though his hunched posture straightened slightly. Gazing at the head filled with resentment in his hand, Zhang Xian remarked, "How pitiful. Have you turned yourself into an abominable flesh puppet, only to ultimately face replacement?" The head's mouth opened and closed, issuing a raspy, fragmented voice. "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Xian offered no reply. His fingertips glimmered with a ghostly light as he prepared to employ a soul-searching technique. Yet, just as the technique was about to reach the core, a complex golden rune suddenly emerged from the forehead of the head, forming a solid barrier that obstructed Zhang Xian's probing. Another restriction. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed. Whether it was Qianji or Nangong Yao, it was evidently related to the Guyuan sect. The head emitted a triumphant yet resentful, raspy cackle. "Little one, do not let me find you. If I do, I shall claim you." Zhang Xian, dismissing the idle threats, tightened his grip. With a resounding bang, the head shattered like a watermelon. Almost immediately, a torrent of searing flames surged from his palm, incinerating all remnants to the finest ash. Zhang Xian cast a cold glance over the devastated battlefield, murmuring to himself, "Truly unexpected, Nangong Yao, fallen into darkness, mingling with hatred and resentment. It seems this is your most fitting fate." At that moment, Zhang Xian sensed a reaction from his system. Within the Guyuan sect, in the Gui Tsang Palace, in the Grand Hall of Cultivation, Yang Pashao slowly opened his eyes as the surging spiritual energy around him gradually receded inward. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the significantly stronger power within him, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. He had reached the second level of the nascent soul. The high disciple halo was indeed extraordinarily formidable, propelling him from shattered golden core, a mere husk, to the current realm of nascent soul, breaking through 2 levels in just 3 short years. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying. He clenched his fist tightly, ambition flickering in his eyes. He had long heard of Long Ji's appearance on the western battlefield, igniting a fervent desire within him. Yet he forcefully restrained the impulse to seek her out immediately. Only absolute strength, he knew, was fundamental. He believed that as long as he became powerful enough, descending with an invincible force, he would surely conquer Long Ji's heart. At that time, not only Long Ji, but also that Zhang Xian who had humiliated him, would be ruthlessly trampled underfoot as he indulged in the delight of vengeance to assuage his pent-up rage. Just 10 years, he was confident he could sweep across the southern region, crushing Zhang Xian beneath his heel. At that moment, a message talisman flew into the hall, hovering before him. A quick sweep of his divine sense revealed it was a summons from the esteemed Taichu Zhenrun, requesting his presence at the Taichu Hall. Yang Pashao furrowed his brow slightly. He felt an inexplicable resistance towards this nominal master. Taichu Zhenrun was enigmatic and taciturn. In the 3 years since he joined the Gui Yuan sect, he had encountered this master only a handful of times, devoid of any deep master-disciple bond. However, given that the other was a universally acknowledged leader in the realm of cultivation, a being at the threshold of transformation, he understood that he must adhere to the formalities. He adjusted his robes and proceeded towards the Taichu Hall, situated atop the highest peak of the Gui Yuan sect, shrouded in mist. As usual, the Taichu Hall was desolate and cold, with only a few celestial cranes and spiritual turtles strolling outside, seemingly isolated from the world. After respectfully knocking, Yang Pashao entered. Deep within the hall, a young man with long hair parted in the middle and a serene demeanor sat quietly on a mat. Surrounded by a faint, ethereal aura, Taichu Zhenrun himself. Beside him stood a tranquil and beautiful young woman, Song Zheng, the only direct granddaughter of Taichu Zhenrun. Disciple Yang Pashao pays respects to master. Yang Pashao bowed deeply. Taichu Zhenrun's expression softened as he raised his hand slightly. "Rise. I perceive that your aura has indeed advanced." Yang Pashao maintained his respectful posture. "It is entirely due to Master's guidance and the blessings of the sect that I have fortuitously broken through to the second level of the nascent soul." Chapter 225. The Master simply could not wait any longer. Taichu Zhenrun nodded, his tone laced with approval. "Indeed. Your innate talent and comprehension are unparalleled in my lifetime. At this rate, surpassing your master is merely a matter of time. Perhaps you will be the first in this realm in millennia to break through to the transformation stage." Yang Pashao felt a swell of pride within, yet humbly replied, "Master overestimates me. I dare not become arrogant, and shall only commit to diligent practice." He sensed that today, Taichu Zhenrun seemed more talkative than usual. Taichu Zhenrun shifted the topic. "The reason I summoned you today is to seek your assistance in pondering a matter." Yang Pashao immediately displayed a look of trepidation. "Master, you flatter me. Whatever your command, I shall exert my utmost effort. I dare not presume to assist. Tai Chu Zhan Ren smiled faintly, turning his wrist to produce an ancient tome, which he gently placed on the low table before him. This book was gifted to me by an old friend. It contains a conundrum that has perplexed me for ages, remaining unsolved. Yang Pezhao's curiosity deepened. A riddle unsolvable by a half-step transformation master. Yet he was to attempt it as a mere early-stage, nascent soul. He approached as instructed, cautiously picking up the tome to examine its contents. The book clearly bore the handwriting of two individuals, alternating between posing questions and providing answers. The initial entries surprised him. They were not arcane techniques or secret knowledge, but rather fundamental principles of cultivation, such as the interaction of the 5 elements and the transformations of yin and yang. Upon turning the pages, one encounters various topics concerning the intricacies of array formations and the art of divination, followed by rather mundane solutions. As the challenges progressed, they grew increasingly formidable, to the point where even Yang Pezhao found himself at a loss. Upon reaching the final page, he came across a solitary question that struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. There, inscribed upon the page, were symbols he recognized all too well. 3. In an instant his mind went blank, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The voice of the Grandmaster remained calm, as if merely inquiring, "How about it? Have you ever encountered such a question, and do you know its solution?" Yang Pezhao abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting the profound depths of the Grandmaster's eyes, suppressing the tumultuous waves within him. He instinctively chose to conceal and deny his knowledge. Was the Master testing him, or could it be that he too was a traveler from another realm? The Grandmaster smiled knowingly, as if seeing through all pretense. "It matters not. Ignorance is no crime. I bear no ill intentions." He paused, his tone becoming even more enigmatic. "In truth, from the day you entered my tutelage, I was aware that you are not of this world. You hail from the same place as my late friend." A chill coursed through Yang Pezhao, freezing his very blood. How could his deepest secret have been so easily discerned? A subtle, almost ethereal fragrance of sandalwood began to permeate the grand hall. The Grandmaster, seemingly oblivious to Yang's transformed demeanor, continued in a gentle tone. "In you, I see the shadow of him from years past, equally extraordinary, equally distinct. His way of speaking and knowledge vastly differ from ours." Suddenly, the Grandmaster shifted his focus to the serene figure of Song Zheng, standing nearby. "Pezhao, what are your thoughts on Zheng? I intend to bestow her upon you. Would you accept?" Yang Pezhao was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming surge of uncontainable joy. Song Zheng was not only youthful and beautiful, but exuded a serene charm that aligned with his aesthetic preferences. More importantly, she was the Grandmaster's sole living direct descendant. Marrying her would significantly enhance his prospects of inheriting the Guiyuan sect. It was akin to a pie falling from the heavens, a supreme, affluent beauty. He forced himself to suppress the grin, threatening to stretch from ear to ear, striving to appear humble and reluctant. "Master, Zheng is a celestial being. What merit do I possess to deserve her?" The Grandmaster chuckled softly, interrupting his feigned modesty. "The purpose of summoning Zheng today is precisely this." Turning to her, he inquired, "Zheng, what is your stance?" Song Zheng lifted her gaze, her voice soft and tranquil. "I entrust all decisions to my grandfather." The Grandmaster laughed heartily, redirecting his attention back to Yang Pezhao, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible eagerness. "Then, will you assist your master in unraveling this enigma? Merely reveal the answer." Yang Pezhao found the aromatic sandalwood in the hall increasingly intoxicating, causing a slight dizziness in his mind and diminishing his vigilance under the influence of the overwhelming temptation and inexplicable fragrance. He then heard the Tai Chu Zhenren continue, stating that he had heard of Pezhao's lingering thoughts for the master of the Lingshu sword sect. Alas, their master-disciple bond had been severed, and their feelings could hardly be rekindled. "I could personally act as a matchmaker, facilitating a fortunate union between you and her." This statement struck at Yang Pezhao's vulnerability, and he inadvertently exclaimed, "The disciple is willing to comply." A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Tai Chu Zhenren's eyes, but was swiftly concealed behind a mask of composure. Yang Pezhao extended his finger, channeling a hint of spiritual power to inscribe a number in the air. 14. "This is the answer," he declared. Tai Chu Zhenren inquired further, "From whence comes this solution? What does this symbol signify?" At this moment, Yang Pezhao had laid aside his defenses. smiling with a sense of superiority as a traveler from another realm, and replied, "This symbol is red as pie, representing a circle." He began to succinctly explain the definition of a circle, the ratio of circumference to diameter, as well as the origins of Arabic numerals and Greek letters. Taichu Jinren listened thoughtfully, slowly articulating. "So, it is the world is vast and truly full of wonders. Such incredible and bizarre calculations are indeed unfathomable." Yang Pashao responded with a smile. "If Master wishes to know more, the disciple can elaborate for you, back at our place." Before he could finish his sentence, the gentle smile on Taichu Jinren's face suddenly took on a peculiar quality, imbued with an enigmatic essence. "No need," Taichu Jinren gently interrupted him, his voice still calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. "I simply wish to see it with my own eyes." "What?" Yang Pashao was taken aback, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom pierced through him like an icicle, plunging him into a state of icy terror, hair standing on end. "Master? What do you mean?" The disciple struggles to comprehend, his voice trembling, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to discover that the surrounding space had morphed into an impenetrable barrier, trapping him in place. Taichu Jinren slowly rose from a mat, stepping forward as if teleporting to stand before Yang Pashao. His figure was not imposing, yet it cast a shadow of despair. "No worries." Taichu Jinren's voice remained devoid of any ripples, as if discussing a trivial matter. "The master is simply a little impatient. Rest assured, it is merely a glimpse. Afterwards, you will remember nothing, and you shall still be my good disciple, the esteemed master of Guizhong Palace. Zheng will still be promised to you." Chapter 226, Farewell. "No, master, please don't." Yang Pashao was filled with terror, struggling frantically, channeling all his energy into the shadow flame technique, the dark flames attempting to burst forth. However, the formidable shadow flame, which would instill dread in an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, was as feeble as a flickering flame against the vast ocean before Taichu Jinren, extinguished in an instant by an invisible force, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The primordial sage slowly raised his hand, his index finger directed towards the center of Yang Pajiao's brow. Although the fingertip appeared unremarkable, it harbored a terrifying power capable of probing into all things. Just as the fingertip was about to make contact with the brow, the primordial sage sensed a barrier obstructing his soul-searching force, letting out a soft gasp. Momentarily pausing his movement, with a slight furrow of his brow, he expressed his surprise. "This is not the soul-banning spell seal of our sect. From whom did you acquire such a protective art for your consciousness?" Yang Pajiao's complexion turned as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his back. His voice tinged with a sob. "Disciple has once endured a soul search, narrowly escaping death. Afterward, I sought the secret technique by every means. Master, spare my life. I am willing to divulge all that I know." Observing the fear etched across Yang Pajiao's face, the primordial sage revealed a hint of regret. "This is my fault. Your growth has been too rapid, leaving me unable to retain you." Upon finishing, the primordial sage exerted a slight pressure with his fingertip. "Ah!" Yang Pashao managed to emit a brief and piercing scream, his eyes instantly losing all sparkle, his body collapsing limply to the ground, devoid of breath. The primordial sage withdrew his finger, gazing at the quickly cooling corpse on the floor with a sigh. "What a pity. I intended to utilize you for my further exploration into the secrets of the Drifting King. I was too eager. I did not expect this disciple to guard against me. And in forcibly probing, I inadvertently shattered his soul's essence." He cast a glance at the expressionless Song Zheng and said calmly, "Dispose of him, leaving no trace. I must personally journey to the western regions." Only then did Song Zheng slightly bow, her voice still tranquil and unperturbed. "Understood. Far in the western regions." Having just dealt with Xianxia, Zhang Xian was preparing to depart when a clear system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Yang Pajiao's death detected. Destiny value reduced to 0. System upgrade progress 5. Current total progress 5. Zhang Xian abruptly halted, bewilderment washing over his face. "What? Yang Pashao has actually died? Which kind soul has assisted me in this?" The sudden demise of his greatest rival, Yang Pashao, was undoubtedly monumental news for Zhang Xian. As if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart, he inhaled deeply and calmly analyzed the situation. At this moment, Yang Pashao should be within the Gui Yuan sect. His sudden demise was most likely perpetrated by someone within the sect. and it is highly probable that it was someone from the upper echelons. The quiet passing of Yang Pashao, a fellow transmigrator, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the drifting king, set alarm bells ringing in Zhang Xian's mind. The fates of these two compatriots served as a dire warning. The waters of this world run far deeper than one might imagine. He must exercise utmost caution, ensuring he does not follow in their footsteps. At present, the most pressing matter was to eliminate the vessel of hatred, Nangong Yao. Zhang Xian suppressed his distractions and once again channeled his energy, gathering a faint green sensing flame at his fingertips. Simultaneously, several puppets scattered forth once more. Half a month later, at the ruins of the Motion Forest Association, before the fateful stone gate at the bottom of the cave, a subtle golden rift in space silently unfurled, and the primordial being stepped forth. He gazed up at the colossal metallic door, a smile of restrained excitement curving at the corners of his mouth, a sentiment that echoed the culmination of eons of yearning. After so many years, he could finally open this fateful stone gate. However, his brow furrowed slightly as his formidable consciousness swept across the surroundings. With a disdainful snort, he raised his hand to grasp at the air, extracting a seemingly inconspicuous black pebble from a concealed stone crevice, which was none other than a recording stone secretly placed by Zhang Xian. A mere trifle. With a flick of his fingers, the recording stone was instantaneously reduced to powder. Dismissing this minor interruption, he refocused his gaze upon the stone door. At this moment, the luminous patterns upon the door reignited. He raised his hand and inscribed the number 14 in the two vacant spaces. With a resounding roar, unlike the silence that followed countless previous attempts, the stone door emitted a heavy and ancient rumble, slowly creaking open. The primordial being stepped inside. Beyond the door lay an expansive chamber. The walls were constructed of an unknown metal, with one side adorned with numerous jade slips, clearly methods of cultivation, while the opposite side was cluttered with open chests, neatly stacked with high-quality spirit stones, and even a few treasures radiating powerful fluctuations. Yet, as he surveyed this wealth that would drive the outside world into a frenzy, the primordial being's brow slightly knitted. Though these items were splendid, they were not what he truly sought. His potent consciousness enveloped the entire space, and soon he sensed something, his figure flashing to the deepest part of the chamber in front of a massive door. As he approached, a device beside the door was triggered automatically, and a nonchalant voice echoed, "Wow, I never expected someone could break the external seal. Congratulations. By the time you hear this message, I, your handsome and exceptionally talented senior, have likely ascended to the legendary celestial realm. Ha ha ha. So what do you think? The spirit stones and treasures I left behind are quite decent, aren't they? Many were crafted by my own hands, truly exquisite. Of course, as a magnanimous and generous senior, my treasures far exceed these." The voice paused, its tone taking on a more playful note. "However, to prevent you from having stumbled upon this by mere chance, I have a little insurance. I trust you can solve it, right? Surely not, right?" At this point, the expression of the primordial being had darkened. He abruptly directed his gaze towards the metallic wall beside him, where a line of symbols and spaces inscribed sent shivers down his spine. 3. Not available. 1. Upon seeing this unfamiliar symbol, the primordial being felt an intense throbbing in his brow, an uncontrollable fury erupting within him like a volcano. Damn it! Even with his half-step into the divine transformation realm, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could there be another riddle? What in the world were these cryptic symbols? He gazed at the 3 empty spaces, suppressing an anger that threatened to upheave the very fabric of existence, attempting to fill them with some of the peculiar numerical combinations he knew. 314. As expected, the brilliance emanating from the wall swiftly dimmed, plunging once more into an eerie silence. The irksome voice, triggered by a mechanism, resonated once again. Could it be? Had he truly erred? Perhaps he should return to his studies and ponder before attempting again. Farewell. Chapter 227. Even Jesus cannot save you. The celestial being of primordial beginning could no longer contain his fury. He swung his hand, unleashing a golden beam powerful enough to reduce mountains to rubble, which struck the metallic door with ferocity. However, after a thunderous quake, the door remained unmoved, not even a scratch to mark the assault. Brute force alone could not breach it. With a grim expression, the celestial being raised his hand towards the source of the sound, summoning a simple phonograph mechanism that descended from the ceiling, which he seized. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discovered contained merely two exasperating phrases that corresponded to the triggering mechanism. Bang! He crushed the device in his grasp, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. Had you yourself left such a mark here in the past, you would not have met such a hasty demise. With Yang Pashao now deceased, the only one left capable of unraveling the enigma was. With that, he flicked his sleeve in disappointment and unrestrained rage, his figure vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, after 2 weeks of relentless pursuit, Zhang Xian finally discerned the faint essence of the green seed once more. And this time it felt unusually stable. Oomph. I refuse to believe I cannot capture you this time. Zhang Xian transformed into a streak of light, racing forward. In a secluded gorge, a figure clad in a gray cloak, slender and poised, sat cross-legged behind a massive stone, deep in meditation. Suddenly, she felt an instinctive surge and abruptly opened her eyes. They were nearly consumed by strands of dark purple, leaving only a glimmer of cold rationality. Like a specter, she darted away in an instant, just as a fire meteor descended from the heavens, shattering the stone she had occupied along with the surrounding earth. The gray-clad woman flickered in midair, looking up to see the persistent hunchbacked figure in black robes hovering above. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Zhang Xian confirmed. Indeed, it was Nan Yao. This figure had been crushed in his dreams countless times. Even shrouded in shadow, he would never misidentify her. Moreover, the system's prompt was equally striking. Nan Yao, resentment. Nan Yao steadied herself, her voice laced with animosity. Who are you? How can you find me time and again? Zhang Xian let out a cackling laugh, mimicking the voice of Qianji. I am Qianji, hailing from the depths of hell, come to claim your life. With that, he ceased his prattle, unfurling his sword light, and charged forward with reckless abandon. Nan Yao, filled with rage, retorted, Do you truly think I fear you? This time, I shall unveil your true identity. She exhibited no fear, boldly brandishing her sword, which was entwined with a dense, dark purple, malevolent energy. The clash of blades resonated with a series of sharp clangs, unleashing a cacophony of sound as the sword energies sliced through the surrounding black mist. In this encounter, the forces were evenly matched. Zhang Xian felt a chill in his heart. What formidable power! With my mastery of the 5 elemental celestial arts, coupled with the enhancement of a supreme spiritual treasure, even an ordinary early-stage nascent soul would be hard-pressed to withstand a few exchanges against me. Yet, after being fused with malevolence, Nan Yao's strength had surged to such an extent. Nan Yao, too, was taken aback. This counterfeit Xinquan clearly possessed only the peak of the Golden Core realm's spiritual energy. Yet its combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Moreover, it was evident that this individual was concealing their true swordsmanship, perhaps fearing recognition. Could it be someone I know? However, her mind was deeply tainted by malevolence, with half of her consciousness engulfed in a tumult of brutal hatred, causing her to feel intense pain and confusion at the mere thought of anything. As the standoff extended without resolution, Nan Yao finally lost her patience. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her most adept technique, the Tianxia Qingyun sword. In an instant, countless streams of sword energy, intermingled with golden light and dark mist, coalesced around her, forming a colossal tempest of blades that surged towards Zhang Xian with overwhelming force. Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, yet he remained unperturbed. He was exceedingly familiar with this technique. Having elevated it to celestial rank, he was acutely aware of its weaknesses. He transformed into a phantasm, darting like a fish through the tempest of blades, narrowly evading the most potent points of attack, while precisely striking at the nodes of the sword's flow. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he lunged forward, breaking through Nan Yao's sword formation with a single decisive strike. With a resounding thud, Nan Yao emitted a muffled grunt as she was sent flying over 100 meters by the force of Zhang Xian's attack, her gray cloak shredded by the fierce energy. Zhang Xian suddenly halted, taken aback by the visage unveiled beneath her tattered cloak. Her features largely retained a humanoid form, with faint echoes of her past beauty. Yet her eyes were entirely filled with writhing strands of purplish black, devoid of any white. Dark, sinister patterns snaked down the sides of her face, while her right arm, clutching the sword, revealed itself as anything but human. From the torn cuff, it was evident that her arm had transformed into a construct of puppet-like joints, with countless fine strands of purplish black emanating from the joints, ensnaring her arm and extending towards her shoulder. Almost half of her body had been grotesquely altered, rendering her he was filled with anger, ready to unleash a more formidable assault. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth in his chest, a violent fluctuation emanating from the heart and wing pendant. In that fleeting second, a flash of white light appeared before him, and a soft, bloodied figure, seemingly devoid of all strength, collapsed directly into his embrace. What? Zhang Xian hastily reached out to catch her. The person in his arms was slight of build, her white attire stained crimson, her breath barely perceptible, her complexion as pale as parchment, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It was Long Ji. She appeared to be clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, sensing a familiar presence. Her head tilted, and she promptly lost consciousness. What was happening? Zhang Xian was utterly dumbfounded. A beautiful woman suddenly fell injured into his arms. He could only hold her tightly, channeling a pure essence of wood-type spiritual energy in her body to stabilize her rapidly dwindling vitality. Opposite him, Nangong Yao was equally astonished. She immediately recognized the white-clad woman as the renowned Long Ji, fairy of the southern domain, although she could not comprehend why she had appeared in such a state. Severely wounded, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, she transitioned from defense to offense. All her attacks no longer targeted Zhang Xian, but were instead ruthlessly aimed at the defenseless Long Ji in his arms. Zhang Xian found himself thrust into an exceedingly passive situation. He not only had to fend off Nangong Yao's relentless onslaught, but also had to split his focus to protect Long Ji, fearing that she might be harmed by the dispersed energies. Chapter 228. This ancestor comes at an awkward time. In a flash, sword light and dark energy clashed violently, forcing Zhang Xian to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, this was an impossible battle. He had to withdraw, secure Long Ji, and understand what had transpired before proceeding. Zhang Xian made a swift decision, refusing to linger in combat any longer. He abruptly activated Shadow Flame, clutching Long Ji tightly, and transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling away towards the rear. Attempting to escape, Nangong Yao would not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. She shouted fiercely, and the black energy of hatred surged and coalesced around her, accelerating to its utmost limit in relentless pursuit. Zhang Xian unleashed beams of sword light and shields to intercept, but they were forcibly shattered by the frenzied Nangong Yao. Long Ji's breath grew weaker in his arms. He could not afford to delay any longer. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly, lamenting that this ancestor had chosen the most inopportune moment to arrive, thwarting his chance for revenge. With determination, he decided to reveal his true strength. The aura of his sword transformed abruptly, shifting from a bizarre ferocity to a majestic might, akin to a river in full flow. The sword intent infused with the essence of clouds and waters wove into resilient barriers, continually obstructing Nangong Yao's pursuit. This was his forte, or rather, the expertise of Li Fuxi, the clouds and mist sword classic. At last, a massive, formidable wall of ice coalesced in the void, with a thunderous crash. When Nangong Yao shattered the ice barrier, Zhang Xian and Long Ji had long since vanished from view, leaving only the lingering traces of spiritual water vapor slowly dissipating in the air. Nangong Yao stood motionless, enveloped by the familiar yet loathsome aura of the cloud water sword intent. Her eyes, suffused with vengeful thoughts, flickered intensely, as if her chaotic mind had been cleaved open by this sword energy, possessing an array of lethal techniques and an unwavering killing intent. She wielded the spells of the Yunmiao sect, capable of confronting foes beyond her level. In an instant, all clues converged, and the answer was on the verge of revelation. She abruptly lifted her gaze toward the direction where Zhang Xian had vanished, unleashing a piercing cry filled with venomous hatred. Zhang Xian. It is you. Indeed, it is you. At that moment, a streak of golden light approached rapidly, materializing into a striking young man clad in a black and white Taoist robe. His demeanor haughty. The emblem on his robe bore the characters Xin, Zhao, clearly embroidered. He came to a halt, his gaze first landing on the seemingly frenzied Nangong Yao, his brow slightly furrowing. Hatred? Nangong Yao instantly became alert, perceiving a formidable adversary before her. The aura emanating from this stranger was unfathomable. Undoubtedly a master at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Upon recognizing the insignia on his robe, she quickly grasped the situation. He was the palace master of Xianzhao Palace from the 6 palaces of Gue Yuan sect. Observing Nangong Yao's tense demeanor, The palace master maintained his arrogant expression, even chuckling lightly. Who would have thought I would encounter such a complete being here? There is no need for alarm. I'm not your enemy. Do you recognize me? Nangong Yao did not relax her vigilance in the slightest. The visitor's gaze swept across her peculiar half-human, half-puppet form, his tone becoming increasingly significant. If it were not for the assistance and guidance of our Gui Yuan sect, you would have long been completely refined by Qianji into a mindless flesh puppet. It is thanks to our intervention that you have been able to turn the tables, fusing hatred with your puppet form to attain your current level. By all rights, you should be grateful to us. In a cave temporarily opened by Zhang Xian, Longji was gently laid upon a flat stone surface. Her dark hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands matted with sweat and blood clinging to her exquisite cheeks, replacing her usual icy demeanor with an unusual fragility. This injury was far more severe than any previous ones. Not only were her meridians damaged, but a domineering force of metallic energy lingered within her, relentlessly undermining her vitality. Zhang Xian's expression turned grave as he cautiously fed her several healing pills, then swiftly arranged a healing formation around her. A gentle halo enveloped her. After completing these tasks, he settled into a cross-legged position, placing his hands on her back. Channeling pure wood spirit energy into her body like a soothing stream, diligently employing the Qing Di resurrection technique. The verdant life force tenderly enveloped the rampaging metallic energy, striving to neutralize its destructive influence. Gradually, under the dual effects of the pills and the celestial grade technique, Longji's tightly furrowed brow began to relax. The violent injuries within her finally subdued and stabilizing. Zhang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief, gazing at Longji's breathtaking visage, and couldn't help but silently lament. Is this truly the daughter of fortune rated at 93 points? Does such fortune manifest in attracting powerful adversaries to hunt her down? He attempted to sense the location of the two flying vessels, but as expected, there was no response, as if they had vanished into the depths of the ocean. The vessels bore his specially inscribed protective seals, impervious to external tampering. Now that communication was lost, the most likely scenario was their complete destruction. He could only wonder about the fates of Ji Yin and Changyan. Zhang Xian felt a heaviness in his heart. Before long, Longji's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and with a soft groan, she gradually awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Zhang Xian, who vigilantly stood by her side, while distinctly feeling a flow of spiritual energy coursing through her body, mending her damaged meridians and enveloping her in waves of comforting warmth. Thank you, she murmured weakly. You saved me once again. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was I who summoned you to the western regions for assistance. Yet I have led you into such peril. I am the one who has burdened you. Noticing that Longji's breath had stabilized somewhat, he inquired, what transpired? Who inflicted such injuries upon you? You guessed correctly, she replied, Xia Qingyan and Lin Xiaozhu. They are indeed problematic. At this juncture, she abruptly waved her delicate hand, forcefully interrupting the healing energy Zhang Xian was continuously channeling. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Please do not rush. Speak slowly. It does not affect my ability to heal you. He endeavored to circulate his energy once more. Yet Longji resolutely shook her head, raising her hand to dispel the glowing healing array surrounding them. She gradually sat upright. First, allow me to finish. Seeing her unwavering determination, Zhang Xian could only momentarily cease his actions and listen intently. Ever since you departed, I have remained in the flying vessel's quiet chamber, engrossed in meditation and training, never stepping outside. Then, one day, the enchantments of the chamber were forcefully breached without warning. Someone intruded, radiating an overwhelming aura unlike anything I had ever felt. In his presence, I was utterly powerless. Within mere exchanges, I was gravely wounded. I barely managed to break free from the chamber, only to witness the backup vessel, which had been following us, plummeting to the ground. Ji Yin's puppet form was shattered, while Xia Qingyan and Lin Xiaozhu stood impassively on the main vessel's deck, indifferent to my plight. Chapter 229. Your acting is so poor. Zhang Xian was profoundly shaken. Longji's current strength approached the third level of the nascent soul stage, fortified by a high-grade spiritual treasure, yet she could not withstand even a few moves. How formidable must her opponent be? What did he look like? He was a young male cultivator, Longji recalled, straining to remember that terrifying moment. Dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe. Most strikingly, he had neatly parted long hair. A name instantly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. The number of individuals from the Guiyuan sect sporting such a hairstyle was considerable, yet the most likely candidate was their founder, the esteemed elder, Taichu Jinren. Given Taichu Jinren's half-step to the transformation stage cultivation, it would indeed be effortless to severely injure Long Ji. And that is not all. Long Ji's body trembled slightly. Escape was an impossibility. As I contemplated shattering the jade pendant you bestowed upon me, I realized that I was entirely ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. He approached me, his finger delicately touching my brow. In the next instant, I felt my consciousness being forcibly submerged into the icy depths of an ocean, descending into a profound silence, relinquishing all control over my physical form. Yet, simultaneously, another self took command of my body. I sensed that she was still me, possessing all my memories and emotions, yet harboring unwavering loyalty and submission towards that young man. Zhang Xian felt a chill in his heart. This technique appeared more sinister and terrifying than the memory-altering heart-cutting technique. It was a direct manipulation of one's very persona. And what came next? The command issued to me was to seize an opportunity to gravely injure you and then bring you back. Zhang Xian stroked his chin, intrigued. To confront the ultimate boss, right from the outset? This quest was decidedly beyond the expected difficulty. Long Ji felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for your prudent foresight in embedding the residual essence of the Heart Inquiry sword within me, I might have already become his puppet. The sensation of being utterly powerless was truly more harrowing than obliteration of the soul and form. Zhang Xian could envision that terror, capable of instilling fear even in the usually composed Long Ji. The methods of the primordial true man were indeed formidable. Instinctively, he opened the system panel, observing that the fortunes of Lin Xiaozhu and Xiao Liuli remained unchanged, yet the name of the fortune-bearer from the Forest Association had dimmed and vanished. This indicated her demise, along with Wang Menghu the demon and the remaining survivors, who likely faced dire fates. A wave of melancholy washed over Zhang Xian. It was his own insistence on engaging with the Forest Association that had indirectly led to their plight. He cast aside the negative emotions and analyzed. That individual was most likely the leader of the Guiyuan sect, the primordial true man. His malevolent manipulation of the human heart must possess numerous constraints. Otherwise, he would have already unified Zhongzhou. Long Ji nodded in agreement. I can sense that even without your Heart Inquiry sword's essence, with my own cultivation gradually wearing down, I might reclaim control of my body in approximately 2 months. Zhang Xian pondered. That would still be quite alarming. Coupled with techniques akin to the heart-cutting technique to alter key memories, one could insidiously replace targets with their own. No wonder I sensed something amiss with Xiaozhu and Qingyan, yet discerned no flaws. Long Ji unconsciously tightened her grip on her garment's hem and murmured. That feeling of consciousness being imprisoned. They must be suffering greatly now. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed in concern. Yet the primordial true man is currently at the cusp of transcending into divinity, far beyond what we can contend with. Should he discover that we possess the means to break his hold, he would undoubtedly become exceedingly wary, and his next move would likely not be so gentle. Long Ji lifted her gaze, her eyes regaining their former clarity and resolve, and said calmly, I have a plan. Upon hearing the entirety of Long Ji's plan, Zhang Xian's expression grew exceedingly grave. This plan is exceedingly perilous. With the slightest misstep, you may find yourself ensnared in an irredeemable fate, potentially falling completely under his control. Forever denied the chance for rebirth. Long Ji's countenance remained as tranquil as water, yet her tone carried an undeniable resolve, in the face of malevolent forces and treacherous schemes. Only thunderous measures can purify the chaos. Despite the treacherous path ahead, one must bravely tread it. Zhang Xian interjected, Wait, why do you speak like my master? Whenever they delve into profound truths, they resort to such incomprehensible classical language. Observing the familiar and stubborn glimmer in her eyes, he understood that he could not dissuade her. It was likely that the moment she abruptly halted her treatment upon awakening, she had already comprehended and resolved upon this course of action. He fell silent for a moment before solemnly asking, Do you trust me? Long Ji's gaze was clear and unwavering. Of course. You have saved me thrice from peril. If I did not trust you, whom else could I trust? Zhang Xian ceased further discourse, extending his finger as a stream of intensely refined purple lightning energy slowly coalesced at his fingertip. I shall transfer this essence of lightning into the depths of your inner sanctum. This act was tantamount to yielding his very life into Zhang Xian's hands. No other cultivator would ever acquiesce to such a perilous request. Nevertheless, Long Zhi's expression remained unperturbed. Come forth. Zhang Xian's finger, swift as lightning, accurately struck her lower abdomen at the dantian. The thread of purple calamity thunder silently penetrated, embedding itself in the deepest recesses. This lightning essence would forge a subtle connection with your spirit. Should your consciousness be suppressed, or you encounter an insurmountable, life-threatening crisis. If the thought of self-termination arises in your heart, this essence will erupt instantaneously, granting you a swift release. Simultaneously, the 9 Nether Calamity puppet I gifted you will activate automatically, serving as a final safeguard. Zhang Xian then retrieved several brilliantly shimmering defensive treasures and a few jade vials from his storage ring. These high-grade treasures should be refined as soon as possible. Along with these elixirs, they may save your life in critical moments. Long Zhi instinctively wished to refuse, as she detested being indebted to others. Zhang Xian insistently placed the items into her hands, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is no trivial matter. We are up against a formidable opponent at the brink of transformation. The more prepared we are, the greater our chances of success. Even if it only buys us a moment, it could alter the outcome. Long Zhi touched one of the gossamer white garments, reflecting that had she possessed such protective treasures earlier, perhaps her defeat would not have been so devastating. She ceased her resistance and accepted with composure. All right. A silence enveloped the cave. Both knew the time departed come. Zhang Xian rose. Take care. Long Zhi nodded. You too. As Zhang Xian approached the cave's exit, he suddenly turned back with a smile, attempting to lighten the grave atmosphere. By the way, your acting is rather poor. You usually wear such a stern expression. So don't botch it this time. A rare, faint yet genuine smile graced Long Zhi's pale face. You underestimate me. Chapter 230, Li Fushi's Tribulation. A quarter of an hour later, a brilliant purple lightning bolt suddenly shot up from the cave, tearing through the dim sky and resonating far and wide. Above the ruins of the Animal Crossing Society, a luxurious airship floated silently among the clouds. The Taoist master Taichu stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind him. Sensing something amiss, he slightly turned his head toward the direction of the lightning, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He instructed the motionless Xia, Qingyin, and Lin Xiaozhu, who stood like puppets behind him, to safeguard the airship. As his words echoed, his figure vanished from the spot. Several hours later, the figure of Master Taichu quietly appeared within the cave, where Zhang Xian and Long Zhi had recently been. The interior was dimly lit, with only Long Zhi sitting alone on the ground, her complexion still pale and her breath weak. The air was thick with the remnants of fierce spiritual energy fluctuations and a faint trace of blood, yet Zhang Xian was nowhere to be seen. Master Taichu furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping across the cave. What has happened? Where is he? Long Zhi, hearing his voice, gradually opened her eyes and weakly replied. I took advantage of his healing moment to launch a sudden attack, successfully inflicting severe injuries upon him. Little did I know, he chose to end his own life. Leaving only this. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed to the ground beside her. There lay a palm-sized black wooden doll. In the southern region, at Yumiao sect, outside the mountain gate, an expanse of 1,000 miles was shrouded in endless dark calamity clouds. The clouds were as thick as ink, with flashes of lightning flickering, and a terrifying pressure permeated the heavens and earth, causing all living beings within hundreds of miles to tremble in fear. Too afraid to look up, on a distant peak, 2 figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Wanya, the current head of Yumiao sect, and Xia Xianin, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Xia Xianin gazed at the calamity clouds that seemed poised to crush the world, feeling the destructive energy they contained, and couldn't help but exclaim, the momentum of this tribulation is truly unprecedented, something I've neither heard nor seen before. I never imagined that within just 3 years, your sect would produce 2 nascent soul cultivators in succession. What a remarkable fortune, such enduring fate. He paused, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. To be honest, if I were to face such a thunder tribulation now, I wouldn't dare to claim I could pass through unscathed. Wang Ye equally expressed astonishment, interjecting, You are too modest, your majesty. If I were in that thunderstorm, I would have long since turned to ash, unable to withstand it. The two exchanged glances, and instead of worry, they burst into hearty laughter. It is well known in the cultivation world that the nascent soul tribulation is perilous, with a success rate that is almost non-existent. Yet at this moment, they were remarkably at ease. And the reason was simple. The person undergoing the tribulation beneath those clouds was named Li Fuxi. This woman, endowed with extraordinary talent, could be considered a prodigy of the current era. Even at the peak of the golden elixir stage, she dared to confront those in the mid-nascent soul stage. Now, with her deeper foundation and the numerous top-tier spiritual treasures and tribulation elixirs bestowed upon her by her precious disciple Zhang Xian before his departure, failure was simply inconceivable. Speaking of Li Fuxi, the two couldn't help but recall the young man who had stirred the winds and clouds of the southern region and was now journeying to central continent. The tone of Wang Yizhenren was laced with a hint of concern. I wonder how that lad, Zhang Xian, is faring in Zhongzhou these days. Xianxia sighed in agreement. Indeed, it has been nearly a year since he departed from the southern region. It was thanks to his intervention that Changyan's injuries were healed. I have yet to express my gratitude to him in person. As if recalling something, he spoke with a mix of irritation and amusement. A few months ago, I received a rather nonsensical message from Changyan, claiming he had come into immense fortune and wished to discuss it with his father. Since then, there has been no follow-up. That rascal, when I see him next, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. Wang Yi gazed at Xia Xianin, noting the harsh words that belied his pride for his son, and chuckled softly, shaking his head. In a short while, our southern region's large-scale support teams will also set out for Zhongzhou. I have heard that the situation there is quite dire. Xia Xianyin's expression turned grave as he nodded. Indeed, the calamity of the seven emotions has begun to sweep across the world. Merely the desire aspect has caused unrest in our southern region for years, and the hatred element is even more terrifying, capable of annihilating the entirety of the western region. One can only wonder when this catastrophe will reach its conclusion. As the two reflected on their thoughts, a streak of light rapidly approached and landed atop the peak, revealing the figure of Zhiyin. Unlike her usual calm demeanor, her expression bore evident gravity. "Master, your majesty," Zhiyin spoke in a somber tone. "My doppelganger has been destroyed in the western region." The two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. What has transpired? Zhiyin shook her head. "I cannot ascertain the details. The distance was too great. My doppelganger could not relay any information before being destroyed, and I lost all contact in an instant." Wang Yi and Xia Xian locked eyes, each recognizing the profound seriousness and concern reflected therein. They were acutely aware that Zhiyin's mission was to accompany Xia Changyan, Lin Xiaozhu, and others deep into the western region to investigate the origins of hatred. The destruction of her doppelganger signified an encounter with an extraordinarily formidable adversary or unforeseen circumstances regarding Xia Changyan and his companions. The scene shifted back to the desolate ruins of the Dongsun Association in the western region, where a luxurious flying vessel hovered silently above. Two figures stepped onto the deck of the vessel, the master of Xianzhou Palace from Gui Yuan sect and the gray-robed Nangong Yao. Meanwhile, Tai Chu Zhanrun had long since taken his seat at the main position on the deck. The master of Xianzhou Palace immediately approached and respectfully bowed. "Master." Tai Chu Zhanrun nodded slightly, his gaze drifting past him to the gray-robed figure behind, his voice calm and untroubled. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Taoist Nangong. Nangong Yao's body visibly tensed. Despite her recent merging with hatred and the surge in her power, she felt an unfathomable depth before the seemingly ordinary youth. Yet, driven by her quest for answers and her thirst for vengeance, she steeled herself and boarded the vessel. Moreover, she noticed three figures seated behind Tai Chu Zhanrun, among whom was actually Long Ji. All three possessed the cultivation of a nascent soul stage, yet exuded no vitality, their gazes vacant. Long Ji was also present. She suppressed her surprise and apprehension, assessing the young man with a center parting before her. "Are you Tai Chu Zhanrun?" The master Xianzhou, standing nearby, appeared quite displeased with Nangong Yao's demeanor. A sharp retort nearly slipped from his lips, but Tai Chu Zhanrun gently raised a hand to halt him. He turned his gaze toward Nangong Yao, his tone remaining unruffled. "Indeed, it is I. It is remarkable that you, my friend, have managed to retain your intellect in the midst of such profound torment from the resentment. A display of temperament is only to be expected." At this juncture, his words shifted slightly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the voluminous gray robe. Discerning its essence, it appears that severing a portion of one's flesh and replacing it with puppet components effectively mitigates the corrosive effects of resentment. Chapter 231. After all, I belong to the Yuan Zone, the foremost path of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao stepped forward with fervor, dark energy swirling around him. What do you mean by that? Have I been reduced to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost, due to your machinations? Not at all. Initially, I was unaware of your specific plight, replied Taichu Zhenren, casually gesturing toward Nangong Yao. A barely perceptible green speck of light darted from within Nangong Yao and into the fingertips of Taichu Zhenren. With a gentle pinch, he crushed the green point and remarked, a tracking spirit concealed deep within your primordial spirit. The method is rather subtle. I have removed it for you, so that you're no longer under the scrutiny of certain individuals. Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon him, and a surge of intense fury and resentment flooded his heart. No wonder Zhang Xian could locate him with such precision. It turned out that during that grand competition 3 years ago, when he had ruthlessly attacked, he had already laid the groundwork for tracking, to orchestrate his demise. Zhang Xian had indeed plotted meticulously. The responsibility for his current plight lay squarely on Zhang Xian's shoulders. Suppressing the boiling urge to kill, he urged, "Please continue, Zhenren." Taichu Zhenren proceeded. "At that time, I discovered you were tainted by resentment, while Qinji attempted to refine you into a flesh puppet, erasing your consciousness to control resentment through you. A commendable notion, yet destined for failure. Such methods of suppression have been attempted long ago in your southern region. Though it may seem secure, it cannot truly unleash the full potential of resentment, merely chasing shadows. However, Qinji does possess unique insights into the path of puppetry. A hybrid form of half-human, half-puppet indeed offers considerable resistance against the corrosion of resentment. Thus, when he slaughtered your kin and extracted their shared essence to strengthen the bond with his puppet body, I merely weakened his spiritual defenses slightly. Consequently, he faltered at the last moment, allowing you to turn the tables and become his puppet." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao's tone grew increasingly hostile. "So, from the very beginning, I have merely been a pawn on your chessboard, an experimental subject to validate your theories?" Taichu Zhenren neither confirmed nor denied. "Had I not intervened, you would have long since perished, or had I acted too soon, you would now be a mindless beast of slaughter. As it stands, this is the most favorable outcome you could hope for." Nangong Yao scoffed coldly. "Ah, so I should express my gratitude for your benevolence." The true master of the primordial beginning discerned the profound erosion of her resentment, recognizing her temperament had long since twisted into an extreme form. Unperturbed by her tone, he cast a bait. "Should you attain the level of mastery that I possess in the future, it is not beyond possibility to thoroughly refine resentment, reversing the flow of yin and yang, and reconstructing your corporeal form." Nangong Yao scoffed, evidently skeptical of the true master's hollow words. Observing her reaction, the true master sighed leisurely. In the next moment, an extraordinarily pure, yet chillingly sinister aura erupted violently from within him. Dense, tangible black mist swirled around him, sharing the same origin as resentment, yet it was more refined and far more formidable. Nangong Yao was compelled to retreat 2 steps, her eyes, concealed beneath her hood, filled with terror. The true master remarked, "I have not deceived you. What I suppress within me is greed, one of the 7 emotions, held at bay for over a millennium." As he spoke, the tumultuous black malevolence receded without a trace, as if it had never existed, restoring his ancient and tranquil demeanor. Nangong Yao's mind reeled, taking time to digest this astonishing revelation. She set aside her inner turmoil and asked bluntly, "Speak plainly. What do you wish for me to do? What shall I gain in return?" "My objective is Zhang Xian, who has fortuitously evaded capture and remains hidden. A strategy must be devised to compel him to reveal himself. You shall assist me in annihilating the Yunmiao sect, his stronghold, which will inevitably draw him out." Nangong Yao retorted coldly, "Why do you not take action yourself? With your prowess, obliterating the Yunmiao sect should be a mere trifling task." The true master replied calmly, "As the leader of the righteous path in the cultivation world, it would be inappropriate for me to strike against the Yunmiao sect without just cause." He paused before adding, "Moreover, the Yunmiao sect is not as simple as you perceive. I shall personally confront their most formidable elder, and as long as she does not engage, your current strength should suffice to level the remaining sect members." A vision of the sect leader, Xianxia Zhenren, flashed through Nangong Yao's mind, and hatred surged within her. "You may not speak of it, but I shall eventually return to destroy the Yunmiao sect. Yet what tangible benefit shall I receive?" The true master responded, "Upon completion of this task, I will personally intervene to temporarily suppress the backlash of resentment, alleviating the torment of your incessant headaches, allowing you to think and plan your revenge with greater clarity. Nangong Yao's gaze flickered. What reason do I have to trust you? You may choose not to believe me. You can disembark now and return to struggle for survival in the ruins of the western region. I shall not impede your departure. Nangong Yao remained silent for a moment, ultimately succumbing to her thirst for power and obsession with revenge. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Very well, I shall agree." At this juncture, her eyes once again surveyed the three puppet-like figures behind the true master, particularly focusing on Long Ji. "What is the situation with them?" The true master replied nonchalantly. "They have fallen under my great dream, returning to the source technique, now serving me as their master, so there's no need for concern." Nangong Yao snorted coldly. And suddenly, her figure flickered like a specter, appearing instantaneously before Long Ji. A solitary finger glimmered with an ominous black light, mercilessly pressed against Long Ji's smooth forehead. The fingertip, razor-sharp, swiftly pierced the skin, allowing a trickle of crimson blood to flow gently down Long Ji's pale cheek. Yet, she remained expressionless, seated in silence. Her gaze hollow, as if impervious to any pain, devoid of intent to resist or evade. The voice of the Taichu Zhenren remained unperturbed. "I have stated that without my command, they shall not act autonomously." Previously, she had successfully slain Zhang Xian once. "You may proceed to the southern domain without concern. This matter shall be handled by Xianxia. Once it is resolved, both this woman and Zhang Xian will be at your disposal." Nangong Yao observed Long Jiu's vacant stare, witnessing the once revered celestial beauty of the southern domain, who had once commanded her admiration, now reduced to such a state. The pent-up resentment and jealousy within her found an outlet, erupting into a wild and unrestrained laughter. "Ha! Good, good. Long Ji, look at you now. Today, you are at my mercy." Chapter 232. I shall cherish her well upon my return. The Taichu Zhenren turned his gaze towards Xianzhao, the master of Xianzhao Palace, stating, "Xianzhao, this Zhang Xian shall be entrusted to you." After a brief contemplation, he continued, "This individual possesses remarkable skills in concealment and escape. Should you fail to capture him, disseminate news declaring the imminent downfall of the Yun Yao sect, thereby compelling him to reveal himself. His hidden cards are numerous. Once his whereabouts are discovered, immediately incapacitate his dantian and shatter his qi, leaving him no opportunity to breathe or resist. If the situation grows dire and capturing him alive proves difficult, eliminate him on the spot to eradicate future threats. Such variables must not be given even the slightest chance." Xianzhao Palace's master bowed in acknowledgement, exuding an air of absolute confidence. "Yes, master. I understand and shall ensure his capture." Subsequently, the Taichu Zhenren's gaze shifted beyond the flying vessel. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled figure soared upward from below, landing on the deck. The newcomer was a middle-aged male cultivator, clad in the attire of the Tianyuan Alliance, his half-body stained with blood, his complexion somewhat pallid. He approached the Taichu Zhenren and knelt on one knee, paying homage to the master. The Taichu Zhenren gently raised his right hand, a wave of gentle power lifting him. "Counselor Shun, your efforts are commendable. This expedition to the western region has ended in failure, not due to the fault of warfare, but rather the rampant collusion of hatred and desire." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Xiaozhu, standing motionless like a puppet behind him. Upon verification, it was revealed that Zhang Xian had already succumbed to the encroachment of desire, orchestrating an ambush with the source of hatred, leading to the near-total annihilation of the exploratory fifth team. "You shall return and report to the Tianyuan Alliance Council." Lin Xiaozhu and Xia Chengyan bowed in unison, adhering to the master's decree. Below the flying vessel, within a natural cavern hundreds of feet deep in the earth, Zhang Xian sat in quietude, his aura perfectly concealed by the concealing breath technique, with not a trace escaping. He could distinctly sense the powerful presences above him, particularly the familiar fluctuations of hatred. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yao had allied with the Guiyuan sect. What a remarkable gathering of villainous bosses, Zhang Xian mused internally. In the face of the terrifying existence of Taichu Zhenren, a being on the brink of transcending the divine, his only course of action was to bide his time, nurturing his strength in silence while awaiting the perfect opportunity. He was particularly concerned for Long Ji. Before departing, he had bestowed upon her several formidable strands of sword intent from the heart of inquiry as a contingency. which could potentially unravel Taichu Zhenren's grand dream of returning to the source in a critical moment. However, the timing was precarious. It could very well lead to utter annihilation at the next moment. Everything relied on Long Ji's on-the-spot judgment and performance. At that juncture, he sensed the flying vessel above him beginning to activate, steering towards the central continent. A slight sigh of relief escaped Zhang Xian's lips. The immense pressure of Taichu Zhenren loomed overhead, rendering it difficult to breathe. Thus, his ability to depart was undoubtedly advantageous. He focused his mind, entering a meditative state to consolidate his cultivation. He prepared to trail behind from a distance, seeking an opportunity to call upon the Tianyuan Alliance for assistance. Given that the Guiyuan sect had openly rebelled, he could only implore the Tianyuan Alliance to stand firm at the forefront, engaging in a direct confrontation. Suddenly, a wave of fortuitous inspiration surged through Zhang Xian as the long stagnant barriers of his realm within began to develop minute fissures, and the overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, enhancing his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. The high disciple aura had been triggered. Initially taken aback, Zhang Xian soon felt elated. His master must have successfully transcended her tribulation. How wonderful! My dear Fuxi, I shall cherish you upon my return. However, just as he was stirred by the loosening of his realm, causing a minuscule fluctuation in the breathing restraint technique, an icy chill of danger surged throughout his body. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xian instinctively dashed deeper into the cavern. Almost simultaneously, an explosive roar resounded as a golden sword light, imbued with terrifying metallic killing intent, rent the earth beneath him, striking precisely where he had just concealed himself. The ground trembled violently. The one solid rock cleaved as easily as tofu. Zhang Xian narrowly evaded the onslaught, but before he could catch his breath, 3 piercing golden sword lights, arranged in a triangular formation and accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, surged towards him. Remaining composed in the face of danger, Zhang Xian lightly waved his spiritual sword, conjuring 3 substantial flowing water screens before him. With a series of splashes, the 3 sword lights pierced through the water screens, though diminished in strength. They still managed to break through, albeit at a significantly reduced speed and power, allowing Zhang Xian to evade them effortlessly. The 3 sword lights hovered in midair, buzzing ominously, when suddenly, a figure radiating resplendent golden light appeared before Zhang Xian as if teleporting. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, the newcomer had a handsome visage tempered by an air of innate arrogance, their gaze condescending. It was none other than the master of the Guiyuan sect's Xianzhao Palace. Zhang Xian had not idled during his 6 months at the Guiyuan sect. Recognizing the gilded cloak, he identified the figure as Taichu Zhenren's direct disciple, the founder of Xianzhao Palace, one of the 6 palace masters, and a formidable figure at the peak of the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, ranking among the top 5 powerhouses in the entire central continent. Xianzhao scrutinized Zhang Xian with a discerning gaze, a hint of disdain curving his lips. My master has repeatedly warned me that you are not easily subdued, advising me to exercise patience. Yet, it appears you are not as formidable as anticipated. Zhang Xian could keenly perceive the profound and overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Xianzhao, far surpassing that of Wang Chuan in his prime. The ascension through each minor realm of the nascent soul stage signifies a qualitative leap, especially considering that his opponent had reached the advanced stages of power. However, rather than succumbing to fear, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Zhang Xian's eyes. What better way to test my current limits and assess the quality of my heavenly grade techniques and 5 elements spiritual roots than to engage you in combat? Xianzhao, astutely detecting the unabashed fervor in Zhang Xian's eyes, narrowed his own slightly. Oh, how intriguing. A mere golden core cultivator dares to bare his fangs at me? Such courage is commendable. I have heard that you single-handedly resolve the calamity of desire in the southern region. I am genuinely curious to see just how much weight you carry. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian retorted without hesitation, rest assured, it won't be lighter than yours. Huh? Xianzhao scoffed, his heart stirred, as a beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at Zhang Xian's face. Moving with astonishing speed, Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, and he countered with a flying sword, employing the dignified technique of the heavenly K-green cloud sword. A clash of metal against metal. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, golden light flickered wildly, and sword energy crisscrossed through the air. Utilizing the advantage of his supreme spiritual treasure, Zhang Xian found himself evenly matched against Xianxiao's sword light. A flicker of surprise appeared in Xianxiao's eyes. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the quality of the spiritual treasure was commendable. Unfortunately, in the realm of combat, it ultimately came down to one's level of cultivation. No sooner had he thought this than a second beam of spiritual light shot forth from behind him, the two swords intertwining in their assault. The intensity of the sword momentum becoming dense and formidable. Chapter 233. The old man's armor remains unbroken, faced with two beams of golden light. Zhang Xian felt the pressure intensify, his movements appearing somewhat constrained. With a thought, a puppet materialized behind him, intercepting a cunning sword light that had approached from the side. "Oh, you possess a puppet?" Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, as a third beam of sword light rushed forth. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian summoned another puppet, which withstood the blow with resilience. Interesting, Xianxiao maintained his haughty demeanor, yet his expression grew more serious. Before him, the golden light flickered continuously as the fourth, fifth, and sixth beams of sword light emerged in succession, forming a complex sword array aimed at Zhang Xian. Instantly, Zhang Xian found himself in a position of absolute passivity. Unable to evade, he swiftly drew a soil talisman, activating it to manifest a colossal and impenetrable earth shield before him. Boom! The six beams of sword light collided violently with the earth shield, producing a deafening explosion. The earth shield trembled violently, its surface fracturing into countless cracks. Xianxiao chuckled derisively, relying on external objects, employing unorthodox methods. With a slight shift of thought, the six beams of sword light surged with renewed brilliance, their speed and the power they contained doubling, crashing forcefully against the wavering earth shield once more. Crack! The earth shield could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. The terrifying force propelled Zhang Xian, along with his puppet, violently into the air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Xianxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, six radiant sword lights swirling around him. He gazed at the swirling dust, his tone dripping with condescension. Not bad. With merely the cultivation of the golden core stage, you managed to withstand my six profound golden light sword without perishing. You may take pride in that. Yet, from within the dust, a robust voice emerged, tinged with a hint of mockery. What a pity a distinguished late-stage nascent soul cultivator, fully unleashing a sword formation, could not even break through this old man's protective spirit armor. I must candidly say, I find your offensive capabilities rather unimpressive. As the dust gradually settled, Zhang Xian brushed off the dirt from his attire. His outer robe bore some damage, yet the inner layer, a soft armor shimmering with the brilliance of glazed treasures, remained completely unscathed, without even a scratch. For the first time, the haughty expression on Xianxiao's face froze. Then, as if he had just heard the grandest of jokes, he burst into a fit of laughter. A mere pinnacle golden core brat, relying on a few spiritual treasures, dares to act so brazenly before me. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Xianxiao swiftly formed seals with both hands, and behind him, the resplendent golden light surged violently, doubling a number from 6 to a full 12 golden sword lights. Each sword light now contained a much greater essence of metallic killing intent, its terrifying sharpness instantly permeating the air. Zhang Xian gradually withdrew his playful demeanor. Although Xianxiao was arrogant, his cultivation at the late nascent soul stage was genuine and not mere empty reputation. Each of these 12 golden lights possessed an attack power comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator in the initial stage, wielding a spiritual treasure with full force. And they moved with greater speed and agility. This represented a colossal chasm, a difference in realms that was insurmountable. The manipulation of spiritual energy and the exquisite control over power, along with the vast reservoir of spiritual strength, were realms far beyond the golden core stage. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly. While the system allows me to refine and utilize top-tier spiritual treasures, the gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages is not merely a matter of quantity, but a leap in quality and a profound sensitivity to the laws of the universe. The golden core stage is akin to wielding tools, whereas the nascent soul stage approaches a brief melding with the laws of nature, making the casting of spells feel instinctual, with a stark contrast in power and efficiency. It seems that only by genuinely advancing to the nascent soul stage, where the soul intersects with the heavens, can one fully unleash the true might of these celestial techniques and top-tier treasures. With this thought, Zhang Xian held nothing back. Boom! A jet-black flame suddenly erupted from within him, its edges pulsating with a heart-stopping wave of destruction, activating the celestial-grade shadow flame. Simultaneously, a colossal ancient tree's phantom slowly materialized behind him, a torrential rain of azure light cascading down, continuously infusing him with energy as he simultaneously activated the celestial-grade Green Emperor's rejuvenation technique. A new wave of even more intense conflict erupted instantaneously. 12 golden streams of light nearly coalesced into a whirlwind of rapid rotation, frantically darting around Zhang Xian, piercing with an unparalleled velocity that left countless luminous trails in the air. Yet, Zhang Xian's defenses remained impenetrable. The incantations in Xianxiao's hands transformed with electric swiftness, his gaze involuntarily narrowing as his initial disdain gradually gave way to astonishment. After all, he was a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul, possessing a keen and discerning eye. This young man, at the golden core stage, could wield the 5-element spiritual roots to such a tyrannical degree. The black flames were extraordinarily powerful, and their consumption must be terrifying. However, the ancient tree's ethereal shadow behind him efficiently compensated for the depletion of spiritual energy. Coupled with his water-based sword technique, which had already reached the realm of perfection, the sword's momentum was seamless and dense, providing a defense that was utterly watertight. A golden core cultivator, under the relentless assault of his 12 Xian light swords, not only withstood the onslaught but also, through the intricate synergy of various techniques, held firm. This was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for the proud Xianxiao. "Break for me!" Xianxiao bellowed in fury as his nascent soul surged within, infusing the sword formation with an even more formidable essence of metal qi, amplifying its golden brilliance. At that moment, Xianxiao's keen perception suddenly detected an anomaly. Above, in the heavens, an invisible oppressive force had mysteriously coalesced, and a low rumble of thunder echoed ominously from the void. Thunder technique? The thought barely crossed Xianxiao's mind when he heard Zhang Xian's commanding shout, "Fall!" Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck down towards Xianxiao. With a cold snort, Xianxiao's thoughts triggered a golden sword light that soared skyward, precisely cleaving towards the lightning, causing both to obliterate in a blaze of energy. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Xian formed a hand sign with one hand, chanting fervently, fully unleashing the purple sky dragon's roar incantation. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, countless bolts of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, densely hammering down upon Xianxiao. This sudden barrage disrupted his rhythm of attack. Xianxiao was even more astonished. How could he still have the strength to counterattack? Under the suppression of my 12 Xian light swords, where did he find the surplus spiritual energy and mental focus to execute such an extensive thunder technique? Just as he unleashed golden light to continually shatter the descending bolts, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xian had seized this opportunity to create a considerable distance between them. Immediately, Zhang Xian uttered another word, illusion. As the words left his lips, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already several miles away, rapidly fleeing deeper into the distant mountains. Chapter 234. Fighting while bearing a heavy burden. Trying to escape? Leave a trace for me. Xianxiao erupted in fury. With a wave of his sword, several beams of golden light were poised to pursue, but before him, the ground trembled and rose, conjuring up massive, impenetrable ice walls that obstructed the golden light. Xianxiao struck out with a palm, condensing a gigantic golden handprint that shattered the ice walls to smithereens. However, in that brief moment of obstruction, once he broke through the icy barrier, Zhang Xian had completely vanished from his sight. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but even the fleeting sweep of divine consciousness across a radius of nearly 1,000 miles failed to detect the slightest trace of the opponent's presence. How could this be? Xianxiao's expression darkened instantaneously. He had allowed a mere golden core cultivator to vanish right beneath his nose. The method of concealing one's aura was utterly unfathomable. Only at this moment did he truly comprehend why his master, the true man of primordial beginning, had repeatedly cautioned him about this young man's exceptional skill in evasion. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his fury and attentively sensed the residual chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. His countenance grew increasingly grave. The strengths of the thunder, fire, water, and with spells all far exceeded the limits typical of a golden core stage. Should this individual be allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to my Guiyuan sect. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, as if he had captured something elusive. He extended his palm, grasping the air to draw a wisp of purple thunder essence into his hand. This trace of thunder essence was exceedingly faint, yet after careful perception, Xianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. This thunder essence contained a hint of the heavenly might of tribulation, not merely the thunder of a spell. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, illuminating his understanding. So that was it. The initially gathered thunderclouds were not summoned by his lightning spells. Rather, they were a result of his inability to suppress his realm. The nascent soul tribulation was imminent. His earlier frantic counterattack, even deploying extensive lightning spells, was intended to interfere with my perception and mask the aura of the tribulation. He was not trying to escape. He was seeking a place to undergo his tribulation. The mere thought that Zhang Xian, even at the golden core stage, could be so troublesome filled him with dread. If he were to successfully weather the tribulation and step into the nascent soul realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. I cannot allow you to pass through this tribulation in peace. Xianxiao, both astonished and enraged, transformed into a golden streak and pursued with all his might in the direction where Zhang Xian had last vanished. However, like a headless fly, he flitted about the vast desolation of the western region for several hours, even sacrificing his divine sense to scan every inch of land repeatedly. Sweat began to bead on his forehead in frustration, yet he still found nothing. This is impossible, no matter how skilled he was at concealing his presence. The grandeur of the nascent soul tribulation clouds could not possibly leave no sign whatsoever. He muttered to himself, his gaze darkly sweeping over the silent forests and mountains below. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Of course, the small world. That cunning scoundrel must have slipped into some small world to undergo his tribulation. The aura of the tribulation clouds being shielded by the barriers of that realm. Yet the next moment his heart sank again. The western region, having experienced ancient prosperity, now housed nearly 3,000 known and unknown entrances to small worlds. As an unfamiliar outsider, where could he even begin to search? As Xianxiao had anticipated, within a desolate, nameless small world, Zhang Xian was racing through the mountains. At this moment, the sky of the small world was completely shrouded by boundless, pitch-black tribulation clouds. The layers hanging low as if the heavens were about to collapse, with countless bolts of lightning furiously darting within the clouds, producing a deafening roar. A vast and majestic celestial authority firmly bound him, instilling a sense of unease. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes, Zhang Xian mused wryly. His cultivation had lingered at the cusp of the nascent soul stage for an extended period. Only Fushi's successful tribulation had imparted a wealth of insights upon him. Coupled with the exhilarating battle he had just endured with Xianxiao, it felt as though a final, resounding blow had shattered the last barrier within him, causing his spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably, and thus the heavenly tribulation descended. It was akin to engaging in a fierce struggle while heavily pregnant, leading to an early labor. Fortunately, during the past fortnight, Zhang Xian had relentlessly pursued Nangong Yao across the western regions, uncovering numerous concealed entrances to small worlds. Otherwise, facing tribulation at such a critical moment would have been exceedingly awkward. Zhang Xian gazed upward at the ominous tribulation clouds that seemed almost within reach. A wave of trepidation washing over him. This time was no jest. In previous tribulations, due to his poor aptitude, the heavenly Tao had scarcely acknowledged him, and the lightning tribulations had merely been a formality. Now, with all 5 elemental roots at his disposal, particularly the gold and water elements reaching a heavenly grade, his foundation was astonishingly profound. Judging by the ominousness of the tribulation clouds, it appeared that the heavenly Tao intended to collect not only what was owed, but also the accrued interest from his past lightning tribulations in one fell swoop. He dared not delay, swiftly finding a relatively flat expanse to halt his progress, as he began to arrange a rudimentary spirit-gathering formation, intending to add further safeguards. The first wave of heavenly tribulation had already begun to descend. Damn, that hurts. In a secluded corner of a small world, at the mouth of a hidden cave, two figures cautiously peeked out, the deafening thunder resonating in their ears, gazing at the apocalyptic scene in the clouds. A melodious female voice rang out, her fluffy black wolf ears pressed tightly against her scalp in fear. "Uncle Tiger, this thunder is terrifying. It feels as if the sky is about to collapse." The figure she referred to as Uncle Tiger was a robust presence, his gaze fixed upon the all-encompassing tribulation clouds. This was no ordinary thunder. Someone was undergoing tribulation. Given the magnitude, it was undoubtedly a nascent soul tribulation. However, the sheer scope of these tribulation clouds was astonishing, nearly enveloping the entire small world. He had never witnessed such a fearsome heavenly calamity. Boom! Another flash of lightning struck, illuminating the faces of the two. They were indeed Lin Xiaoli, the half-demon maiden, and Wang Meng from the Animal Crossing Association. On that fateful day, when the true man of Taichu casually severed their flying vessel with a single stroke of his sword, Wang Meng bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining grievous injuries and teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoli, guided by her instinctive reflexes, seized the opportunity to leap from the ship and escape. Armed with a plethora of life-saving elixirs bestowed by Zhang Xian and an auxiliary spiritual treasure capable of warding off the corrosive influence of resentment, she successfully rescued Wang Meng. The true man of Taichu had been focused on core figures such as Long Ji and Jiyin, dismissing mere shrimp like them as inconsequential, convinced they would undoubtedly perish in the resentment-laden western regions. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the bountiful resources left by Zhang Xian would allow the two to miraculously survive and discover this hidden entrance to a small world to seek refuge. As for the other survivors of the Animal Crossing Association, they had tragically met their demise. The two individuals had just settled in this place, their wounds still unhealed, when they were struck dumb by the sudden, cataclysmic storm of calamity. Wang Meng's expression was gravely serious as he spoke in a low voice. This small world has long been devoid of life, and outside, the malevolent thoughts rage unchecked. One must wonder what divine being is undergoing tribulation here. Furthermore, judging by the severity of this calamity, the one enduring it is no ordinary figure. Chapter 235, The Deeds That Invoked Heaven's Wrath. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Xiaoli felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, "Uncle who? Could it be a villain? Like those practitioners of malevolent thoughts?" Wang Meng's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of determination passing through his eyes. "I cannot say for certain, but if a practitioner tainted by malevolent thoughts is undergoing tribulation here, the consequences of their success would be unthinkable. Perhaps this is their most vulnerable moment, making it the ideal time to intervene. Xiaoli, you stay here." "No." Despite her fear, Xiaoli resolutely shook her head, clenching her small fists. "Uncle who? I will go with you." Wang Meng, seeing the light of defiance in the girl's fearful eyes, understood that should anything happen to him, her survival in this place would be precarious. He nodded and said, "Very well. We must conceal our presence and cautiously approach to observe. The scale of their tribulation is immense. We must exercise utmost caution." The two suppressed their auras to the utmost, cautiously advancing toward the heart of the tempest. As they drew nearer, their faces grew increasingly pale. The destructive might of the heavenly tribulation weighed heavily upon their hearts. Each thunderous roar reverberated in their very souls, causing their minds to tremble. Wang Meng was consumed by an overwhelming dread. As a peak cultivator at the third level of the nascent soul stage, he had personally experienced the tribulations of his own realm, believing he had a clear understanding of their might. Yet, the terror of this thunderstorm far exceeded his comprehension. Could this truly be a nascent soul tribulation? His heart quaked at the thought. Such a cataclysmic force would have surely overwhelmed him even at his prime, perhaps unable to withstand even the seventh bolt. Who could this practitioner undergoing tribulation be? Just as he was engulfed in turmoil, the eighth bolt of tribulation thunderstruck with ferocity. This was no mere lightning. It was a vast sea of purple lightning that darkened the sky. Countless bolts, as thick as temple pillars, intertwined and surged from the heavens. In that instant, the entire small world lost all color, leaving only the blinding brilliance of purple and white light. Wang Meng trembled uncontrollably, a primal fear of life confronting the might of the heavens coursing through him. He nearly succumbed to the urge to seize Lin Xiaoli and flee. The tempest of the eighth bolt raged for a while before it gradually subsided. Wang Meng gasped for breath, acutely sensing a hint of weakness and disorder in the aura of the practitioner at the center of the storm. He turned to see Lin Xiaoli, lips pressed tightly together, yet steadfastly refusing to retreat, and was about to urge her to leave immediately. The ninth bolt of tribulation thunder erupted without a moment's respite, unleashing a torrent of relentless, frenzied strikes. The firmament was rent asunder, creating a vast chasm through which destructive thunder rained down like a torrential downpour. Lightning struck in rapid succession, each bolt more ferocious than the last, coalescing into a terrifying pillar of light that seemed to bridge heaven and earth, relentlessly bombarding the heart of the calamity clouds. The earth trembled and cracked in mournful agony, as if on the verge of complete annihilation. How exaggerated! Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to be concerned with anything else. The protective spiritual light of his nascent soul surged forth, expanding instantaneously to form a robust shield, safeguarding both himself and Lin Xiaoli beneath its protective embrace. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The cataclysmic shockwave swept forth like a tsunami, distorting the protective barrier Wang Ming had conjured. Gritting his teeth, he felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with dread. Was the residual force of the tribulation lightning truly this formidable? What heinous deeds had the one undergoing tribulation committed to invoke such a frenzied retribution from the heavens? He could not ascertain how long this tempest raged. When the apocalyptic clamor outside finally began to subside, Wang Ming was nearly drained of strength. He withdrew the precariously unstable shield, gasping for breath, still haunted by the experience. A dignified, nascent soul cultivator, nearly felled by the aftermath of another's tribulation. Had this tale been disseminated, his reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Cautiously, he extended his consciousness toward the epicenter of the calamity clouds. There, all was silent. The once tenacious presence had vanished completely. Had it truly been reduced to ashes? A sense of relief washed over Wang Ming, albeit tinged with regret. It seemed the individual had been deeply consumed by their resentments, unfit to stand before the will of the heavens. Yet, to endure until the ninth stage of such a tribulation was a testament to their remarkable prowess in life. Out of an abundance of caution, he and Lin Xiaoli gradually approached the core of the ravaging thunder. Upon their arrival at the center, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The once flat expanse of wasteland had transformed into an immense, hemispherical crater, at the center of which lay a colossal, charred cocoon, as if seared by heavenly flames. Lin Xiaoli gazed at the eerie black cocoon, her voice a mere whisper, laced with both fear and curiosity. "Uncle Tiger, what is that?" Wang Ming, having never encountered such a phenomenon, replied uncertainly. "Perhaps it is a charred mass formed by the strikes of thunder?" As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, sending a thread of spiritual light toward the black cocoon for testing. Just as the flicker of spiritual light was about to make contact, a slender hand erupted from the cocoon with astonishing speed, deftly grasping the light with precision. Wang Ming's pupils contracted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Not dead? And so powerful. Such control with a mere casual grip. In my current state of injury, I am no match for this entity. In a flash, his only recourse was to shout, "Xiaoli, run! Witness my final stand." With a thunderous roar, the nascent soul within him began to reverse, preparing for a desperate self-detonation to afford Lin Xiaoli a fleeting chance at survival. "Wait, don't! Brother Tiger, it's me." A familiar voice suddenly resonated from within the dark cocoon. At that moment, a gentle yet chilling blue light surged forth, enveloping Wang Ming in an instant. With a visage of tragic fury, he, along with the impending explosion of his nascent soul power, was instantly encased in a large block of translucent ice. This familiar sound, this well-known sensation of freezing. Behind him, Lin Xiaoli, initially stunned with fright, instinctively perked up her drooping wolf ears upon hearing that voice. Unable to contain her exclamation, "Is the voice of my benefactor." With a resounding crash, the ice crystal shattered, and Wang Ming, instinctively shielding Lin Xiaoli from the danger, was filled with disbelief and profound vigilance. "Wait. Xiaoli Li, you may have already been controlled." Lin Xiaoli abruptly halted, recalling the vacant gazes of Lin Xiaozhu and Xia Chengyan on the flying boat. Fear and uncertainty painted her delicate face as she trembled and inquired, "Benefactor, is it truly you?" As the charred exterior crumbled away, Zhang Xian rose to his feet. despite his tattered clothing and the scorched marks covering him from the lightning strikes. His eyes shone with clarity, and his aura brimmed with the vitality of rebirth. He beamed a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Of course it is me. Chapter 236. A mere nascent soul tribulation, slightly soiled garments. As Zhang Xian spoke, a vibrant green light emanated from his fingertips, entering Wang Meng's body. Before Wang Meng could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a pure and gentle wood elemental energy swiftly coursing through his limbs, mending his internal injuries and ailments. In truth, he had sensed their presence long before they approached, but at that moment, he was solely focused on confronting the tribulation, leaving no room to acknowledge them. During this tribulation, Zhang Xian was unsure of how many pills and talismans he had consumed, with the final ninth thunder tribulation lasting over half an hour. Several of his top-tier defensive spiritual treasures had been reduced to ashes, yet fortunately, his reserves were ample. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he managed to navigate through the tribulation unscathed, feeling the immense Tao essence and the nascent soul formed within the golden elixir of his inner alchemy. He would have cried with joy had it not been for the presence of Wang Meng and Lin Xiaoli. Finally, this tribulation had acknowledged him as a person. However, before Wang Meng and Xiaoli Li, he could only maintain an air of nonchalance, as if to say, this trivial nascent soul tribulation is merely a slight stain on my garments. Wang Meng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly replied, I see now, I have acted rashly. Given Brother Zhang's current cultivation, if you were truly controlled, it would be effortless for you to eliminate us, rendering such elaborate efforts unnecessary. Zhang Xian chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoli, his expression serious. I apologize, but I must confirm this. With that, he conjured a pure white, majestic sword shadow in his hand, the heavenly grade, heart-querying sword. The sword light cascaded down, enveloping the two of them. Wang Meng and Lin Xiaoli stood unharmed, devoid of any trace of malevolent control, feeling the sword light's penetrating force that aimed directly at the heart. Wang Meng asked in astonishment, Brother Zhang, what is this? The heart-querying sword, Zhang Xian explained as he dissipated the sword light, capable of discerning whether a cultivator was under the influence of malevolent sorcery. At this juncture, both parties finally felt at ease, sharing their respective experiences after their separation in detail. When the destruction of the flying vessel and the demise of all other survivors from the Animal Crossing Association were mentioned, even the stalwart Wang Meng could not help but display a crestfallen demeanor. Alas, after thousands of years of legacy, I am now left as the sole remnant of the Animal Crossing Association. Beside him, the young Lin Xiaoli, with her tender heart, could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. She had painstakingly found a sense of belonging and security with Zhang Xian, only to have it shattered by the cruel hand of reality in an instant. Zhang Xian, feeling a sense of melancholy himself, sighed softly, approached, and gently stroked the fluffy ears of Xiaoli, comforting her in a soothing voice. Do not weep. We shall avenge this grievance. Wang Meng, regaining his composure, spoke gravely, Brother Zhang, the art of manipulating hearts that you mentioned, I have heard of it in my youth. There once existed a nefarious technique known as the Great Dream Returning Technique, which incited turmoil at the juncture of Central Plains and Western regions, capable of altering hearts and rendering one defenseless. It was said to have been quelled by the Guiyuan sect in conjunction with several major factions. I never imagined that the one wielding it now would be none other than a true man of Taichu. Zhang Xian nodded. Indeed, it must be this technique. We can only speculate how many adept practitioners have been covertly controlled by him, becoming his puppets. Wang Meng continued. According to records, the control exerted by the Great Dream Returning Technique is not permanent. It weakens over time and is influenced by the will and cultivation of the afflicted. Furthermore, its potency diminishes upon subsequent releases with numerous limitations. Otherwise, chaos would have long since engulfed the world. Our only course of action now is to swiftly unite all righteous forces within the cultivation realm to jointly confront the Guiyuan sect and expose the true nature of the true man of Taichu. A glimmer of resolve shone in Zhang Xian's eyes. If we can find the opportune moment, I possess a means to break this control, allowing those who have been ensnared to regain their consciousness, which would serve as a powerful counterstrike against the Guiyuan sect and a testament to their crimes. Wang Meng nodded, murmuring, even if that succeeds, we must then contend with a top-tier cultivator like the true man of Taichu, who stands at the brink of transformation. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Xian produced 2 storage rings, presenting one to Wang Meng and the other to Lin Xiaoli. Within these rings are some healing elixirs and potions to enhance your attributes, along with several cultivation techniques suited for you and a few spiritual treasures. This should suffice for your survival and practice here for a time. I have left a trace of my divine consciousness in the rings to sense your location. I intend to depart first to deal with the master of the Xianzhao Palace outside and clear the obstacles. Once it is safe, I shall return for you. Wang Meng was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "You plan to confront the master of the Xianzhao Palace alone? He is a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and you have just recently crossed your tribulation." Zhang Xian smiled calmly, exuding a powerful confidence. "It is of no concern. Before my tribulation, I faced him in battle, and it was largely an even match. Now that I have entered the initial stage of nascent soul, defeating him should pose little difficulty." Wang Meng, utterly astonished, felt as though he were hearing tales from a fantastical book. "Do you not realize the implications of what you are saying? A peak golden core practitioner could contend with a late-stage nascent soul master, and now you possess the confidence to slay him merely because you have entered the nascent soul realm?" This utterly shattered his understanding. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, he would have scoffed dismissively. Yet, gazing into Zhang Xian's tranquil eyes and sensing the boundless, formidable aura emanating from him, he could not help but reflect upon the cataclysmic tribulation that had just transpired, from which Zhang Xian appeared entirely unscathed. The young man before him defied all conventional reasoning. His level of prodigiousness was simply astonishing. Lin Xiaoli, upon hearing that Zhang Xian intended to depart shortly after their reunion, pouted her lips, her amber eyes brimming with disappointment and reluctance. She murmured softly, "Benefactor, are you leaving again?" Observing the little girl's forlorn expression, Zhang Xian's heart softened. He smiled gently and tousled her hair, saying, "Little Lioli, be good and cultivate diligently." As he spoke, he produced an exquisitely crafted miniature flying boat model along with a control talisman, presenting them to Lin Xiaoli. "This flying boat is a gift for you, identical to the one you previously resided in. You can begin to refine and pilot it now, but to fully unlock its potential, you must reach the nascent soul stage." Lin Xiaoli accepted the beautiful flying boat, her eyes momentarily sparkling with excitement before quickly dimming again. She clutched the vessel tightly, wishing only to remain by her benefactor's side. However, now that she had matured, she refrained from voicing her feelings. Beep successfully gifted Lin Xiaoli a low-grade spiritual treasure, triggering a return, receiving a high-grade spiritual treasure essence of 50. Beep successfully gifted 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, triggering a return, receiving 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Beep successfully gifted 20 golden essence pills, triggering a return, receiving 200 jade spirit pills. Beep successfully gifted a customized flying boat, triggering a return, receiving 1,000 customized flying boats. Customized flying boat, a heavenly grade integrated device, endowed with multiple functions, enhancing the boat's attributes in accordance with the host cultivation level. Other materials exceeding Lin Xiaoli's usage capacity have not triggered system returns. Lin Xiaoli's affection for you is 15, current affection level is 50. Wang Meng, having received a storage ring, was once again astounded by Zhang Xian's lavish generosity and unfathomable resources upon witnessing the precious flying boat he had so casually bestowed. With Zhang Xian present, could miracles truly be realized? He glanced at Zhang Xian, then at the reluctant Lin Xiaoli, his expression laden with hesitation. Zhang Xian perceived the conflict in Wang Meng's demeanor and inquired, "Brother Hu, is there something else you wish to convey?" "Do not hesitate." Taking a deep breath, Wang Meng replied, "I indeed have a request. I wish to ask Brother Zhang for assistance in safeguarding little Lioli as she seeks to inherit the legacy of the Half-Demon King." Chapter 237, The Legacy of the Half-Demon King. Zhang Xian was taken aback. The Half-Demon King? Indeed, the Half-Demon King, who was once a legend of the western regions, uniting countless demon clans and the consort of the Drifting King. She left behind a secret realm of inheritance not far from here. Now that the Motion Forest Association has all but vanished and the half-demons of the West are in decline, I see that little Lioli possesses extraordinary talent, bearing the rare heavenly grade fire spiritual root, which is entirely congruent with the foundational attributes of the former Half-Demon King. I wish for her to take the opportunity to try her hand at this legacy, and I earnestly beseech you, Brother Zhang, to accompany and protect her on this journey." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately invigorated. Although he held little interest in the half-demon king himself, the identity of the drifting king's wife was of immense value, as it likely contained crucial clues regarding the drifting king. Furthermore, Xiao Liuli was the daughter of fortune, possessing a compatibility of talents that was perfectly aligned. This inheritance seemed tailor-made for her. Without hesitation, he declared, "This is a splendid opportunity. What are we waiting for? Let's set off at once." The group departed without delay. Under Wang Meng's guidance, within a mere half-day, they returned to the western regions, arriving at the entrance to a more concealed small world. Hidden deep within the cavern of a dormant volcano, impossible to find without prior knowledge of the path. Upon entering this small realm, the temperature surged dramatically. Zhang Xian and Lin Xiaoli, being of the celestial fire spirit root, felt perfectly at ease, while Wang Meng was drenched in sweat from the heat. Observing this, Zhang Xian casually conjured a refreshing water barrier around him, alleviating his discomfort. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived before a massive metallic door. The material of this door bore some resemblance to the previous fateful stone gate, yet it radiated a dazzling golden light, interspersed with fiery red patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura of sharp metal energy intertwined with blazing flames. Sensing the immense power emanating from beyond the door, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Yoli is merely at the peak of Foundation establishment. Entering such a perilous secret realm may pose unforeseen risks. Wang Meng shook his head affirmatively. No. The half-demon king left instructions indicating that the lower the realm of the inheritor, the purer the foundation, the better. As far as I know, the association has attempted to accept inheritors no less than 100 times, yet none succeeded. However, the trial itself does not entail any life-threatening dangers, so there's no need for concern. With that, they pushed open the heavy metallic door and stepped into the secret realm. Surprisingly, the world beyond was not as scorching as the entrance. It revealed an exceedingly vast space. Before them lay an immense array, intricately woven and resembling a gigantic go-board. The three stood on the empty ground outside this board, surrounded by a mist-like array space that enveloped the entire chessboard. Zhang Xian gazed around, his heart sinking slightly at the sight of the colossal board. Oh no, this spectacle. Surely it cannot be that we are playing a game? He thought anxiously. If this half-demon king were a chess enthusiast and set the rule that only by defeating me could one obtain the inheritance, we might truly find ourselves ensnared here today. Fortunately, Zhang Xian's fears of chess challenge did not materialize, as Wang Meng elaborated beside him. There are 3 stages to the trial. The first stage involves battling one's own illusion. The illusion will be approximately 3 levels above the challenger, designed to test the utmost application of one's own powers and the potential to transcend limits. The second stage entails combat against a specially crafted battle puppet, assessing the ability to cope with greater external pressures in real combat. Lastly, the third stage is the heart barrier. The specific nature of this stage remains unknown, as historically, no one has ever managed to breach it. Successfully overcoming all 3 stages will grant one the true inheritance of the half-demon king. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately understood why Wang Meng stated that those of lower realms found the trials easier. The disparity between each minor realm grows increasingly vast for higher-tier cultivators, with the difficulty of ascending challenges escalating exponentially. Of course, this does not apply to exceptional beings like himself, who possess top-tier system techniques and treasures. Wang Meng continued, explaining that at the onset of the trial, all external items, such as pills and talismans carried by the challengers, would temporarily become ineffective, rendering them unusable. They would have to rely solely on their own techniques and pure combat prowess to forge ahead. At this revelation, Lin Xiaoli instinctively clenched the hem of her garment, betraying her nervousness. As a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, she would be facing an illusory manifestation of a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Frankly speaking, she harbored little confidence in overcoming such an obstacle. Wang Meng, perceiving her unease, smiled reassuringly. Do not bear too much pressure. The primary purpose of this trial is to allow Brother Zhang to observe the mysteries within this secret realm and grasp the challenges of the inheritance. To be candid, I once attempted this trial myself and failed to pass even the first gate. Not only me, but our association has not seen anyone surpass the first gate in a long time. It is said that Elder Taishang Lu managed to pass the first gate in his youth, yet he fell before the second. As for the enigmatic third gate, no one has ever laid eyes upon it. Zhang Xian chuckled at this, saying, "Hearing you speak like this, I am truly tempted to try it myself." Wang Ming shook his head in regret, replying, "Alas, the trial realm of the half-demon king is bound by bloodline restrictions. One must possess the blood of the demon race to activate the challenge. Human cultivators cannot trigger the trials." Zhang Xian laughed heartily and turned to Lin Xiaoli. "In that case, little Lioli, it is up to you." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoli's gaze grew resolute as she solemnly nodded and stepped onto the vast, ancient chessboard. The moment her feet touched the surface, the ancient runes surrounding the chessboard flared to life. Several beams of soft white light surged upwards, enveloping the entire area in a colossal cage. Simultaneously, at the throne's position on the edge of the chessboard, an ethereal silhouette began to take form. It was a woman, lithe and graceful, exuding an aura of both wildness and nobility. Her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, adorned with a pair of furry white fox ears and a fluffy, soft white fox tail. Though merely a phantom, one could still sense the extraordinary elegance and potent presence she possessed in life. Judging by her form and aura, Zhang Xian concluded that this was undoubtedly the legendary half-demon king. What appeared now was but a fragment of her divine consciousness, left to guard the legacy. The phantom of the half-demon king opened her eyes, which shone with clarity and depth. Her voice rang out, crisp and melodious. "It has been ages since anyone has come to this trial. A little wolf clan girl, is it? What is your name?" This marked Lin Xiaoli's inaugural encounter with the fabled half-demon king, and even as merely a fragment of consciousness, it filled her with reverence. She quickly replied with respect, "Honored elder, my name is Lin Xiaoli." The half-demon king's phantom nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her eyes. "Exceptional talent, a fire attribute heavenly root. You and I share a remarkable affinity reminiscent of my own years." Chapter 238, the second challenge of the half-demon king's inheritance. As the half-demon king spoke, her gaze unexpectedly shifted toward Zhang Xian and Wang Ming outside the arena. Is that little creature from the Tiger Clan also a disciple of your Nature Development Association?" "Oh, and there stands another human cultivator." Wang Ming respectfully saluted, his expression tinged with regret and sorrow. "Alas, noble half-demon king, that is not the case. The Nature Development Association has effectively ceased to exist, leaving only a solitary disciple. Moreover, the entire western region is plagued by malevolent forces, leading to untold suffering and devastation." The ethereal figure of the half-demon king appeared unfazed, responding coolly, "Is that so? How unfortunate. However, what you speak of is no longer of any concern to me. At this moment, I am merely a fragment of divine thought adhering to my original self's wishes, with the sole duty of safeguarding this place and maintaining the trial." Listening to their exchange, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. This fragment of divine thought possessed intelligence and dialogue capabilities far superior to ordinary remnants, indicating that the half-demon king had achieved an exceptionally high realm in her lifetime. "Very well, let the trial commence, young lady." The half-demon king's ethereal form ceased further conversation, leaning slightly back as spiritual energy coalesced behind her, forming a magnificent phantom of a throne. "I wish you good fortune." In front of Lin Xiaoli, the empty space of the chessboard rapidly gathered spiritual energy, coalescing into an apparition that bore an uncanny resemblance to her appearance and attire. The aura emanating from this apparition was remarkably potent, reaching the third level of the Golden Core realm. Lin Xiaoli keenly noticed that on the apparition's wrist was a pair of purple golden bracelets, the very protective talisman bestowed upon her by her benefactor, which she had yet to fully refine. She was astonished that the illusion could replicate even this. The apparition opened its eyes and, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards Lin Xiaoli with great speed. Its combat style mirrored her own almost perfectly, yet with a heightened realm, it overwhelmed her in strength and speed. Initially caught off guard, Lin Xiaoli could only awkwardly defend and evade. However, under immense pressure, she quickly calmed herself, meticulously observing every movement of the apparition in search of weaknesses. Her responses gradually transformed from panic to composure, her techniques becoming increasingly proficient and precise. Simultaneously, she began to emanate searing black flames, her shadow flame quietly circulating around her. The half-demon king on the throne displayed a look of keen interest, her foxtail swaying gently. "Oh, Is it the Zen method of body refinement? And such impressive fire techniques as well. She turned her gaze toward Zhang Xian and inquired, "Human, is this young lady's cultivation technique related to you?" Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly, "Well, I suppose I am somewhat of a mentor to her." His keen eyes discerned that although the apparition held the advantage in realm and could simulate some power of the talisman, it ultimately fell short in the intricacy and application of the techniques. Moreover, Lin Xiaoli's extraordinary talent allowed her to progress at a visible pace during the battle. Her mastery over Shadow Flame becoming increasingly adept. Indeed, it was not long before Lin Xiaoli seized upon a subtle flaw in the apparition's overly forceful move. Her figure darting forward to deliver a punch imbued with black flames, striking precisely at the apparition's chest. Bang! The phantom erupted with a thunderous sound, dissipating into shimmering motes of light. Lin Xiaoli immediately knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath. Although victorious, the burden of Shadow Flame had drained her spirit and physical strength to the brink of exhaustion. Zhang Xian timely interjected, "Senior, is there a moment for respite during the trial? Surely the second stage shall not commence immediately?" The half-demon king replied languidly, "Naturally not. However, time is limited. You may rest for no more than half an hour. Moreover, this young girl cannot venture beyond the confines of the chessboard. Of course, none of you may intervene in the arena." "Thank you, Senior," Zhang Xian remarked, as a verdant light flickered from his fingertips, penetrating Lin Xiaoli's being from afar. Simultaneously, he tossed forth a small jade vial, advising her to consume a pill to restore her spiritual energy. Lin Xiaoli reached out to accept it, unhesitatingly swallowing one of the elixirs. Bolstered by the green luminescence and the medicinal pill, her depleted energy reservoir began to replenish at an astonishing rate. Zhang Xian turned to the half-demon king, smiling as he said, "During this respite, it is not considered cheating to consume a pill, is it?" The half-demon king appeared unconcerned, replying, "Of course not. To be honest, I too wish for someone to succeed in passing the challenges soon. Remaining in this secret realm is rather dull." Zhang Xian, feigning curiosity, probed, "Might you share what the ultimate reward of the trial is? It would certainly satisfy our curiosity and motivate the young girl." The half-demon king shook her head, her fox ears twitching slightly. "There is no need for probing, young human. I am but a fragment of divine consciousness, strictly bound by my essence. Even if I wish to divulge, I am unable. It is simply the rule." "Then perhaps speak of what can be shared. I am quite intrigued by the tales of esteemed predecessors such as yourself. For instance, your legendary experiences or anecdotes regarding the Drifting King," Zhang Xian continued. The ethereal figure of the half-demon king seemed to ponder for a moment, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue passing through her eyes, yet she ultimately shook her head. "If that young girl can surpass the second stage, perhaps I shall converse with you." Seeing the opportunity diminish, Zhang Xian ceased his inquiries. He began to pace leisurely around the perimeter of the chessboard's luminous barrier, scrutinizing the structure and array of this trial's secret realm. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, his perception and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had ascended to unprecedented heights, and his mastery of formations had similarly flourished. Though he could not fully unravel the mysteries of this place, he could discern that the immense chessboard beneath his feet was, in itself, an extraordinarily sophisticated spiritual treasure that created its own space. Deeper below the chessboard lay a vast and intricate foundation, continuously supplying boundless energy. It remained uncertain whether this exquisite craftsmanship was the handiwork of the Drifting King or a design of the half-demon king herself. After a while, Lin Xiaoli completed her recuperation, her physical and spiritual energies restored to their peak, her gaze now more resolute and vibrant. The half-demon king, with a cheerful demeanor, straightened her posture and said, "Now, we shall commence the second stage. Young girl, do take heed, this round shall not be so simple." With that, she gracefully gestured into the air. The ground at the center of the chessboard suddenly slid apart, revealing an opening. A puppet, entirely adorned in a dark golden hue, slowly ascended from below. It stood there in silence, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. The moment this puppet appeared, Zhang Xian could not help but furrow his brow. His mastery of puppetry was exceedingly high, far surpassing that of an ordinary artifact master. Yet the material structure of this dark golden puppet was perplexing, its metallic shell completely obstructing his probing. What truly set off alarm bells within him was the faint, ominous premonition that quietly entwined itself around his heart the instant the puppet emerged. Chapter 239. Just me, astonished, makes me look inadequate. This sense of crisis bore a striking resemblance to the trepidation Zhang Xian felt when confronting the gate of destiny. However, he could not yet ascertain whether this foreboding stemmed from the puppet itself or from something else entirely. He turned to Wang Ming with a hint of unease, asking, "Brother Hu, are you certain this trial poses no mortal danger? There have been no accidents in all these years?" Wang Ming shook his head. "None whatsoever. Brother Zhang, have you been reading too many novels? This is a trial left behind by our ancestral demon clan, intended to select successors, not to take lives. At most, it will injure challengers and then automatically transport them out according to the rules of the secret realm. When Elder Liu failed during the second trial, he merely sustained minor injuries. In the event of an emergency, one could forcibly enter the formation for rescue. But external intervention would immediately trigger the grand formation beneath the chessboard, causing the trial to cease, and the challenger would be deemed to have failed." Zhang Xian nodded, refraining from further comments. Yet internally he was fully alert, his spiritual energy subtly circulating, his consciousness firmly locked onto the puppet and Lin Xiaoli, poised to intervene at any moment. The ethereal figure of the half-demon king seemed to perceive Zhang Xian's subtle movements, a knowing smile gracing her lips without revealing her awareness. She traced several arcane runes in the air, embedding them into the back of the dark golden puppet. Buzz! The puppet's silent form suddenly trembled, emitting a faint metallic grinding sound. Two crimson lights flared to life in its eye sockets, focusing intently on Lin Xiaoli. The half-demon king's ethereal voice resonated softly. "Likewise, the energy level of this puppet is set at the third level of the golden core. If you can defeat it, you shall pass. Now let us commence." No sooner had she finished speaking than, whoosh, the dark golden puppet sprang into action without warning, its figure blurring as it seemingly teleported right in front of Lin Xiaoli. So swift, Lin Xiaoli's pupils dilated, instinctively channeling shadow flame to its utmost, black flames surging around her as she narrowly evaded the straightforward yet lethal punch. Boom! The puppet's iron fist struck the ground, resonating with a dull yet terrifying roar. Before Lin Xiaoli could catch her breath, the puppet twisted its waist, its other arm sweeping towards her with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The air crackled with the force of a tempest, nearly resembling a miniature hurricane. Lin Xiaoli, caught off guard, could only cross her arms and channel her full spiritual energy in a desperate defense. She felt an irresistible surge of immense power strike her, stifling a groan as pain radiated through her arms. The impact sent her hurtling backward, crashing against the luminous white barrier, which rippled under the force. Still disoriented from the collision, the puppet reappeared before her, its chilling crimson gaze locking onto her head, delivering another emotionless metallic fist with devastating precision. This blow was swift, ruthless, and unmistakably destructive. A cold shadow of death enveloped Lin Xiaoli, raising the hairs on her body and igniting her instinct for survival, compelling her to unleash every ounce of her potential. The heavenly fire essence within her flared violently, the black flames of shadow flame, surging to an even deeper hue. She lowered her head sharply, channeling every ounce of strength through her long legs, launching a powerful kick aimed at the puppet's knee joint. A resounding explosion echoed as the black flames collided with the dark golden material, causing the puppet to stagger, losing balance and soaring back to the center of the arena. Yet, in a manner defying the laws of physics, it stabilized itself mid-fall, its crimson gaze once again fixed upon Lin Xiaoli, seemingly unscathed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Outside the arena, Wang Ming stood up in shock, his eyes wide and cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had no doubt that had Lin Xiaoli failed to evade that lethal punch, her skull would have been shattered on the spot. A stark contrast to the measured trial he had anticipated. He anxiously glanced at Zhang Xian, only to find him oddly composed. Turning his gaze to the half-demon king, he saw the figure languidly reclining on the throne, propped up on one hand, wearing an expression of keen interest, as if savoring an exquisite performance. Observing their calm demeanor, Wang Ming forcibly suppressed his astonishment and awkwardly returned to his seat, desperately reassuring himself. Perhaps the puppet would ease its intensity at the last moment? Yes, that must be it. The esteemed half-demon king would never truly set a fatal trap. Seeing Brother Zhang so unflustered made him realize his own shock was unjustified. However, Wang Ming's conjecture was misguided. Zhang Xian's calmness stemmed from two simple truths. First, he possessed absolute confidence in his reflexes and strength, capable of rescuing Lin Xiaoli in the nick of time. Second, he had gifted her the 9 Nether Calamity puppet, ensuring that even in the event of an unforeseen mishap, her life would remain secure. And indeed, Lin Xiaoli did not disappoint him. Under the immense pressure of life and death, she unleashed extraordinary potential and combat prowess. The operation of Shadow Flame became increasingly fluid, her control over strength and timing rapidly improving. The fleeting exchange just witnessed yielded rewards equivalent to 6 months of arduous training. At this moment, Lin Xiaoli's back was drenched in cold sweat. She gasped for breath, yet her amber eyes burned with an even fiercer fighting spirit. She comprehended fully that the cold puppet before her, although possessing an energy level akin to that of the previous apparition, exhibited an entirely different caliber in terms of combat awareness, power, speed, and an utterly relentless style of slaughter. Taking a deep breath, she felt not a trace of fear within her chest. Instead, a more fervent fighting spirit ignited. It was not solely for the legacy of the half-demon king that she fought, but also to prove herself before her benefactor, Zhang Xian. The ensuing moments found Lin Xiaoli embroiled in a fierce struggle. Though she gradually acclimated to the immense burden brought by Shadow Flame and wielded it with increasing finesse, her offensive and defensive maneuvers becoming more methodical, the dark golden puppet seemed an unyielding, pain-free engine of destruction, its attacks relentless as a torrential storm, showing no signs of waning strength. Bang! Another clash of force sent Lin Xiaoli staggering backward, a new gash marring her arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. She sensed her spiritual energy depleting rapidly, her wounds multiplying, and intense pain assailing her nerves. Several times, she believed she would falter in the next instant, crushed by that merciless iron fist. Yet, just as she narrowly evaded a lethal strike and felt her vital energy surging within her, a gentle, pure force quietly surged from deep within her dantian, swiftly circulating through her limbs. To her astonishment, she realized that her expended spiritual energy was recovering at a slow yet steady pace, even the shallower wounds beginning to itch and heal. Chapter 240. The unfortunate start of this time traveler. Lin Xiaoli instantly understood that this was the handiwork of her benefactor. The green light and the elixir that Zhang Xian had infused in her body before the trial possessed a long-lasting effect, still at work in this moment, serving as her most steadfast support, enabling her to continually transcend her limits. The battle raged on. Outside the arena, Zhang Xian appeared calm, yet his consciousness was acutely attuned to every subtle shift within the fray. He discerned that the balance of combat was gradually tilting in favor of Lin Xiaoli. Truly, she was a girl of remarkable fortune. Zhang Xian mentally praised her. It seemed as though she was born for battle, endowed with astounding combat instinct and an uncanny aptitude for learning. Not only did she swiftly adapt to the puppet's frenzied attack rhythm, but she also began to instinctively master the cadence of the Shadow Flame, its eruption and retraction, finding a delicate equilibrium between explosive force and energy conservation, a nuance even Zhang Xian had yet to explore. Meanwhile, Wang Ming's expression shifted from initial tension and concern to excitement and disbelief. He had merely intended to bring Lin Xiaoli for a trial, perhaps even to elicit sympathy from the half-demon king through her struggles. He never anticipated that this seemingly fragile wolf clan girl might genuinely overcome the second challenge. The half-demon king upon the throne gradually ceased his languid observation, unconsciously straightening his posture. Her deep, fox-like eyes fixated on the figure of the young girl dancing amidst the black flames, as if transcending time to witness her own resolute self, forged in blood and fire. Her gaze became a tapestry of complex emotions, admiration, nostalgia, intertwined with a subtle, almost imperceptible thread of compassion. Boom! Lin Xiaoli unleashed another punch, enveloped in surging black flames, striking fiercely against the chest of the puppet, producing a resounding thud that forced it to stagger backward. At this moment, her slender hands were marred with bloodstains from the fierce clash with the puppet, yet strangely, she felt not exhaustion, but rather an exhilarating surge of spiritual energy coursing through her veins, akin to a river breaking its dam, shattering all stagnation. A primal force, awakened from the depths of her lineage, surged forth with each accumulating wound and heightened emotion. This was the unique bloodline talent of the Wolf clan. Once more she lunged forward, executing a swift and cunning kick that precisely targeted the puppet's supporting leg joint. Crack! The puppet's balance faltered, its massive form crashing backward, thundering against the luminous chessboard wall. Nevertheless, it immediately struggled to rise again, the crimson glow in its eyes flickering wildly, its murderous intent intensifying rather than waning. At this juncture, Zhang Xian interjected. Senior half-demon king, isn't it about time? Though the puppet's cultivation was suppressed to the golden core stage, its material composition and core strength were at least to the nascent soul level. Surely, it was not the intention to have the young girl destroy it entirely to pass the test. The ethereal figure of the half-demon king sighed softly, as if roused from a reverie. Very well, let us conclude this. With a graceful motion of her delicate hand, a mysterious rune embedded itself into the puppet's heart. The crimson light in its eyes extinguished instantly, and the violent aura surrounding it receded like a tide, reverting it back into a silent, cold metallic construct. Standing still once more. Second round. You have passed. The half-demon king's voice conveyed little emotion. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoli's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Her legs weakened, and she sank down onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood as it trickled down her cheeks. The half-demon king regarded the girl, slumped on the ground, and softly said, "Rest for a moment, little one. The final round awaits." Zhang Xian flicked his fingers, and a green light entered Lin Xiaoli's body once more, aiding her in stabilizing her breath. Without hesitation, she swallowed another medicinal pill. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xian turned to the half-demon king and inquired, "Senior, may I ask what the hard obstacle test entails? It would be prudent for us to prepare ourselves." The half-demon king replied with a calm demeanor. "It is merely an illusionary trial that directly confronts the heart. To speak of it would serve no purpose. You shall see for yourself." At that moment, Zhang Xian keenly observed that the dark golden puppet had not dissipated like the illusion from the first round. It remained quietly stationed in the center of the arena. A faint unease resurfaced within him, yet he maintained a facade of composure and inquired, "Senior, you previously mentioned that after Little Li passes the second trial, you would share the tale of your encounter with the Drifting King. Now that she has succeeded, might you fulfill that promise?" The phantom of the half-demon king paused, contemplating before responding. There is no earth-shattering tale to tell, merely the story of a half-demon, defying fate, encountering another member of the demon race. He aided me in ascending to the throne of the Western regions, and ultimately, I became devoted to him. That is all. Zhang Xian seized upon the crucial detail. The demon race? The Drifting King was, in fact, one of them? The half-demon king smiled faintly. Indeed, were you unaware? It is no wonder he concealed his origins from the world. He is merely a fortunate spirit of grass, and wood who has attained consciousness. When we first met, he was pitifully weak. I nearly consumed him in one bite. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had always assumed that as a fellow transmigrator, the Drifting King would embody the archetype of a charming human cultivator, only to discover that his true form was that of a plant spirit. The opening chapter of this transmigrator's tale was rather dismal. And then, Zhang Xian pressed on. Then, the half-demon king's phantom gazed into the distance, lost in reminiscence. With his silver tongue and a mind brimming with peculiar ideas, he persuaded me to spare his life and allowed him to serve as my advisor. In truth, he aided me significantly, offering strategies and forging alliances, ultimately helping me to unify the Western regions, and thus, I naturally ascended as empress. Her tone was calm, yet concealed a sweeping saga of tumultuous years. And what transpired thereafter? Zhang Xian sensed he was nearing a pivotal moment. Afterward, he frequently ventured into human territories under the pretense of seeking like-minded companions, forging numerous friendships while also stirring up considerable trouble. Ultimately, he met his demise in those lands. The narrative abruptly ceased. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. That's it? How did he die? Who were his enemies? The half-demon king replied nonchalantly, "I do not know. I once fervently pursued the truth. Anyone who bore even the slightest grudge against him, whether esteemed figures of the human sex or rivals from the demon race in the Western regions, I eliminated without mercy, leaving no trace." Her voice remained serene, yet the chilling aura of bloodshed in her words sent a shiver through Wang Ming, who stood outside. Chapter 241. A Surfeit of Affectionate Allies. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and posed the most critical question. "Senior Drifting King, did you ever have interactions with the Return to Origin sect, particularly with an individual named Song Taichu, or with Lin Jianyuan of the Tianyuan Alliance?" The half-demon king shook her head at that time. The Return to Origin sect was merely an inconspicuous third-rate faction in the Central Plains, and their most formidable elder was merely a nascent soul stage novice. How could he have drawn his attention? As for the others you mentioned, I have never heard of them. Did the Drifting King have any close friends? Friends? Upon hearing that term, the half-demon king seemed to recall an exceedingly humorous incident, her foxtail swaying gently, and her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Most of her friends were well acquainted with her, and they had eventually become her sisters. Ah, a creature of the wild, yet endowed with a lascivious heart, enamored with every being she encountered. Zhang Xian, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. My goodness, all of them are enchanting confidants. This indeed aligns with the traditional skills of a time traveler. At this juncture, the thread of clues had been severed, and Zhang Xian was naturally unwilling to relent. He succinctly recounted his recent experiences, including the calamity of the 7 emotions in the western regions, the downfall of the Animal Crossing Society, the fateful Stone of Destiny, the enigmatic Taichu Zhenren, and the potential grand conspiracy lurking within the Guiyuan sect. After concluding his narrative, the half-demon king fell into a prolonged silence, the aura surrounding her seemingly undulating, revealing her inner turmoil. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xian spoke solemnly. I now harbor grave suspicions that those responsible for the demise of the illustrious Drifting King in the past are the same individuals who now disseminate the 7 emotions' evil thoughts, inciting chaos across the realm. At the very least, that half-step to divinity, Taichu Zhenren, bears significant suspicion. If you possess any critical clues, I implore you to share them. This pertains to the survival of the entire cultivation world and the quest to unveil the truth concerning the Drifting King. The half-demon king murmured to herself, pondering whether mere remnants of the 7 emotions following the cultivation of the path of severance could truly wreak such horrendous devastation. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently swept over the immobile dark golden puppet once more. Then, she slowly shook her head, her tone decisive. No, this level of cultivation could not possibly exist within this realm. Even at our peak, we could not achieve such a feat abruptly. She shifted her tone, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper. Enough of these bygone matters. It is futile to dwell on them. The third trial may commence. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the half-demon king was undoubtedly concealing some exceedingly vital information. Having reached this point, she was but a lingering wisp of consciousness. What secrets could still warrant such stringent secrecy? Yet, observing the half-demon king's demeanor, he knew further inquiry would be in vain. So he set aside his suspicions and focused intently on the unfolding scene. Lin Xiaoli, having completed her breathing exercises, stood once more, her aura becoming even more refined. The half-demon king glided down from her throne, settling beside the dark golden puppet. She extended her finger, pointing toward the puppet's back. Buzz! The puppet's eyes ignited with a crimson glow once more. Lin Xiaoli instinctively took a half-step back, immediately adopting a defensive stance. The half-demon king spoke calmly. There is no need for alarm. It will not attack you again. This third trial, the heart obstruction, requires its power to initiate. From the sidelines, Zhang Xian sensed an even greater foreboding and inquired. Half-demon king, may I ask if this trial's secret realm, along with this peculiar puppet, was crafted by your own hand, or does it originate from the illustrious Drifting King? The half-demon king's ethereal form paused slightly, yet her tone remained unruffled. Naturally, it was I who set it in place. As she spoke, she manipulated the puppet, causing it to slowly raise its right arm, the metallic palm facing downward. Come here. My dear, the half-demon king beckoned to Lin Xiaoli, urging her to step beneath its palm. This is the final hurdle. I wish you success. Gazing at the enormous hand that had nearly dealt her a fatal blow not long ago, Lin Xiaoli's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation and dread. The prospect of approaching and touching this terrifying instrument of slaughter instilled considerable psychological turmoil within her. The half-demon king wore a knowing smile. Are you afraid? Fear not, for it is entirely under my control at this moment, unless I myself wish to do you harm. Wait, Zhang Xian suddenly interjected. He swiftly conjured a pure white light seal in his hand, which transformed into a radiant stream that instantly entered Lin Xiaoli's forehead, safeguarding her core consciousness. Senior, I hope you don't mind me adding an extra layer of protection. The ethereal figure of the half-demon king let out a gentle sigh, tinged with a hint of resignation. Do you doubt me? Very well, I shall grant you peace of mind. With Zhang Xian's protective incantation in place, Lin Xiaoli felt her mind stabilize, the unease within her dissipating significantly. Taking a deep breath, she approached the puppet step by step, halting only when she was mere inches from the cold metallic palm above her head. "Let us begin," commanded the half-demon king, her voice firm. With a graceful gesture, she opened her delicate hand, intricately inscribing several complex runes into the puppet's back mechanism. Simultaneously, the palm of the puppet, which lay open, suddenly emanated a soft, warm yellow glow that gradually enveloped Xianxia below. An irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over her, blurring her vision and swiftly drawing her into unconsciousness, her eyes closing involuntarily. The half-demon king observed calmly. She has entered the heart's illusionary realm. Whether she can maintain her true self and break through the illusion depends on her own destiny. Having uttered these words, she did not relax her posture. Instead, she continued to channel spiritual energy into the puppet, indicating that sustaining this illusion also demanded considerable effort from her. Zhang Xian slowly seated himself, his mind intensely focused. His seal could clearly sense that Xiaoli's primordial spirit was temporarily stable, with no signs of external intrusion or takeover. The rest, indeed, rested solely on her shoulders. However, the ominous premonition that lingered in his mind did not wane. Rather, it intensified with the passage of time, stirring a sense of unease as if something dreadful were about to unfold. Time slipped by quietly, and before they realized it, over half an hour had elapsed. The three individuals maintained their previous stances. Xiaoli lay unconscious beneath the puppet's radiant palm. The half-demon king continued her incantation, and Zhang Xian remained vigilant in protective meditation, while Wang Ming anxiously observed from the side. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the half-demon king suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a barely perceptible urgency. "Someone approaches. Their aura is formidable. I'll go check." Wang Ming immediately rose, warily gazing toward the entrance of the secret realm. "There's no need." Zhang Xian raised his hand to stop him. "Most likely, it is the master of Xianxia. I shall handle it." As his words faded, he remained seated and motionless. Yet beside him, the shadows flickered, instantly manifesting 5 identical puppets. Without hesitation, these 5 avatars turned and transformed into 5 streaks of light, racing swiftly out of the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 242, a glimpse of the clue to the expansion pack. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, are you being overly ambitious? The master of Xianxia is a formidable cultivator in the late Yuanying stage. Are you truly relying on mere puppets to confront him without moving your true self? This seems to underestimate your adversary gravely." Before he could finish his words, a thunderous explosion resonated from the small world beyond the secret realm. The very space they occupied trembled violently, as a tempestuous surge of golden, sword energy penetrated the barrier of the secret realm, sending chills down their spines. Without a doubt, the one approaching was indeed the master of Xianxia, engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Xian's puppets. What astounded Wang Ming even more was that those seemingly casually conjured puppets had truly managed to obstruct the master from entering the secret realm. What an extraordinary mastery of puppetry. At the center of the chessboard, the half-demon king, Xiaoli, appeared entirely unfazed by the cataclysmic battle outside. Zhang Xian's true form remained firmly in place, though his gaze had turned icy, fixated on the half-demon king's ethereal silhouette, which had become increasingly faint and nearly transparent due to the continuous casting of spells. He suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly calm. "Senior, the performance has nearly concluded. You have gone to great lengths to lure the external threat here. What is your true intention? May I inquire now?" The half-demon king's spectral form sighed lightly, a sound imbued with profound regret and apology. "Truly remarkable, the descendants of the human race. Your meticulous thoughts and profound foundation exceed all expectations. This time, I must apologize to you." As soon as the words left her lips, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The white pillar of light enveloping the chessboard vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, the half-demon king swept her sleeve towards Zhang Xian. Boom! A lotus of scarlet gold fire, embodying the power to incinerate heaven and earth, materialized from thin air, descending upon Zhang Xian with overwhelming force. The space in its wake distorted and warped from the searing heat. "Protect Xiaoli." Zhang Xian seemed to have anticipated this, reacting with the swiftness of lightning. He roared, and a spiritual sword manifested in his hand. Endless ocean arise. A colossal wave surged forth from the blade's edge, transforming into an immensely thick curtain of water. confronting the cataclysmic fire lotus. Water and fire clashed violently, the billowing waves of steam expanding like a tsunami in all directions. The half-demon king did not hesitate. With her other hand, she waved again, unleashing an invisible, terrifying force that struck Zhang Xian with tremendous impact. Preoccupied with countering the fire lotus, Zhang Xian was caught off guard by this overwhelming force, his protective aura flickering violently as he was forced back several dozen feet. Wang Ming, standing nearby, was left astounded by this sudden turn of events. He could hardly fathom that the half-demon king would suddenly turn lethal towards Zhang Xian, and the strength she exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. He was hurled into the air by the surging shockwave of the explosion. But the urgent shout from Zhang Xian awakened him. Instinctively, he desperately lunged towards the center of the arena where Lin Liuli was located. Zhang Xian was forced back by the shockwave, his heart filled with a sense of foreboding. The residual power of this half-demon king undoubtedly surpassed that of Xianzhao. Illusion, he exclaimed softly, and in an instant, purple lightning crackled around him, his figure blurring as he transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through space. Racing back to the center of the chessboard. However, just as he approached Lin Xiaoli, a golden light shield unexpectedly rose, blocking him from entry. Zhang Xian struck the light shield fiercely with his sword. The sword's radiance, capable of splitting mountains and severing seas, met the light shield and was utterly obliterated, unable to make the slightest dent. Futile, the voice of the half-demon king emanated from within the shield, tinged with fatigue, yet remarkably calm. Save your strength. This light shield cannot be breached, not even by my true form at its peak. At that moment, Wang Ming had also dashed to the foot of the puppet, his face a mask of panic. Senior, what is happening? Is this not a trial of inheritance? Why are you doing this? The half-demon king regarded Wang Ming with a hint of remorse. I did not intend to involve you. My apologies. With that, she lightly gestured towards Wang Ming. Immediately, he felt an invisible shackle tighten around him, binding him so firmly that not even a finger could move, nor a sound escape his lips. His eyes widened in terror, anger, and confusion. Zhang Xian's expression darkened as he unleashed a torrent of five-colored sword light to bombard the light shield. Simultaneously, he ignited the heavenly grade, shadow flame, without reservation. The black flames scorching the chessboard beneath him, leaving deep marks. Yet despite the ferocious assault fueled by his five-element heavenly grade techniques, the golden light shield remained unyielding. At that moment, he keenly observed a startling transformation within the shield. The combat puppet, which had previously radiated a crimson glow, was rapidly shedding its dark golden hue, morphing into a resplendent golden color formed of pure light. The energy waves emanating from it began to ascend at an unfathomable pace. Mid-stage nascent soul, late-stage nascent soul, peak nascent soul. The aura swiftly breached a critical threshold, reaching a level of terrifying pressure that was suffocating and utterly insurmountable, at least on par with the transformation stage. Zhang Xian hurriedly retrieved the Mandarin Duck dual wing pendant from his bosom, but the jade pendant remained unresponsive, dull, and lifeless, as if it had completely lost its purpose. It was not just the Mandarin Duck dual wing pendant. He sensed that he and Lin Liuli and Wang Ming within the light shield had been severed from each other, trapped in entirely different realms, their connection irrevocably shattered. The half-demon king gazed calmly at Zhang Xian outside the shield and began to speak. Her voice tinged with a weary finality. My actions are born of necessity and a painful predicament. If you still possess the patience, perhaps you may listen to my final words. Zhang Xian understood, just as she had said, that the level of this light shield far surpassed his current comprehension. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil and fury within, his gaze fixed intently on the half-demon king within the luminescent shield, squeezing out two words through clenched teeth. Speak. Inside the shield, the half-demon king's ethereal form grew increasingly faint, her voice imbued with a weariness and tranquility born from the trials of time. I have not entirely deceived you. My knowledge regarding the specific details of my husband's demise is indeed limited. She tilted her head slightly, casting a complex glance at the astonishingly transforming golden automaton beside her, adding, yet I surmise his downfall is likely connected to this war machine. Zhang Xian stood silently outside the shield, his gaze as frigid as a deep abyss, revealing no emotion, simply listening intently. You should be aware that our world seems ensnared by an invisible constraint, no matter how exceptional your talent or profound your cultivation. Truly transcending the divine transformation realm remains elusive. In contrast, this weapon of annihilation from beyond possesses the genuine power of the divine transformation stage, surpassing the limits of this realm. Chapter 243, The Two Tallest Figures. Zhang Xian's voice remained calm. And then? In those days, I was far away in the western regions, governing the demon clan, while my husband roamed the outer world. For reasons unknown, he attracted the attention of this automaton, and the specifics of the encounter remained shrouded in mystery. In any case, we were compelled to engage in a cataclysmic battle against it. It was only through the combined might of the two of us that we managed to subdue it, yet we could not annihilate it entirely. Furthermore, it possesses an indomitable quality, periodically breaking free from our seals and erupting once more. I have inquired of him several times regarding the origins of this automaton. He consistently evaded the question, speaking in vague terms. The half-demon king's lips curled into a bitter self-mockery. Knowing his roguish nature, this matter likely involves a woman. Eventually, I exerted considerable effort, employing indirect methods to glean a hint of information. It appeared that the automaton's purpose in descending into this realm was to capture someone. Capture someone? Zhang Xian's brow furrowed suddenly. The half-demon king nodded affirmatively. Yes. My husband was highly skilled in the art of automaton manipulation. He exerted all his strength to barely unravel a portion of the automaton's outer restrictions, catching a glimpse of its core directive, to seize specific targets. Zhang Xian's understanding crystallized in an instant, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You mean to say that this automaton came from beyond, specifically to capture a particular individual? Thus, you have long since been unable to restrain it. The purpose of opening this barrier to take away Xiao Yuli is not your inheritance trial, but rather the automaton itself? The half-demon king revealed a bitter smile. Indeed. The so-called inheritance secret realm was a ruse from the very beginning, a reluctant deception. This secret realm, this intricate chessboard formation, has always served to seal and suppress this terrifying combat automaton. The fragment of my consciousness I left behind has the paramount mission of remaining here to delay its emergence for as long as possible. Zhang Xian pressed further. So, who exactly is it meant to capture? Even you do not know? My husband was unwilling to disclose it at the time. However, during that time, I simply indulged his whims. She paused, her tone imbued with a hint of complexity. Yet, he was undeniably a prodigy. In the process of unraveling the puppet's constraints, he indeed discovered a flaw, devising a contingency through a certain arcane method to find a practitioner with a fate and aptitude remarkably similar to his own, to serve as a substitute and fulfill the puppet's capture criteria, sending it back alongside him. Nevertheless, he delayed in executing this backup plan. Zhang Xian responded calmly. Indeed, the half-demon king sighed, for both he and I understood that if the one sent back was not the true target of the puppet, the mastermind would immediately perceive the deception. At that moment, what descended upon this realm would likely be far more than just another puppet. It could very well attract the personal attention of the hidden orchestrator. In the presence of such a being, what were we but mere ants? Her tone bore a profound sense of helplessness. Back then, he jested. When the sky falls, there will always be someone tall enough to bear it. Tragically, in that era, the tallest among us were he and I. Zhang Xian fell into a brief silence. And then he stated that we must eradicate this hidden danger once and for all, and he departed for hundreds of years. Occasionally, he would return to the western regions to visit me, and each time he returned, he would reinforce the seals on the puppet, until one day, I received the news of his complete demise. Are you certain he is dead? The half-demon king's face was marked by deep sorrow. I know what you were thinking. At that time, my other sisters preferred to believe he was merely gravely injured and trapped. After all, how could the invincible drifting king perish so quietly? She lifted her nearly translucent hand and gently pressed it against her heart. We once practiced a supreme secret art of the demon race together, and our souls had a faint resonant connection. The moment he fell, my soul felt as though it were instantly torn apart, suffering a grievous blow, and my cultivation was directly diminished by nearly half. I once harbored a flicker of hope, but as 3,000 years passed, his former confidence gradually passed away, and even my true form ultimately reached the end of its life. Zhang Xian concluded, thus, your dying wish is to activate the contingency left by the drifting king before your complete dissolution to eliminate the threat posed by this puppet, allowing it to take away a substitute? The half-demon king nodded, her apparition now as faint as mist. Yes, this puppet harbors an immensely powerful spatial force. which I was once capable of harnessing at my peak. However, as my lifespan wanes and my vitality diminishes, I can no longer trigger its mechanism. Zhang Xian's voice turned cold. Have you considered the calamity that may befall this realm should the puppet mistakenly take the wrong individual and the unseen hand detects it? The half-demon king's tone was resolute, tinged with a hint of obsession. At that moment, I could not afford to consider so much. Once I completely dissipate, this puppet will undoubtedly break free from its seal, unleashing its godly power upon this realm, and none would be able to withstand it. In weighing the two calamities, this is the only way to temporarily save the beings of this realm. Her figure grew increasingly faint, yet her tone remained steadfast. Exchanging one life for a moment's peace is worth it. Zhang Xian gazed at the dazzling golden puppet within the light shield, emanating a terrifying wave of energy that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. He understood her words to be true, and that the situation had become irretrievable. This was fundamentally a cruel choice, to sacrifice Lin Xiaoli and the inadvertently involved Wang Meng in exchange for a fleeting, uncertain safety for this realm. He no longer attempted to argue with his soon-to-fade obsession over right and wrong, but calmly inquired, "So, you do not know where this puppet will ultimately send them?" Indeed, the half-demon king's gaze fell upon the unconscious Lin Xiaoli and the immobile Wang Meng within the light shield, a flicker of compassion and regret shining in her eyes. Once my strand of spiritual will is exhausted, it shall dissipate into nothingness. It is merely a pity for this young girl, and for this little fellow of the Tiger clan. At that moment, the brilliance surrounding the golden puppet reached a crescendo. An indescribable force of vast spatial energy began to tremble violently, causing the entire secret realm to hum in response. The teleportation was about to commence. Zhang Xian realized he could no longer intervene. He cast one last glance at the unconscious Lin Xiaoli within the light shield, then turned his attention to the anxious yet voiceless Wang Meng, his voice tranquil yet imbued with an undeniable strength that pierced through the light shield. "Brother Tiger, take good care of little Lu Li. Tell her I will seek her out." Upon hearing these words, Wang Meng's wide eyes gradually relinquished their urgency and despair, replaced instead by a heavy, almost overwhelming trust and determination. In the next moment, the resplendent golden light completely engulfed all within the light shield. In the following moment, as the brilliant golden light consumed everything, just as the teleportation activated, Zhang Xian outside the light shield and the ethereal form of the half-demon king inside, it appeared to share an astonishing synchronicity, launching their attacks simultaneously. Zhang Xian's 5-elemental nascent soul surged into action, the black radiance of shadow flame and the watery glow of cloud mysterious sword cannon compressed to their utmost, transforming into a slender, yet seemingly causality-defying stream of gray light. Meanwhile, the half-demon king gathered the last remnants of her power, her fingertips igniting with an intensely burning crimson golden light. The two strikes struck with uncanny precision at the shoulder joint of the golden puppet's raised right arm. Crack! The extraordinarily hard, mysterious material of the joint shattered under this internal and external assault. A complete metallic right arm, along with the gleaming Su mark on its palm, instantly detached from the puppet's main body. In that very moment, the golden light dissipated. The puppet, Lin Xiaoli, and Wang Meng vanished without a trace, leaving only the severed arm, which clattered to the ground. The nearly transparent, ethereal form of the half-demon king gazed quietly at Zhang Xian, her voice as ethereal as a flickering candle in the wind. Seizing the moment of its weakest spatial transmission protection, I severed its arm, hoping to leave a thread of uncertainty. This is all I could do. May fortune favor the human cultivator. Her form completely vanished, transforming into specks of luminescence that merged into the secret realm she had guarded for thousands of years, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Xian stood in silence for a considerable time before he slowly stepped forward and bent down to pick up the cold metallic severed arm. Its weight was astonishing, crafted from an extraordinary metal he had never encountered, imbued with an enigmatic energy structure. The gleaming Su character insignia gradually dimmed. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance of the secret realm behind him, as the barrier was forcefully breached, creating a substantial opening. Xianxia, exuding an air of arrogance and impatience, was enveloped in a fierce golden light, levitating in midair as he stepped into the shattered secret realm. His gaze swept over the empty chessboard before finally fixing on Zhang Xian, who had his back turned, a cold derision playing on his lips. "Humph, little thing. Let's see where you can escape now. Do you think a mere few puppets can obstruct me? It's simply wishful thinking." Zhang Xian slowly turned around, stowing away the metallic arm, and raised his eyes to meet Xianxia, whose path was blocked at the exit, his voice devoid of any tremor. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. My temper is quite high at present." As his words fell, two spirit swords gradually materialized behind him, their tips aimed directly at Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Xianxia scoffed. A look of disdain plastered on his face. "Two insignificant flying swords dare to flaunt themselves before me?" Golden light surged around him as 12 exquisitely condensed golden rays suddenly appeared, encircling him with an overwhelming aura. "Let me show you how I shall sever your limbs and extract your soul." Xianxia bellowed, gesturing with his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The 12 golden rays, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged toward Zhang Xian from all directions. Yet, Zhang Xian stood his ground, unflinching, simply uttering a single word: convergence. A colossal net woven from countless leaping purple lightning bolts unfurled in the space between him and Xianxia, radiating blinding luminosity. The 12 golden rays crashed violently against the lightning net, erupting in a cascade of dazzling sparks, forcefully repelled. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian made his move. His figure shimmered, and in an instant, he held dual swords, advancing directly toward Xianxia. With his left hand, he activated the Cloud Mist Sword Sutra, its sword intent flowing like vast azure waves, while his right hand wielded the skyward azure cloud sword, unleashing a fierce and domineering sword light aimed at the vital points. The intertwining blue and gold sword lights danced and surged, enveloping Xianxia in an instant. Taken aback by Zhang Xian's audacity to engage him in close combat, Xianxia initially felt surprise, but it was swiftly replaced by laughter, his madness laid bare. "Ha, splendid. This is precisely what I desire. A close-quarters battle. My lineage of the Guiyuan sect has never feared anyone." As he laughed maniacally, he rapidly summoned back the golden light for protection, his metal spiritual power surging mightily, clashing fiercely with Zhang Xian's dual swords. The cacophony of their intense exchanges resonated throughout the secret realm, their figures darting like lightning, colliding with rapidity. Within just a few dozen exchanges, Xianxiao's initial arrogance and disdain rapidly dissipated, replaced by a growing sense of incredulity. The power emanating from Zhang Xian's dual swords was extraordinarily profound, and the intricacy of his sword techniques began to present a formidable challenge. Indeed, the sheer force compelled me to unleash 50% of my true power. Now, allow me to make you acutely aware of what genuine despair entails. The gleam of the Xianxiao sword pressed forward, accompanied by a sharp tongue that was no less formidable. Zhang Xian coldly retorted, "A mere novice has no shortage of empty words." With that, an explosive roar emanated from him, unleashing a torrent of inky black flames, igniting the shadow flame. These dark flames did not consume his sword light. Instead, they entwined around it like a living entity, amplifying the ferocity and destructive force of his sword's momentum. The pressure on Xianxiao intensified dramatically. He was compelled to elevate his power to 70, 80, and ultimately 100%, as the essence of his Yuan surged wildly, pouring forth an overwhelming stream of pure metal spiritual energy without reservation. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that he still could not gain even the slightest advantage, nor could he suppress his opponent. How could this be? He was merely a novice in the Yuan stage. A tempest of dread surged within Xianxiao, and he could only force himself to find solace in the belief that such a technique, which consumed one's essence, could not endure for long. Surely, he could outlast him. However, his illusions were swiftly shattered. Zhang Xian's assault was as relentless as a tempest, showing no signs of exhaustion, but rather growing more ferocious with each moment. After a prolonged stalemate, a flicker of retreat began to take root in Xianxiao's heart. Just as his focus wavered for an instant, Zhang Xian seized upon a fleeting gap, his left hand wielding the azure spirit sword, deftly slicing through Xianxiao's defenses at an unorthodox angle. With a crafty twist of the sword, he delivered a solid blow to Xianxiao's face with the broadside of the blade. Xianxiao felt a darkness envelop him, a sharp pain in his nose, and he was uncontrollably hurled backward. Boom! He shattered the barriers of the secret realm, crashing violently into the scorched earth of that searing little world. A coppery taste filled his throat as he forcibly swallowed the blood, threatening to spill forth. his expression turning exceedingly grim. Zhang Xian followed closely behind, stepping out of the secret realm and feeling the searing fire spiritual energy permeating the air. Only then realizing, the previous combat puppet was purely metallic in nature, and fire can vanquish metal. The half-demon king and the drifting king had chosen this realm abundant in fire energy for the sealing site, utilizing an expansive chessboard formation to gather fire essence, all aimed at maximizing the suppression of that puppet's vitality. Chapter 245. If you are impoverished, do not emulate others in pursuing the path of immortality. Xianxia struggled to regain his footing, confronted by Zhang Xian's cold, scrutinizing gaze, as his pride was trampled upon like never before. He, the illustrious master of the Xianxia Palace, a late-stage great cultivator of the Yuanying, was so contemptuously belittled by a mere junior? A junior? How dare you insult me? He bellowed in rage, humiliation coursing through him, as 12 beams of dark light surged once more behind him. And he fiercely summoned his own life spirit sword. The sword shimmered with golden light, sharp as a razor, yet to Zhang Xian's eyes, it seemed merely a low-grade spiritual treasure, bolstered by Xianxiao's pure spiritual energy to barely possess the might of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Come and meet your end. Xianxiao fused with his sword, transforming into a golden streak as he lunged at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian remained impassive, ready to meet him once more. In no more than 10 exchanges, Zhang Xian's sword pierced through the layers of golden light defense erected by Xianxiao, sending him crashing once more into the distance. This time, Xianxiao could no longer contain himself. Suspended in midair, he let out a cry, spewing forth a copious amount of fresh blood. The protective spiritual light that enveloped him dimmed significantly, and the luxurious golden-trimmed cloak of the palace master was singed by the dissipating black flames, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. He knelt on the ground, breathless, his face etched with disbelief and horror. Fixating on the unwavering black flames emanating from Zhang Xian, he rasped, "Impossible! After such a fierce battle, how can your energy show no signs of waning? What forbidden elixir have you consumed?" Standing resolutely with his sword, Zhang Xian replied calmly, "Do I need to resort to drugs to deal with someone of your caliber?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to point towards the heavens. Xianxiao instinctively looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. It was only at that moment that he realized, unbeknownst to him, a colossal ancient tree's phantom had been hovering above him, with azure light cascading down like a veil, nearly enveloping half of this small world. Xianxiao began to tremble slightly. He finally comprehended. From the very beginning, his adversary had been employing this astonishingly resilient wood-based recovery technique throughout their battle, while he himself was merely exhausting his energy, whereas the other was practically feeding on the fight. The power of the 5 elements was indeed terrifying. Gazing at his own cracked life sword, boundless humiliation and envy surged within him, and he shouted in defiance, "Were it not for your superior spiritual treasure, you would be no match for me." Zhang Xian regarded him as one would a simpleton, replying with an air of serenity, "If you're so impoverished, perhaps you should refrain from pursuing the path of cultivation." Impoverished? Xianxiao trembled with rage, nearly spitting blood again. As the master of the upper 6 palaces of the Guiyuan sect, he commanded countless resources and received an uncountable amount of materials and spirit stones as tribute each year. It was the first time anyone had dared to call him poor. "I will not hold back any longer," he roared, forcing himself to unleash all his potential, even at the cost of burning his primordial essence. 12 beams of golden light surged forth, transforming into colossal swords of light that tore through the heavens, hurtling towards Zhang Xian like falling stars. Zhang Xian's gaze turned icy as he reversed his sword. Towering ice pillars erupted skyward, deftly freezing all 12 beams of golden light. Impossible! Xianxiao's expression of madness froze instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and disbelief. His desperate strike, fueled by the burning of his primordial essence, was so effortlessly sealed away by his opponent. The sheer disparity in power obliterated any lingering hope he had. Flee! He abruptly produced a shuttle-shaped escape artifact, intent on tearing through space at any cost. However, as he activated the artifact, it yielded no response. Zhang Xian's cold voice resounded once more. "Within the realm of my cloud, mist-sword scripture, the space has long been sealed. You cannot escape." A chilling despair, penetrating to the bone, surged from his feet to the crown of his head, engulfing him entirely. The escape talisman he held clattered to the ground, unnoticed by him. He, the master of the Xianxiao Palace, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, was about to perish here, at the hands of a junior who had only just stepped into the nascent soul stage. At that moment, Zhang Xian pointed with his finger, and a pure, resplendent sword intent of the heart-seeking sword entered Xianxiao's body. Upon its entry, Xianxiao's form trembled slightly, yet no visible change occurred. The madness and hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. Zhang Xian understood. Indeed, the control of the great dream returning to the source technique was not permanent. A figure like Xianxiao, surely a core follower of the primordial true man, had willingly pledged his loyalty. Xianxiao, filled with suspicion, queried, "What have you done to me?" Zhang Xian replied coolly, "I can offer you one final chance for survival. Reveal the entirety of the primordial's plans, as well as the true objectives of the Guiyuan sect." Xianxiao paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a frenzied laugh. "Ha! Do you think you are someone of worth, capable of compelling me to betray my sect?" His aura surged once more, unstable, radiating a fierce golden light, indicating a desperate exertion of his powers. "Zhang Xian, you are still foolishly dreaming. Your Yunmiao sect is likely facing annihilation at this very moment. Perhaps you should consider how to return and collect your sect's corpses." Zhang Xian's expression darkened instantly. "What did you say?" But Xianxiao offered no further reply, his face a mask of madness and delight. The residual golden light behind him recongealed, akin to a moth drawn to flame, recklessly charging towards Zhang Xian in a final assault. Zhang Xian's gaze turned icy, effortlessly dispelling all attacks, and pointed skyward, commanding with a firm voice, "Fall." A cataclysmic thunderbolt descended upon Xianxiao with unyielding ferocity. Remarkably, Xianxiao did not flinch. As the lightning coursed through him, his breath caught, and he let out a final, defiant roar, urging all the golden light to assault Zhang Xian with even greater fervor. Unfortunately, until his nascent soul within completely shattered and his spiritual energy was exhausted, those golden rays failed to breach the watery barrier of swords before Zhang Xian. Ultimately, Xianxiao's advancing form abruptly halted, letting out a brief, despairing gasp. The brilliance in his eyes dimmed rapidly as he knelt before Zhang Xian, gazing up at the towering figure, his expression solidifying into one of profound reluctance. The golden light dissipated entirely. Zhang Xian regarded Xianxiao's swiftly lifeless body with an impassive countenance, flicking his finger to capture a faint, almost imperceptible remnant of the soul, preserving it to delay the news of his death from reaching the Guiyuan sect. As he watched Xianxiao's body gradually dissolve into the cosmos, he sighed softly, acknowledging his resilience, yet lamenting the lack of useful information extracted. He cast one last glance at this desolate little world, his gaze seeming to pierce through the endless void, directed towards the central continent. A frigid, lethal intent ignited in his eyes. Guiyuan sect, primordial, I am coming. Chapter 246, No Flying Vessel. What of the junior sister? In the southern domain, at the Yunmiao sect. Today, the sect appeared no different from any other day, amidst the swirling mists of the peaks. The cries of celestial cranes echoed, while disciples either flew on swords or sparred in the training grounds, embodying a serene and tranquil atmosphere befitting immortals. On Qingmu Peak, the inner disciple and popular author Lu Ranbing had just completed a day's writing, stretching languidly and feeling invigorated. Since the successful eradication of the Demon's Nest secret realm 3 years ago, the resources acquired by the sect had become increasingly abundant, and the treatment of the disciples had risen correspondingly. Nowadays, even the monthly spirit stones allocated to ordinary outer disciples were comparable to the standards of past inner disciples. For elite inner disciples like him, benefits were overflowing. Various foundational cultivation pills and gold core elixirs were readily available, alleviating any concerns regarding resources. It was said that in a high-ranking sect meeting a few months ago, some distinguished overseers received the legendary transformation pill and ascension pill as rewards, inciting envy among countless disciples. Presently, the most prominent sect was not the traditionally powerful Tianke Peak, but rather Lingjian Peak. This was due to the fact that the peak's leader, Li Fuxi, had recently succeeded in overcoming the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, officially joining the ranks of the southern domain's top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, their overseer, Lin Yinin, was progressing at an astonishing rate, having reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, just a step away from the nascent soul path. Furthermore, she had entered the sect at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, and in just a few short years, she had ascended to the 8th level of Golden Core. This record was unparalleled not only within Yumiao sect, but throughout the entire southern domain, save for a certain individual. Currently, Lingjian Peak was bustling with eager disciples yearning to seek guidance beneath its tutelage. However, both of the aforementioned figures remained elusive, rarely seen. A magnificent flying vessel hovered perpetually above Lingjian Peak, rumored to be where Li Fuxi engaged in secluded meditation to consolidate her nascent soul realm. Similarly, Overseer Lin Yining was seldom spotted, her whereabouts unpredictable. Daily affairs of Lingjian Peak were primarily overseen by senior brother Zhenhai and Chen. It was said that Zhenhai had recently procured a luxurious flying vessel worth 1 million mid-grade spirit stones from Yinchang Pavilion, captivating the attention of many female disciples within the sect, though they could not glimpse the legendary elder Zhang Xian. Senior brother Zhenhai's robust and imposing figure offered a sense of security. As for the flying vessel, well, they deemed that a secondary concern. Lu Renbing, glancing at the rumors circulating through the communication jade talisman, smacked his lips, revealing no hint of jealousy. His novels had become bestsellers across the southern domain, nearing sales in the central continent, with royalties flowing in abundantly. He gazed out at the clear, cloudless sky, reflecting with a wry smile. Although Elder Zhang Xian was somewhat lecherous, having enticed away 3 of our sect's top goddesses, fortunately, his capabilities were limited, and he still knew to leave some resources for his brothers. Rubbing his chin, he chuckled, thinking to himself that in a few days, he too would venture to Yunchang Pavilion to acquire the latest model of flying vessel. In this day and age, how could one dare to pursue a junior sister without a luxurious flying vessel? His mind involuntarily conjured the image of the enchanting junior sister he had encountered at the market a few days prior. He was captivated by her grace and secretly cherished the thought, how delightful it would be to invite her aboard my new flying vessel, to witness her dance amidst the clouds under the bright moonlight, and to savor the exquisite experience thereafter. As Lu Renbing indulged in these daydreams, a sudden clangor of bells erupted, each chime heavier than the last, resonating throughout every corner of the Yumiao sect. What? 9 tolls? A shiver ran down Lu Renbing's spine, and the tranquility that adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by astonishment and gravity. According to the sect's regulations, the bell of the Eternal Life Hall tolls 9 times only in the event of monumental upheavals, such as the demise of the sect leader or a grand elder, signaling a crisis that threatens the very existence of the sect. What has transpired? A heavy dread settled in his heart, sweeping away the lightheartedness he had just enjoyed. Within the grand assembly hall atop the Tianke peak of the Yumiao sect, the atmosphere was solemn. The acting sect leader, Master Wangya, sat in the foremost seat, his demeanor calm yet serious. To his left and right were the overseer of Qianjiao Peak, Jin, and the head of Lingjian Peak, Li Fuxi, the only 3 nascent soul cultivators within the Yumiao sect, forming the apex of the sect's decision-making body. The hall was intermittently illuminated by flashes of light as the heads of various peaks and important elder representatives hurriedly arrived after receiving the urgent summons, each bearing expressions of confusion and unease. At that moment, 2 azure streaks of light surged into the hall, revealing the figures of Elder Lu Huaigu and the current head, Lu Xian. Upon entering, Lu Xian exchanged a brief yet tacit understanding glance with Li Fuxi, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As Lu Huaigu took his seat, he turned to Master Wangya and solemnly inquired, "Master, the urgent summons and the 9 tolls. What has transpired?" Master Wangya surveyed all the high-ranking members present, exhaling a long sigh. He had just received an urgent report from the disciple on duty at the Eternal Life Hall. The sect leader's soul lamp had extinguished. What? The sect leader? Many present were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Master Wangya could still be seated here. Yet, the realization struck them. He was referring to the rightful sect leader, Xianxia. Sect leader Xianxia? Had she not departed 4 years prior in search of an opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage? How could this be? One elder exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that she failed during her tribulation? Another elder speculated, sorrow lacing their tone. The tribulation for the nascent soul is fraught with peril, and failure resulting in demise is not uncommon. Master Wangya slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed. That is unlikely. The sect leader's status is unique. If a tribulation were indeed upon her, she would have surely notified the sect in advance, just as Head Fuxi did, opting to face her tribulation within the sect's domain for our protection. It would be unthinkable for her to meet her end quietly in the outside world. There is something amiss here. Immediately, an elder spoke up. Since sect leader Xianxia has passed, the Yunyao sect cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Master Wangya, you have acted in the capacity of sect leader for many years, managing the sect with great diligence and earning profound respect, in both sentiment and reason. The position of the sect leader ought to be formally assumed by you. This statement immediately garnered the agreement of many within the hall. To speak candidly, Master Wangya possesses a humble demeanor, yet he is resolute and decisive, demonstrating exceptional capability in managing sect affairs. Under his leadership, Yunyao sect has indeed flourished, and his ascension to the role of sect leader is undoubtedly in accordance with the wishes of the majority, particularly in recent times, as the sect has fostered amicable relations with Yunshang Pavilion and the Great Xia dynasty. Yunyao sect has subtly emerged as a leading force in the southern domain's righteous path. However, Master Wanyao waved his hand, his expression grave, and stated, "The transition of the sect leader's position is a matter of great significance, requiring the final appointment by our esteemed elders. This matter necessitates careful deliberation and prudent consideration.